stars are my flickering flame, and the celestial paths are my ribbon. Civilization is my sandbox. It is my benevolence that allows all beings to thrive within my garden, where breath is not measured by currency. Like countless others, Ling He found himself unwittingly ensnared in a war game due to an unforeseen accident. Externally, myriad factions lurked with predatory intent, while internally, the human race was rife with intrigue and treachery. Some aspired to ascend as emperors, towering above the masses. Others yearned to become warriors, dominating their realms. Yet, there were those who sought to grasp the very truths of existence, capable of altering the world with a mere gesture. Chapter 1. Welcome. Welcome to the war game. Seated cross-legged upon the grass, Ling He rested his chin in his hand, gazing at the luminous screen that materialized before him, letting out a soft sigh. He had been forcibly drawn into this endeavor against his will. Just recently, he had fulfilled his childhood dream by opening a quaint grocery store at the entrance of his elementary school. He was on the cusp of enjoying a life of leisure, playing on the computer and indulging in snacks and beverages, when suddenly, the entire world was engulfed in this inexplicable game. According to the screen's proclamation, those selected to participate in the war game would represent humanity, engaging in battles against myriad factions. These battlefields, however, were fraught with peril. Alas, contemplating this, Ling He shook his head, letting out another heavy sigh. The heavens truly toying with me? At that moment, a line of text appeared on his screen. Have you decided on your growth path? Indeed, while the war game bore some resemblance to an online game in Ling He's eyes, it diverged in significant ways. Unlike typical online games, there were no hidden classes. One might argue that every participant embodied a hidden class, for here, each individual could establish a grand aspiration, a target towards which they sought to grow. This aspiration dictated each person's potential for growth and would also influence the difficulty of their advancement. Should one aspire to become a deity, they might never take the first step in their lifetime. Conversely, if one merely desired to be an ordinary lord, tending to fields and raising fish, the path to advancement would be significantly easier. Of course, the ultimate potential would not be particularly high either. Once this decision was made, it could not be altered, leaving Ling He in a state of indecision. He was unsure of what he truly desired. Did he wish to remain subservient in the future, seeking stability, or did he genuinely wish to immerse himself in this war game and vie for supremacy? What a perplexing choice. Casually plucking a tuft of foxtail grass from the ground, Ling He reclined on the lawn, opening the regional chat interface. The war game randomly assigned newcomers regardless of age or gender into various regions. In Ling He's current area, he noticed a small line of text in the upper left corner of the chat interface. Remaining participants, 10,000. He opened the regional chat interface to see how others were choosing their growth paths in this war game. With this thought, he sent out a message. Have you all decided on your growth paths? Since everyone was still unfamiliar with the war game, the responses in the regional chat were slow to emerge. Many who were lurking in the chat saw Ling He's inquiry. The first question mark appeared, soon followed by a cascade of them. Nearly 2 hours had passed since the war game's inception, and they could hardly fathom how someone could still be undecided about their growth path. It was one thing to be indecisive about character creation in a typical online game, but this was a matter of life and death in a war game. By a nearby stream, a burly man had just speared a crab with a sharp wooden stake. He glanced at the regional chat interface, his expression nearly faltering. Was this person fool? Ding! A private message appeared before Ling He. Call me Battle Maniac. Are you serious, brother? Do you not understand the principle of a quick step leads to a swift pace? You've already fallen behind everyone else by half a day at the start. Before long, night will fall. If you really can't decide, just choose a warrior to ensure your survival. As for those merchants at the trading post, forget it. Do I know him? Ling He stared in astonishment at the flurry of messages flooding his private chat. If his memory served him correctly, he should not know this battle maniac. Could he be one of those rare, good-natured individuals with a warm heart? Yet, one of his comments did strike a chord. Ling He's gaze drifted to a corner of the luminous screen, where the words trading post were inscribed. This was the war game's regional trading system designed to assist newcomers in surviving. Thinking about the crooked merchants mentioned by Battle Maniac, curiosity compelled Ling He to click on the trading post. Unsurprisingly, it was devoid of a dazzling array of goods. Since everyone in this region was new to the war game, the trading post contained only a few items for sale, aside from a handful of expensive, limited-time offerings. Bread. Description: this is merely an ordinary loaf of bread. Sale price: 50 copper per piece, including 20 transaction tax. Pure water. Description: you'll find it hard to locate such pure water sources. Sale price: 1 gold per bottle, including 20 transaction tax. Ling He glanced at the corner of the trading post, where his current remaining currency was displayed. 1 gold. The currency system of the war game operated on a gold standard, with 1 gold equating to 100 copper. Each newcomer to the war game began with 1 gold as their initial capital, which could recruit the lowest tier soldier unit. However, one's currency could only be exchanged for a bottle of water or 2 loaves of bread in the trading post. It was evident that food and water had far exceeded their intrinsic value. Thieving merchants. Ling He muttered through gritted teeth. Yet, despite his grievances, the persistent rumble of his stomach reminded him that he was indeed hungry. Alas, rolling onto his side on the grass, Ling He found himself reminiscing about his small shop. How wonderful it would be if I could eat whatever I desired here. As his words faded, the long silent war game suddenly unleashed a flurry of pop-up windows. Keywords captured. Eat whatever you want. Matching personality traits to preset your growth path. Do you confirm your growth path as the ultimate producer? Upon seeing the words the ultimate producer materialize before him, Ling He raised an eyebrow. For reasons unknown, the allure of these 3 words captivated him far more than any aspirations of becoming a deity. Chapter 2. Growth Path, the Final Producer. Final Producer. Introduction. Stars are my candlelight, the celestial paths are my ribbons, and civilization is my sandbox. It is my benevolence that allows all beings to flourish in my garden, where breath need not be measured by currency. Ultimately, everything hinges upon my grace. Before confirming the ultimate growth path, Ling He was unable to discern its specific content. Yet, even merely gazing at the introduction stirred a certain excitement within him. To reign? To become an emperor? To ascend to divinity? No, I have made my choice. This is it. Ultimate growth path confirmed. Your growth path is Final Producer. Note, you will no longer be able to enhance your growth experience through means such as slaughter, war, or domination, all of which fall outside the realm of market monopoly. Market monopoly? Ling He gazed at the pop-up before him, instinctively glancing at the emptiness of his palms. It is said that the higher one's potential, the more arduous the path of growth becomes. Yet, isn't the starting difficulty of his growth path rather excessive? To speak of monopolizing a market right off the bat. Would anyone even want to buy him? Nevertheless, upon confirming the growth path, a new personal interface for the war game had indeed been activated. Ling He reached out and tapped into it. The personal interface unfolded before him. Ling He nickname, undecided. Growth path, Final Producer. Current level, 0, starting from scratch. Attack ability, none. Defense ability, none. Special ability, none. Evaluation. When someone wishes to hang you from a lamppost, you will possess no means of resistance whatsoever. Ling He smirked slightly. What a splendid character devoid of capabilities. And why on earth would someone want to hang him from a lamppost? Suppressing his desire to scoff, Ling He chose to disregard the final evaluation as much as possible. He then casually filled in the nickname section with the words conscientious peddler and proceeded to the growth path interface. Before him lay the passive effects bestowed by the growth path. Final Producer 0, unlocked effect. Effect 1. Your official will be replaced by a secretary position. Error restrictions ignored. Effect 2. The loyalty of all your subjects will be converted into allowances, which will grant enhancement effects to all units along the Final Producer path. It appeared that additional passive effects would require the advancement of the Final Producer path to unlock. However, aside from passive effects, there were also 2 packages awaiting Ling He's activation. Newcomer Growth Gift for Wargame and Initial Debt of the Final Producer. The Newcomer Growth Gift was something Ling He had seen in the regional channel, presumably a common item for everyone. As for the Initial Debt, merely seeing the name instinctively filled him with foreboding. Observing the regional channel, it seemed that when most individuals selected their growth paths, they either gained initial abilities they could utilize or obtain troops or other resources. Yet he, possessing no abilities whatsoever, was instead burdened with an initial debt. Surely this thing was not something he had to exchange his own abilities for? Scaring himself with such thoughts. Shaking his head, Ling He rose from the grass and resolved to open a novice gift pack to test his luck. You have activated Newcomer Growth Gift of Wargames. A flash of light illuminated the surroundings, and a few scattered items fell before Ling He. They consisted of a worn stone axe, 2 steaming loaves of bread, and a can of chilled soda. Glancing at the shabby stone axe and the mud-stained bread, Ling He fell silent for a moment before picking up the soda from the ground. Indeed, no matter the circumstances, the soda would never betray him. After gulping down the refreshing drink, he could not help but squint his eyes in satisfaction. Delightful. Well, the so-called novice gift pack seemed to ensure he would not starve tonight, as well as survive as long as he avoided ferocious beasts. As for more than that, it would depend on the contents of another gift pack. Next, invigorated by the soda, Ling He turned his attention to the Initial Debt, a name that sounded somewhat intimidating. Nevertheless, he activated it. You have activated Initial Debt of the End Producer. This time, instead of items falling like refuse before him, several pop-up windows appeared. Congratulations. You have received 1 loan purchase voucher, repayment period, 1 year. Congratulations. You have received 1 initial secretary recruitment card. A loan purchase voucher. Along with an initial secretary recruitment card, Ling He's gaze swept past the first item and settled on the latter. Initial secretary recruitment card. Effect. You can recruit a secretary unit randomly without spending resources. This recruitment ignores territory era technology. No expenses necessary for directly recruiting a secretary, Ling He muttered to himself, casting a glance at the recruitment interface. As of now, he had not acquired any recruitable subjects or troops. However, the option that had previously been labeled as clerical officer was now marked as recruitable. Recruit secretary. Effect. Randomly recruit a secretary unit that complies with the current territory era technology. Cost. 10 gold. Note. The current limit for territory secretaries is 1. Upon reaching this limit, further recruitment of secretary units is impossible. First, the required 10 gold for recruitment equated to the price of 10 basic units, which Ling He could not possibly afford at this moment. Secondly, regarding the effect, a secretary unit recruited without using the recruitment card will be limited by Ling He's current territory era. Ling He surveyed his empty surroundings. Had his territory entered the Stone Age? If he utilized the recruitment option on the page, would it summon a wild barbarian as his secretary? The mere thought of his secretary potentially being a burly wild woman with sharp teeth or a rugged wild man sent a shiver down Ling He's spine. In this light, it appeared that the primary benefit for a newcomer embarking on the path of the end producer was indeed this secretary recruitment card. Without further hesitation, Ling He opted to use the secretary recruitment card, preparing to welcome his first subject in the wargame. Congratulations on successfully utilizing the initial secretary recruitment card. You have acquired a new secretary, Vera. As the system prompt appeared, a staff was thrust into the grass before Ling He. He then beheld the visage of his initial secretary, adorned with a dark patterned top hat and gold-rimmed glasses that framed her amber eyes. She donned a black suit complemented by a subtly visible white shirt. Vera? Ling He instinctively uttered her name. The young lady blinked her eyes. Subsequently, Ling He observed a small hand extending towards him. My lord, I am quite adorable. Please bestow upon me some coins. Chapter 3. Secretary Vera. Ahem. The directness of Vera's request for money nearly caused Ling He to choke. However, to ask for payment upon their first encounter, was that her salary? Earlier, while eavesdropping in the regional channel, Ling had gleaned that most individuals entering the world were experiencing the Stone Age. In this era, the subjects and warriors required no wages, merely sustenance to maintain their loyalty. Yet, Vera's attire clearly conveyed a sophistication not befitting the Stone Age. Gazing into the eager anticipation reflected in the girl's eyes, Ling He felt an unexplainable softness in his heart. Though he had only operated a modest convenience store, he was not the type to withhold wages from his employees. With this thought, he shifted his attention to his interface. The currency in the wargame was not merely a numerical value. It could, in fact, be withdrawn from the interface if desired. And that was precisely what Ling He proceeded to do. Ding! With the chime of the system prompt, the currency displayed in Ling He's interface promptly reverted to 0. A single coin then fell into the palm of his hand. Here you go. He extended the coin towards Vera. Without hesitation, she took the coin from his hand and pinched it between her fingers, scrutinizing it under the sunlight. The coin glimmered brilliantly, and Vera squinted her eyes, relishing the radiance it emitted. After a moment, she declared, Allow me to introduce myself, my lord. I am Vera Burin, a loyal supporter of value, and your chief secretary. With a gentle smile, she added, Please do not worry. I'm not the type of bureaucrat who would hinder your progress for trifling gains. Such insignificant benefits are as inconsequential as mere flotsam in water. Ding! Congratulations, you have earned the recognition of Secretary Vera. You may now access Vera's personal interface. Thus, this seemingly shrewd young lady had acknowledged him merely for a single coin. Ling He scratched the back of his head and proceeded to enter Vera's personal interface. Secretary, Vera, growth potential. Traits, Eye of value deconstruction, money sensitivity. Eye of value deconstruction. This unit can instantly discern the material cost and labor charges of items. Money allergy. This unit has been cursed by the deity of commerce. Touching any gold with a purity lower than 90 will induce an allergic reaction. As Ling He gazed at Vera's personal panel, he fell into a contemplative silence. It cannot be said to be undesirable. From a commercial perspective, the mere trait of the Eye of value deconstruction renders Vera's worth immeasurable. Initially, he presumed the secretary would possess a modicum of combat prowess. However, it is now evident that she is far from being a competent fighter. Together, the two of them would likely not muster even a combat power of one. Before Ling He could express his exasperation, a figure squeezed beside him, her head leaning in curiously. "Lord, were you admiring my personal panel? Were you perhaps awed by its extravagance?" "Not at all," Ling He began, but abruptly paused, realizing something. He turned sharply to the young lady beside him. "Can you see this panel?" "Of course." Vera rolled her eyes, seemingly disdainful of Ling He's surprise over such a trivial matter. "I am your secretary, after all, and it's not just that I can see it." With that, she swiftly dismissed her own panel, revealing Ling He's personal information behind it. A stifled laugh escaped her lips as she gazed at the three glaring empty boxes. "I never expected our esteemed lord to be a 3-no character. That's even less impressive than my extravagance." After enduring Vera's mockery multiple times, Ling He could no longer contain himself. He reached out and tugged at her cheeks, stretching them sideways. "Show some respect for your employer, you rascal." Mmm. As fellow combatants with less than one combat power, Vera found herself unable to escape Ling He's grasp, her hands and feet flailing helplessly as she resorted to muffled threats. You chaos lord. Don't deduct my loyalty." At Vera's threat, Ling He tightened his grip, simultaneously displaying his passive ability before her. "Huh, did you think I had any loyalty at all?" Vera's eyes widened as she scrutinized the interface before her. Effect 2. All loyalty of your subjects is converted into silver, which will provide a beneficial effect to all units on the end producer route. You scoundrel." Moments later, Ling He ceased his teasing. Observing the girl clutching her reddened cheeks, on the verge of tears, he placed a hand atop her head and forcefully flattened her high hat. Vera's expression froze. Truly, she felt belittled by this rogue lord. "You scoundrel, I'll draw a circle to curse you." Vera squatted azide, using her staff to sketch irregular circles on the ground. Ling He watched this scene, his head filled with dark thoughts. Vera cast a resentful glance at him. "I forgive you. Is your true form not a hat?" Ling He instinctively retorted. "Humph." With a light huff, Vera rose, brushing off the dust. She then pointed a finger at Ling He's face. "Only bullying your secretary and her hat is not the conduct befitting a lord aspiring to become an end producer." Seeing Vera's unexpectedly serious demeanor, Ling He gradually assumed a more earnest expression. "What do you think we should do now?" "Of course, we should go shopping." With that, Vera leaned closer to Ling He, her small hands mischievously navigating his interface. Growth path dismissed, personal panel dismissed. Upon revealing the words, trading post, Vera eagerly reached out and clicked inside. She then pointed at the first item listed in the trading post and winked at Ling He, her eyes conveying a clear message. "I want it." "Wait, you want me to buy this?" Ling He's expression darkened as he glanced at the item Vera was indicating. Lumberyard, spiritual transformation. Description: a lumberyard blessed by life, capable of promoting rapid and dense growth of trees through significant consumption of land nutrients. Price: 100,000 gold. Limited time offer: 6 days, 19 hours, 21 minutes. Chapter 4. Who is the good secretary boss? A limited time item priced at 100,000 gold was clearly something the trading post had showcased for display. At this early stage of the war game, who could afford such a luxury? "Are you serious?" Ling He questioned, eyeing Vera with skepticism. After receiving a confirming nod from her, he promptly lay down on the ground. 100,000 gold. Let us see if selling your lord would suffice. "Oh dear, my lord, why do you resemble a salted fish?" Vera tugged at Ling He's clothing, straining to pull him up from the ground. As the saying goes, youth is the prime time for striving. If you can't afford it now, you can always incur some debt. It said that accumulating debt is beneficial for your health. "Look, I don't even mind your financial situation." At this point, Vera crouched down beside Ling He, leaning close to his ear, glancing about furtively before whispering, "Let me tell you a secret." According to Vera's assessment, the value of the spiritual transformation lumberyard was at least 500,000 gold. Once this opportunity is gone, it may never return. Starting from nothing and incurring some debt, shameful. Listening to Vera's incessant talk of loans and debts, Ling He realized she had set her sights on his loan vouchers. Those vouchers had no upper limit on the loan amount. Therefore, purchasing with a voucher meant he only needed to repay 100,000 gold within a year. Imagining a year-long burden of 100,000 gold, Ling He donned a mask of anguish and unhesitatingly snatched Vera's hat to cover his face. He was someone who could open a small shop near an elementary school. How could he be outdone by his own secretary? "Do not casually take a lady's hat, you scoundrel little lord." As the makeshift cover disappeared, Ling He caught a glimpse of something refreshing in the trading post. Wait, spotting a fleeting item, He shot up from his despondent position. Vera, did you notice the newly listed goods in the trading post? Oh, Vera dusted off the hat, tilting her head in curiosity. Is this what you meant, my lord? As she spoke, her fingers swiftly navigated through the pages of the trading post, pausing at a somewhat mid-range position. Amidst the multitude of exorbitantly priced ordinary provisions, a particular construction material stands out with an air of peculiarity. Timber. Description: an essential material for crafting rudimentary infrastructure. Listed price: 2 gold pieces, including a transaction tax of 20, or barter for valuable items. With no architectural blueprints available at the moment, Ling He remains oblivious to the true potential of a bundle of timber. Thus, he turns his gaze towards Vera for assistance. Upon observing her engaged with the trading panel, he notices her curl her lips in a sardonic grin. Indeed, the asking price is exorbitant, though the material is worth less than 20 copper coins. A campfire crafted from it would only burn for a single night. A campfire that lasts merely one night? Ling He raises an eyebrow. It appears that a single bundle of timber is not particularly abundant. Yet, within the span of those few words, the timber marked at 2 gold pieces suddenly indicates that it has been sold. Subsequently, the regional channel is inundated with a flood of messages. Who just listed that timber? Oh, great one. Please list some more. I am willing to do anything. Sister is only 18 this year. All I need is a little construction material. Sob, sob, sob. As he watches the messages flashing rapidly across the channel, Ling He feels as though the excitement rivals that of a festival. After a while, he manages to sift through the plethora of inconsequential chatter to discern the current situation. Indeed, timber is remarkably easy to procure and is not a rare commodity. However, given that every individual in a region starts from a random location, some may find themselves in barren wastelands, deserts, or frigid tundras. For them, basic construction materials are in acute scarcity, often with no means of acquisition whatsoever. Furthermore, extreme terrains tend to foster aggressive, small creatures. It can be said that, were it not for the bread and water provided in the novice gift pack, the casualty figures in this region would be alarmingly high. Nonetheless, the harsh landscapes do not solely yield adverse effects. At least in these extreme environments, the likelihood of creatures dropping copper coins significantly surpasses that of conventional terrains. Several hours have passed since the choice of growth paths was made. Among thousands, a portion of individuals will inevitably choose to accept their circumstances and adapt to their current environment. This group constitutes the target audience for these basic construction materials. They possess 1 or 2 gold coins, yet lament the absence of goods available for purchase in the market. After all, in the wake of the sudden emergence of the war game, many would prefer to hoard surplus resources rather than list them for sale. Ling He contemplates a more sinister possibility. In the realm of the war game, one's kin may also become adversaries. Thus, severing access to essential survival resources could prove to be a lucrative venture. The human heart is treacherous, and anything is possible. Just as Ling He entertains these thoughts, a fresh batch of timber is anonymously listed in the trading hall, prompted by the clamoring voices in the regional channel. However, this time, the listed price has undergone a transformation. Timber. Introduction. Essential materials for constructing basic infrastructure. Sale price. 5 gold pieces, including a 20 transaction tax, or valuable items for barter. 5 gold. Selling a set of timber for 5 gold pieces is quite outrageous. However, it soon dawned on Ling He that it was virtually impossible for anyone to produce 5 gold pieces in one go. Even if they could, they would likely not invest in a mere set of timber. Therefore, the true purpose of this listing must be bartering. The anonymous seller of timber likely aimed to amass more resources from others during the early stages of the war game. What a clever scheme. Alas, regardless of the identity behind the anonymity, they would falter. Vera. Ling He turned to the young girl beside him, and their eyes met, both sharing a sly smile. It appears the Lord already has a plan. Indeed, your currency is insufficient to purchase this item. Would you like to use an item? Loan redemption voucher? Yes. As Ling He confirmed the use of the loan redemption voucher, a virtual construction view materialized before him. You have successfully purchased the item. Lumberyard, spiritual transformation. Please select the area for placement. Chapter 5. Contracted lumberjack. In the construction view, Ling He could choose the location and orientation for placing the building. After several attempts, he discovered that the initial placement point could not exceed 20 meters from where he stood. Given the expansive area of the spiritual transformation lumberyard, adjusting the direction and distance seemed futile. Thus, Ling He decisively placed the lumberyard just 3 meters in front of him. Confirm placement. Boom! As Ling He confirmed the placement, the plain suddenly erupted with intense vibrations, and towering trees emerged from the soil. The once unobstructed plain was instantly transformed into a dense forest. Simultaneously, A system notification echoed in Ling He's ear. Ding. Due to your purchase of a system item, you have successfully triggered the secretary profession skill. Haggling. You have received an additional reward. Recruitment order for citizens, contracted lumberjack. To think there was an additional reward. Ling He was pleasantly surprised that Vera could bring him even more delight. It seems that the role of secretary, replacing that of the affairs officer, entails more than just a change in title. With this thought, Ling He glanced sideways. Vera was standing with her staff held against her chest, head held high, a demeanor that awaited praise. Chuckling softly, Ling He realized he had underestimated her. Vera's body stiffened, and she instinctively adjusted her tall hat, a look of determination on her face. Fortunately, amidst the playful banter, she did not forget her duties as the chief secretary. Once she composed herself, Vera quickly approached Ling He again and opened the citizen recruitment panel, pointing to the only unit available for recruitment, the contracted lumberjack. Ling He cast a glance at it. Contracted lumberjack. Era. Stone Age producer path. Introduction. Having received preliminary education, these basic worker units comprehend the fundamental meaning of the term benefit. They once established a covenant, vowing eternal loyalty to this principle. Recruitment cost, 1 gold. This time, Vera need not elaborate further. Ling He had already selected the recruitment option. In an instant, a robust, muscular giant materialized before him. The man, unkempt and entirely bare save for a grass skirt woven from leaves to shield his lower half, stood imposing. Observing the spectacle, Ling He instinctively glanced at Vera, only to find her gaze unwavering, her cheeks devoid of any hint of embarrassment. Her eyes, fixed upon the contract lumberjack, bore no semblance of admiration for a muscular man. Rather, she regarded him as one might appraise an object. Noticing Ling He's scrutiny, Vera inquired with a hint of confusion, "What is it? You rogue lord." She seemed reluctant even to address him as my lord. "It's nothing." Open the citizen interface. Information regarding the contract lumberjack swiftly appeared before Ling He. Name none. Occupation, contract lumberjack. Salary, none. Special ability, none. Combat power, 5, extremely low. Well, it is to be expected from a basic unit. Its combat power, a mere 5. Surpassed only by the sum of 5 of himself and 5 of Vera. Nevertheless, compared to other basic units showcased in the channel, the contract lumberjack still possessed certain merits. Contemplating this, Ling He cast a glance at the regional channel. Many growth pathways initially grant corresponding citizen recruitment tokens, thus sparking ongoing discussions about basic citizens in the regional channel. Most types of basic citizens exhibit initial combat powers ranging from 1 to 5. Aside from lacking special abilities, the combat power of the contract lumberjack ranks among the highest for citizens recruitable at 1 gold. The aesthetic of pure numbers. As the proprietor, how about I bestow a name upon my first official employee? Upon hearing Ling He's words, the contract lumberjack's pupils constricted, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. All for the sake of benefit. How about you give yourself a name? All for the sake of benefit. Ling He observed the giant in silence. Is there nothing else you can say? All for the sake of benefit. Ha ha. Vera, witnessing the entire exchange, doubled over in laughter, clutching her belly. My lord, how could you ever think to communicate with such a primitive brute? As she spoke, she approached and patted the lumberjack's muscular chest, then pointed at her head. See this solid muscle? It's a brain swap. Hearing this, the contract lumberjack raised a hand and tapped the back of his head, evidently perplexed by Vera's words. Ling He sighed in exasperation, casually picking up the shabby stone axe from the ground, a gift from the novice package, and thrusting it into the lumberjack's embrace. Go chop your wood. Yes. At last, the contract lumberjack uttered something different. Ling thought for a moment that he might only utter that one phrase. Fortunately, despite his limited verbal skills, this contract lumberjack appeared to possess no significant intellectual deficiencies. As the stone axe was handed over to him, he turned and strode toward the nearest tree, delivering a powerful blow to the trunk. With each swing, a deep fissure emerged on the bark, attesting to the fact that his muscular physique was not merely for show. Simultaneously, a notification window popped up before Ling. You have assigned contract lumberjack 1 to the lumberyard, spirit transformation. Current productivity of the lumberyard, spirit transformation, 100 sets of wood per day. Coughing slightly, Ling was taken aback by the productivity rate of the lumberyard. If his memory served him correctly, the anonymous merchant in the trading hall had listed the sale price of wood at 5 gold. Yet here in his lumberyard, the output of a single lumberjack reached an impressive 100 sets of wood daily. This certainly suggested, though it was not a rare commodity after all. Bah, deceitful merchant. Achoo. In a hidden cave, Lin Shao sneezed and furrowed his brow slightly. who was cursing him now, but he quickly shook his head, glancing at the regional channel and trading hall interface before him. There were far too many who berated him. If he paid heed to each one, life would become rather tedious. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao gently moved his fingers to list several sets of wood in the trading hall. Would you like to remain anonymous? Yes. Soon, a private message popped up before him. Chapter 6. I am the protagonist. Ling He, may I ask how many sets of wood this blueprint can be exchanged for? At the same time, an image of a blueprint arrived in the private chat. Wooden cheval de frise. Era, Bronze Age, basic pathway. Description, an effective means of inflicting damage on charging units, and serves as a rudimentary defensive structure to obstruct infantry. Construction requires 3 sets of wood. 1 set. Ling He, impossible. In a snowy expanse, a battered woman clenched her fists tightly. Even if she pondered it with her feet, she knew that in the current age of primitive stone tools, or even before the Stone Age, a blueprint from the Bronze Age could not possibly be valued so cheaply. However, given her condition, she could hardly endure the biting cold for long. If she failed to procure sufficient wood for warmth before nightfall, the chilling winds could very well claim her life. Yet, in the chat interface, the anonymous merchant showed no signs of relenting. Anonymous? If that's the case, then you may seek other traders. And don't say I didn't warn you. Even in barter, a transaction through the trading hall incurs taxes. That blueprint from the Bronze Age will likely attract a hefty trading tax, won't it? Still haggling. The blueprint for a Bronze Age structure, she thought. Who else could she possibly sell it to besides me? Lin Xiao was well aware that the blueprint was worth far more resources. Given his growth path and abilities, he could easily provide more resources, but what difference would that make? Why would he assist his potential rivals? From the moment the war games commenced, Lin Xiao understood that. Compared to the yet-to-be-revealed foreign tribes, the thousands of human lords within the regional channel posed the most immediate threat. Moreover, if this individual truly required timber, he would ultimately have to seek it from Lin Xiao. This is because any items procured through the trading post, even in exchange for barter, necessitate taxation. Should the remaining gold coins prove insufficient to cover the taxes, both parties' items will be temporarily withheld within the trading post, rendering them inaccessible. This is precisely why Lin Xiao felt secure in his position. He had calculated that each tree in the wild could yield approximately 2 to 5 sets of timber. Given the tools and the quality of the subjects available to most, processing a single tree could take several hours. For those lacking initial recruitment options for subjects, the time required for a lord to personally chop wood might extend even further. In essence, even if someone were to initially arrive in a timber-rich area and immediately set about logging, after a few short hours and having harvested enough timber for their own development, they would be left with at most 1 to 3 sets. Such a modest quantity, even if sold, would barely suffice to cover the taxes for Bronze Age blueprints. It might even fall short. In contrast, Lin Xiao opened his personal panel and surveyed his growth path. Growth path, the false creator god. Current level 1. Unlocked passive. Tenfold amplification, profit and loss. From the moment he chose his growth path, Lin Xiao recognized that since the difficulty of growth correlates with the ultimate goal, manipulating that final objective would significantly alleviate the challenges along the way. The false creator god. This was the target Lin Xiao had meticulously crafted for himself. The subtle distinction between true and false rendered the growth difficulty vastly diminished. Yet, the abilities conferred by leveling up did not disappoint him. Tenfold amplification, profit and loss. Effect. When you successfully gather resources, you destroy 20 times the same resources in the vicinity, gaining a tenfold increase in resource collection. This effect cannot be disabled. Note, this effect is nullified if there are no identical resources surrounding the gathered items. Lin Xiao speculated that had he set his sights on becoming the true creator god, this ability might have negated the 20-fold resource destruction effect. Nevertheless, under the current circumstances, this was of little consequence. The tenfold increase in resource collection allowed Lin Xiao to obtain between 20 to 50 sets of timber from a single tree. As long as he swiftly navigated the early stages through the trading post, he could later encroach upon others' territories to compensate for his overwhelming resource consumption. With this thought, Lin Xiao smirked. Let those who once looked down upon me bear witness. In this era, I am the protagonist. However, as the trading post refreshed in the following moment, the smile on Lin Xiao's face gradually stiffened. A new item has been listed in the trading post. Timber. Description. Essential material for constructing basic infrastructure. Sale price. 1 gold. My lord, the profit margin on this transaction is far too low. At the entrance of the lumberyard, Vela lamented to Ling He while placing logs for sale in the trading post. Just moments ago, A towering tree had thunderously collapsed before Ling He. After nearly an hour of felling and cutting, Ling He had finally reaped his first rewards since acquiring the lumberyard. Wood, 10 sets. Indeed, merely one tree had yielded a substantial 10 sets of wood for Ling He. By this calculation, he roughly estimated that a contracted lumberjack should fell about 10 trees a day, factoring in meals and breaks, which would amount to approximately 12 hours of labor. Are you even listening to me? Vela's voice thundered beside Ling He. Lost in thought, he instinctively placed his hand on the girl's head, attempting to soothe her emotions, only to be obstructed by his tall hat. Cough, cough. Do you think my price is set too low? Vela nodded seriously, although she believed the true value of the wood was only around 20 copper, in a market where a loaf of bread sold for 50 copper. Even if Ling He priced it slightly higher, it would certainly sell. A price of 1 gold, yielding 500 in profit, seemed utterly insufficient in Vela's eyes. If their roles were reversed, she would never consider selling the timber at such a meager price. Chapter 7. Game Theory. Vela's frustrations were laid bare. After hearing her grievances, Ling He finally understood why she appeared so vexed after listing the wood. Oh, you. Ling He chuckled, tapping Vela's forehead. You embody the quintessential mindset of a Victorian-era capitalist. Have you heard of game theory? He inquired. What do you mean? Vela tilted her head in confusion. Seeing her perplexity, Ling He sighed inwardly. It seemed that in an era before the advent of game theory, capitalists were rather naive. Game theory, in essence, studies how individuals make choices that benefit themselves when influenced by others. Vela continued to shake her head in confusion. Ling He decided to rephrase, gesturing towards the trading post interface. In my view, the current trading post resembles a zero-sum game. Wood is a commodity that is certain to sell, yet the money in the hands of all participants is limited. A zero-sum game consists entirely of competition, with no possibility for cooperation, as one party's gain is necessarily another's loss. In other words, if we wish to acquire more gold, we must inevitably encroach upon the profits of other sellers. Upon mentioning gold, Vela's understanding sparked. So, according to you, those who sell similar goods are our adversaries? If we wish to increase our income, the best strategy is to lower prices and diminish the survival space of others. With each word, Vela's eyes grew brighter. Precisely. Given the fixed nature of profits in the trading post, there is no need for us to collaborate with other merchants for mutual benefit. Exchanging 100 bundles of wood for 500 gold coins yields returns that are decidedly inferior to the trade of 1,000 bundles for 1,000 coins. Absolutely correct. Ling snapped his fingers, and I believe we can take a more extreme approach. More extreme? Vera blinked in surprise. Indeed, Ling's gaze shifted to the trading interface. 1 gold coin per bundle of wood still seemed excessively high to him. If we are to act, let us do so decisively, devouring all the profits of the trading market and starving those unscrupulous merchants. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification chimed. Ding. The 10 bundles of wood you listed have all been sold. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was scowling as he dealt with the scattered piles of wood at his feet. The trading market had suddenly listed 10 bundles of wood at 1 gold coin each, most of which he had purchased. However, not all of it was his. He had merely been a moment too slow, and 3 bundles had already been sold to others. The thought of this made Lin Xiao grit his teeth, his gaze fiercely scanning the trading hall for the second seller of wood. Conscientious merchant. That damned scoundrel. Does he even realize what he is doing? Although only 3 bundles of wood at 1 gold coin each had successfully circulated, it had already caused a significant uproar in the regional chat. Nearly everyone recognized that the price of wood could not remain high indefinitely, leading them to adopt a wait-and-see attitude. This included several individuals who had previously attempted to barter with Lin Xiao. Soon, their private messages ceased entirely. Gazing at the silent chat interface before him, Lin Xiao slammed his fist into the ground. He had been starving these individuals for a long time, on the verge of reaping his rewards, only to be thwarted by a few bundles of wood listed by that conscientious merchant. Although Lin Xiao was certain that the merchant could not possibly offer more wood at 1 gold coin per bundle, the ensuing period of indecision would significantly hinder his development. This was something Lin Xiao, who considered himself the protagonist, could not tolerate. Falling behind, even a step, meant being left behind by countless others. Conscientious merchant, is it? A chilling voice escaped Lin Xiao's lips. We shall see. Unbeknownst to Ling, who had not even stepped outside his door, he had already garnered the ire of others. At this moment, he was materializing the gold coins he had just acquired. After deducting the 20 coins in transaction fees from the 10 bundles, at 1 coin each, he found himself with a total of 8 coins, a modest handful. Feeling a bit weary from holding them, Ling handed the coins to Vera. Would you like to hold them for a while? Faced with the glimmering gold coins, Vera's eyes widened. all her previous sentiments dissipating. Long live the Lord! With a jubilant cheer, Vera seized all the coins from Ling's hands. The golden coins, basking in the sunlight, reflected a radiant glow, transforming Vera's gaze into a shimmering golden hue. After cradling the warm coins for several minutes, Vera reluctantly returned them to Ling He, my lord, and amplified the output. I can scarcely contain my anticipation to witness the lamentations of those unscrupulous merchants at the trading post. Their expressions shall undoubtedly be quite amusing. Speaking of which, Vera cast a curious glance at Ling He, inquiring, my lord, from whence did you acquire such knowledge of game theory? Ah, secret. Ling He replied with an awkward chuckle, resolute in his decision never to disclose that this so-called game theory was gleaned from the local grocery shop at the elementary school gate. After all, the funds held by a child are limited, and for every 50 cents snatched from a young scholar's grasp for a spicy snack, another merchant loses that same 50 cents in profit. Very well, Vera conceded, sensing Ling He's reluctance to divulge further details, and promptly shifted the conversation. How do you plan to handle these gold coins? Quite simply, Ling He instinctively replied, I shall hire 4 lumberjacks and procure 4 stone axes from the trading post. He had observed that the price for stone axes was a mere gold coin, appearing rather inexpensive compared to other goods. After all, this item is ubiquitous, of little utility, lacks technical complexity, and is not a necessity, hence its price remains low. Yet, upon uttering these words, Ling He received no response from Vera. Is there something amiss with my proposal? He queried, puzzled as he looked at her. To him, a balance of labor and tools seemed just right. However, he was met with Vera's polite yet awkward smile. What I mean to suggest is, might it be possible for you to consider increasing the wages a bit? Reminded by Vera, Ling He suddenly recalled a passive skill he had overlooked. All loyalty of your subjects is converted into wages, which will confer a bonus effect to all units along the producer's path. Chapter 8. The Contracted Axeman. The contracted lumberjack is indeed a unit of the producer's path, meaning this unit can benefit from the wage bonus associated with that path. Initially, in this time of financial scarcity, Ling He had not intended to engage this passive skill. However, since Vera had brought it to his attention, he endeavored to slightly elevate the wage amount for his sole contracted lumberjack. Just 1 copper coin should suffice. Would you like to adjust the wage amount? Yes. As the words left his lips, alterations appeared in the interface of the contracted lumberjack. Wages, 1 copper per day. Bonus effect, resource output rate increased by 10. Ling He raised an eyebrow at the enhancement brought by the wages and casually opened the interface for the enchanted lumberyard. Indeed, with the wage for the single contracted lumberjack elevated to 1 copper, the daily output within the enchanted lumberyard had surged to 110 units of timber. According to the prior selling price, 10 units of timber could yield 10 gold, equating to 1,000 copper. Thus, with an expenditure of merely 1 copper, could he truly be reaping a 1,000-fold return daily? No, it appeared more than that. Ling He realized that the wages could indeed be further enhanced. He immediately set to work. As the amount of wages increased, 2 copper, 3 copper for copper, the actions of the contracted lumberjacks became increasingly swift, with their movements almost leaving behind afterimages. With each additional copper in wages, the resource output rate of the contracted lumberjacks would rise by 10, maintaining this rate until it reached 15 copper. Just as Ling and was about to continue increasing the wages, Vera grasped his hand. Do not increase it any further, she exclaimed, leaning closer to his hand and manipulating the interface before them, pulling up several screens. My lord, look here, Vera pointed to the interface of the contracted lumberjacks. Once Ling adjusted the wages to 15 copper, this interface underwent a qualitative transformation. Name, none. Occupation, contracted axe warrior. Wages, full payment. Note, increasing wages beyond full payment will not provide further benefits. Special abilities, exuberant, valiant, combat power, 10-8, contracted axe warrior. Although Vera pointed at the words full payment, Ling's attention was entirely captured by the occupation line. He had not anticipated that merely increasing the wages could lead to such a transformation in occupation. Upon opening the occupation subinterface, it was indeed vastly different from that of the contracted lumberjack. Contracted axe warrior. Description: the continuous rise in their profit index has rendered their spirits exceedingly high. For them, felling trees is as effortless as breathing. Attribute 1, exuberant. This unit's resource output rate increases by 150 and combat power rises by 100. Attribute 2, valiant in battle. Death cannot serve as a deterrent to reduce this unit's morale, and intimidation based on appearance is ineffective against this unit. With extraordinarily high combat power, elevated morale, and remarkable resource gathering efficiency, alongside a certain immunity to intimidation. Such lavish attributes were far beyond what a basic populace unit valued at 1 gold should possess. At least, compared to every basic unit Ling had seen in the regional channel, the current contracted Axe Warrior appeared immensely superior. Aside from the substantial monthly cost of 450 copper to maintain their combat readiness, this unit had virtually no drawbacks. No, the high wages were never a detriment to the contracted Axe Warrior. As a unit that could be recruited for just 1 gold, it was unreasonable to expect more from them. With this thought in mind, Ling lowered his head and planted a firm kiss on Vera's cheek. "I owe you this one." "Well, it's not like I ever desired to distribute wages," she retorted, still pointing at the words full payment. Suddenly caught off guard, she shivered and jumped aside. "What are you doing, you scoundrel lord? I'm not the type of secretary you imagine." "What type of secretary do you mean?" Ling instinctively asked. But he quickly realized what Vera was implying, and a wave of embarrassment washed over him. "Enough. I'm not desperate enough to pursue a heartless capitalist from the Victorian era." "Huh?" Vera's expression darkened immediately upon hearing this. Pointing a finger at Ling He's nose, he exclaimed, "You, an impertinent bastard who hasn't even considered distributing the wages, have no right to speak to me." The two exchanged intense gazes, sparks seemingly igniting between them, only to deflate in unison. Confirming their mutual understanding, they recognized each other as equals. Since it wasn't their first quarrel, Ling He opened his mouth in an attempt to ease the tension. However, in the next moment, he noticed Vera's expression shift abruptly as she raised her staff and struck it forcefully against the ground. "Someone else coming." Before Ling He could respond, an immense force knocked him down. In that instant, he felt a chilling breeze brush against his cheek. Whoosh. Bang. A faint sound of collision resonated behind him as he fell, landing on the ground with a muscle-bound ancient warrior pressing down on him. "Ouch, that hurts," he exclaimed, yet he didn't remain in a daze. First, he pushed away the warrior who had tackled him, then turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. There, he noticed a slender gash on the bark of a massive tree. Due to the absence of any remnants, it was indiscernible what weapon had been used. However, Ling He understood that the recent attack had been directed at his head. If struck, his head certainly lacked the tree's formidable defenses. Vera, leaning on her staff, approached Ling He and pointed toward the direction outside the lumberyard, indicating the presence of uninvited guests. Ling He nodded and rose from the ground, forming a conjecture that the commotion caused by the spiritual lumberyard had drawn the attention of unknown entities nearby. The tranquility he had enjoyed while lying on the grass for several hours had nearly allowed him to forget that this was a war game, dominated by the theme of conflict. In accordance with his usual disposition, Ling He would never engage in a battle fraught with the potential for injury. However, the spiritual lumberyard was an asset he had acquired through a loan of 100,000 gold coins. The thought of his fixed assets being threatened ignited a surge of fervor within him, rushing to his head. "Whoever is out there, let us confront them." Chapter 9. First Victory. Yet the fervor did not cloud Ling He's judgment. Before charging out of the lumberyard, he prudently utilized the remaining funds to recruit 3 contract lumberjacks. He then equipped each of them and set their wages to the maximum. With 4 formidable contract axe warriors acting as shields in front of him and Vera, he finally dared to burst forth from the lumberyard. Upon reaching the exterior, Ling He was taken aback by the sight before him. What in the world is that? A slime? If the slippery, oval creature roughly half a meter in size on the distant lawn was indeed a slime, it bore no resemblance to the slimes he had imagined. Just then, he observed the creature stirring in the distance. Its body quivered, and waves rippled across its surface. In the next moment, a small ice crystal, mere centimeters in size, slowly emerged from its body. Whoosh! The sound of shattering ice echoed as the crystalline shards flew towards Ling He and his companions like bullets. Fortunately, Ling He had adequately prepared this time, with 4 sturdy warriors forming a protective barrier in front of him. The ice shards merely pierced the chest of one of the contract axe warriors, leaving no further consequences. Perhaps due to their relatively low power, the warrior struck by the shard did not even emit a sound of discomfort. Remarkable. Ling He gave a thumbs up to the warrior before pointing towards the distant blue slime. "Charge forth and vanquish it." At that moment, the gelatinous creature did not continue to conjure ice shards. Thus, Ling He deduced from the time elapsed since the initial attack that the adversary required approximately a minute to regroup. With this understanding, fear held no sway over him. The 4 contract axe warriors before him appeared equally undaunted. Upon receiving Ling He's command, they simultaneously proclaimed, "All for profit," and surged forward. The warriors moved with commendable speed. During this interval, the blue slime managed to launch only 1 ice shard before the 4 warriors closed in. Then, With their stone axes raised, they struck down. The axes, lacking sharpness, were more akin to bludgeoning than cleaving. With the might of the contract axe warriors, each blow sent forth a spatter of gelatinous fluid. In less than a minute, the slime-like creature was thoroughly obliterated, reduced to a puddle of muck upon the ground. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Ling He's ears, accompanied by a pop-up notification on his interface. Congratulations, you have achieved your first victory against an alien lord. You have gained growth experience, 0. You have obtained loot, none. An alien lord? It dawned on Ling He, as he beheld the notification, that the creature resembling slime was not a neutral entity spawned within the war game. Realizing this, Ling He hastened towards the scene while exclaiming, "Wait, don't smash it anymore." Alas, he was too late. By the time Ling He and Vera arrived, the slime had been so thoroughly destroyed that its original form was unrecognizable. Amid the scattered remnants of gelatin lay a solitary, pitiful copper coin. Vera, however, showed no disdain. She knelt and reached into the mushy remains of the slime to retrieve the coin, all the while taunting, "Tsk, what a miser." As she tucked the copper coin into her satchel, Ling He noticed that his personal panel did not reflect an increase in currency. He shook his head in resignation. It was not the copper coin that concerned him. After all, Vera had not hoarded the gold coin he had previously given her, and this trivial copper coin was of little consequence. She could keep it for her amusement. What truly disheartened Ling He was the missed opportunity of encountering an alien lord, only to see it vanish so swiftly. Since the advent of war games, there has yet to be any report of a discovery regarding foreign lords within the regional channel. While it is plausible that those who have encountered these foreign lords have chosen to conceal such information, it is equally possible that this is a first encounter. With this in mind, Ling He accessed the regional chat interface and composed a message. "Conscientious merchant, beware of the round, slippery creature resembling a slime. It is a foreign being, potentially a foreign lord, exhibiting strong aggression and, indeed, capable of taking lives." Upon dispatching this message, a considerable uproar ensued within the regional chat, predominantly characterized by skepticism. Worldly wins. Has the person above become deluded by the game? Even slimes are now emerging. Should I slay a troll for your amusement? Mr. Nonchalant. I would rather encounter a slime than be pursued by a pack of wretched wolves. Help. Silence, wait. Did you not notice who sent that message? The regional channel fell into a brief moment of silence. Then, Ling He observed as the discussion veered off course. For due to his non-anonymous listings in the trading hall, astute observers had recognized him. "Oh my, I just realized it's the merchant. The one selling lumber. Merchant, do you still have lumber at 1 gold for a stack? My child cannot gather wood in the desert. I implore you." Oomph. Hidden within the cavern, Lin Xiao snorted at the messages flooding the regional channel. He had anticipated such an outcome. Human nature is insatiably greedy. Once someone offers lumber at a lower price, others will mentally affix a value to it, thereby complicating his efforts to amass resources through lumber. Although he harbored a deep-seated animosity toward the individual known as the conscientious merchant, he did not dismiss the message shared in the regional channel as frivolous, unlike the majority. A foreign lord resembling a slime? Lin Xiao mused, his eyes narrowing gradually. This is a threat that must be eradicated. I shall remember this. Just then, Ling He sent another message within the channel. "Conscientious merchant, new lumber will be available for listing in an hour. Please be patient, dear friends." Heart gesture. What? Lin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood up. How could he possibly acquire more lumber? Chapter 10. Voices of Angels and Demons. The exclamations within the regional channel did not concern Ling He. However, before he could speak, Vera raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Huh. Shortly thereafter, Ling He noticed Vera scanning the surroundings, seemingly confirming something. Then she moved stealthily, as if a thief, pacing around the grass surrounding the slain slime with her staff in hand. She tapped here and prodded there, the tip of her staff brushing against the weeds, producing a delicate rustling sound. Suddenly, the staff she leaned on sank down, and a satisfied smile crept onto her lips. It seems my guess was correct. I have found you. As the words fell from her lips, the staff plunged down mercilessly. A gasp echoed from beneath the lawn. Upon hearing this sound, Ling He immediately commanded several contract axe warriors to advance. As a thin layer of grass was disturbed, the onlookers beheld what Varys sought. Another slime? Ling He instinctively remarked. This dirt-covered, grimy sphere was indeed another slime. However, the one concealed beneath the lawn differed significantly from the one that had just been smashed into a pulp. For instance, its color was not a vibrant blue, but a deep crimson, and its size was considerably larger than the previous one. Roughly estimated, this red slime measured a full meter in diameter. Moreover, This slime, hidden beneath the grass, made no attempt to attack, even as Ling He approached. He could sense its body trembling. Gurgle. Gurgling sounds emanated from the quaking slime, resembling the feeble growls of a small beast confronted by a threat. Vera extended her finger and poked the deep red slime in the muddy pit, then turned to Ling He with a hint of amusement, saying, "It is afraid of me." Although it was merely a poke, Ling He could distinctly feel the slime trembling even more violently. Following this, to Ling He's wide-eyed astonishment, two round, ball-like appendages, resembling arms, emerged from the red slime, extending forward. Each ball held a gleaming gold coin, accompanied by the trembling sounds emanating from within the slime. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of swallowing echoed. Ling He swiftly shifted his gaze, casting a look of disdain towards Vera. Sure enough, upon witnessing the gold coin offered by the slime, Vera's eyes widened in awe, and she began to subtly swallow her own saliva. After a prolonged moment, she turned her gaze to Ling He. "If I am not mistaken, this fellow hiding beneath the grass is the true mastermind behind our recent attack. What do you intend to do with it, you scoundrel lord?" She found it difficult to resist the allure of the gold coin, thus willingly passed the challenging decision to Ling He. Following Vera's gaze, the slime, still holding the coin, extended its ball-like arms toward Ling He. Gurgle? The coin appeared and vanished intermittently in the slime's grasp. This ability confirmed Vera's earlier assertion. It was indeed the slime lord, not the azure slime that had just been reduced to mush by the contract axe warriors. Hissing, he inhaled sharply. Vera had truly presented him with an exceedingly challenging dilemma. Clearly, one cannot possess both the gold coins and the life of the slime lord. Much like how the azure slime had only yielded a single copper coin. Should I slay the slime before me, the coins would surely remain out of reach. Yet, hesitation ensues as the voices of angels and demons whisper in my ear. The angel implores, "Spare it, for the sake of the gold." But it is a foreign lord. Releasing it could lead to endless future troubles. However, it offers you gold. The demon's voice abruptly interrupts my thoughts, yet it had clearly intended to kill me. Nonetheless, it offers you gold. Enough, I suddenly exclaim, dispelling the chaotic thoughts swirling in my mind, and glare fiercely at Vera. Do not speak such nonsense in my head. Huh? Vera points to herself, her face a canvas of confusion. Ding. The delightful sound of the system notification rings out as my gold coins increase by one. The slime then realizes that it has lost its coin. It gazes upon my face, which bears a devilish grin. I shall accept this coin as compensation for emotional distress, a fair trade, devoid of deceit. However, your earlier intention to harm me is worth far more than this paltry sum. As I speak, I extend my hand, making a gesture universally understood. If you seek my life, you must pay more. Gurgle, gurgle. The slime emits a trembling sound, yet it does not produce more coins. Instead, it burrows deeper into the mire. No money? Witnessing this, I shake my head in disappointment. That is quite unfortunate. With my words, I take several steps back, while the surrounding contract axemen raise their stone axes in unison. Gurgle, gurgle. As the stone axe descends, the slime quakes in fear. Fortunately, I cannot comprehend the slime's language, for it seems to convey, though I am not human, you are indeed a dog. However, the slime in the mire clearly does not intend to surrender. In the very moment the axe is about to strike, its body ripples like the previous azure slime. Then, a faint flicker of flame ascends. The small flame reaches the chest of the contract axeman, vanishing instantaneously, its power far inferior to that of the earlier ice shard. Yet at that moment, Vera's eyes seem to glimmer as if she has spotted treasure, and she shouts, "Spare the ball under the axe." Whoosh. The stone axe halts mere centimeters above the slime's head. Luckily, their combat prowess is high enough to control the axe's momentum with ease. Had been another, the slime would likely have been cleaved into 8 pieces. What happened? I asked Vera, somewhat puzzled. Chapter 11. Unveiling New Merchandise. I believe I just glimpsed wealth. Currently, the slime appears entirely unremarkable. However, just an instant ago, she perceived the fleeting glimmer of a valuable item. I harbor no doubts regarding Vera's words. For this exceptional secretary possesses the eye of value deconstruction. If Vera claims to have seen something of value, then the slime must indeed possess something precious. You, my friend, are rather untrustworthy. Ling He cast a gaze of profound disappointment towards the slime in the mire, causing it to tremble. Ultimately, it could not withstand the 2 piercing stares, akin to wolves eager to devour their prey. The slime rummaged through its body and extracted a soft, red gel. This is it. Vera pointed at the gel the slime had produced, wishing to touch it, but hesitating to do so directly. After a moment of contemplation, she conceived a clever idea and gently prodded the gel with the tip of her staff. Whoosh! A flame ignited. Fortunately, Vera's staff was coated with an unfamiliar varnish, rendering it non-flammable, thus preventing the fire from traveling up to her hand. Subsequently, Vera declared her appraisal, an exceptionally efficient and useful incendiary material, which I estimate to be worth no less than 30 copper coins each. 30 copper coins? Upon hearing this, Ling He turned his gaze towards the slime in the mud. Its rotund form no longer resembled a hostile overlord, but rather appeared as a grinning deity of wealth. While 30 copper coins may not seem a significant price, it is worth noting that timber appraised at 20 copper coins by Vera is currently valued much higher in the marketplace. Most importantly, there has yet to be anyone selling incendiary materials in the entire trading post. If Ling He could pioneer this market, he would be the first to take the plunge, thereby establishing himself as a monopolist. The mere thought of this caused images of wealth to dance in Ling He's eyes. Do not misunderstand. He was not solely motivated by greed. He was also considering his own growth path, which had yet to reach level 1. The producer pathway stipulated that monopolizing the market was the sole means for Ling He to acquire growth experience. The 10 sets of timber previously sold accounted for only a minuscule portion of a market share, resulting in a mere fractional increase in his experience points. However, if he could introduce a new product, the situation would be vastly different. Contemplating this, Ling He's expression towards the slime softened considerably. Gurgle? In the mire? Due to the language barrier, the slime could not comprehend why these bipedal creatures exhibited such varied expressions. Seeing Ling He, who had taken its gold coins, direct his gaze toward it once more, the slime promptly extracted 2 more blobs of gel, adopting a defensive posture as if to convey, "Do not approach. I am not easily intimidated." Yet, observing the gel produced by the slime only intensified Ling He's interest. He retrieved the gold coins he had taken from the slime and proposed, "How about we strike a deal?" Fearing the slime might not grasp his intentions, Ling He pointed first to his coins, then to the gel in the slime's grasp. Gurgle? The slime appeared puzzled. It seemed to partially understand Ling He's meaning, but was still uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, the slime cautiously extended its gel, while Ling He produced a gold coin. However, Ling He did not proceed with the exchange immediately. Instead, he gestured with his hand, indicating a 1 toward his gold coin and a 9 toward the slime's gel. At last, the slime comprehended Ling He's intent. The handful of gel was neither more nor less than exactly 9 units. Yet, Ling He's brow furrowed in dismay. What a strange world it had become, where even slimes resorted to cunning tricks, selling a single clump of gel divided into 9 portions. This slime would surely be viewed as a rogue merchant among its kin. Such behavior could jeopardize their budding friendship. It was admirable that he wished to carve out a new market, but that did not equate to tolerating a slime's deceit right before him. Just then, a voice filled with wonder emerged from Vera's lips. "Oh!" She reached out and took a piece of gel from the slime, squeezing it in her hand. These smaller gels appeared to possess greater value, more stable, easier to carry, and suitable for storage in case of emergencies. These diminutive gels might be worth around 50 copper coins. Upon hearing this, Ling He promptly stuffed his gold coins into the slime's body and seized all the small gels from its grasp. The transaction was delightful. Simultaneously, Ling He listed the new merchandise directly in the trading hall. Fire slime gel. Description: the excretion of a fire slime, suitable for long-term storage as an ignition source, can be used to ignite flammable materials. Listing price: 1 gold coin each, including a transaction tax of 20. Unlike wood, while the listing price of these gels was not exorbitant by current market standards, they did not sell readily. After all, fire starting techniques have been passed down by ancestors, and with just 1 gold coin to recruit a villager willing to invest some effort, it shouldn't be too difficult. However, the name Fire Slime Gel ignited a fervent discussion in the regional channel. Little Boo, there really are slimes? I thought the vendor was just joking with everyone. Shichu Overlord, wait. Has the vendor already ventured into the territories of other races with all these slime materials? Jusego's Fish, 666. That's our vendor, balancing development and expansion seamlessly. Seeking a guide, 1. Seeking a guide, 10,086. A flurry of requests for guidance swept across the regional channel. Yet, Ling He keenly noticed an unusual line among the chatter. Call me Battle Maniac. Ignition materials should be challenging to sell right now. From the perspective of resisting foreign tribes, I'll buy a portion to show my support. Chapter 12. Adorable Slime. Meanwhile, the gel Ling He had listed sold out in an instant, with 1 gold and 60 copper being credited to his personal panel. Look at this. Now that is what I call vision. Merely talking without purchasing amounts to nothing. That nickname battle maniac sounded vaguely familiar. Ling instinctively glanced at the regional channel. But the recent message had been buried beneath a deluge of trivial chatter, prompting him to disregard it. He swiftly acquired 2 gold coins. Turning his attention back to the slime in the mud pit, Ling smiled and waved the coins in his hand. Although the flammable materials were not selling particularly well at present, he believed that with the passage of time, as people accumulated more wealth and night fell, a market would emerge. In any case, stockpiling goods now seemed a prudent decision. Drawing from his recent trading experience, the slime in the pit understood and produced 18 small gel balls from within, obediently completing the transaction and taking the 2 gold coins from Ling's grasp. Ling assessed the profit from this transaction, which should somewhat alleviate the fright he had experienced. Therefore, he had no intention of further troubling the seemingly pitiable slime. Exploiting the vulnerable or engaging in unscrupulous practices was not the conduct of a conscientious merchant. He waved his hand, signaling the surrounding contract axe warriors to stand down, and stepped back, pulling Vera to his side. Once he had cleared the area around the pit, Ling gestured to the slime. "You may leave now. Feel free to visit often. It would be splendid if you could bring some goods for trade. We could mutually benefit each other." The slime, though unable to comprehend the language of the bipedal beings, sensed the willingness of its counterpart to let it go. With a leap, the slime sprang from the mud pit and, with a series of convulsions, shook off the muck clinging to its form. At that moment, Ling noticed for the first time that the slime had eyes, previously obscured by the filth. Now, free of the grime, the slime appeared rather endearing. "It could fetch a good price as a pet," Vera murmured softly. Ling shot her a disapproving glance. How could she voice his thoughts? He would never sell a potential trading partner. That would be utterly unethical. With a hint of guilt, he glanced back at the slime. Fortunately, it could not understand human speech. Otherwise, he might have jeopardized future dealings. However, it was peculiar that, despite having cleared the path, the slime showed no intention of departing. Just as Ling pondered this oddity, the slime made a new move. It blinked its big, watery eyes and hopped twice in his direction. The contract axe warriors immediately raised their stone axes, vigilant of the slime's actions. Sensing their unease, the slime quickly ceased its movements and produced small gel balls from its body, signaling its benign intentions. "Are you intending to continue trading with me?" Ling inquired, observing the slime's gestures and signaling the warriors to lower their axes. "But I currently have no gold coins." The slime, unable to comprehend Ling He's words, observed several contract axe warriors ceasing their assault. It then bounced over to Ling He, playfully rubbing against him and Vela. Strangely, despite having just emerged from the muck, the slime's exterior remained impeccably clean. Warm, soft, and slick, it piqued Vela's curiosity, prompting her to squeeze the creature and instinctively propose a price. Transformed into luxury items like sofas, it could fetch over 10 gold coins. Though the slime could not grasp Vela's speech, it keenly sensed the fleeting aura of menace she exuded. In that instant, her presence seemed more formidable than that of the surrounding contract axe warriors, compelling the slime to retreat behind the seemingly gentler Ling He. "Enough of that. Don't frighten it," Ling He said, gently patting the slime, which was after all his sole supplier of slime gel at present. Its ability to monopolize in the trading post depended entirely on this little creature. The slime extended its round little hands, clutching Ling He's thigh affectionately. This gesture brought a smile to his face. "You're not planning to linger here, are you?" The slime continued to nuzzle against Ling He's leg. Vela, feeling somewhat miffed after being brushed aside, approached with her staff and poked the slime. Yet, the creature showed no intention of letting go, seemingly resolved to accompany them. Vela, stroking her chin with her gloved hand, suggested, "Why don't we let stay? It can serve as both a pet and a financial resource." Ling He instinctively nodded, but quickly shook his head. It felt exceedingly strange to regard a future trade partner as a pet. He could not fathom such a notion. However, when he looked down into the slime's large, watery eyes, he found himself unable to resist giving it another gentle rub. "From now on, I shall call you Hamburger." It was merely a name to better address this future collaborator, devoid of any intention to treat it as a pet. The slime, seemingly fatigued from its nuzzling, gazed up at Ling He with curiosity, unsure of what the two bipeds were discussing. At that moment, Vela could no longer contain her amusement and chuckled softly. "Hamburger is a delightful name. It reminds me of the comforts of home. I didn't expect you to be so creative, my lord." "Of course. Your lord is quite cultured," Ling He replied, nodding in agreement. He then cast a stern glance at the contract axe warriors standing idly around. "What are you all doing just standing there? Do you expect the trees to transform themselves into lumber?" The warriors, typically unflinching against the icy shards, trembled at Ling He's authoritative tone. Chapter 13. In the presence of family, setting my own pace, the contract axe warrior departed, allowing the slime to become more audacious. In full view of Vera, it burrowed between Ling He's legs, lifting him entirely with a startled exclamation before bouncing towards the lumberyard. Vera, serving as the secretary, was flung a considerable distance, momentarily stunned, before she stamped her foot in frustration. You too, wait for me, you wretched slime knight. With all tasks entrusted to the contract axe warrior, Ling He and Vera spent the ensuing time playing with the slime until a new batch of timber was completely processed. Wow, this batch seems rather substantial. Ling He stood before a pile of wood, gesturing to indicate its height. This stack was even taller than he was while mounted on the slime, approximately 100 sets, as calculated by Vera. The spirit-infused lumberyard was not a wilderness. The yield from each tree was fairly consistent. Thus, with the efficiency of 4 fully equipped contract axe warriors, producing 100 sets of timber in an hour was quite a reasonable expectation. Naturally, barring any unforeseen circumstances was ideal. Ling He did not intend to rely on these contract axe warriors to suddenly exceed expectations and produce additional sets for him every hour. Vera. Vera turned, somewhat puzzled by Ling He calling her name. She then heard his next request. Help me set this up? I knew it would come to this. Vera sighed in resignation. The trading hub of the war game was not a magical space where merely calling out collect would gather resources for miles around. Previously, with only 10 sets, Ling He had no intention of undertaking the task personally. Now, faced with over 100 sets of timber, it had truly become a matter of physical labor, making it even less feasible for him to handle it himself. All right. What is a secretary for? I understand. As she spoke, Vera guided Ling He, along with the slime, to the timber pile, then pulled up an interface in front of him to begin organizing the wood into sets. Meanwhile, Ling He opened the regional chat channel. At that moment, many were awaiting his actions due to his earlier promise made an hour prior. Has it been over an hour already? Why hasn't the vendor put up the timber yet? It's likely he encountered some issues. After all, he faced an outside lord earlier. Perhaps he is in a perilous situation? Most participants in the chat had no doubt that Ling He would continue to list the timber. Anyone with discernment could see that this was the critical period when wood supplies were most scarce, and those capable of harvesting surplus timber would not miss this lucrative opportunity. Their only concern was the pricing of the timber Ling He would list next. One must admit, even if he lists new timber, I doubt it will be priced at 1 gold per set. Everyone is aware that the current price of timber fluctuates between 2 to 5 gold coins. How can you be certain that the next listing won't be priced at 3 or even 4 gold coins? The one who felt abducted responded, surely not. The vendor seems willing to share his intelligence. I genuinely believe he is a good person. A mocking laughter erupted from behind the screen, followed by new dialogue in the regional channel. Let us assume he continues to sell timber at 1 gold per unit. How many units do you think he can sell at once? 10 units? 15 units? Or perhaps 20? Wake up. Our region has over 10,000 residents. Even if there were affordable timber, what makes you think it would reach us? Instead of gambling on a lottery, if timber is truly needed, the existing stock in the trading hall is the optimal choice, ensuring no hindrance to our development. Happiness is self-given. That statement seems to hold some truth. Indeed, replied another voice. As Ling and observed the shift from dissent to agreement within the regional chat, he suddenly sensed something amiss. His intention behind releasing low-priced timber was to deliver a severe blow to the unscrupulous merchants in the trading hall. However, if the current trend continued, many might feel they would not receive their timber in time, ultimately resorting to paying exorbitant prices to the same merchants. This would make it even more challenging for him to monopolize the timber trade. Could this awakening brother possibly be one of the same unscrupulous merchants selling timber in the trading hall? With a wry smile, Ling thought to himself. Back when he sold spicy strips for 50 cents at the primary school gate, he faced no rivals. Could he now falter against these merchants? Vera, for this listing, let us adjust our timber price to 50 copper coins. Huh? Vera replied incredulously, turning to him. Are we embarking on a charitable endeavor now? Can't you think of something more reasonable? Ling retorted somewhat irritably, extending his hand to pat Vera's hat down. I told you not to touch a lady's hat. Vera, clutching her hat, pouted in annoyance. I simply don't understand. Surely, 1 gold is already quite low in today as trading hall. Weren't you the one who mentioned that a unit of timber was valued at around 20 copper coins? Ling remarked softly. Ah, it seems you're right. With Ling Ant's reminder, Vera felt considerably relieved. Very well, you are the Lord. Your word is final. Dear family, I apologize for the wait. I encountered some unforeseen circumstances. In order to earn your forgiveness, The vendor has made a heart-wrenching decision. The timber, originally priced at 1 gold per unit, is now offered at a mere 50 copper coins for a total of 100 units. 50 copper coins, a bargain you cannot afford to miss. Family, hurry to the trading hall. Upon the announcement, the regional channel did not erupt with excitement. Rather, it remained eerily silent, devoid of any discussions regarding timber for quite some time. In the trading hall, every time Vera listed a batch of timber, it was promptly snatched up, with sales occurring at a pace even more rapid than her listing. As the timber flew off the shelves, the sales of the fire slime gel that Ling had listed also began to rise. Chapter 14. A person of extraordinary abilities. Observing the increasing amount of gold in his personal interface, Ling's smile grew ever more pronounced. It appeared that the fire slime gel was not lacking in demand. Rather, those who required it simply lacked the means to ignite it. As long as the timber continued to sell, the sales of fire slime gel would naturally follow suit. However, at that moment, an uninvited guest intruded upon his private chat. Creator God, why bother? On the other side, Lin Xiao stared at the message he had just sent, momentarily taken aback. In a fit of anger, he had forgotten to remain anonymous. Fortunately, due to his previous anonymity, no one should be able to deduce his identity now. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiao altered his tone and resumed typing in the chat window. Creator God, given the current state of the trading hall, acquiring all the listed timber is hardly a challenge. What benefit do you gain from selling timber at such a low price, other than disrupting the market? A snort? Ling chuckled softly at the words that appeared in the private chat interface. Had he become so impatient so soon? Analyzing rationally, he was merely belittling himself while coaxing others into the arms of unscrupulous merchants. Conscientious vendor. So what is your esteemed opinion? Noting that Ling's tone was not overly aggressive, Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Communication was a positive sign. Although the individual known as conscientious vendor had already made it onto his blacklist, engaging in conflict at this early stage would only lead to mutual destruction. Thus, for the sake of the greater good, Lin Xiao decided to propose his own solution. Of course, before that, he intended to employ a tactic of feigned vulnerability to gauge the situation. Creator God, to speak frankly, I'm also an ordinary timber merchant within the trading hall. As fellow timber sellers, we should be acutely aware that selling timber now comes at the cost of sacrificing our own development. Was there truly no empathy for someone sharing the same profession? If not, only two possibilities remained. The other party sought fame or profit. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. If it was fame, that would indeed be troublesome. However, he believed no one could be so foolish as to sacrifice their future for an unrealistic reputation. In that case, the other party likely sought profit, and that was far easier to manage. Slightly adjusting his phrasing, Lin Xiao continued to type in the private chat. Creator God, it seems that you, esteemed vendor, do not enjoy beating around the bush, so I will speak candidly. As timber merchants, with the current scale of the trading hall, no single entity could possibly fill this gaping demand. The trading hall resembles an endless cake. Our competition merely serves to shrink that cake, and the smaller the cake becomes, the less there is for each of us to partake in. Given this, why not unite? If we unify the pricing of timber among merchants, we can expand the market for transactions, allowing us all to prosper. What is your excellency, the vendor? Think, unified pricing? Ling He gazed at the proposal presented in the trading channel, stroking his chin. He understood the underlying intent. If merchants banded together, manipulating prices would be a simple endeavor. This would lead to the formation of corporations, conglomerates, and vast collectives of interests. Unfortunately, such a path diverged from Ling He's growth trajectory. If his path were aligned with corporate governance, he would undoubtedly embrace the proposal without hesitation. Yet, his trajectory was that of a final producer. Benevolence is a privilege of the final producer, but sharing does not exist in their lexicon. He was acutely aware of this. A chuckle escaped him as he shook his head. The proposal was commendable, yet he preferred not to share the cake. In the private chat interface, a message was swiftly dispatched by Ling He. Conscientious vendor. Sure. Did he actually agree? Upon reading the message from Ling He, Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy. He anticipated that a few words could halt this senseless price competition. Simultaneously, his disdain for Ling He intensified. Ultimately, he was merely a name-seeking profiteer. Once he matured, this person will be nothing more than an insignificant ant beneath his feet. However, just as Lin Xiao was about to say something, a new message appeared in the chat window. Conscientious vendor. However, I will set the price. 50 copper per group. If you're willing to accept, then join. If not, I will not force you. What do you mean? Just as Lin Xiao sent this message, a warning window popped up before him. You have been blocked by the other party. Thud. Seeing this, Lin Zhao's fury boiled over as he slammed his fist on the ground. Yet, what made him even angrier lay ahead. In the regional channel, Ling He had already made another statement. Conscientious vendor. Just now, an incredibly influential person sent a message to my private chat. Can you guess what he said? He wanted me to raise the timber price to 5 gold, to a level where no one can afford it. But who are everyone? They are my family of vendors. How could I betray my kin based on his mere words? I cannot. Therefore, for the sake of my family, I declare here today, from now on, timber will be unlimited. If by tomorrow, the market price for a group of timber exceeds 50 copper by even a single penny, I will take his surname. As soon as the message was sent, the regional channel erupted. Lascivious wolf. Is this true, brother vendor? Unlimited timber at 50 copper per group? If so, you are truly my brother from another mother. Hyperactive child, don't you dare try to take advantage of my dad. In the midst of a lively scene, the declaration of war echoed. The conscientious vendor had taken a stand against the unscrupulous merchants of the trading post. Was the first corporate conflict about to unfold? Lin Xiao clenched his teeth, the sound of grinding echoing as he processed the gravity of the situation. Ling He had not only rebuffed him, but had also publicly humiliated him in the regional channel. You better not let me discover your whereabouts. In Chapter 15, laughter erupted from Ling He as he gazed at the unexpected assembly of allies and offspring in the chat. The camaraderie in the channel was palpable. Well, you seem rather relaxed, came the voice of Vela, who had been preoccupied with listing timber in the trading post, oblivious to Ling He's banter. Finally taking a moment to wipe the beads of sweat from her brow, she noticed Ling He grinning at the chat panel, rolling her eyes in response. You idle lord. If you have so much free time, why not assist me with listings next time? Absolutely, Ling He readily agreed, producing 2 gold coins and placing them before the slime named Hamburger. Here, provide me with some slime gel. Hamburger blinked in surprise at the coins presented to him. Before retrieving 18 small portions of gel from within, Ling He expertly deposited the coins in a Hamburger's body, playfully ruffling the slime's slick head. Huh, with this, you've earned 5 gold. In the world of slimes, you're quite the little tycoon now, aren't you? Hamburger, unable to comprehend Ling He's words, affectionately nudged against him. Ling He, unperturbed, leaned against Hamburger while methodically listing the newly acquired slime gel. Upon completing the listings of all 18 gel portions, Ling He clapped his hands and stretched toward Vela. This time, I accomplished the entire listing by myself. The next batch of timber will be your responsibility. Wait, what? Vela's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze fixed on Ling He as if he were a disloyal rogue. She had anticipated that this slothful lord would not agree so readily, yet here he was, waiting for her. You inconsiderate lord, you must pay attention. Vela pointed at herself, exclaiming, here stand a lady, a charming young girl. Can you truly bear to have her toil endlessly? Indeed, I cannot, Ling He said, tenderly grasping Vela's hand. But he quickly added, however, I can choose to regard you not as a lovely girl, but as a Victorian-era heartless capitalist. That way, my conscience feels much lighter. So, your only concern is whether your conscience is troubled? Vela countered, feigning disbelief. Yet Ling He remained resolute. As a conscientious vendor of the new era, he would not yield to the avarice of the capitalists of old. Thus, disregarding Vela's protests, he immersed himself in his own endeavors. Gazing at the remaining 50-odd gold coins in his account, Ling He promptly recruited 20 contract lumberjacks, equipping them with tools and placing them on full pay status. Though maintaining full pay for an extended period is undoubtedly a financially imprudent decision in the long run, from a short-term perspective, it represents the most suitable method to achieve initial capital accumulation. Ling He estimated that this round of logging should yield approximately 600 units of timber before dusk. After all, he calculated that this would be the last opportunity for those unscrupulous merchants to reap excessive profits through the marketplace. As it turned out, the outcome did not disappoint Ling He. With all 100 units of timber he listed sold out, the price of timber in the marketplace bizarrely unified at 5 gold per unit. Merchants, driven by profit, when faced with limited stock, sought to maximize their gains. Even though a price of 50 copper for timber, a fundamental material, was quite reasonable, no one wished to undersell their goods when there was a price of 5 gold per unit in play. The mindset of consumers diverged from that of merchants. With Ling He's offer of 50 copper per unit preceding the higher price, few would be foolish enough to purchase timber at 5 gold per unit in the marketplace. This stalemate in the marketplace afforded Ling He precious time. Within the enchanted lumberyard, towering trees were being felled one after another. An hour passed, and the final batch of timber before dusk was finally processed, resulting in a towering stack of over 600 units. Yet, at that moment, not a single unit of timber had successfully sold in the marketplace. Ling He smiled. Regrettably, their collaborative approach was flawed. It appeared that the entirety of the timber market would be relinquished to Vela. He nudged Vela's shoulder, indicating her to continue listing the timber. Vela did not refuse. Engaging in banter with Ling, he was enjoyable, yet it did not detract from her enjoyment of earning a little profit. Units of timber priced at 50 copper each were listed in the marketplace. Due to Ling He's earlier remarks, nearly everyone in need was waiting for the cheaper timber to be sold. At this moment, Ling He further called out in the regional channel. As before, with his summons, over 600 units of timber were swiftly cleared from the shelves, including the additional sales of fire slime gel. A total of over 300 gold coins was credited to Ling He's personal panel. However, Lin Xiao had articulated a valid point. It was impossible for a single entity to consume the entirety of the timber market. Although Ling He enjoyed a stellar reputation. With 600 units of timber sold, dusk was inching ever closer. The regional channel inevitably began to echo with unusual sentiments. Winter sunshine. The merchant's timber is indeed good, plentiful and reasonably priced, yet I have not managed to snag a single batch during these listings. Fragment of the abyss. That's true. Although I wish to wait for the merchant's timber, I am situated in the snowy plains, and it has already begun to cool down. I am somewhat apprehensive. In the current area, there are at least 10,000 individuals. Even if merely half require timber, that amounts to around 5,000. Does the merchant truly possess enough wood for us? Observing the concerns of numerous individuals within the regional channel, Ling He, however, shifted his gaze toward the other timber listings in the trading hall, a smile gracing his lips. It is all over, my friends. With 300 gold coins entirely converted into contract lumberjacks and tools, the output of the lumberyard interface has reached a staggering figure. Lumberyard, spiritual transformation. Distribution, contract axe warriors 174, full salary. Output rate, 43, 500 sets of timber per day. Chapter 16, celebration. Capitalization, they have suffered a complete defeat. Ling He's actions have not escaped Vera's notice. Although Vera held different views from Ling He regarding pricing, her keen business acumen allowed her to perceive the despondency of other merchants within the trading hall. It is often said that the marketplace is a battlefield devoid of smoke. The larger fish consume the smaller, and the smaller fish feast upon the shrimp, which is the sole melody of this arena. This is the most fragile period for capital, as well as for Ling He. Yet, with the initial accumulation of capital accomplished, Ling He has now emerged as the largest shark in the timber market. Absent any external regulatory forces, the capital he has amassed will rapidly expand to unimaginable proportions. Contemplating this, Vera couldn't help but smirk, emitting a soft chuckle. Being the darling of profit is what befits the chosen lord. What are you mumbling about, Vera? Ling He leaned closer to Vera, gently touching her forehead. You don't seem feverish. Why the unsettling smile? Vera's smile faltered, the veins on her forehead gradually becoming pronounced. An unsettling smile. Was she referring to herself? To this esteemed lady, adored by all? With a swift motion, she slapped Ling He's hand away, crossing her arms in irritation and turning her body aside. How foolish of her to praise this slothful lord in her heart. Ling He shook his hand, which Vera had pushed away. Such vigor, it seems she is not ill. Therefore, there is no need for him to personally oversee the next batch of timber. However, witnessing Vera's sulky demeanor, Ling He found it rather amusing. All right, don't be angry. He spoke soothingly to his little secretary, extending his hand to present her with a can. What is this? Vera stared at the iron can perplexedly. Joyful water, currently priced at 1 gold coin per bottle in the trading hall. Ling He explained as he opened the can and, without hesitation, placed it into Vera's hands. 1 gold coin? Upon hearing such an outrageous price, Vera's hand trembled, her anger dissipating entirely. Seemingly laughing in exasperation, Vera placed the opened can before Ling He. Does this thing truly cost 1 gold coin? Ling He shook his head, while simultaneously trading for a bottle for himself. Then, with a gentle clink of the soda can in Vera's hand, we toasted to the celebration of our original capital accumulation. Cheers! With that, Ling He gulped down half a bottle of the sweet beverage. Vera gazed at Ling He, momentarily captivated by his demeanor, then glanced at the soda in her hand, ultimately breaking into a serene smile. She brought the bottle to her lips and took a delicate sip. It's quite sweet, isn't it? Ling He remarked with a chuckle from the side. He neither indulged in smoking nor drinking. Instead, he preferred sipping on sweet drinks. Unfortunately, there were no ice cubes or hamburgers available. The soda would be far more delightful with them. Speaking of hamburgers, Ling He suddenly recalled the slime leaning against him and turned his gaze sideways. Goo! The hamburger blinked, perplexed by the sudden attention from the bipedal creature before it. Ling He rubbed his chin and scrutinized the hamburger from head to toe. Since I've named you Hamburger, I suppose you should have a drink too. With that, he procured a bottle of soda from the trading post and inverted the open bottle onto the hamburger's head. Goo! The hamburger initially froze, but as the effervescence of the soda surged within, bubbles began to rise from its body, floating towards the top. Goo 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 goo. Ha ha ha. Witnessing the incessant bubbling from Hamburger, both Ling He and Vera couldn't help but burst into laughter. Amidst their merriment, dusk slowly descended, and nightfall finally arrived. Accompanying this transition was the arrival of over 4,000 sets of lumber, meticulously divided by the contract axe warriors. Unlike the previous few dozen or hundred sets, this grand accumulation of over 4,000 sets appeared as a small mountain when viewed up close. Vera's smile faded. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Vera forced a smile as she pointed at the towering pile of wood before her. You don't intend to make a lady complete all this work, do you? Ling He cleared his throat twice. He initially had that intention, but upon witnessing the sheer quantity of lumber, he felt uncertain. If Vera were to handle it alone, it was likely that not even the last set of lumber would be processed before she finished. Considering the efficiency, Ling He turned to Vera, somewhat hesitantly asking, "How about I lend you a hand? It's a deal." Without granting Ling He a chance to retract his offer, Vera readily agreed. Ling He could only sigh in resignation as he stepped forward to assist Vera with the lumber. Meanwhile, in the regional channel, a message emerged that sent everyone into a frenzy. Conscientious vendor. Thank you for your patience, dear friends. Thanks to your support for my business, I am immensely grateful. Thus, 50 copper per set, offering 4,000 sets of lumber. 4,000 sets of lumber. Every lord who glimpsed this message felt their jaws drop. Wow, 4,000 sets? Vendor, did you forget to add a zero? In the realm of solitary wolves within a pack, I have long wished to express my thoughts. Why does the vendor evoke the essence of a novice village merchant? The response was swift. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. Faced with the absurd figure of 4,000 sets, many who are not in urgent need of timber find themselves remarkably unfazed, even engaging in light-hearted banter within the regional chat. Though most of the dialogue is laced with jest, the astonishment that lingers in the hearts of the crowd is palpable. This war game has scarcely begun. The first night has yet to pass, and some players remain uncertain of their next steps. Even those at the forefront, despite their fortuitous encounters, possess merely a handful of coins. Yet here stands Ling He, presenting 4,000 sets of timber, evoking an undeniable curiosity regarding his level of advancement. Even Lin Xiao, who has been closely monitoring Ling He's movements, feels his heart race at this revelation. Who exactly is this individual? When Ling He listed 10 sets of timber at a low price, Lin Xiao's anger flared, as Ling He had shattered the unspoken pricing agreement within the trading hall. As Ling He subsequently listed 100 sets, Lin Xiao sought to negotiate, attempting to draw this modest timber merchant to his side. Upon seeing Ling He list 600 sets, Lin Xiao anticipated a spectacle, believing that such a quantity could scarcely fill the gaping void of the trading hall. With a mere sale of 60 sets, he could reap the benefits of Ling He's 600. However, as he gazes at the continuous influx of timber into the trading hall, an inexplicable sense of resignation and helplessness washes over Lin Xiao. He is lost. To his astonishment, merely half a day has passed, and the high-priced timber market is on the brink of extinction. His carefully devised strategy has faltered at the very first step. Lin Xiao cannot comprehend how the vendor, dubbed the conscientious trader, has amassed such a vast quantity of timber. Peering towards the entrance of his concealed lair, he observes over 200 sets of timber, cleverly obscured by the surrounding dense forest. While the adage suggests that one must first gather resources to become prosperous, logging is no simple task. After all, a rabbit does not graze near its burrow. To avoid revealing his hiding place, Lin Xiao has dispatched his subjects to gather timber far from his location. He acknowledges that the tenfold increase in resource depletion has compelled him to establish logging and hiding points increasingly distant from one another. Yet, these shortcomings can be perfectly overshadowed by the ensuing profits. His development should, by all accounts, be flawless. He remains baffled as to why the disparity between himself and the conscientious vendor is so vast. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao rises. Although he still cannot fathom how that individual acquired such an abundance of timber in such a short span, he is resolved not to dwell on it further. Presently, maintaining a high price for timber is no longer feasible. Thus, before the conscientious vendor consumes the entirety of the market, it is prudent for him to mitigate his losses swiftly. At the current prices, Even 200 sets of timber could yield around 100 coins in revenue. Better to secure something than nothing at all. Lin Xiao was not the first person to realize this. Following the announcement that Ling and 4,000 sets of timber were listed, many timber items priced at 5 gold in the trading hall began to dwindle to around 50 copper. However, most individuals merely listed a few sets or a dozen sets, engaging in trivial transactions. As the second largest timber merchant in the trading hall, Lin Xiao had only just adjusted his prices when Vera's keen eye immediately caught him. Damn Lord! Damn Lord! Vera tugged at Ling's arm, interrupting his actions of listing timber. She pointed at the trading hall interface and exclaimed, "Those unscrupulous merchants have adjusted their prices to match ours." Oh! Upon hearing Vera's words, Ling followed her finger to the screen. Indeed, a plethora of anonymously listed timber priced at 50 copper had emerged in the trading hall. It seemed they could no longer resist. Ling chuckled softly. Previously, if they had lowered the price to 50 copper to undermine Ling's market competitiveness, it would have posed a significant challenge for him due to his insufficient capital. Continuing to lower prices would have necessitated consideration of the risks of mutual destruction. However, the circumstances had changed. Vera, let us drop our timber prices directly to 30 copper. This time, Vera did not oppose. Given the excessive production, she fully comprehended Ling's intentions. With a daily output exceeding 40,000 sets of timber, consuming the entire market with 20,000 sets or 30,000 sets made no difference to Ling. In this battle, their only adversaries remained the other timber merchants. Starting them out was the key. All the small coins must fall into the hands of her and the damn Lord. Seeing Vera energetically at work, Ling opened the regional channel and composed several messages to send out. Conscientious vendor, good evening everyone. Today's weather is rather chilly. The vendor is bundled up and even sneezed. So I'm worried, what if everyone catches a cold? What if someone falls ill? On second thought, if everyone can stay warm, wouldn't tea that prevent illness? For the sake of everyone's health, starting tonight, the timber here will be uniformly priced at 30 copper per set. In the regional channel, people were at a loss for words. It seemed that every statement Ling issued was akin to a powerful bombshell. Sky blue waiting for rain? Whoa. I never expected there would be such a kind vendor in a war game. Dragon Godfather, 30 copper per set of timber. The price of half a loaf of bread. Isn't this practically a giveaway? As soon as this was said, many in the regional channel suddenly grasped the implication. What? A set of timber costs only half the price of a loaf of bread? Although Vera viewed the price of bread and water as exceeding their inherent value. With high-priced bread and water struggling to sell, everything falls prey to comparison. With the prices of bread and water established, even those born in regions abundant with timber began to waver. Should they purchase a few bundles? Although they could fell trees directly, the market was offering lumber at 30 copper per bundle. Chopping down a tree consumed stamina, and once that was depleted, they would need to eat bread. Thus, timber valued at half a loaf of bread seemed almost like a gift. After a round of price adjustments, Ling He's potential clientele surged by nearly half. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's spirits had taken a downer. Yes, the weather today was quite cool, yet his heart felt even colder. The current price of 30 copper, having his earnings, felt like a push towards his demise. Lin Xiao had initially intended to come to terms with the situation, but Ling He's actions reignited the resentment he had been trying to quell. Very well, a price war it is. I shall see how low you can go. With that, Lin Xiao adjusted the prices of the lumber he had listed. Veda, who had been focused on the trading hall, voiced her confusion. That scoundrel lord has reduced the lumber price to 15 copper. Should we lower our prices to 15 copper? Ling He, who was diligently listing lumber, lifted his gaze and scanned the trading hall, confirming that a batch of timber was indeed being sold for 15 copper. Foolish, he muttered, shaking his head. We need not lower our prices. We shall simply buy their lumber, and there will still be profit to be made. Oh, Veda nodded, her fingers swiftly acquiring the low-priced timber in the trading hall. Meanwhile, a meager sum of less than 30 gold coins appeared on Lin Xiao's personal panel. Chapter 18, the trial page. Why has it come to this? Shouldn't he be reducing prices further? This thought flickered through Lin Xiao's mind. Yet in the next moment, upon glancing at his paltry 30 gold coins and then at the timber in the trading hall that showed no signs of price reduction, Lin Xiao's face flushed with rage. In an instant, realization dawned upon him. He understood he had been outmaneuvered. The opponent's act of lowering the lumber price to 30 copper was not merely a tantrum, but a calculated strategy to suppress timber profits. Clearly, the individual known as the conscientious merchant had confidence in monopolizing the timber market within the trading hall. Hence, by driving down lumber profits, Merchants like Lin Xiao would find it nearly impossible to rapidly accumulate capital through timber sales. Lacking capital, one could not expand production adequately, and without sufficient goods, it would be impossible to challenge the conscientious merchant's dominance in the timber market. Even a small influx of low-priced timber would be swiftly consumed by the substantial presence of the conscientious merchant, ultimately becoming a part of their profits. In this cycle, the strong would remain strong, and the weak would remain weak, unless an overwhelming external force intervened. Otherwise, the conscientious merchant's position in the timber market would remain unassailable. How could such a colossal entity have emerged from merely a trading hall in less than a day? The more Lin Xiao contemplated this, the more alarmed he became. At this moment, as Lin Xiao gazed upon the names of the so-called conscientious vendors within the trading hall, he found no trace of true merchants of integrity. All he could see was a voracious maw, greedily extending its invisible hand to incessantly grasp at profits, shoving them into its insatiable mouth. Within the entire trading hall, both the customers perusing wares and the merchants peddling their goods were merely sustenance for this insatiable creature. With a resounding thud, Lin Xiao's fist struck the rocky wall of the cave with immense force. He had indeed discerned the true nature of these so-called conscientious vendors and recognized the terror they embodied. Yet, he could not resign himself to being destroyed by such forces. It was unacceptable. Having lost his initial advantage, his prospect for growth, and even the 200 units of timber he once held, he had exchanged it all for mere 30 gold coins. These 30 coins would at most keep him within the upper echelons of this region. But was his aspiration merely to remain in the upper tier? No, he yearned to ascend to divinity, to become a figure capable of wielding creation and destruction with a mere gesture. It felt as though he was drifting further from the realization of his ambitions and dreams, all due to the machinations of that insidious vendor. Before their emergence, he had been the protagonist of his own tale. A deep-seated hatred surged within Lin Xiao, distorting his visage into a mask of rage. In truth, he loathed himself more than the vendor. He despised his poor decision-making, his inability to perceive the circumstances clearly, and his own perceived powerlessness. He remained unaware of the vendor's identity and lacked the strength to confront them, leaving this animosity to fester within him. Lin Xiao could only bear the weight of his bloodshot eyes, pounding his fists against the rocky wall in a self-destructive manner to alleviate the hatred within. Each strike was delivered with unrelenting vigor, each blow tearing at his flesh, until a voice, tinged with fear, echoed from behind him. "My lord!" Simultaneously, a notification from the system resounded. "Your subject's loyalty has decreased by 5 points." Lin Xiao swiftly turned his head, his bloodshot gaze fixated on the source of the voice. The loyal subjects dared not approach, standing at a distance, too fearful to assess the situation. A strange laughter escaped Lin Xiao's lips. "So you look down on me as well?" "No, my lord. We are merely concerned for your well-being." The few wilderness servants, witnessing Lin Xiao's apparent return to sanity, attempted to explain softly, but he interrupted them abruptly. "Enough. I know you all look down on me. Yes, I am a useless waste, a fool with a feeble mind. Are you satisfied now? Satisfied?" His voice erupted in a hysterical shout, which only served to exacerbate the situation. The wilderness servants swallowed hard, visibly shaken by Lin Xiao's current demeanor. "Your subject's loyalty has decreased by 10 points. The cumulative loss of loyalty reached a staggering 15 points, leaving Lin Xiao's followers hovering precariously near the threshold of loyalty. The timber you requested is placed here," one of them stammered, as they set down several bundles of timber before each hastily concocted an excuse to escape from Lin Xiao's vicinity. As he watched his subjects abandon him, Lin Xiao's gaze fell upon the solitary piles of timber strewn across the ground. A sense of desolation surged within him. "I should not be in this state. It is not meant to be like this." After a prolonged moment, he reopened his eyes, this time with a newfound composure. A page inscribed with arcane characters materialized in Lin Xiao's hand. It was an item he had acquired through bartering timber before the appearance of the conscience merchant. Trial page. Description: War is the predominant theme of this world. Only through trials of blood and fire can we grow stronger. Never before had he contemplated such a use for it. Lin Xiao whispered, his blood-stained fingers gliding across the page. The function of the trial page was to select a trial of varying difficulty, drawing upon different wild creatures or foreign lords to attack him based on the chosen level. In his original intent, this page was meant to be utilized when he had grown powerful, to further his grand ambitions. Yet now, Lin Xiao resolved to employ it in this dire moment. "Please select your trial difficulty." "I choose the Apocalypse Calamity." As his voice echoed, a crimson exclamation mark appeared before him. Given the current regional intensity, the apocalypse calamity has a chance of resulting in the extinction of all beings. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Matching you with the corresponding apocalypse calamity. Upon seeing the matching time displayed in the window, Lin Xiao momentarily froze. It was his first time using this item, and he had not anticipated the need for a matching period. Very well, let them live a little longer. Observing the increasing matching time, a smile finally graced Lin Xiao's lips. Perhaps no one else would dare employ the trial page in such a manner. But what of it? If he could not fulfill his ambitions or ascend to the pinnacle of power, why not take the thousands in this region along with him on a journey to the underworld? Chapter 19. The upgrading of the Endbringer level. The impending crisis remained unnoticed. After so much time had passed, Ling had only just finished stacking over 4,000 bundles of timber alongside Vera in the lumberyard. Once their labor was complete, they collapsed onto the hamburger, wiping the beads of sweat that had formed on their foreheads. At times, earning money truly was a strenuous endeavor. However, upon seeing the panel indicating their coin count had surpassed 1,000, Ling He could not help but turn to Vera, sharing a smile. At last, the Lord had a modest sum of gold. While speaking, Vera extended her hand, resting it on Ling He's abdomen, gesturing for money. You, my dear. I suspect that if you had 10,000 coins, you would sell your boss without a second thought. Ling He shook his head, swatting Vera's hand away, then extracted 500 coins from the panel, dropping them directly onto her. Given the surplus production, there was no harm in allowing Vera to indulge in these coins. How heavy? Vera awkwardly rose from the pile of coins, yet the crescent shape of her eyes revealed her delight. The scent of money was intoxicatingly potent. Vera lay atop a pile of coins, taking deep breaths and emitting a series of chuckles. Each coin represented a little darling from her mother. Gurgle. At last, Hamburger could no longer contain himself and protested loudly. With his chubby little hands, he toppled Vera and her coins over. Such a hefty creature was nearly crushing her. Oh, how could I have almost forgotten you? My apologies. Ling He reached out to ruffle Hamburger's head. Gurgle. Hamburger nuzzled against Ling He's body, making an endearing sound. You biased lord. How unfair you are. Vera, clutching her backside after falling, rose from the coins and couldn't help but voice her annoyance. How come you were so gentle with a jelly? Yet neglect to care for this lovely lady? It's not a jelly. It's Hamburger. Ling He corrected her. Whatever. Who cares what kind of slime it is? Vera pouted, emphasizing that wasn't the point. You should be a bit gentler with a lady, you inconsiderate producer of rewards. Ling He simply stuck out his tongue at Vera, declaring that a heartless capitalist who inflates prices had no right to criticize him. You rascal of a lord. After a brief exchange of banter, Vera ultimately conceded, squatting down to play with her coins. It was then that Ling He finally had the energy to focus back on Hamburger. Gurgle? Hamburger blinked his big eyes, uncertain of what these bipeds were scheming now. Ling He then stood up, pushing 100 coins towards him. Gurgle, gurgle? Hamburger took a step back, shaking his body. Previously, he hadn't touched any coins that weren't meant for him. Noticing this, Ling He realized Hamburger had misunderstood something. Fear not. He reached out to rub Hamburger's smooth body until the little creature relaxed. Then Ling He pointed to the coins on the ground, miming a gesture of trade. It's replenishment time, my dear partner. Having had previous trading experiences, Hamburger easily grasped Ling He's intentions. However, faced with the hundreds of coins before him, he hesitated. Gurgle. Noticing that Hamburger hadn't produced any gel, Ling He voiced his confusion. Could it be that the creature didn't comprehend his meaning? Unfortunately, he did not speak slime language. If only communication were possible, trading would be much simpler. Just then, it seemed Hamburger had made a decision. Gurgle. Ling He watched as Hamburger carefully extracted a single coin from the pile, then produced 9 gels from his body to place before Ling He. Next came the second coin, then the third. Initially, Ling He was puzzled by Hamburger's actions. But as the trade progressed to the 20th and 30th coins, he distinctly felt Hamburger's body shrink noticeably. This revelation startled Ling He. Gurgle. As the diminutive Hamburger emitted a feeble sound while extracting gel from within itself, Ling He hastily interrupted its actions. Wait. That should suffice. He pushed all remaining coins towards Vera for her amusement, gently massaging the smaller Hamburger, feeling a pang of sympathy. At the current rate of contraction, it seemed that Hamburger would exhaust itself entirely, yet still fail to fill the void of 100 coins. Reflecting on this, his recent transaction felt akin to bargaining for Hamburger's very existence. It appeared he needed to devise a method to establish a slime ranch. Perhaps that would allow for an expansion of product variety. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Ling He's hands continued to move, soothing Hamburger's frightened emotions. Gurgle. Under Ling He's gentle reassurance, Hamburger blinked its large, watery eyes, nuzzling against Ling He's palm with tearful affection. Then it embraced him, drawing Ling He closer once more. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his biological pillow remained placid. No, no, no. He chided himself for such thoughts about his partner. Reclining against Hamburger, Ling He observed Vera playing with the coins nearby. With a moment of idle time, he began to peruse his personal interface. However, just a fleeting glance sent a shiver down his spine. Had he leveled up? The interface displayed Ling He nickname, conscientious vendor, growth path, end producer, current level 3. Presently, Ling He held a complete monopoly in the market of fire slime gel. The lumber market, though a substantial pie, had seen him consume nearly half, with the remaining share merely a matter of time before it too fell into his grasp. The combination of these factors had astonishingly elevated Ling He's level to 3. With each level gained, he acquired a special item along the end producer path. 01. Random Citizen Recruitment Order, end producer path. 12. Black Iron VIP card for trading post. 23. Secretary Training Scroll. These 3 items lay before Ling He on his personal panel. The simplest among them appeared to be the Black Iron VIP card for the trading post. Black Iron VIP card for trading post. Effect: when conducting transactions applicable to both buying and selling, reduce the trading post tax rate by 5. Though a mere 5 tax reduction, Ling He understood the card's significance. It meant that for identical items, while he might sell at 95 copper, his net income would surpass that of others selling at 100 copper. This would serve as the final straw to crush other merchants in the trading post. Subsequently, Ling He turned his attention to the other 2 items he had received. Chapter 20, Citizen Recruitment Order, Cattle and Horses. Random Citizen Recruitment Order, end producer path. Effect: upon use, add the Citizen Recruitment option, which will be a basic unit from the end producer path. So my initial citizens are here, Ling He mused, casting a sidelong glance at Vera, who was engrossed in her coin play. To embark in the path of the end producer, one must first navigate through the challenges of starting from nothing, unlocking the basic recruitment options for subjects only upon reaching level 1. This advancement is largely thanks to Vera. Without the additional resource procured through Vera's efforts, and without the contracted lumberjack, the initial stages of his journey would have undoubtedly been akin to traversing a hellish difficulty, far more daunting than the present circumstances. What are you staring at, you wretched lord? Vera noticed Ling's scrutinizing gaze and immediately grew wary. Being the subject of such attention from a troublesome lord could only bode ill, she mused inwardly. Nothing at all. Congratulations. You have acquired the basic subject unit, cattle and horses. Cattle and horses? The name hardly conveys the image of a proper subject. Ling clicked into the recruitment interface to peruse the details of this new unit. Cattle and horses. Era. Special. End producer path. Description: cattle and horses need to be fed grass when hungry. However, they will procure grass on their own when in need. Recruitment cost: 1 gold. Based on the recruitment cost, this unit appears to be on par with the contracted lumberjack in terms of classification. Ling felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, with a basic unit brought by Vera leading the way, this seemingly redundant subject lacked any allure. Yet, the recruitment cost of merely 1 gold was negligible for Ling at this point, prompting him to recruit 1 unit to see for himself. In the next moment, a robust voice resonated before him, startling Ling. Hello, boss. Can you speak normally? Ling took an instinctive step back, gazing at the slender man bowing before him. Yes, boss. The slender man raised his head to meet Ling's gaze, and in an instant, a sycophantic smile adorned his face. Of course, if it is your wish, I can refrain from speaking normally. Seeing the man's servile demeanor, Ling realized that this was the newly recruited cattle and horses. He steadied himself, having been accustomed to the lumberjack who only shouted slogans. The new unit, shorter and less muscular than the contracted lumberjack, appeared to possess little combat prowess. Aside from being able to engage in normal conversation and possessing a somewhat amiable personality, he lacked any significant advantages over the lumberjack. Yet, astonishingly, this unit also required 1 gold for recruitment. Noticing Ling's prolonged silence, Cattle and Horses cautiously rubbed his hands and inquired, Is there any work you need me to do, boss? He gestured towards the forest behind him. I believe logging would be quite suitable. Just provide me with a tool, and I could get right to it. Ling nodded inwardly. Well, at least he had identified 1 merit. Compared to the contracted lumberjack, this Cattle and Horses exhibited greater initiative. If it were the lumberjack, he would not seek work without direct orders. However, Ling He did not hastily bid the other to leave. He merely shook his head and uttered that there was no rush. He commanded the ox and horse to stand still before him, and then, under the anxious gaze of the other, he began to examine the panel of his subjects. Name: none. Occupation: ox and horse. Salary: none. Special abilities: self-improvement, self-sufficiency. Combat power: 1, barely adequate. 2, special abilities. Although the combat power of 1 appeared somewhat unremarkable, the presence of 2 special abilities left Ling He momentarily astonished. It is worth noting that even the contracted lumberjack only exhibits 2 additional special abilities after receiving full wages. Instinctively, he delved into the details of the ox and horse's special abilities. Self-improvement. Description: through effort and decline, a competent ox or horse must always possess an ambitious heart. This implies that within the current Stone Age, the combat power of the ox and horse could potentially increase to a maximum of 4. Realizing this, Ling He shook his head. Given the circumstances of the Stone Age, this special ability could only be deemed superficial. After all, the contracted lumberjack, despite lacking special abilities, possesses an initial combat strength of 5 points. Even if the ox and horse maximize their potential, their combat power would still fall short of that of the lumberjack. Furthermore, to maintain combat power, it is essential to ensure that the working hours of the ox and horse exceed their resting hours. If, like the contracted lumberjack, they were to work 12 hours and rest for 12 hours, then their combat power would never see an increase. Although he felt disheartened by the new options for recruiting subjects, Ling He persevered in his examination. Self-sufficiency. Effect: when this unit is in a state of full wages, its satiety remains at a full state, requiring no food supply. Upon observing the second special ability of the ox and horse, Ling He emitted a sound of surprise and confusion. He felt as though he was forgetting something crucial. Vera, do contracted lumberjacks require sustenance? What? Vera, upon hearing this, dropped the coin in shock. She seemed to have encountered an incredulous question, her eyes widening as she turned to retort. Do humans not need to eat? No. This is absurd. You cannot possibly intend to withhold food from them, can you? At that moment, Vera regarded Ling He with the eyes of one who had encountered a demon. Ahem. Ling He cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. I only asked because I was uncertain. Seeing the genuine confusion in his eyes, Vera grasped the situation and let out a heavy sigh. As a secretary, it was indeed her oversight. She had assumed that providing food for the workers was common knowledge, thus failing to remind Ling He to prepare for it. You wretched lord, allow me to prepare tonight's meal for you, she declared, rising and brushing off the dust from her trousers. To emphasize the gravity of the situation, she added, if people starve, the recruitment fees and wages will all be in vain. Chapter 21, The Capitalist Witch. Indeed, Ling He nodded thoughtfully. Given the circumstances, let's first attend to our meal. However, after observing the current prices of food within the trading post, it seemed that starving to death might indeed be a more economical option. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ling He ultimately refrained from voicing this thought. To act upon it would surely cast him as a beast in the eyes of others. Fortunately, Vera did not impose excessive expenditures upon him. She first led Ling He and the newly recruited oxen and horses to gather several baskets of wild grass outside the lumberyard. Subsequently, she procured some bread and water from the trading post, along with a large pot obtained from a novice's starter pack. After placing it over the campfire and concocting a haphazard stew, a thick, unidentifiable liquid materialized before Ling He. Gulp. Ling He swallowed hard. Vera, can you truly cook? This mixture appears utterly inedible. Do not fret. It will suffice once cooked, Vera assured, as she tore the 2 loaves of bread into pieces and tossed them into the pot. Those loaves, previously fallen to the ground and tainted with dirt, had been discreetly salvaged while Ling He was distracted. Now, they were being added to the workman's meal, serving as an extra provision for everyone. I absolutely refuse to eat this. Ling He stepped back, prepared to make a swift exit at any moment. Gurgle gurgle. Hamburger, currently hidden behind Ling He, nodded vigorously in support, despite not comprehending Ling He's words. In its eyes, this bipedal female seemed exceedingly formidable. Adorned with a tall black hat and standing before a large pot filled with a mysterious concoction of unknown herbs. Could she possibly be a witch among bipeds? Gurgle. Hamburger quivered at this thought, cowering behind Ling He. It had heard tales of evil witches among bipeds who would dismember outsiders for sale, a truly terrifying notion. Honestly, I never suggested that you, the insufferable lord, should partake in this. Vera rolled her eyes at Ling He before stirring the pot with a wooden spoon. After ensuring everything had sufficiently stewed, she nodded in satisfaction. Starch could aid the workers in rapidly regaining their strength, and while the grass was difficult to digest, it would enhance satiety and reduce food costs. What a perfect meal! With this thought, Vera set down the spoon and clapped her hands. All right, the meal is ready. Let the workers come in batches to eat. Under Vera's direction, over 170 contract axe warriors were divided into 3 groups to receive their food, all while the lumberyard continued its operations without a moment's pause. Watching the expressionless contract axe warriors consume Vera's culinary creation, Ling He could not help but feel a sense of relief. It was fortunate that the loyalty of his subjects had been entirely replaced by monetary compensation. If other people's subjects were to experience Vera's cooking, their loyalty would likely plummet. Reflecting on this, Ling He discreetly observed Vera's silhouette. She seemed entirely unaware of his gaze. Immersed in the satisfaction of having prepared a meal that had undoubtedly saved countless lives from starvation. With Ling and this control group, it is likely that she will ascend to paradise after her demise. In the dim light, Vera seemed to perceive the illuminating rays of the heavenly realm shining upon her, the twinkling brilliance signifying the light of merit. However, the form of that radiance appeared increasingly distinct in Vera's gradually moistening eyes. No. Vera slowly came to the realization that the fleeting light was her beloved gold coins. My lord, how much did I just spend? She pondered. Let me check. Ling replied uncertainly as he browsed his homepage. It seems to be around 120 gold coins. The bulk of this expenditure was attributed to bread and water. Despite Ling's intervention lowering the price of timber in the marketplace, the cost of other resources remained exorbitant. Furthermore, Vera's stone pot, which seemed to be a rare item from the novice gift pack, commanded a hefty price. After all, Ling had nearly monopolized the timber market, an insurmountable barrier for everyone aspiring to progress. Nevertheless, Vera found herself despondently crouched on the ground. No, what have I done? She suddenly lost her desire for paradise. The ticket to heaven was simply too exorbitant. It's all right, I understand you, Ling said, placing a heavy hand on Vera's shoulder and giving it 2 reassuring pats. At the current rate of consumption, even with bread and water mixed with wild grass, nearly 200 contracted axe warriors would consume 100 gold coins in a single meal, even if they only ate twice a day. Before Ling could establish a stable food source, the fixed expenditure would amount to 200 gold coins. This did not account for the unique wage system of the end producers. Through this meal, Ling grasped the meaning of how easy it is to recruit workers, yet how challenging it is to sustain them. Clearly, the notion of replacing contracted lumberjacks with cattle or horses must be seriously considered. Ling's gaze drifted to the cattle and horses beside the stone pot, distributing an unknown liquid to the contracted lumberjacks. Upon noticing Ling's attention, the man immediately hunched his back, donning a fawning smile. I'll finish up here shortly, boss. Do you have any new instructions? Well done. Ling nodded in approval before tossing a stone axe into the man's hands that he had purchased from the marketplace. Distribute the porridge, and then go chop some trees. All right, just watch me. The man appeared highly motivated by Ling's instructions. After swiftly distributing the last few bowls of porridge, he dashed toward the nearest tree with the stone axe in hand. Thud, thud. The sound of lumbering echoed. Yet Ling shook his head as he observed the man. The efficiency was far too low. This lumberjack, wielding the axe, swung much slower than the contracted lumberjacks, and the notches created with each swing were significantly fewer. To fell a single tree, the time required by the man was at least double that of a contracted lumberjack. However, adding a single cattle or horse to the lumberyard S-panel could increase the daily timber output by 70 units. Just 30 units shy of that produced by a contracted lumberjack. Thus, Ling could deduce that the daily working hours of the cattle or horse would likely exceed those of the contracted lumberjack. What would happen if the counterpart were elevated to full wages? With this thought in mind, Ling adjusted the wages of the livestock displayed on the panel. Chapter 22. The Striving Livestock and the Enhanced Vera. Much like the contracted lumberjacks, the livestock's wages are capped at 15 copper per day, signifying that once the wages are augmented to 15 copper, any further increase will not enhance efficiency. However, in contrast to the contracted lumberjacks, the benefits derived by the livestock from the wage system are somewhat distinct. Before Ling adjusted the livestock's wages to the full amount, no matter how the wage figures were modified, the output efficiency of the livestock remained unchanged. This seemingly indicated that the livestock had always been operating at full capacity, requiring no additional wage incentives. It was only after Ling elevated the wages to a full state that the livestock's interface exhibited a semblance of breakthrough. Nay, none. Occupation, striving livestock. Wages, full. Special ability, self-enhancement, self-sufficiency. Combat power, 1, barely existent. At first glance, aside from the addition of the word striving to their occupation, Ling discerned no apparent changes compared to the state of inadequate wages. Thus, he proceeded to delve into the details of the special abilities. Unsurprisingly, the ability of self-sufficiency had not altered, as it required full wages to activate, and now merely transitioned to an activated state. However, the ability of self-enhancement exhibited significant changes. Self-enhancement. Description: through effort and diligence, a qualified livestock must perpetually possess a spirit of progress and the resolve to dedicate everything to their work. Effect: for every point of combat power, resource output efficiency increases by 15. Enhanced, yet the improvement was modest. At least it appeared less direct than the contracted lumberjacks, who experienced an immediate increase of 100 in combat power and 150 in resource output efficiency. In fact, based on Ling's internal calculations, a fully funded livestock, working diligently each day, could only yield 112 sets of lumber. 2 fully funded livestock would produce fewer lumber than a single contracted axe warrior in full wage status. However, the livestock do not require food provisions, which constitutes their greatest advantage and the reason for Ling's considerable hesitation. Although Vera managed to deceive the contracted axe warriors with a meal of bread mixed with weeds, it still incurred an expense of over 100 gold coins. Even disregarding the physical condition of the contracted axe warriors and treating them as consumables, providing merely 2 meals a day, each a porridge mixed with weeds, still necessitated an expenditure of around 200 gold coins daily for this batch of contracted axe warriors. Moreover, this is not a sustainable solution. To ensure the physical health of the contracted axe warriors, thereby maintaining production efficiency, improving their meals becomes imperative, which entails additional costs. Conversely, the livestock present a different scenario. Sustaining 400 fully funded livestock can yield production efficiency nearly equivalent to that of the current 174 contracted axe warriors in optimal condition. They require merely 60 gold coins a day, which amounts to less than a third of the daily sustenance cost for a contracted axe warrior. Furthermore, when accounting for the consumption associated with a fully compensated contracted axe warrior, the expenditure for cattle and horses under equivalent production efficiency could be reduced to a mere quarter of that of the contracted axe warrior. Moreover, with the advancement of time, the potential for cattle and horses to further enhance productivity is undeniable. Even when gazing into the future, this venture promises a surefire profit. Having calculated the gains and losses, Ling has already formed his decision. While contracted axe warriors are indeed formidable, the market competitiveness of cattle and horses is simply too high. As the era progresses, it is inevitable that the replacement of contracted axe warriors with cattle and horses as the fundamental production units will occur. If that is the case, why not act now? These newly recruited cattle and horses will require at least 2 days to mature. During this interim, the contracted axe warriors cannot depart, for their presence is vital to ensuring sufficient production efficiency at the lumberyard. As for what lies beyond those 2 days, Ling plans to repurpose the optimized contracted axe warriors as legitimate combat units while assigning appropriate tasks to the newly recruited cattle and horses. Ling then turns his attention to the final item he acquired through his growth and upgrades, the secretary training scroll. This decision is almost instinctual, considering that the only secretary capable of growth he possesses is Vera. Vera, Ling calls her name. Come here for a moment. Vera approaches Ling, her expression one of curiosity, only to witness him extracting a scroll resembling a piece of A4 paper from his personal panel. I have a wonderful gift for you. Without allowing Vera a moment to respond, Ling promptly utilizes the secretary training scroll. Would you like to use the item on Secretary Vera? Secretary training scroll? Yes. Upon Ling's confirmation, the item transforms into a flurry of sparkling particles that drift toward Vera's form. Half of it flows into the scepter she holds, while the other half melds into her wallet. Vera's panel undergoes an immediate transformation. Secretary, Vera, capable of growth. Traits, Eye of Value Deconstruction, Money Sensitivity, Index Stimulation, Pisha Wallet. Bypassing the first 2 traits that he already comprehends, Ling's gaze fixates on the 2 newly emerged traits. Index Stimulation. Description, with a bounty ahead, how can one not aspire? Effect, by committing to long-term full compensation, it can stimulate the potential of the end product producers or military units, enhancing the probability of elevating the occupational level of the populace. Note, if the commitment fails, a 100 chance of civil rebellion is triggered, elevating the occupational level of the populace. Ling surmises that this likely parallels the transformation from contracted lumberjack to contracted axe warrior during full compensation. However, the word probability seems rather precarious in Ling's eyes, especially given the annotation regarding a 100 chance of rebellion. This ability is a double-edged sword. Should Ling wish to harness this capability, he must ensure ample funds for the future. Otherwise, it may easily devolve into a self-sabotaging endeavor, rendering the effort futile. Beyond the stimulation of the index, Ling He turned his gaze toward the new, extraordinary ability exhibited by Vela, the Picio wallet. Description: the Great Picio only consumes and never expels. Effect: the Picio wallet will attempt to crush any object placed within its mouth, and when activated, it can list all valid goods within 5 meters that belong to us. Combat Power 3, Chapter 23. So you can cook well? This item is indeed useful. Upon witnessing the effects of the Picio wallet, a thought instantly emerged in Ling He's mind. Previously, he had painstakingly listed 4,000 sets of wood, which had worn him out. If he were to expand his inventory further in the future, merely listing items in the trading post would prove to be quite a hassle. However, with Vela's Picio wallet, the situation would be quite different. When activated, it could list all items within 5 meters, significantly enhancing Ling He's efficiency in listing goods. Most importantly, when it came time to list wood in the future, Ling He could simply delegate all the work to Vela without a second thought. As Ling He contemplated this, a cry of pain from Vela reached his ears. Ouch! Reflexively, Ling He turned to look beside him, only to see Vela's finger touching her waist wallet, which promptly bit down without hesitation. The white glove was punctured, and a stream of blood instantly appeared on Vela's fingertip. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Vela quickly withdrew her finger, tears welling in her eyes as she sucked on the wounded digit. Thankfully, it was merely a superficial injury, not anything severe. After a brief moment, the bleeding ceased. Once the wound stabilized, Vela wiped away her tears and stared vacantly at her wallet. It actually bit me. Ling He opened his mouth, intending to comfort Vela. However, before he could finish his thought, he witnessed Vela transform from her previous expression to one of delight. She unfastened the wallet from her waist and planted a fervent kiss on it. Such a lovely little wallet. It will help Mama protect the little gold coins. Well done. From now on, anyone who dares to touch Vela's money will have the little wallet to contend with. As she spoke, Vela cast a bold glance at Ling He. Hey, enough already. Ling He could no longer contain himself. He had never coveted Vela's money. After all, she was his secretary, and her wealth was, in essence, his own. Ha ha. Vela laughed heartily. She was oblivious to Ling He's thoughts, finding it amusing to banter with a lord who was reluctant to provide for his workers or pay them. All right. I was just teasing the rogue lord. Since you've gifted me a present, I naturally must reciprocate. Tonight, let the rogue lord experience Vela's culinary skills. Upon hearing this, Ling He quickly stepped back. No, you're seeking personal revenge. He had witnessed Vela's cooking skills firsthand and dared not sample them again. This was not a matter of gratitude. She was surely seeking retribution for being bitten by the wallet moments earlier. Are you serious about retreating, you scoundrel lord? Vera exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Do you not trust my skills? Ling He merely nodded. I would rather believe you are a lady. Am I not a lady? Vera instinctively retorted, but soon realized Ling He's implication. Her cheeks flushed, and she gritted her teeth in indignation. It's truly a shame for you, scoundrel lord, to have me as your secretary. Neither a lady nor a good cook. Clearing his throat, Ling He attempted to shift the subject, gazing upward. The night is indeed quite dark. How about we make do with some soda and bread tonight? Absolutely not. Vera's sharp response indicated that his clumsy attempt at diversion had failed. Reluctantly, Ling He agreed to let Vera showcase her rather dubious culinary skills. After all, someone who could merely state that cooking it until done sufficed was unlikely to possess exceptional culinary talent. A moment later, Ling He was taken aback. Wait, you can actually cook? He watched as Vera skillfully flipped and grilled a meat patty in the stone pot. Today marked the first day of the war games, and meat patties were not cheap. One was listed for a steep price of 5 gold coins at the trading post. In this vast region with thousands of players, it was unlikely anyone could easily part with 5 gold for mere sustenance. Oh wait, not just 5 gold. Of course I can cook. Vera rolled her eyes, casually opening a bottle of soda priced at 1 gold coin and pouring it into the pot. In the absence of extra seasonings, soda was the optimal choice for flavoring. The aroma soon wafted through the air. Gurgle, gurgle. It was not the sound of a hamburger, but rather the ungracious growl of Ling He's stomach. Vera, hearing the protest from his belly, smirked with satisfaction. Scoundrel lord, let us see if you dare to question my culinary skills again. With a fluid motion, she skillfully lifted the meat patty from the pot, presenting one piece to Ling He while keeping another for herself. Ling He handed over the bread and soda he had prepared earlier. Spending nearly 20 gold coins for such a simple meal in the early stages of the war games was significant. However, once the meat patty graced his palate, Ling He felt the expenditure was well worth it. The sweetness of the soda perfectly masked the meat's gaminess, seeping into the patty as fibers. Though sweet, it offered a unique flavor profile. Ling He sighed contentedly. This is the life I desire. As for the fighting and war games, let those who wish to partake do so. Just then, a private message interrupted Ling He's reverie. Ling Yuga, may I exchange this blueprint for some wood? Wooden spikes, era, Bronze Age, basic path. Description, an efficient means to inflict damage on charging units, and to a certain extent, serve as rudimentary defensive structures against infantry. Construction requires 3 sets of wood. Ling He furrowed his brow. He prefers not to be disturbed while dining, allowing interaction only with those he deems as customers, thus reluctantly choosing to endure the conversation. Leaning closer to Vera, Ling He gestured towards the private chat interface. Could you help me with an appraisal? A blueprint from the Bronze Age? Vera examined the blueprint for a moment before casually waving her hand. Approximately 10 gold pieces, not particularly valuable. 10 gold. Ling He nodded, realizing it was less than the cost of his meal. Given his current dominance in the timber market, he had little regard for such trivial transactions. Conscientious vendor, 30 units of timber available. If agreeable, proceed with the trade. If not, feel free to seek others. Chapter 24. You are a good person. 30 units. Staring at the private chat interface, it appeared as if an extra 0 had been added. Moments earlier, in the snowy depths of night, a woman, battered and bruised, sought refuge amidst the thick layers of snow, clutching a red gel that served as her only source of warmth. Long before, when Ling He first listed the fire slime gel, Ling Yuyug had used her remaining savings to purchase one. Yet, the warmth it emanated was wholly inadequate against the biting cold. The snow could only shield her from the perilous predators of the wild, offering no solace. She had no doubt that death was her constant companion. Perhaps, the next time she closed her eyes, she would never awaken. Perhaps I am destined to perish. The woman scoffed bitterly. She had sought many timber merchants, attempting to barter her Bronze Age blueprint for timber. However, in this era of war games, her blueprint was far from desirable. During the height of timber prices, only one person was willing to exchange a single unit of timber for her blueprint. Now that timber prices had plummeted, she had hoped for easier transactions, only to receive a disheartening message. Due to the low timber prices, most merchants in the trading hall could not afford the transaction fee for her Bronze Age blueprint. Even those who would never risk their entire fortune on a worthless blueprint. Except for the conscientious vendor. As a titan in the timber trade, it was widely known that his wealth had reached staggering heights. Presently, he was the only one with the capital, capability, and potential to acquire her blueprint. Upon finding this conscientious vendor, Ling Yuyug braced herself for a significant price reduction. As long as the timber offered exceeded 1 unit, even by a fraction, she would be content. Yet, no matter how fantastical her imagination, she could never have anticipated the astonishing figure of 30 units of timber. Transaction successful. Until the piled timber appeared beneath the snow, Ling Yuyug could scarcely believe her eyes. With a sigh of relief, she activated the fire slime gel, igniting a small piece of wood. This was not a near-death hallucination. Everything was real. She had been saved. 30 bundles of timber, if utilized sparingly for warmth, would suffice for her survival in the snowy wilderness for an entire month. Yet why? Ling Yuyug, why do you wish to assist me? You must be aware of the current worth of that blueprint. Even if the offer were diminished by tenfold, I would still acquiesce. She was entirely unacquainted with this conscientious vendor and could hardly fathom what the other party sought from her. In the lumberyard, Ling had just contemplated savoring a piece of meat when a new message popped up on his private chat panel, causing a question mark to emerge above his head. No, he truly did not know. Was it indeed the case that one would accept an offer reduced by tenfold? Presently, with the recently recruited cattle and horses, Ling and S daily timber output had already surpassed 70,000 bundles. 30 bundles were merely a fraction of his production. Conscientious vendor. No, dear sir or madam. Please do not overthink this. I am merely providing a standard quotation. Vela quoted 10 gold, equivalent to 33 bundles of timber, with a transaction tax of 15, which led Ling to bear the cost of 3 bundles of timber for the transaction fee. To Ling, and this transaction appeared to be utterly mundane. As for why he did not negotiate for a lower price, it was simply because the transaction volume was too insignificant, barely amounting to the cost of his meal, thus failing to pique his interest in bargaining. Ling Yuyug, you are a good person. Unexpectedly, a good person card was bestowed upon Ling, and he silently took a bite of the meat, astonished that a simple transaction could yield such a designation. He was unsure if the other party was overly eccentric or if the world itself had become quite mad. However, the next moment, a pop-up appeared before Ling, and Lord Ling Yuyug has activated a special ability, Hunter's Pact. Your location has been highlighted to Lord Ling Yuyug. You have unlocked a new panel, Friend Panel. Highlighted position, Gazing at these words, Ling and narrowed his eyes dangerously, setting down the meat. Conscientious vendor, what does this mean? Although the Hunter's Pact had unlocked a brand new friend system for him, Ling and did not perceive much benevolence in the highlighted location. He was not fond of combat. He preferred to sell goods and lead a leisurely life. Yet, he understood the principle that an innocent man can suffer for possessing something valuable. With countless human lords in the area, who was unaware of his substantial wealth. Should this Ling Gu harbor ill intentions and disclose his location in the regional channel, many would likely be tempted to seize this prime opportunity. Conscientious vendor, you just said I was a good person. Yet, I believe a good person should not be threatened with a weapon, correct? The implication was abundantly clear. At this moment, Ling Gu also recognized that her actions were somewhat abrupt. She and the conscientious vendor were not yet familiar enough, and hastily employing her special ability could easily lead to misunderstandings. Thus, she promptly sought to remedy the situation. Ling apologis. I was not thinking clearly and overstepped my bounds. I merely thought that individuals like you, possessing such goodness, are perilously vulnerable in these times. The Hunter's Pact is a unique ability in my growth path, allowing me to sense the location and vitality of my target. However, I can only bind with one target at a time during each era. If I manage to survive, I believe I could assist you should you encounter any peril in the future. No need, replied the conscience-stricken vendor. With that, Ling He raised his hand to dismiss the private chat interface. He was no mere child, naive enough to trust the words of a stranger without hesitation. Was the search for his whereabouts truly in his interest? If so, peace would naturally ensue. Yet if it were a ruse, Ling He cast his gaze toward the lumberyard, aware that the nearly 200 contracted axe warriors under his command were not merely idly employed. Sigh. The fickleness of human nature. With a deep breath, Ling He lifted the now cold meat patty to his mouth. It had cooled considerably, especially in the evening chill, and the outdoor meal had become unpalatable. Disturbed by the private chat, the meat patty was rendered entirely cold. Reluctantly, Ling He extracted a few gold coins, requesting Vela to prepare another portion for him. As for the meat patty in hand, an idea struck him. Vela, have you seen hamburger? Vela, focused on her cooking, glanced at Ling He and retorted, isn't it right beneath you? Huh? Realizing instinctively, Ling He stood up from atop the hamburger. It was akin to wearing glasses for too long. He had unconsciously overlooked its presence, treating it like a lazy sofa. Apologis dia hamburger. Ling He reached out to pat the hamburger, assuring it that forgetting was unintentional. Gur? The hamburger looked at Ling He quizzically, unaware of why this biped had suddenly vacated its space. It did not comprehend the language of bipedal beings, thus disregarding the exchange between Ling He and Vela. At that moment, Ling He presented the meat patty, which he had nibbled on earlier, to the hamburger. Would you like some? Gur? The hamburger gazed at the meat patty placed before it, tilting its body slightly, then shaking its head in denial. Not hungry? Ling He was taken aback. He recalled having fed the hamburger nothing but a cup of soda. Or was it that, as a slime, the hamburger lacked the attribute of hunger? However, the hamburger's subsequent actions quickly dispelled Ling He's speculation. It pushed away the offered meat patty with its hand and hopped away toward the lumberyard's exit. Hey, where are you going at this hour? Ling He was astonished that the hamburger would leave now and immediately summoned a few contracted axe warriors to pursue it. It was nighttime and outside the lumberyard, who knew what threats lay in wait. After spending a day together, Ling He had developed a bond with the hamburger. He certainly did not wish for his first partner to be torn apart by some unknown creature. Hamburger? Ling He peered beyond the lumberyard, spotting the hamburger on the lawn outside, momentarily dazed. The hamburger rolled aimlessly across the lawn, indiscriminately consuming the surrounding weeds, which were swiftly corroded and absorbed within its form. With a shake of its body, it expelled the accumulated muck from its surface, swiftly restoring its pristine and unblemished appearance. Satisfied, it let out a contented burp. Spotting Ling and who had pursued it from the forest, the hamburger waved its rotund little hand and bounced over to him. Gurgle. Ha ha, how delightful. So, you are a vegetarian creature, Ling exclaimed, his hands playfully kneading the hamburger's body. Remarkably, it thrived solely on weeds. It was evident that a slime was far easier to care for than a lumberjack under contract. However, this left Ling pondering the fate of the cold steak in his possession. He instinctively glanced at the contracted axe warrior beside him. Well, I shall save it for tomorrow morning, tossing it into the dark concoction that Vera brews. It could serve as a hearty addition for everyone. Hey! Vera's voice called out from the vicinity of the campfire. Coming. However, scarcely had Ling turned when a resounding boom echoed through the air, as if a colossal object had plummeted from the sky, causing the very ground to tremble. Oh no! By the campfire, Vera gazed skyward, murmuring softly. Tonight does not appear to be a peaceful night. Warning! 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 3 large red exclamation marks appeared before all the lords, including Ling. The spectral tribe has employed their ultimate strategy, the 9-tiered tower. The spectral tribe has employed their ultimate strategy, the realm of mirrors. Indeed, the recent tremors were not without cause. For in the very spot where Ling had been looking, a massive tower now loomed. Having risen from what had previously been an empty space, its distance from Ling estimated to be less than a kilometer. The regional chat channel was in complete disarray. Wind-like warrior, does anyone know what is happening? What is the spectral tribe? And what is this ultimate strategy? Single and arrogant. I have no idea. I haven't even seen the slime that the vendor mentioned today. At this hour, many who had found shelter were preparing to sleep. Yet, with this sudden uproar, nearly everyone was jolted awake, fervently discussing the spectral tribe and the nature of the ultimate strategy in the regional chat. Messages flashed rapidly through the channel. Yet the outcome of the discourse yielded no clarity. Throughout the day, witnessing an outsider was a rarity, let alone any encounter with the spectral tribe. As for the ultimate strategy, it remained an enigma to the majority. However, soon a message emerged in the regional channel that could not be overlooked. Cold Soul, have you all noticed that the regional chat channel is beginning to dwindle in numbers? Upon reading this, Ling cast his gaze toward the corner of the panel. Throughout the entire day, the regional channel experienced virtually no attrition. Yet, astonishingly, within just a few fleeting minutes, the number of individuals diminished by dozens. With the passage of time, this figure continued to swell. Witnessing this, the expressions of everyone turned grim. The rate of this attrition was alarmingly swift. It is crucial to note that this area housed only 10,000 souls. If the current pace of loss persisted, the living would be halved by the day's end. Moreover, if the trend were to continue, within 3 days, all would perish. Yet they remained entirely oblivious to their fate, unaware of the nature of their adversary or the imminent threats they would face. A pall of dread enveloped them all, save for Lin Xiao. Ha ha! Concealed within the cavern, Lin Xiao wore a triumphant and maniacal grin. They are all destined to die, and they shall accompany me to the grave. Before him, in addition to the recent regional report, another interface regarding the trial scroll appeared. Match successful. Trial content. Apocalyptic catastrophe. The legacy of defeat. Synopsis. A lamentable race, vanquished on a battlefield far beyond our era. Now, they have abandoned the land to which they were bound and intruded upon our world. A realm as tender as a sapling, untouched by any storm. Choose fight, go mad. Shall they rebuild their former glory upon our soil? Or shall we feast upon their flesh and blood, growing into towering giants? Chapter 26. A Devious Heart. Lin Xiao understood that the sudden emergence of the ghostly race represented the apocalyptic catastrophe decreed by the trial scroll. Confronting this so-called apocalypse, even the united human lords of the region would find it challenging to contend with such a force. Moreover, humans would never truly unite. As a member of humanity, Lin Xiao prided himself on his keen insight into humanity's inherent flaws. At that moment, an abrupt sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cavern where Lin Xiao concealed himself. Rustling. Who goes there? Lin Xiao's voice was laced with caution. The footsteps outside hesitated for a brief moment. Then, a small girl's voice drifted into Lin Xiao's ears from beyond the cavern. Big brother, could you let me stay for just one night? Oh, it's so dark outside, and I'm so scared. Just a little girl? Lin Xiao did not lower his guard. The presence of a girl at this moment could signify either another human lord or a special subject of some lords. Regardless of which, it brought him no good tidings, for it implied that on the very first night of this war game, his sanctuary had already been exposed. A murderous intent surged within Lin Xiao. Yet he masked it well. Concealing a sharpened stone dagger within his sleeve, he adopted a gentler tone and called out, "Come in." All right. As his words fell, a lively little girl, clad in a tattered princess dress, stepped into the cavern from outside. From her attire, Lin Xiao had already concluded that she could only be a lord, for in this era, it was impossible to produce such products of the industrial age. Big brother. Upon entering the cavern, the little girl's eyes brightened at the sight of Lin Xiao, and she eagerly moved closer to him. This girl brought her subjects along. With this thought, Lin Xiao elevated the perceived threat of the girl, retreating a few steps deeper into the cave to maintain distance. Noticing this, the little girl halted, her voice tinged with a hint of disappointment. Does Big Brother dislike me? The silence provided an answer. The little girl sighed. Since Big Brother dislikes me, I shall take my leave. That would be for the best. Lin Xiao replied coldly. The little girl lifted her head, her voice now devoid of its earlier frailty. Surely Big Brother still cares for me. Yet, Lin Xiao maintained his stoic demeanor. Very well, since Big Brother is unwilling to shelter me, I shall seek my fortune with another lord. She smiled and then blurted out a question. Which lord does Big Brother believe is the strongest among us humans? The strongest lord? Without hesitation, Lin Xiao instinctively uttered a name, the conscientious merchant, although he was reluctant to admit it. The ongoing timber trade had surely amassed a staggering amount of gold coins in the merchant's possession. Money is indeed a form of power. Claiming that the conscientious merchant was the strongest posed no issue in Lin Xiao's subconscious. The conscientious merchant? The girl repeated the name, seemingly committing it to memory, and then waved at Lin Xiao. All right then, thank you, Big Brother. I shall take my leave now. Having said that, she prepared to depart with her companions. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. Wait. The little girl turned back, her smile returning. Big Brother truly cannot bear to send me away at night? However, a sharp weapon abruptly pierced her throat. You cannot leave. Lin Xiao withdrew the stone dagger from her neck, blood splattering onto his face. The girl gazed at the frenzied visage before her, instinctively opening her mouth to call for her subject's aid. Alas, all she heard was the sound of blades piercing flesh as her companions fell into a pool of blood. Ultimately, the girl could only depart this world, her face wrought with resentment, dissipating into particles before Lin Xiao. So it was. Lin Xiao picked up 2 gold coins from the ground, casting a sardonic glance at the spot where the girl had fallen. If she had been a normal human, whether a subject or a lord, her body would not have vanished upon death, nor would such a wealth of coins have emerged. This scene could only confirm one possibility, that both the girl and her subjects were not human. The reason for the girl's exposure lay in her words. We humans? Lin Xiao scoffed. We humans never refer to ourselves in such an odd manner. Moreover, Lin Xiao's gaze turned complex as it fell upon the trading post. Nowadays, nearly every timber commodity is adorned with the moniker of the conscientious vendor. As the lord of humanity, one might wonder how it is possible to remain oblivious to such a figure. Is he truly a fool? Reflecting upon the earlier pop-up notification on the panel, Lin Xiao surmised that this might be one of the ultimate strategies of the ghost spirits, the realm of mirrors. To approach under the guise of a fellow lord and then strike decisively? Perhaps he could exploit this to his advantage. Lin Xiao's gaze shifted to the glaring name of the conscientious vendor within the trading post. If his deductions were correct, the ghost spirits would likely be gathering intelligence on the strongest human lords from others. Their ultimate conclusion could only point towards the conspicuous figure of the conscientious vendor. If he added fuel to this fire during this time, Lin Xiao's attention turned to the regional channel, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Conscientious vendor, how shall you respond to this maneuver? Creator God, allow me a moment to speak. Currently, in the face of the ghost spirits, we possess no intelligence and remain ignorant of the potential threat posed by their ultimate strategy. Thus, wandering alone in the wild is tantamount to courting death, presenting an opportunity for external forces to pick us off one by one. Therefore, I urge the more powerful lords to openly disclose their locations, allowing the weaker lords nearby to rally to their side. Only through unity can we navigate the crisis we currently face. At this moment, he sipped his refreshing drink while perusing the messages on the regional channel. Consequently, Lin Xiao absorbed all the information conveyed through his messages. Chapter 27. Unity is revenue. Unity. Indeed. Ling He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yet there was a certain validity to this sentiment. Gathering with other lords might even yield some form of protection fee, heating fee, or venue fee. The more he pondered, the more his eyes sparkled with excitement. If he were to acquire more architectural blueprints and use the surplus timber to construct a refuge, might he not also levy additional tolls and entry fees? Ling He acknowledged his growing intrigue. As someone who relished engaging in small trades, he bore little bias against outsiders. Profit was paramount. Even the foreign lord, Hamburger, who had once sought his demise, was tolerable. Thus, there was no need to mention his own kin. After all, unity is revenue. One seeks wealth, while another seeks survival. It is a fair transaction in contemplation. However, just as Ling He began to entertain this notion, he discovered that someone else in the trading post had already taken the initiative ahead of him. Call me Battle Maniac. If anyone is situated near the stream, do feel free to seek me out. My location is relatively flat, near a stream where a gnarled maple tree stands. If you're nearby, simply find a higher vantage point, and you should be able to see it. This individual is remarkably swift. Ling He mused inwardly. He had yet to finalize his pricing standards, and this battle maniac had already provided a reference point for his surroundings. As Call Me War, Mad revealed his position reference. Various scattered location messages soon flooded the regional channel. Upon seeing these notifications, a peculiar smile grew wider on Lin Zhao's lips. Those who could broadcast their positions in the regional channel were either Na'vi newcomers or genuinely formidable players, or perhaps a combination of both, the strong yet inexperienced. In the face of the impending catastrophe that was gradually unfolding, those who chose to trust other lords would undoubtedly become the most vulnerable targets. However, Lin Zhao still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, for the individual he truly wished to target had yet to utter a word in the regional channel. Creator God. Speaking of which, where's our merchant brother? Upon reading this, Ling He, who had been preparing to announce his reference point, instantly furrowed his brow. Was he attempting to thrust himself into the limelight with a single phrase? Indeed, as this statement emerged, the focus of the regional channel swiftly shifted towards Ling He. Fair Lady Bai. Yes, where's our merchant brother? He must be the strongest among us. So why isn't He spoken? Broken wing. Could it be that our merchant brother has already fallen asleep? Username useless. Who knows? Perhaps he has already been eliminated by the final strategy of that ghostly clan. I suspect the recent losses in the regional channel might include him. Chicken duck fish dog cat. Stop spreading rumors. The items listed by our merchant brother in the trading post are still available. He must be doing just fine. Ling He was already the most talked about individual in the regional channel. While some comments were well-meaning, there were also plenty of malicious speculations. He even noticed several individuals cursing him to meet a grim fate. Is the scoundrel lord feeling hurt? Vera leaned closer to Ling He, glancing at the messages in the regional channel. Look at this, and this. She pointed out several usernames that had hurled insults at the scoundrel lord. These are the clowns whose market Lin he had seized earlier that morning. A glint of determination flashed in Vera's eyes. It was one thing for the scoundrel lord to bear insults, but for others to join in was simply disrespectful to her exceptionally adorable self. No need for that. Ling He shook his head, gently patting Vera's hat. Your words have lifted my spirits considerably, since most of them are defeated clowns. Letting them vent their frustrations is of little consequence. However, as the discussion deepened, Ling He noticed several individuals attempting to private message him in hopes of obtaining his location reference. Ding! You have received a new private message. Spirit Rain Tranquil Song. Please do not reveal your location. Trust me. This person again? Ling He frowned. Had it not been for this Spirit Rain Tranquil Song, he would not have left that piece of steak untouched, now cold. Furthermore, she was advising him not to disclose his position. Yet had she not already used her skills to ascertain his location? Conscientious merchant, give me a reasonable explanation. Spirit Rain Tranquil Song. I just killed someone. Conscientious merchant. Ling furrowed his brow even more tightly, utterly perplexed by the intentions of this enigmatic individual named Ling Yuga. She urged him not to reveal his location, yet she was clearly aware of his whereabouts. When he requested a rationale, she cryptically mentioned that she had taken a life. Was this some form of intimidation directed at him? You plan to kill me within 3 days? Ling Yuga, please do not block me. Remain calm, and allow me to explain gradually. Conscientious merchant, very well. Ultimately, Ling Yuga could be considered a client, and Ling generally refrained from blocking potential customers. Moreover, he was intrigued to hear what insights she might offer. Ling Yuga, I had just killed someone, but the victim was not human. These entities can disguise themselves as human lords and engage in normal conversation, albeit with some linguistic deficiencies. Their true forms are not particularly strong. Yet they drop several coins upon death, with an abnormally high drop rate, even to the point of being frightening. I suspect that these beings are likely connected to the recently emerged spirit tribe. Before I began to doubt him, he inquired about the strongest human lord of the present day. Instinctively, I mentioned your name, and you may now be a target of the spirit tribe. Therefore, I implore you to trust me, and do not engage with other lords outside of this chat interface. You are a good person, and I do not wish to see your kindness lead to your demise. Chapter 28. The spirit tribe is truly detestable. This inexplicable character has once again bestowed upon him the label of a good person. Ling's lips curled into a slight smirk. He certainly considered himself a compassionate individual. However, the kind of goodness he embodied was likely not of the same ilk as that which Ling Yuga extolled. Nevertheless, she had provided him with valuable intelligence. And as a competent merchant, Ling understood the importance of maintaining a positive rapport. Conscientious merchant. Understood. I shall take note. Simultaneously, Ling discreetly deleted the content he had previously prepared for the regional channel. Her prior transgressions had created a significant rift between them, and she genuinely feared that he might dismiss her warnings as mere background noise. Fortunately, he was no fool. In the regional channel, the remarks from the deity creator were evidently suspicious appearing to be a deliberate attempt to manipulate the situation. Trusting him would be tantamount to becoming a target in a shooting gallery, an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Ling Yuga's gaze swept across the regional channel, her eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. Whether one is virtuous or malevolent, it is all too human to turn a blind eye to another's plight. Yet, those who would take advantage of a crisis posed by foreign threats were truly contemptible in her eyes. The few coins that had just fallen were tightly clenched in Ling Yuga's palm. She could no longer proceed with her original plan of gradual recovery. Meanwhile, Ling had closed all panels, attempting to initiate private conversations with him, and stretched his arms toward the heavens, indulging in a leisurely yawn. Overindulgence in food often leads to drowsiness. With a yawn, Ling He rubbed the corners of his weary eyes and cast his gaze towards Vera. Do you believe that what Ling Young mentioned will come looking for us tonight? Absolutely, Vera replied emphatically, her tone devoid of any jest. Her eyes were fixated on the tall tower beyond the forest. At such a height, even from within the woods, one could catch a glimpse of it through the gaps in the leaves. A faint smile played at the corners of Vera's lips. Since we are already bordering one another, I presume they would not miss the opportunity to pay a visit to our future neighbor. However, if you're feeling fatigued, my dear lord, you may retire for the night. Vera's gaze briefly swept over Ling He before she continued. You can entrust me with the task of overseeing the goods tonight. Should any malevolent entities approach, I am well prepared to safeguard our assets. Ling He chuckled as he playfully patted Vera's hat. So, Our Lady Capitalist is concerned for my well-being? You truly are incapable of uttering anything wise, Vera retorted, rolling her eyes. I am merely fulfilling my duties as a secretary, and you need not emphasize the lady part. All right. Ling He, of course, did not heed Vera's suggestion to rest. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to remain alert and keep her company through the night, while also discerning the nature of the beings that Ling Young had mentioned and their potential threat. Time passed slowly. During this period, the logging area remained eerily quiet, save for the sounds of the contract axe warriors and the lumbering beasts at work. Growing bored, Ling He redirected most of his attention to the regional channel. To his surprise, he observed that as the creator god called for human lords to gather, the number of participants in the regional channel not only failed to diminish but appeared to be on the rise. This unusual occurrence seemed to affirm the accuracy of Ling Young's information. Engaging with other lords at this juncture would indeed be perilous. He shook his head, feeling a pang of sorrow for the dwindling numbers in the regional channel. Each life lost represented a potential client for his future endeavors. The absence of even one could translate into a long-term loss of hundreds or even thousands of gold coins. If all were to perish, his path to growth would be irrevocably shattered. After all, it was impossible to monopolize a market devoid of trade or commerce. The notion of obstructing someone else's livelihood was akin to taking away their family. Given this line of thought, the specters truly deserved their fate. Hey, just as He was mulling over these thoughts, a loud voice echoed from outside the logging area. I see the firelight within. Is anyone inside? The voice belonged to a young man, and his words lacked a certain steadiness. Were these other human lords still wandering outside at this late hour due to the news in the regional channel? Or were they the beings that Ling Young had spoken of? Should we let them in? Vera inquired. Let us wait a moment. Ling raised his hand to signal Vera not to fret, while his mind raced through the current predicament. The lumber mill was devoid of any fences or defensive measures. In essence, it was merely a stretch of forest standing proudly on the plain. If the other party wished to enter, they could do so freely, rather than inquiring as they currently were. This indicated a commendable degree of sincerity on their part, devoid of any apparent malice. Contemplating this, Ling rose to his feet and called out loudly, Anyone, please feel free to come in. I have ample timber and a bonfire. Accommodating you for the night poses no issue at all. As Ling had previously considered, he bore no aversion to outsiders. The young man's voice carried a hint of hesitation. I apologize, but we're not very acquainted, so it might be best if we refrain from entering. Could we perhaps converse at the edge of the forest instead? Was he doubting himself? Ling found the notion somewhat amusing. Upon further reflection, it indeed posed no significant problem. While he harbored suspicions about the other party, they were certainly entitled to harbor doubts about him as well. Concealing ambushes within such a vast expanse of forest was hardly a challenging endeavor. Have the contract axe warriors cease their work, Ling instructed. Then let us step outside to meet our guests. Vera nodded, halting the work of the contract axe warriors, and then picked up a torch from the bonfire, silently following in Ling's wake. Upon reaching the outskirts of the lumber mill, Ling opted not to bring the 100-strong contract axe warriors along with him. Instead, he instructed them to conceal themselves among the trees. Ultimately, only Ling and Vera would be exposed to view. Opposite them stood a substantial group of over a dozen individuals, led by a bespectacled young man. Upon seeing Ling emerge from the forest, a gentle smile spread across his face. I am Lu Qi. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you both at such a late hour. Chapter 29. A conversation worth 10 gold coins. Vera nodded non-committally, acknowledging the impropriety. Do you have any idea how many small gold coins we stand to lose for every minute you delay us? Vera's statement was far from frivolous. As the current backbone of the lumber mill's production, the withdrawal of all contract lumberjacks resulted in tangible economic losses. However, Lu Qi appeared momentarily perplexed, scratching the back of his head with a wry smile. Vera. Ling shot her a disapproving glance, his peripheral vision scanning the expressions of Lu Qi and his companions. Judging by their attire, it was evident that there was more than one lord among them, and Lu Qi seemed to be the leader. Yet there appeared to be no significant barriers between them. Fortunately, they did not seem particularly astute. Remarkably, none had picked up on the glaring clues in Vera's earlier remarks. Lu Qi spoke timidly. I truly apologize for the disruption. How about I compensate you for your losses? Really? Vera responded immediately, calculating the losses in her mind and preparing to state an astronomical figure. Yet, before she could utter a word, Ling swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. Ling He disregarded Vera's struggles in his arms and instead turned his gaze towards Lu Qi, announcing a sum that was not particularly substantial, 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins? Lu Qi murmured, repeating the figure before quickly breaking into a smile. It was not a large amount. He extended his palm, and 10 gold coins materialized within it. Consider this an introduction to friendship between us. What do you think? At the moment the coins appeared, Vera's eyes widened, and her struggles ceased. She had intended to declare an astronomical figure to humiliate her opponent, hoping they would retreat in defeat. However, she was taken aback to find that they were not only capable of producing such a sum, but were also willing to offer compensation. Yet, given that Ling He's current gold reserves had reached 4 digits, a mere 2-digit sum was insufficient to provoke any overt display of emotion from Vera. Nevertheless, she lifted her gaze to meet Ling He's eyes. Hush, Ling He whispered softly, and upon receiving a nod from Vera, he released her mouth. Call someone, he murmured into her ear. Vera obediently nodded and struck her staff firmly against the ground. Come here. As her command resonated, a contract axe warrior emerged from the woods behind them. If he had called out himself, all the subjects within earshot would have responded. However, with a secretary delivering the summons, a more concise directive could be issued, effortlessly achieving what he could not manage alone. The contract axe warrior swiftly approached Lu Qi, who observed the warrior's movements closely. There was no doubt regarding his strength, and, judging by his speed, his agility was also commendable. If he could shed the flaw of being entirely unclothed, he would undoubtedly make for a formidable warrior. The exchange of gold occurred without incident. The 10 coins were quickly returned to Ling He by the contract axe warrior. Before Ling He could reach for them, Vera seized all the coins in one swift motion. Indeed, they are real, she mused, her fingers gliding between the charming little coins, savoring their warm, comforting essence before she carefully retrieved her wallet to stow them away. Simultaneously, Ling He's panel reflected an increase of 10 coins. I came with good intentions. There was no need to deceive you. Lu Qi's voice echoed from a distance. Ling He nodded, getting straight to the point. Now that compensation has been delivered, let us converse. What is it that you seek from us? Lu Qi was taken aback by Ling He's sudden directness following the exchange of gold, momentarily caught off guard. However, he quickly composed himself, maintaining an amiable smile as he replied. Our purpose in this outing is to seek out other lords to join us. Join you? Ling He inquired, puzzled. Indeed, we have established a gathering near the stream, where many like us congregate, Lu Qi explained. Are you from the Berserker faction by the stream? Ling He's mind sparked with realization, recalling that the only faction with a clearly identifiable location in the current regional channel was indeed the Berserkers, situated near the stream. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi nodded in surprise. How did you know? He asked. Indeed, we are affiliated with Brother Zhang Kuang. With a long exhale, Ling He felt the conversation was becoming burdensome. I will not accompany you. Why? Lu Qi furrowed his brow. Isn't it beneficial for all of us to gather? Normally, that would be accurate. Ling He replied with a hint of significance, then introduced himself. I am the honest vendor. You? No, you are Brother Ling? Lu Qi appeared astonished. Ling He shook his head, refraining from continuing the dialogue. With a mere 10 gold coins, our conversation must end here. How long do you intend to pretend? Lu Qi's gentle smile began to fade. When did you discover this? ISNT it's simple. Ling He raised 3 fingers. Firstly, I'm certain there are no streams nearby. It is impossible for Zhang Quan's people to be close to me. Secondly, I have never disclosed my surname, and can confirm I do not know you. How did you so readily utter my true surname, based on a mere nickname? As for the third point, Ling He raised a finger, gesturing towards Lu Qi's back. I have long wished to address this. I have endured your presence for too long. What sort of normal human team travels with a slime? Are you treating me as a fool? This is an affront to my intelligence. What? Lu Qi's eyes widened as he turned to look at the only slime in the group. What is wrong with that? He could not fathom that their exposure would stem from such an inconspicuous slime. But doesn't Ling He also have one? However, at this moment, Ling He had no intention of continuing the trivial exchange. He would ascertain whether the opponent was genuinely human after they revealed their true selves. Vera, eliminate them. Oomph. Vera let out a soft hum and slammed her staff onto the ground once more. Yet, unlike before, this time she extended a finger into the air and proclaimed loudly, 10 days full salary. Ding. Your secretary Vera has used the skill, index stimulation. The contract act warriors under your command are temporarily enhanced to Contract Berserkers. Chapter 30. Contract Berserker. Contract Berserker. Description, profit, more profit. The palpable aura of immediate gain can drive one to madness, stripping away all sense of reverence, ultimately obliterating every obstacle in sight. Special ability, Index Frenzy, Indomitable, Fight to the Death. Entry 1. Index Frenzy. This unit's resource output rate is increased by 150, and combat power remains a constant 300 of the base value. Entry 2. Indomitable. During combat, physical means cannot be used to diminish this unit's morale. And intimidation based on appearance or mental tactics is ineffective against this unit. The third entry, Relentless Combat. This unit's default combat philosophy is relentless combat. It will never falter until the casualties reach 100. Ling He quickly skimmed through the information about the Contract Berserkers. To be candid, he found it hard to believe that such a unit could be recruited for merely 1 gold, embodying the attributes expected of a foundational production unit. In this era, even if other conventional troops were to arrive, they would likely have their heads severed and kicked around by the Contract Berserkers. Indeed, the power of wages is remarkably formidable. As Ling He pondered this, a thunderous roar erupted behind him, and dozens of stone axes flew from the forest, hurtling towards Lu Qi's squad. Caught off guard, a significant portion of the team collapsed instantly. Fortunately, the stone axes were not particularly sharp, and thus, most individuals only suffered minor fractures. However, one unfortunate soul was struck directly on the skull by a flying axe and met an immediate demise. Yet, the deceased did not linger on the ground. Before Ling He's narrowing eyes, the body swiftly transformed into particles and vanished. They were indeed not true humans. Even so, Ling He felt a twinge of apprehension. Had it not been for the slime trailing Lu Qi's group and the prior warning from Ling Yu's melodious song that had alerted him, he might have been ensnared by some of their words. At many moments, they exhibited behavior too akin to that of ordinary humans, without deliberately seeking flaws in their speech. One could hardly discern anything amiss. At this moment, Lu Qi and his companions clumsily rose from the ground. However, unlike before, the glint in Lu Qi's eyes now held no trace of amusement, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of wariness. He was wary of Ling He, and even more so of the forest behind him from which the multitude of berserkers surged forth. Berserkers? Had he inadvertently disturbed the lair of some savage clan? Lu Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he was not human, he possessed certain human knowledge. The recruitment and maintenance costs for berserkers would never be trivial. How could this human lord possibly amass such a formidable force in such a brief span of time? Before Lu Qi could ponder further, the Contract Berserkers behind Ling He had already initiated their next move. Everything for profit, with a roar akin to a battle cry. The berserkers charged directly at Lu Qi's group. Their stone axes had already been thrown, yet in their berserk state, they seemed oblivious to this. Broken branches, stones picked from the ground, and even their fists became lethal instruments of death. Lu Qi's group did not refrain from attempting to resist. However, the only weapon at their disposal was a basic unit, a spear-wielding infantryman. Spear infantryman. Era, Stone Age, basic path. Introduction, basic soldiers equipped with simple stone spears. They're also adept at hunting. Special ability, Thrust. Combat power, 6. The stone spear-wielding infantry unit possesses combat prowess that can easily dominate most basic local inhabitants. Even the contracted lumberjack, in a state of deprivation, cannot hope to rival their might. Regrettably, There's only one such stone spear wielder in Lu Qi's ranks. Alone, he must confront nearly 200 fully equipped, contracted berserkers led by Ling He. With a swift motion, the stone spear wielder thrusts his weapon towards the heart of an advancing berserker. However, in the next instant, a massive hand reaches out from the side, effortlessly disarming him. Before he can react, a boulder the size of a sandbag crashes down upon his forehead. Subsequently, a dozen berserkers surge forward, raining down chaotic blows. The stone spear wielder, positioned at the forefront, is unable to withstand even a few breaths, meeting the same unfortunate fate as his predecessor, dissipating into particles upon the ground. At this moment, Ling He observes the combat power of his contracted berserkers through the interface. Contracted berserker. Combat power, 15. With a combat power of 15. The strongest recruitable unit Ling He has encountered today is merely a fraction of his own strength. He remains uncertain about the potential of contracted berserkers in future eras. Nonetheless, one thing is clear. In this primitive age, no unit capable of matching the berserkers has yet emerged, at least not today. Reviewing the berserkers panel does not consume much of Ling He's time. Yet in that brief moment, the battle has already concluded. The overwhelming quality, combined with their sheer numbers, renders Lu Qi's resistance utterly futile, akin to that of helpless chicks. Wonderful, Vera exclaims, witnessing Lu Qi's entire contingent dissolve into the ground. Now it's time for the spoils. With that, she tosses the torch towards Ling He and rushes to the site where Lu Qi's men fell, eager to scavenge the battlefield. Ling He, startled, fumbles to catch the torch. Hey, don't play with fire on the grass, you heartless capitalist. However, observing Vera bending down to collect coins, he realizes she likely did not heed his words at all. Do we truly lack just a few coins? Ling He sighs in resignation. Yet he still raises the torch to assist Vera in searching for the loot dropped by Lu Qi's men. You don't understand, foolish lord, Vera shakes her head. Earning money can be both a goal and a source of joy. I am relishing the journey of laboring for wealth. But you're merely bending down to pick up the money. Ling He cannot help but retort. Fortunately, with the torch's illumination, locating the gleaming coins in the open area proves relatively easy. In no time, Vera has gathered all the coins scattered on the ground. Chapter 31. Killing and arson will ruin 3 generations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Vera meticulously counted the gold coins in her possession, eventually revealing a total of 34. 34? Upon hearing this figure, Ling began to calculate in his mind. Judging solely by this number, the spoils from this battle seemed quite substantial. Looking across the entire region, any lord other than himself would deem this a considerable fortune. However, Vera had employed an exponential incentive, promising full pay for 10 days to all contract axe warriors, with 174 contract axe warriors receiving full remuneration for 10 days. The total amounted to a staggering 261 gold coins. The gold obtained from the slain was barely a fraction of the expenses incurred. Ling's expression darkened in an instant. Who was the imbecile that proclaimed killing and arson would lead to wealth? After slaying a dozen beings that resembled humans, this paltry sum was all that remained, less than what he earned from selling lumber. In Ling's view, that saying should be altered to killing and arson leads to poverty for 3 generations. The more one fought, the poorer one became. It was unfathomable what sort of fool would think they could amass wealth through war. While contemplating this, Ling's peripheral vision caught a glimmer at his feet. Was it a gold coin that Vera had overlooked? Instinctively, he crouched down and parted the thick grass. However, what he discovered was not a gleaming gold coin, but rather a pitch-black reflective card. An unfamiliar object. Could be a dropped blueprint or equipment. Ling glanced at the hundreds of contract berserkers surrounding him and Vera, then reached down to pick up the card. The moment it touched his hand, information about the item appeared on his panel. Death Curse of the Ghost Spirit Tribe. Description: derived from the final strategic realm of the Ghost Spirit Tribe. When mirror ghosts are slaughtered en masse, the true nightmare will descend, eradicating all threats to the Ghost Spirit clan. Well, what a terrifying description. Unbeknownst to him, Vera had approached Ling's side. Her voice elongated as she regarded the card named Death Curse. It seems it is destined to be discarded as trash. How frightening. Ling couldn't help but deliver a light tap to Vera's head, urging her to speak more seriously. Moreover, what was the core structure? And what do the terms pseudo-era signify? Ling waved the small card before Vera, inquiring about its usage. He understood that this item was likely not meant for him at present, as he had yet to encounter several of the terms it contained. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to ask about its purpose. Vera puffed her cheeks and rubbed her forehead. I am quite serious, you know. Despite her words, she retracted her playful tone. adopting a more composed demeanor. Rather than focusing on the effects below, it would be wise to first consider this aspect. As she spoke, Vera pointed to the description section on the panel. Is this not merely a standard description? As Ling voiced this thought, he suddenly noticed that the description section could be expanded, as if some information had been concealed. By dragging the description down, a new line of text appeared before Ling's eyes. Note, try flipping it over. On the reverse side, what awaits? As described in the introduction. Ling turned the card in his hand, and with that simple motion, the once pitch-black card underwent a startling transformation. Death. On the side facing Ling, a vivid crimson character for death materialized. In that very instant, a shiver ran through Ling, causing him to turn his head in unease. At the moment the character appeared, it seemed as if something terrifying within the nearby towering structure had also opened its eyes. Months, in a realm beyond Ling's hearing. Ominous voices echoed from within the tower. Why are there humans everywhere? The voices were laden with hatred and fury. Damn humans, they're like vermin scattered far and wide. Everywhere, an everlasting stain that can never be cleansed. Pests that can never be exterminated. Humans, cursed be you. As the voice raged, the entire tower appeared to tremble. Yet, in the next moment, the furious voice abruptly ceased, as if succumbing once more to slumber. After a brief silence, intermittent sounds emanated from the tower's pinnacle. The strongest conscience merchant, Ling, has slain him. Two figures, suspended above the ground, shot forth from the tower, racing toward the location where Lu Qi and the others had perished, moving with the swiftness of shooting stars. Thud. Was that the berserker of the pact? Bang. Just as Ling froze in place, the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground reached his ears. Turning to look, he beheld a monstrous creature, resembling withered wood and towering over humans, being tackled to the ground by the surrounding berserkers of the pact. You idiot lord, what are you dawdling for? Step back. Vera's voice called from the other side. She wielded her staff, striking the ground repeatedly, and the berserkers of the pact formed layers around Ling, protecting him. Realizing this, Ling understood that had it not been for Vera's quick reflexes and commands, his heart might have already been ripped out by that creature. However, glancing around, he saw that the downed monster was merely one among many. Another beast was wreaking havoc among the ranks of the berserkers. Its withered limbs were as formidable and sharp as steel. Against the unarmored berserkers of the pact, that creature could easily bisect a person with a mere swipe, or pierce through to claim a bloodied heart with a single thrust. This was the crushing superiority of a higher civilization. 1 against 100, unafraid. Observing the rapid decline in the number of berserkers, Vera's amber eyes sparkled with mischief, and she could not help but stifle a giggle. In that case, how about this? The staff came crashing down again. 100 days of full pay. As her words fell, a profound silence enveloped the scene, as if Vera's proclamation had failed to instigate any change. Seeing this, Vera placed her hand to her mouth and coughed lightly. Then she spoke slowly, even in death. It shall be given. Ding. Your secretary Vera has activated the skill. Index stimulation. The contract berserkers under your command have temporarily transformed into contract demon warriors. Ling slightly parted his lips. Is this truly possible? Can they be further enhanced? Chapter 32. Those who live pursue profit, and those who die are profit-seeking ghosts. Contract demon warrior. Synopsis. An ultimate unit evolved from the brink of life and death, sensing the ethereal, understanding the truths of the world. Those who live pursue profit, and those who die are profit-seeking ghosts. All things are but illusions. Only profit is real. Special abilities, exponential frenzy, indomitable, death battle without retreat, sacrifice my remnants. The first 3 special abilities remain unchanged compared to the contract berserkers. Ling's gaze scanned the panel, focusing on the newly added special ability of the contract demon warrior. Sacrifice my remnants. Effect. Upon sustaining fatal damage, resist death for up to 2 hours, or until all core limbs have suffered catastrophic damage. During this effect, combat power increases by 100, and the targeted opponent is inflicted with a state of intimidation. At this moment, several contract berserkers, recently dispatched by the monsters, staggered back to their feet in a grotesque manner. Some had lost their heads, others bore gaping wounds from shoulder to abdomen, and some were left with only half a body. They appeared as though they had clawed their way back from the depths of hell. For a moment, Ling was taken aback, pondering which side truly harbored the real monsters. For the sake of profit, a voice, chilling as the underworld, emanated from the contract demon warriors. Even the previously rampaging spirits of the ghostly tribe shuddered at the sound. Profit. Suddenly, all the resurrected contract demon warriors lunged toward the monstrous entities still hovering in the arena. despite their monstrous forms. The spirits could only hurriedly fend off the onslaught of the contract demon warriors. In an instant, severed limbs and blood were everywhere. Yet, these warriors defying death proved far more challenging to vanquish than the so-called undead. Even with just a single limb remaining, they persisted in crawling toward the monsters before them. Ultimately, one of the ghostly tribe's monsters made a critical error, allowing a massive hand to grasp a protrusion on its body. This would be its only mistake and its last, for the deceased contract demon warriors possessed a strength that could vaguely contend with it. Seizing this opportunity, Ling glanced at the combat power of the contract demon warriors in their death state. Contract demon warrior, death state. Combat power, 30. This was a full doubling of the strength of the contract berserkers. The attribute enhancement from Sacrifice My Remnants was not merely applied to the foundational panel of the contract lumberjack, but rather as a noble outer enhancement. Their combat power in death surpassed their living state by a considerable margin. Upon seeing this, Ling's mind steadied. There were only two enemies. While he commanded nearly 200 contract demon warriors, those who lived were his allies, and those who died became his ghosts. With silver as his path, victory in this battle was assured. Indeed, as the protrusion on the monster was grasped by the contract demon warriors, it could no longer float away, its mobility significantly hindered. More surged forward, overpowering the creature and forcing it to the ground. Stone axes, rocks, and various heavy objects rained down upon the monster. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the impact proved ineffective. Ling furrowed his brow. Although the creature's body appeared as brittle as dry wood, it was, in fact, remarkably resilient. He noticed some whose stones shattered upon striking the beast, yet the creature remained unscathed. It felt akin to hurling stones at an iron block. No significant damage could be inflicted in such a short span. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The initially subdued monster gradually pushed itself up from the ground. The holding it down was not in a lethal state, thus possessing only a combat power of 15, rendering it at a disadvantage in strength. Suddenly, the creature executed a swift rotation, flinging its captor aside and regaining its freedom. However, this time, its focus shifted away from Ling and towards Vera. It recognized who the true mastermind behind the was. Ling's pupils constricted. He sensed something amiss the moment the creature diverted its gaze from him. "Vera, run!" he shouted, even as the rising monster darted past its comrades and the line of, extending its arm towards Vera with lethal intent. Its speed was astonishingly swift. Vera, whose physical prowess paled in comparison to Ling's, could only widen her eyes as the monstrous body drew ever closer. There was no time to turn or flee. Was this the end? Just then, a fireball shot forth from the forest, grazing Vera's cheek before colliding with the creature. A chilling scream erupted from the monster as it was engulfed in flames. In mere moments, the beast, which had posed a formidable challenge even to the, was reduced to a cloud of ash. Astonishingly, the one responsible for this feat was Hamburger. Vera and Ling exchanged stunned glances as they looked towards the forest. The creature that should have been sleeping by the campfire had now rolled out from the rear of the forest. With its large eyes blinking at Vera, Hamburger decisively rolled over to Ling's side, affectionately nudging against him. "Ha ha, that tickles." Ling couldn't help but laugh at the sudden onslaught of Hamburger's tiny round hands. Yet, considering that Hamburger had just saved Vera, he felt reluctant to push it away. "But Hamburger, how did you become so strong all of a sudden?" Ling questioned, rubbing Hamburger's body with a hint of curiosity in his tone. Just earlier, Hamburger had been unable to defeat even the... Yet now, it had effortlessly vanquished a creature from the ghostly clan. Wait. A sudden realization struck Ling as a flash of insight illuminated his mind. "Hamburger, wait a moment. I need to verify my hypothesis." With that, Ling extricated himself from Hamburger's embrace, torch in hand, and approached the subdued creature. "Damn it, Lord, what are you plotting now?" As Ling He suddenly made such a perilous move, Vera swiftly followed suit and positioned herself beside him. She followed Ling He's gaze to the monstrous creature on the ground. At that moment, the sight was nothing short of horrifying. A grotesque beast, overwhelmed by a mass of writhing limbs, lay pinned to the earth. Merely glancing at it could instill a sense of profound mental disarray. Fortunately, neither the specters of the Ghost Spirit Clan nor the contract warriors under Ling He's command possessed the ability to inflict psychological harm. Thus, both Ling He and Vera maintained a relatively sound state of mind. "I wish to test my hypothesis," Ling He remarked, raising the torch in his hand and casually tossing it towards the creature's body. Chapter 33. The nightmare passed. As the flames made contact with the beast, they expanded at an astonishing rate, swiftly engulfing both the monster and the contract warriors who had been suppressing it. Once again, the creature's anguished scream echoed from within the inferno. Ha! 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 Ling He couldn't help but laugh heartily, his eyes reflecting the flickering flames. Of course, this time, there was no hamburger to tickle him. Vera rolled her eyes, discreetly stepping back a pace, and warily inquired, "Have you finally lost your mind, you reckless lord? You are the one who has gone mad," he retorted, turning back to suppress a grin as he beheld the raging flames before him. Who would have imagined that the seemingly ironclad body of the Ghost Spirit Clan's monster would be so flammable? In fact, it appeared to be even more combustible than timber. A mere spark could send this reaper, standing tall on the battlefield, straight to the depths of hell. Perhaps not only this creature, but also other entities of the Ghost Spirit Clan shared this characteristic. Ling He's thoughts raced. No wonder that Liu Qi and his companions had been reluctant to enter the forest. They were not afraid of any ambush they might encounter, but rather of the bonfire that could ignite within the woodland. However, this notion flickered only briefly in Ling He's mind. Liu Qi and his companions were far too weak. They had been dispatched in an instant by the contract berserker, leaving Ling He with no opportunity to verify his theory. At that moment, the flames surged forth rapidly and receded just as quickly, leaving nothing but ash in their wake. The Ghost Spirit Clan's creature was reduced to cinders, and even the contract warriors that had suppressed it were charred beyond recognition. A peculiar aroma reminiscent of grilled meat wafted towards Ling He. He hesitated slightly, stepping back to align himself with Vera. Casting a glance around, he leaned closer to her and whispered, "What shall we do about these contract warriors?" Amid the rampage of the Ghost Spirit Clan's creature, at least half of the contract warriors had sustained fatal injuries. Now, their bodies lay severed, struggling in a state of defiance against death. In just over an hour, they would succumb completely, reduced to mere remnants. "What can we do?" Vera shrugged nonchalantly. "They'll have to be buried beneath the logging site as fertilizer, ultimately contributing to our cause." "Oh!" Ling and Liao were in exchanged nods. "I had thought you might toss their flesh into your cauldron for a hearty stew, saving quite a bit of coin, didn't I?" "Huh!" Vela widened her eyes, exclaiming, "I'm a lady. How could a lady indulge in such gruesome acts? Furthermore, how could you utter such words without even a blink?" TSK. Seeing that Vela was not taking the bait, Ling gently clicked his tongue. He had anticipated that Vela would proactively suggest incorporating the contracted ghost warriors into their culinary repertoire. Alas, that was not to be. However, since Vela harbored no such intentions, as a person of conscience, he felt compelled to show her respect. "Then the handling of these contracted ghost warriors shall be entrusted to you," Ling stated, patting Vela on the shoulder and offering her an affirming glance. Although the threat posed by the ghost spirit tribe had been temporarily quelled, Ling had not forgotten Vela's recent promise: full wages for 100 days, regardless of life or death. Calculating this, it amounted to a staggering expenditure of 610 gold coins. The gold Ling earned in a day barely approached that sum. Prompted by Ling's reminder, Vela evidently grasped the gravity of the situation. Since it was a matter she had already committed to, the notion of incurring debt was hardly feasible. This meant that even if half of the contracted ghost warriors fell, she would still need to prepare 610 copper coins daily as wages. Should she accidentally overspend and be unable to provide the wages, it would not be a matter easily resolved with mere words against malicious collections. The rebellious contracted ghost warriors could indeed hang her and that scoundrel lord from the old crooked tree. The mere thought sent a shiver down Vela's spine. Irritated, she cast an angry glance at the contracted ghost warriors who remained frozen in place, forcefully striking her staff against the ground. Even in their state of resisting death, the contracted ghost warriors should still have about an hour of life left. Since she would ultimately need to pay them their wages, Vela was determined not to forfeit this final opportunity for them to yield any remaining value. In response to Vela's command, the contracted ghost warriors made no objections, silently picking up their stone axes from the ground before turning to head into the forest. Some of the stone axes were damaged, but that was not a significant concern. After all, in an hour's time, they would not require such a multitude of stone axes. Sighing deeply upon returning to the campfire, Vela lamented, "Thanks to our dear neighbor, we have suffered considerable losses tonight." Gulu, in its state of slumber, Hamburger would likely have slept soundly until the early morning if not for the earlier battle with the ghost spirit tri-monsters that had awakened it. Meanwhile, Ling focused his attention on the small card in his hand. With both ghost spirit tri-monsters vanquished, the ominous word death at the center of the card had entirely faded. Correspondingly, the description underwent a slight transformation. Death curse of the ghost spirit tribe. Description: Derived from the ultimate strategic realm of the Ghost Spirit tribe, it contains fragments of their civilization's heritage and power. The description no longer warned of nightmares, but rather spoke of a repository of cultural inheritance and shards of power. It seems that the curse of death has been passed through rather effortlessly. The wretched lord? Ling He tucked away the small card in his hand, meeting Vera's puzzled gaze. Why do you appear to be in such good spirits? Vera asked, somewhat bewildered. Earlier, during the skirmish with Liu Qi and his group, incurring a loss of 261 gold, while only earning 34, had caused Ling He considerable distress. Yet now, with an actual loss of 610 gold, he seemed unperturbed. Indeed, I am in a good mood, Ling He replied with a grin, spreading his hands. Because soon, we are about to make a fortune. Huh? Vera tilted her head. One must admit, Ling He truly had a knack for making money, even outshining her, the adorably astute capitalist. Chapter 34. Could it be that I want to make a profit? What should we do then? Vera inquired aloud. The task at hand is quite simple, Ling He stated, raising a finger. We merely need to share the intelligence we currently possess within the regional channel. Just like that, Vera tilted her head, a few question marks floating above her high hat. Will we charge for the information? No, of course, the information is free. Ling He shook his head. I'm a good person. How could I engage in such opportunistic behavior? Is that true? Vera scrutinized Ling He with a doubtful gaze. If he had not intended to elevate the contract Ghost Warrior onto the menu, she might have entertained the notion that he was indeed a good person. However, it was hard to believe that someone so evenly matched with her, or perhaps even surpassing her, could be anything but dubious. What kind of look is that? Ling He raised an eyebrow, visibly displeased with Vera's skeptical expression. He had been issued the good person card by the same individual twice in succession. Surely, this certified good person must count as such. Never mind. Whether I am good or not is irrelevant. Given the late hour, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Ling He glanced at the darkening sky before voicing his thoughts. Vera, what do you think is the greatest issue currently affecting our income? Actually, our production capacity is somewhat excessive. The market is struggling to absorb our output. Is it that the pricing is too low? Vera pondered aloud, quickly shaking her head. It has little to do with pricing. As with the current capacity of a lumberyard and the essential nature of the timber, regardless of the price set, we would inevitably capture a significant portion of the circulating gold within the trading market. In fact, it was fortunate that Ling He had initially slashed the lumber prices drastically. Otherwise, the current monopoly would not exist. Raising the lumber prices recklessly would merely provide breathing room for others selling timber, consequently reducing Ling He's gold income. With this thought, Vera exasperatedly tapped her forehead. What else could possibly impact her income alongside the wretched lord? Unable to conceive an answer, she wore a troubled expression, which amused Ling He. He then confidently raised 2 fingers. I shall be straightforward. Currently, the issues affecting our income can be distilled into 2 critical points, the first of which is demand. Demand. Indeed, Vera pondered on Ling He's words, nodding to herself in agreement. Ling He was correct. Demand is indeed a significant concern. At present, most lords lack architectural blueprints, which results in a minimal requirement for large quantities of timber. What appears to be a scarcity of timber is, in reality, a necessity that is limited to the amount needed to kindle a campfire each night. If one were to be more stringent with oneself, or discover a suitable refuge, even that daily requirement could be entirely eliminated. Without demand, even a complete monopoly of the market would yield minimal actual profits. Noticing Vera's understanding of the demand issue, Ling He continued, this matter, in fact, is no longer a concern, for our dear neighbor has splendidly resolved it for us. As he spoke, Ling He pointed towards the distant tower. With prior guidance, Vera instantly grasped Ling He's meaning, while others may be oblivious. She and the nefarious lord could not be unaware. The ghostly beings harbor an intense fear of flames. Even those terrifying monsters dare not approach the slightest flicker of fire. As long as the ghostly tribe exists, fire remains an essential element for the sake of survival. This directly influences the trading post, resulting in a sharp increase in the demand for timber. The market has expanded due to the arrival of the ghostly tribe. What good person! Vera couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling with dreams of wealth as she looked expectantly at Ling He. And what is the second point, my dear lord? The second point, Ling He replied with a smile, is the most crucial factor. The human lords in the region lack funds. Even if we were to reduce the price of timber to an astonishing low, they would still be unable to purchase goods. Yet, akin to the first point, this flaw has also been perfectly rectified by our dear neighbor. A vivid scene unfolded in Vera's mind as Ling He narrated. While the human lords may currently be impoverished, they cannot withstand the wealth held by outsiders. The entity known as Liu He, despite the overall combat prowess of his team being rather modest, is capable of yielding between 1 to 3 gold coins per individual. Once Ling He disseminates the information and provides a means of identifying them, most human lords should not find themselves utterly powerless against them. In time, everyone will successfully earn money. This influx of wealth, as it circulates through the market, will ultimately flow into our hands. Vera interjected, placing her hands before her and clutching them tightly. The only expense we incur is the worthless free information, in exchange for the expansion of a market and allowing all lords to serve as instruments for our enrichment. Ultimately, those individuals will be left weeping with gratitude towards you. To seek both fame and fortune is indeed more wicked than the demons dwelling in the abyss, my dear lord. Ling He rolled his eyes, exclaiming, I have stated time and again that I am merely a good person. However, you should now comprehend the sincerity of my intentions, correct? By freely divulging all the intelligence at his disposal, he may not necessarily profit, but it seems improbable that he would not. Vera nodded vigorously, akin to a garlic pounder, and inquired, when do you plan to commence your nefarious scheme? Wait a moment. I need to verify one last piece of information. Acknowledging the futility of correcting Vera's mode of address, Ling decisively opened his private chat interface and initiated a conversation with an old acquaintance. Conscientious merchant, Brother War Frenzy. Are you there? Meanwhile, at the Lord's gathering near the stream, War Frenzy gazed at his private chat interface with a look of astonishment and disbelief. Although the war game had only recently emerged, everyone knew that within this region, the conscientious merchant was a figure of considerable stature. Would such a prominent individual truly initiate a private chat with him? No, War Frenzy suddenly recognized a blind spot. Upon recalling his earlier message, he suddenly remembered the other party. Call me War Frenzy. It's you. You're the merchant brother? Chapter 35. The information of a free lunch. Conscientious merchant. Indeed, it's me. Haha, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your earlier suggestion, Brother War Frenzy. Call me War Frenzy. I am undeserving of such praise. In reality, War Frenzy wiped the sweat from his brow. He had merely been making an offhand remark about the unscrupulous merchants in the trading post. Who would have thought that such a casual comment could lead to the emergence of a capital magnate? Nevertheless, seeing that the other party was alive and thriving brought a sense of relief to War Frenzy. In the past, he had always been principled and loyal, and upon entering the war game, he maintained an attitude of helping those in need. When he first sent the private message, he genuinely intended to impart survival skills to Ling. Yet, it was evident that Ling was doing quite well and required no further instruction. Call me War Frenzy, merchant brother. If you require assistance, please feel free to ask. We are all of the human race, and I shall do my utmost to help. To approach him without even inquiring about the matter at hand and directly offer assistance, Ling had already discerned that the other party was a good person. Thus, he decided to be forthright and concise. Conscientious merchant, it's not a difficult favor. I merely wish to inquire if you know someone named Liu He. Liu He? War Frenzy furrowed his brow slightly and glanced toward the campfire behind him. There, a gentleman of refined appearance was resting, and he happened to be Liu He, who had been slain by Ling not long ago. War Frenzy was unaware of the events that had transpired on Ling's side. At this moment, numerous questions filled his mind. Why was the conscientious merchant seeking Liu He, and how did he know Liu He was with him? Taking a deep breath, War Frenzy composed a new private message. Call me War Frenzy. Has Liu He offended you in some way? The sudden inquiry regarding Liu He seemed the most plausible explanation War Frenzy could conceive. As he stared at the private chat interface, a wave of hesitation washed over him. Offending the conscientious vendor in the present day is undoubtedly an unwise choice. If the response given is indeed correct, should he not expel Liu He from his camp? However, when faced with someone seeking refuge, it's difficult for the battle mad to truly take such a harsh action. Conscientious vendor. No. Rather, he seems like quite a mild-mannered individual. Nonetheless, I appreciate your explanation, battle mad brother. Knowing that Liu He is with you has alleviated many of my doubts. Call me battle mad. You're most welcome. But what exactly is the matter concerning Liu He? He is currently with you. Might I request the vendor to generously enlighten me? Battle mad contemplated for quite some time, yet he could not discern what Liu He's presence truly signified. Conscientious vendor, check the regional channel. The regional channel? Following the vendor's suggestion, Battle Mad activated the regional channel, at which point he had already commenced his discourse within it. Conscientious vendor. Good evening, family. I have just endured an exhilarating battle against the Ghost Spirit clan, suffering significant losses. I wonder how you all are faring? Mr. Carefree, I am quite well, though a few unseemly creatures sought me out and were ultimately dispatched by the wolves pursuing me. I even managed to quietly collect a few coins. Tattered Pants, vendor, could you perhaps elaborate on the combat capabilities of the Ghost Spirit Clan? Upon hearing this inquiry, Ling He was suddenly wide awake. Conscientious vendor, as for the combat prowess of the Ghost Spirit Clan, let me put it this way. The more formidable monsters can annihilate units with 30 combat power as easily as slaughtering dogs. Of course, they are not invincible. Merely allowing them contact with a flame can instantaneously vanquish them. Pale and gaunt. Is everything the vendor states true? Then I must prepare a greater quantity of firewood for ignition. I quit drinking. Wait, does the vendor already possess organized units with over 30 combat power? Upon this utterance, many discerned the implication hidden within Ling He's words, collectively inhaling sharply. In the current context, what does a combat power of 30 signify? Given that the most potent combat power among the populace is a mere 10, facing units with 30 combat power would be akin to an armored vehicle assaulting natives. Yet, the conscientious vendor claims that the creatures of the Ghost Spirit Clan can slay such units with ease. Many, upon contemplating this, instinctively reacted with disbelief. Username is useless. Words alone are insufficient. Can you provide evidence? Skeptical remarks occasionally surfaced within the regional channel. To these inquiries, Ling He merely cast a fleeting glance before disregarding them entirely. My lord, will you not offer a rebuttal? Vela inquired, leaning against Ling He's shoulder. Ling He shook his head. Those who trust in me will naturally do so, while those who do not may await their next lifetime for another chance. He did not see himself as the protagonist of a novel, nor a hero from a fairy tale, much less as a virtuous individual like Battlemad. Engaging in fruitless discourse was not something Ling He wished to pursue. Vera chuckled softly at the side, prompting me to agree, pondering the audacity of such insignificant beings daring to trouble our esteemed producer for explanations. Ling nodded in agreement. When it came to flattery, Vera's words were undeniably persuasive. Yet, perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but it seemed that Vera's recent address had conferred upon him a status even loftier than that of the Lord. Regaining his focus, Ling continued to disseminate intelligence within the regional channel. Conscientious merchant. Of course, not all units of the Spirit Clan are as formidable and terrifying as the monsters I previously described. One type of monster possesses combat capabilities not dissimilar to our own. Ling unveiled his speculations regarding the Mirror Realm, including verified truths he had just established. Certain malevolent entities could disguise themselves as human lords to approach and deceive their counterparts, ultimately leading to betrayal and murder. The targets they mimic likely have prototypes within this area, with their personalities and terrain awareness intricately linked to these originals. In most instances, one could discern the authenticity of a human by identifying errors in their speech. However, Ling proposed an even more effective solution, one so simple that even a fool could employ it to easily distinguish a genuine human from a pretender. Chapter 36. Adding fuel to the fire. This solution was none other than the private chat feature. By adeptly utilizing this tool, a simple greeting could reveal whether the individual before one was indeed real. The untainted internal channel of humanity became the greatest reliance for the collective resistance against the Spirit Clan's threat. At that moment, Lin Xiao, who had been eavesdropping, scoffed at the information Ling shared. The method was indeed sound. Having encountered a disguised monster and survived, he was well aware of its practicality. However, the conscientious merchant had miscalculated one crucial factor. This strategy required the unreserved and cooperative engagement of all human lords within the region. The darker aspects of human nature will become glaringly evident in this regard. Just then, a chat message appeared before Lin Xiao. Mr. Nonchalant. Is that person standing before me truly you? Upon reading the private message, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Had someone already come into contact with the Spirit Clan's mimicry of himself? Creator God. Yes. Mr. Nonchalant. Then please step forward with your left leg. Raise your right hand to signal, and spin around 3 times for me to see. In an instant, Lin Xiao's smile froze on his face. If it were genuinely him standing before the other, executing those actions would pose no difficulty. However, the truth was that the entity before him was not his true self at all. As expected, Lin Xiao remained motionless, and soon a new private message arrived. Mr. Nonchalant, fraud. With that accusation, Lin Xiao found himself completely blocked by the private chat. Simultaneously, a shadow of displeasure crossed his face, as he suddenly realized the concept of human malevolence seemed unattainable within the flawless solution presented by the conscientious vendor. Unbeknownst to him, he had suffered yet another defeat. Damn, was this also part of that vendor's cunning scheme? As Lin Xiao pondered this, several pop-up messages appeared in his private chat interface. However, this time, they did not inquire whether he was facing them. On the other side of the chat were several lumber merchants, eager to discuss how to address the issue of the conscientious vendor. Seeing this, Lin Xiao's eyes brightened. Indeed, despite the vendor's favorable reputation, he had offended many. Originally, the lumber segment within the trading market could satiate everyone, but that vendor insisted on diminishing a substantial portion. Not only did he reduce the pie, but he also hoarded it for himself, leaving the ravenous lumber merchants seething with resentment. The individuals reaching out to him in private chat were somewhat familiar to Lin Xiao. Previously, he had regarded them as a disreputable bunch, but circumstances had shifted, and even the most unsavory characters served a purpose. The fate of the pot of soup now rested entirely in their hands. With this thought, Lin Xiao promptly sent a message in the private chat. Fellow creators, what say you to obstructing that unscrupulous vendor? I couldn't agree more. If you have any clever ideas, do share. Hold your horses. We can approach this step by step. Unbeknownst to him, as he disseminated information, his reputation within the region seemingly plummeted. A plethora of conspiracy theories inexplicably surfaced, bifurcating into belief and skepticism. Those who disbelieved had little to say, resorting to mocking his words. No way. Could anyone genuinely believe him? Did I not mention the impending zombie crisis? Wow. A unit with 30 combat power is incredibly formidable. Our vendor is truly exceptional, boasting tales without even a rough draft. Do you think the vendor has met his demise? He previously dared not disclose his location, yet now he spins tales and pontificates. Conversely, those who believed questioned Lin Xiao's source of information and his intentions behind sharing it. Why is it that the ghostly race has only recently emerged? And while everyone else remains oblivious, that vendor seems to know everything. Indeed, it's only been a short while. Why does he feel the need to broadcast such information? Could it be that the vendor has become a pawn of the ghostly race, releasing snippets of information to mislead us into a trap? Pawn. Vela chuckled softly, nudging Lin Xiao's shoulder. Someone just called you a pawn, my lord. Aren't you going to react? Lin Xiao shrugged nonchalantly in response. He has divulged all the intelligence he needed to share, having effectively placed the meal at one's lips, requiring only the final act of feeding. A flawless strategy lies before him. Should one choose to disregard it or falter even while adhering to it, what can be said but that their fate is sealed? As for the currents within this regional channel, Ling He discerned the undercurrents targeting him. However, he was not one to chase after fame. To those who conspired against him, he could only express that it sufficed to deceive others, without ensnaring oneself in the ruse. If they were truly foolish enough to fall for their own tricks, so be it. Having completed everything, Ling He stifled a yawn, rubbed the corners of his drowsy eyes, and turned to Vera by his side. Vera, do your earlier words still hold? What did I say before? You mentioned you would keep watch. Observing Vera's forehead crease with tension, he added, you didn't intend to deny me the opportunity, did you? With a deep breath, Vera sat beside Ling He, forcibly resting his head on her lap. You need to lean in closer while sleeping. I still need to access the trading panel. Ling He offered no resistance, allowing Vera to maneuver him as she pleased. After a while, in a state between dreams and wakefulness, Ling He suddenly called out Vera's name. Vera. Yes. Vera reached out to stroke Ling He's forehead. You still call for me in your dreams. It seems my place in the Rogue Lord's heart is significant. Yet in the next moment, Ling He muttered the latter part of his sentence softly. Chapter 37. The loyal orange has been consumed. Vera, if you see the happy water at the trading post, just buy it all. So was happy water that occupied his thoughts. She ranked below a mere bottle of happy water in the Rogue Lord's heart. Clenching her teeth, Vera trembled as she raised her fist, only to gently lower it after a moment. Sighing lightly, she resumed caressing Ling He's forehead, speaking softly, all right, I understand. Ling He was unaware of how long he had slept, only sensing that he was enveloped by the fragrance of the girl in his dreams. The air around him was fresh, the temperature comfortable, and the mattress delightfully soft. Thus, like a lazy fish, he turned over, burying his face in a pile of clothes. Just a little more sleep. Smack! Ouch, that hurts! Ling He jolted awake, covering his face as he sat up on a hamburger. He glanced around, confused. Who hit me? Is it the ghost spirits coming back again? No. Vera, with her gentle smile, accentuated by dark circles under her eyes, appeared before him. Rogue Lord, do you know what time it is now? Is it morning? It's noon, you fool. Vera placed her hands on Ling He's shoulders, shaking him vigorously. How long do you intend to keep sleeping? Do you realize those lumberjacks rest later than you, yet rise earlier to work? How can someone your age sleep so soundly? My loyalty to you has already been devoured as a midnight snack and breakfast. Gurgle, as Vera's stomach emitted a growl of hunger. Ling He noticed several empty bottles of soda scattered at her feet, presumably the source of her sustenance thus far. In the distance, a towering stack of over 1,000 soda bottles loomed, reaching a height equivalent to a person. Vera, why didn't you procure some food for yourself? Ling He inquired, a polite yet awkward smile gracing his lips. Because you did not grant me the authority to purchase bread and meat, Vera retorted with a roll of her eyes. As a secretary, she was typically restrained from frivolously spending Ling He's money. The acquisition of the sodas was conducted strictly under Ling He's directive, as she had purchased every bottle available on the market. Behold, Vera presented the interface before Ling He. This is our current financial status. She pointed to a corner of the display, revealing that Ling He's assets had ascended to 356 gold coins. Such wealth, Ling He marveled, recalling how he had nearly depleted his funds before retiring for the night, leaving him with merely a couple of hundred coins. Yet, after a single night's rest, his finances had blossomed into a 4-digit sum. With this newfound fortune, he need not fret over the 610 gold coins owed to the contracted demon warrior. And at this pace, repaying the upcoming loan of 100,000 gold for a lumberyard would soon become feasible as well. The taste of monopoly was simply exquisite. With money in hand, Ling He felt no hesitation in indulging himself. Thus, he spent less than 5 gold coins to acquire some berries and bread from the market. A modest breakfast for both himself and Vera. Now, this is more like it, Vera remarked as she nestled the berries into the bread, savagely mashing them into a makeshift jam before savoring her meal in small bites. Once satiated, the fatigue from a sleepless night began to weigh heavily on Vera's eyelids. From here on, dear Lord, the mundane tasks shall fall to you. Make sure to set the items for sale wisely, she advised, handing Ling He the Piscio wallet. Vera then sought refuge in a shaded spot beneath a tree, quickly drifting into a state of half-sleep. I shall return to relieve you later, she murmured as she succumbed to slumber. Ling He shook his head in resignation, sensing an underlying dissonance within the situation. Boss, a figure approached Ling He, glistening with sweat from a day's labor. Casting a sidelong glance, Ling He inquired, what is it? The worker chuckled sheepishly, rubbing his hands together. The new batch of timber has been neatly cut. Would you prefer to list it now, or should we wait a bit longer? Let us do it now, Ling He decided, gesturing to the ground. When I am present, place the cut timber beside me. When I am absent, stack it neatly. Understood. The worker nodded, appearing eager to comply with Ling He's commands. Soon, a fresh batch of timber was delivered to Ling He's side. Previously, he would have had to manually arrange these pieces. But with Vera's Piscio wallet at his disposal, the process had become significantly simpler. He opened the wallet, activating Vera's secretarial capabilities. In an instant, the wood within a 5-meter radius of Ling was listed in the trading market at the prices previously established by Vera. Compared to the burdens of yesterday, Ling's role today was merely to oversee the shop, allowing him a considerable degree of leisure. During this newfound free time, he opened a regional channel, eager to uncover the events of the previous night. Upon entering the channel, the most striking detail was the number of remaining participants displayed in the corner. Remaining participants, 7,924. Over the course of a single night, more than 2,000 individuals had perished. This was particularly alarming given that there were only 10,000 human lords in this region. A mortality rate of 1/5 was indeed substantial, although it was an improvement from the initial expectation of extinction within 3 days. The loss of these individuals meant a reduction in Ling's potential wealth, which he found rather unpleasant. However, he was aware that these casualties were likely influenced by conspiracy theories circulating within the regional channel, or perhaps they simply disregarded their own counsel. Ironically, with this reduction in numbers, Ling's reputation within the channel began to improve. He even noticed several private messages thanking him. It seemed that many of these individuals had survived a ghostly assault thanks to the information and solutions Ling had provided in advance. As he continued to observe, Ling's peripheral vision caught sight of his personal interface, and he suddenly became aware of something remarkable. Oh, I have leveled up again. Perhaps due to the relative ease of early advancements, Ling's level had now reached 5, coinciding with the successful acquisition of a significant share of the lumber market. After a brief rest, he had unlocked new rewards, 34, Agent Mechanism, and 45, Blueprint Council Hall. Chapter 38, The Agent Mechanism. Ling promptly claimed the rewards for his advancement. Instantly, several pop-up notifications appeared before him. Congratulations, you have unlocked the mechanism, Alliance. You may propose alliance resolutions within core buildings. Your alliance mechanism will be superseded by the agent mechanism. After a cursory glance, Ling understood that this was akin to a secretary substituting for an administrative officer, likely a feature unique to capital growth paths. Upon entering the details interface, a series of information appeared before Ling Agent. Description: we never share our exclusive cake. Thus, the agent is the highest form of alliance. Privilege effects. 1. You may unilaterally designate any non-resistant life form as an agent without the need for core buildings. 2. The agent mechanism imposes no alliance constraints on either party, hence neither you nor the agent need to incur any maintenance costs. 3. When you designate an alien lord as an agent, you will be permitted to utilize the internal trading functions of the corresponding race, although each transaction will incur an additional tax of 1 unit to the agent. Ling had no knowledge of the original effects of the alliance mechanism. However, after reviewing the 3 privilege effects offered by the agent mechanism, he felt that this system was perfectly tailored to his needs. An agent mechanism instantaneously resolved the dilemma of humanity's frail power and scant population, which rendered them easily susceptible to annihilation. Had this been yesterday, in the absence of such a mechanism, the human lords would have been entirely eradicated, leaving Ling He as a mere blank slate, incapable of growth. However, the present circumstances are markedly different. Should the human lords in this region prove to be irredeemably weak, Ling He could effortlessly abandon the failing human market and seek refuge in the embrace of the slimes, or perhaps trade his goods with the ghostly clan, or even explore potential alliances with other races that may exist in secrecy. This signifies that Ling He is no longer confined within the human market. The very notion of humanity shall not obstruct his ascent to higher echelons of commerce. Who should he experiment with for this new mechanism? Ling He mused, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Hamburger's position. As a slime lord, Hamburger serves as the quintessential subject for the agent mechanism, does he not? Ling He quietly approached Hamburger, gently stroking his soft form to ascertain he was still in a deep slumber. Thus he clasped his hands together and murmured, "Apologies, Hamburger. I shall compensate you with delightful beverages upon your awakening. Would you like to designate the slime lord, Hamburger, as your agent? Note, within the same region, only one agent of the same race may be designated. Yes, at this moment, there were no other foreign lords nearby. Hence, Hamburger was Ling He's sole option, leaving no room for hesitation. You have sent an agent invitation to the slime lord. 10,987, ding. You have successfully designated the slime lord, Hamburger, as your agent. Is that all? Ling He blinked at the fleeting notification before him. He had anticipated that designating an agent would come with some dazzling effects, yet he was sorely disappointed. Aside from registering Hamburger's nickname as such, Ling He felt no discernible change from recruiting him as an agent. He also could not discern how to utilize the slime trading function. Perhaps Vera, as a secretary, would possess knowledge on the matter, but after a long night, she had just fallen asleep, and Ling He refrained from disturbing her. Never mind. He decided to wait until Vera woke to inquire. Presently, the crops in the human domain were flourishing, capable of consuming all goods produced by Ling He. Thus, he did not feel an urgent need to expand into foreign markets. In fact, Ling He had many other tasks at hand, such as examining another reward obtained from his upgrade. Council Hall. Era. Stone Age. Path of the Introducer. Description: a core building that, once constructed, unlocks the resolution function and secures ownership of the land within a 10-meter radius. Long-term possession grants strong claims over the held land. Construction requires 500 units of wood, so the core building was awaiting him here. Upon reading the description of the council hall, Ling He couldn't help but glance back at the agent mechanism once more. Evidently, the agent mechanism has remedied the necessity for a core structure to initiate resolutions within the alliance mechanism. From this perspective, it appears that there is currently nothing that requires the assembly hall for resolution. Wait. A thought flashed through Ling's mind regarding the item he had found the previous night, a death curse of the ghostly tribe, which also stipulated that its effects must be utilized within a core structure. This item could allow Ling to enter the so-called pseudo-era. Although he was slightly perplexed by this, his curiosity compelled him to explore further. Moreover, he was not one of those impoverished souls. The mere 500 units of lumber were insignificant compared to his current resources. With wealth at his disposal, he could accomplish anything. Would you like to construct the building? Assembly hall? Yes. Please select the location for the building. Ling once again entered the building perspective he had accessed when purchasing the spirit-imbued lumber mill. He did not place the assembly hall haphazardly. Instead, he stepped out of the lumber mill and positioned the assembly hall directly opposite the towering structure in the distance. Ah, what a provocation. In the time it took for him to rest, Ling had already devised a plan to deal with any other monsters of the ghostly tribe that might still inhabit that tower. Thus, He was not particularly fearful of that creature returning to trouble him. However, upon confirming the placement, the assembly hall did not materialize before Ling as the spirit-imbued lumber mill had. Instead, only a new notification window appeared. Placement confirmed. Please allocate construction personnel. Ling glanced at the prompt before taking a couple of steps toward the designated location of the assembly hall. Construction personnel allocated, Ling. Current efficiency, 0. The assembly hall is expected to be completed in a year. So, I have to construct this building myself. Well, it is indeed reasonable that buildings require actual construction. Ling slapped his forehead. He had become too accustomed to comfort and nearly mistook this perilous realm for a mere entertaining online game. However, upon reflection, this was not necessarily a disadvantage. At least in this war game, the mechanics of construction closely resemble reality, not limiting the number of construction personnel. This implies that as long as he was willing to spend money and invest resources, a building that would typically take a long time to complete could likely be condensed into a day or even just a few hours. And for Ling, was spending money to resolve issues truly problematic? With a casual wave of his hand, he expended 1,000 gold coins. 500 cattle and horses, along with their accompanying gear, materialized before him. Chapter 39. There's always a slime aspiring to be the master. Greetings, boss. Although the cattle and horses were not particularly robust in stature, the collective volume of 500 voices was undeniably impressive. Ling nodded in acknowledgement. He promptly set their wages to the maximum and began assigning their tasks. You 200 will go lumbering, while another 200 will construct the assembly hall for me. The remaining 100 should hold off for now. I have other tasks for you shortly. Understood, boss. In response to Ling He's directives, the bovines and equines dutifully set to work without a hint of dissent. Meanwhile, Ling He glanced at the progress information of the construction interface for the council hall. Labor invested in construction, 200 bovines and equines. The council hall is expected to be completed in 12 hours. Astonishingly, the construction time had indeed been reduced to within a single day. Ling He pondered that if he had allocated merely a dozen workers for the construction of the council hall, the timeline might have been extended to approximately half a month. If only a few workers had been assigned, the completion could have taken no less than 1 or 2 months. It was evident that spending money was the fundamental premise of all productivity. The bovines and equines, of course, were oblivious to Ling He's thoughts. They were currently transporting timber from the lumberyard to the construction site of the council hall, where they would proceed with secondary polishing and finer segmentation. Perhaps the cacophony of construction was excessively loud, as the hamburger, which Ling He had treated as a sofa, stirred from its slumber amidst the clamor. Good morning, a soft, melodious voice emanated from the hamburger. After 3 seconds, it finally registered the context and abruptly glanced down at the hamburger. He could actually understand the hamburger's speech. Could this be an enhancement brought about by the agent mechanism? It seemed plausible. If communication were impossible, engaging in trade with foreign factions would surely be a daunting task. Yet, until that moment, the hamburger, still groggy from sleep, remained unaware that there was anything peculiar about its recent dialogue with Ling He. It leisurely initiated the regional channel for the slime race. As the hamburger's interface materialized before him, Ling He, who had intended to say something, abruptly closed his mouth. Could it be that the utilization of the agent mechanism necessitated the counterpart to willingly open their interface to him? Contemplating this, Ling He resolved to refrain from confronting the hamburger just yet and decided to observe for a while longer. In the face of Ling He's unwavering gaze, the hamburger felt no discomfort. In fact, it didn't even perceive that Ling He was observing it. After all, it could not communicate with the bipedal beings and was not of the same race. Thus, there was no need for the latter to fixate upon it. What could possibly be of interest? Could those bipedal beings even see its interface? Humming a cheerful tune, the hamburger opened its private chat interface. Little Pink, are you still alive? I noticed you haven't sent any messages since you mentioned wanting to eradicate the bipedal beings. Night has fallen, and a tower descended from the heavens, fortunately not striking anyone. A group more fearsome than the bipedal beings has clashed with them, and a number of bipedal beings have been slaughtered. Are you all right? Those terrifying creatures have set their sights on us. We are no match for them, and can only flee, hoping I can escape. Wah, I managed to escape, but many perished. Are you still alive? You haven't been slain by those dreadful beings, have you? As he read through the concerning messages in the private chat, Ling He felt a surge of emotions. Ling cast a peculiar glance at Hamburger, a hint of barely perceptible envy flickering in her eyes. What would this be? A neighborly sister or a childhood companion? How is it that, despite everyone being new to the war game, Hamburger could end up in the same area as someone who cares for her? Yet, After the moment of envy, curiosity quickly followed. Although Ling considered herself not particularly gossipy, the thrill of peering into someone else's little secrets was undeniably enticing. Under Ling's unwavering gaze, Hamburger exclaimed, "Of course, I'm fine. Those strange creatures are rather weak, you know. I have captured a batch of bipedal bee servants. Those odd creatures couldn't even touch me. My servants annihilated them all. Wow, that's incredible," Little Pink exclaimed, as Hamburger's private chat window continued to flood with messages. Ling could no longer contain herself and extended her hands. Her mischievous fingers swiftly grasped Hamburger's sides and pulled, contorting the little creature's form. "What are you doing?" Hamburger struggled to shake free, seemingly attempting to convey its discontent. Being pulled in such a manner left it unable to chat with Little Pink. However, in the next moment, Hamburger found itself locked in a gaze with Ling's half-smiling, half-teasing expression. "There are always pets that aspire to be the master. You've quite the audacity, my adorable Hamburger." At that instant, Hamburger became fully alert. Upon hearing Ling's words, its eyes widened in shock. It began to stammer. "Why you? How do you speak our language?" "Oh no, they've overheard my disparaging remarks about the bipedal beasts." "Wait, if that is the case, could the other party see their interface as well?" The mere thought plunged Hamburger into a dismal outlook for its future as a slime. No, it might even have no future at all. Solby sobbed, though not particularly afraid of death. The prospect of never being able to chat with Little Pink again made Hamburger burst into tears. "Why are you crying? I never said I would do anything to you," Ling remarked, finding amusement in Hamburger's fright. Given that Hamburger had saved Vera's life the previous day, and considering it was a collaborator in her slime gel venture, it had effectively earned a double immunity from punishment in Ling's eyes. The earlier pinch was merely a light-hearted warning for Hamburger's self-proclaimed mastery. Such notions of master and servant belong to a bygone era. We live in a civilized age now. "You really want to do anything to me?" Hamburger looked up, wiping its tears with its tiny round hands. "Indeed," Ling affirmed with a nod. After a moment of silence, Hamburger lowered its head, but eventually raised it again. "Gurgle, gurgle." Ling observed Hamburger's clear yet foolish expression, feeling her resolve hardening. "Are you pretending you can't speak? Thinking I'm a fool?" Gurgle Hamburger shrank back in fear. Seeing this, Ling sighed in exasperation. "Very well, we shall speak when you're ready. Now, let me take a glimpse of your interface." Although Hamburger remained silent, it obediently illuminated its personal interface. Upon seeing Hamburger's display, Ling and Shun's eyes widened in astonishment. "You must be the protagonist, right?" Chapter 40. Have I become an experience card? On Hamburger's personal interface, the following was inscribed: Growth Path, Supreme Legend of the Colorful Thunder Slime King. Current level, 9. Ling couldn't help but recall a dreadful online game he had played prior to entering the war game. At level 1, he had barely finished off rabbits before he was forced to wield a flimsy wooden stick to battle drowning crayfish. By level 10, after defeating the Wolf King at the village entrance, he was immediately tasked with assisting the village chief in vanquishing the robust crayfish warriors. Upon reaching level 50, equipped with the legendary weapon, the Sword of Kings, he found himself engaged in back-and-forth combat with the demonic crayfish. Even at level 100, after defeating the creator god, he had to enter a dungeon where he was mercilessly beaten by the otherworldly demon crayfish. It was merely a reskin of mechanics, devoid of substance, relying solely on numerical values. However, observing Hamburger's growth trajectory, it seemed to possess a formidable strength that could rival the design of that wretched game. The most astonishing aspect was that despite bearing such an impressive title, Hamburger had somehow reached level 9. Ling lifted Hamburger from the ground, shaking it up and down, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Hamburger, haven't you been with us all along? When did you level up to 9? Level 9, a number nearly double his own. In a war game, the higher the potential of a growth path, the more arduous the journey to level up. Hamburger's growth path certainly did not appear to lack potential. Ling was utterly perplexed as to how this had come to be, continuing to shake Hamburger's body vigorously. Gurgle Hamburger was left disoriented by Ling's relentless shaking, feeling as though its mind was being jumbled. In the midst of this, it managed to extend its small round hand and painstakingly tapped on its personal interface. A detailed screen materialized before Ling unlocked passive, Narrow Escape. Narrow Escape. Description: Become a king, standing tall in the face of adversity. Effect: the growth experience gained from simple battles is reduced by 80, while the growth experience from perilous battles is increased by 80. When engaging with foreign entities, experience is continually gained based on the disparity in combat power between allies and foes. Upon reading the effects of this passive skill, Ling finally grasped how Hamburger had attained such a high level. Ultimately, it was his own doing. He had indeed slept with Hamburger in his arms all night long. While he himself was not particularly strong, Hamburger was even weaker, so how could its leveling not be swift? Wait, suddenly realizing something, Ling squinted and fixed a piercing gaze upon Hamburger. Good heavens, this little fellow is using me as an experience card to level up. Just then, right before Ling's eyes, Hamburger's level leapt from 9 to 10. In an instant, its form seemed to undergo a transformation as countless streams of light surged from all directions, enveloping Hamburger's body, ultimately coalescing into a vibrant, multicolored core within it. It leveled up once again. Before Ling He could ponder further, he felt the hamburger in his hand growing increasingly heavy, reaching a point where it was nearly beyond his capacity to hold. Sensing something amiss, he loosened his grip, allowing the hamburger to fall to the ground with a resounding thud. Yet, this was merely the beginning of its transformation. He watched in astonishment as the hamburger began to swell dramatically, its size escalating from being a mere fraction of Ling He's stature to an imposing height. It was not until a shadow engulfed him that the hamburger's expansion finally ceased. Coughing lightly, Ling He took a couple of hesitant steps back, positioning himself protectively in front of the 100 or so bovines and equines. We are all friends here. I advise you not to act recklessly, dear hamburger. Ling He estimated that the hamburger now towered over 3 meters, resembling a monstrous entity. If it were to sit down, it could easily crush 2 or 3 of the creatures before him. As Ling He's words faded, the hamburger emerged from its dazed state, and the first thing it beheld was the sight of countless bipedal beings armed and staring at it. However, these once formidable bipeds now appeared diminutive. The hamburger tilted its head, taking a moment to realize that it was not the bipeds who had shrunk, but rather itself that had grown immensely, bigger than the creatures and even larger than the monster that had attacked them the previous night. In its current state, it felt invincible, perhaps even capable of annihilating the very beings that stood before it. In the gaze of the 100 bovines and equines, a crystal within the hamburger suddenly erupted with a blinding light, reminiscent of the energy buildup seen in sci-fi weaponry, searing to the eyes. Just as Ling He anticipated that the hamburger would unleash its wrath, revealing its bloodthirsty nature, the brilliance abruptly dissipated. What reappeared was a hamburger, now reduced to a size almost identical to its original form, standing before the group. With a soft, pitiful whimper, the hamburger extended its small, round hand toward Ling He, its expression one of sorrow akin to a forsaken pet. Seeing this, Ling He stepped forward from behind the protective barrier of the bovines, the twitch of his lips betraying his inner turmoil. So, you gathered all that power just to shrink in size? The hamburger nodded vigorously, affirming Ling He's words. Good heavens, Ling He muttered, rubbing his forehead in disbelief. The dazzling display had led him to believe the hamburger was about to unleash something momentous. Observing Ling He's disappointment, the hamburger pondered, do the bipeds not appreciate my current form? I could transform again. Realizing what was about to transpire, Ling He exclaimed, wait. No, but it was far too late. A blinding flash of white light surged into Ling He's eyes, and suddenly his vision was consumed by a sea of whiteness. In that moment, he felt as though he were ascending to paradise, with the gates to heaven before him. However, the angel at the threshold merely cast a glance at Ling He's credentials. What did that click signify? Before Ling He could voice his inquiries, a flash of white light enveloped him, and the familiar form of hamburger vanished entirely. In its place, a soft body leapt into his embrace, nuzzling against him incessantly. Surely, in this new guise as a female bipedal creature, Hamburger would grow fond of me once more. Hearing that familiar, mellifluous voice, Ling He stiffened and looked down. Indeed, the being clinging to him had transformed into the visage of a young girl. Chapter 41. The young girl hamburger experience card, she donned a vibrant crimson dress. Resting against Ling He's chest, her expression adorned with a serene smile. Wait. Ling He abruptly pushed Hamburger away and raised his hand to measure her height against his. This age is quite distressing. No, Hamburger, you're actually a girl? What does being a girl imply? Hamburger, with the countenance of a youthful maiden, displayed an innocent perplexity at Ling He's words. Does it mean female? In truth, not quite. As she spoke, Hamburger began to lift her skirt. Our kind does not distinguish between genders, thus I'm not a girl. Despite Ling He's immediate attempt to avert his gaze, he couldn't resist stealing a glance. Indeed, beneath Hamburger's skirt, there was nothing. Strictly speaking, Hamburger now resembled a slime that merely mimicked human form. In that moment, Ling He found himself at a loss, unsure whether to feel disappointment or relief. He approached and gently lowered Hamburger's skirt, ruffling her hair and adopting a cautionary tone. You must refrain from such actions in the presence of others. Why? Hamburger tilted her head, utterly baffled by Ling He's intent. Because you'll be exposed. Ling He felt compelled to elaborate. Exposed means being seen, correct? Hamburger pondered for a moment before responding. But the bipedal beings have already seen me in my previous form. Haven't they? She gestured to her attire. This is also my body. It is the same as what lies beneath. Each of her words seemed to invite further transgression. However, Hamburger clutched the hem of her dress, her expression betraying a hint of fear. But I noticed that the bipedal beings did not seem to favor my earlier appearance. I fear they will cast me away. If they do, I wouldn't be able to earn my daily experience cards, would I? Ling He interjected with a sardonic remark. The atmosphere was utterly shattered, and Hamburger gazed at Ling He in astonishment, blinking once. Ling He turned his face aside. Ahem, let us pretend I said nothing. Oh, what is the matter? Are we friends? Master. Friends? Master? How on earth did these two terms become intertwined? You are currently my agent, my subordinate distributor. Do you understand? If you don't, it matters not. Just refrain from asking unnecessary questions and transform. Hamburger, enjoying the gentle ruffling of her hair, chose not to pose any further questions. Very well, I shall transform, master. No. As soon as Ling and the exclamation escaped, a flashbang detonated in his embrace. Following the blinding white light, the hamburger reappeared before Ling in its original size and form. Gurgle? After a moment's pause, Ling turned to the hamburger and tentatively inquired, could you refrain from using flashbangs during your transformations in the future? Gurgle, gurgle. The hamburger nodded in agreement. Then let us conduct an experiment. Ling propped his chin on his hand, his gaze sweeping over the hamburger's form. Hamburger, try to enlarge yourself a bit, but not excessively. Gurgle. The hamburger expanded slightly, reaching about the height of Ling's chest. Yes, just like that. Now, remain still. With that, Ling lay atop the hamburger. All right. Hamburger, grow a bit more. Gurgle. Though puzzled by Ling's request, the hamburger obediently complied. A bit bigger, even larger. After several enlargements, the hamburger had reached a height of 2 meters, towering over the surrounding cattle and horses. Ling lazily reclined on top of the hamburger, releasing a contented sigh. This is truly delightful. With the hamburger's current capabilities, carrying him around would pose no issue. If the previous hamburger was akin to a fixed sofa, the current one resembled a mobile bed. Having experienced the unparalleled softness of the hamburger's embrace, Ling felt that every salted fish should possess its very own slime king. Naturally, the hamburger was his. He instructed the cattle below to bring him 2 bottles of fizzy drink, opening one for himself while pouring the other into the hamburger's form. Gurgle, gurgle. An abundance of bubbles surged to the hamburger's top and burst into the air. It was evident that the hamburger was enjoying itself immensely. However, playtime aside, as another batch of wood was split, Ling momentarily set aside his playful mood. All right, we have much to accomplish today. He affectionately ruffled the hamburger's head. For instance, let us continue our trade, my dear agent and partner. Due to the arrival of the ghostly beings, the fire slime gel, which had previously struggled in sales, had suddenly become exceptionally popular overnight. In the time Ling had taken a nap, the gel had sold out, necessitating a replenishment. Gurgle? Although the hamburger had not spoken, it clearly understood the term trade uttered by Ling. Consequently, a small jar of gel was presented to Ling atop the hamburger's head. No. Ling shook his head, refusing the gel offered by the hamburger. From prior experiences, he had discerned that supplying a large quantity of slime gel in a short period could harm the hamburger's body, potentially leading to its disappearance, a scenario Ling wished to avoid at all costs. Such a soft, comfortable, mobile bed could be irreplaceable if lost. Thus, like Vera, the hamburger was absolutely not to be put in jeopardy. Moreover, the gelatin production from solitary slime like hamburger is utterly insufficient to meet the vast demands of humanity in this era. It is imperative to scale up production. Ling He pondered for a moment, then leaned forward to inquire of Hamburger, could you show me your recruitment and construction interfaces? The expansive grassy plains outside seemed perfectly suited for grazing. Chapter 42. Investment. Gurgle. Although Hamburger was uncertain of Ling He's intentions, it obediently displayed both the building and recruitment interfaces. Before Ling He's eyes lay a plethora of recruitable unit types and civilian categories. Among them were the elemental slimes, the fire and ice single attribute slimes as basic civilians, alongside the thunder slime and venom slime as military units, and especially provided mutation slime from the official. Ling He poked Hamburger's soft body and remarked, are you truly not the protagonist? Fortunately, Hamburger had been a pauper before accompanying him. Had it been a venom slime attacking Ling He back then, he pondered whether he would still be here now. Of course, Hamburger remained a pauper even now. A glance at Hamburger's personal interface revealed a conspicuous 0 in the balance. Instantly, Ling He found it somewhat amusing. He had not deprived Hamburger since acquiring it. So the few gold coins from yesterday's transaction had vanished completely? Where's all your money gone? Ling He inquired, rubbing Hamburger. He had not observed any additional slimes around Hamburger, indicating that the funds had not been used to recruit its own civilians. Where else could the money have gone? Had Hamburger perhaps spent it on assisting some little green plum? As Ling He's thoughts wandered, Hamburger gurgled and extended its tiny round hand to scratch its body, then pointed at its personal interface. Special ability, adaptability. Are you implying that you spent all your money on this skill? This time, Hamburger did not pretend to be mute, but instead softly affirmed. I fear the bipeds might drive me away. All right. I want to let them drive you away. Ling He already understood what Hamburger wanted to express and interrupted. However, he had initially intended to guide Hamburger on how to develop effectively to fulfill his orders promptly. Yet, it now seemed that Hamburger alone could hardly hope to progress. Eureka! An idea struck Ling He, and he posed a question to Hamburger. What if I invest in you? What is investment? Investment, well, Ling He contemplated and sought to explain in the simplest terms. It means I have faith in you and choose to lend you money for development, which you will later repay. Hamburger appeared somewhat intrigued, but hesitated, voicing, but I lack the skills for that. Well, so do I, at least not yet. Ling He's tone was lighthearted, suggesting that this was a gentleman's agreement, without contractual obligations. Consider my trust in you, Hamburger. Trust? Humbolga kvivat. Uncertain why the biped would place such faith in it. Could it be that this is the feeling of friendship that Xiao Fen had once mentioned to him long ago? Ah, how delightful. A soft, mellow voice emanated from Hamburger. If it were a request from a friend, then it would surely comply. Upon seeing Hamburger acquiesce to his investment, Ling He promptly patted its forehead. Thus it was decided. The investment will be settled by trading goods. Naturally, as the investor, I shall have full discretion over the funds. Is that agreeable? To this, Hamburger had no objections. Consequently, Ling He leaned upon Hamburger and extended his hand. A cascade of gold coins tumbled from his palm, falling before Hamburger. Remember to collect them. We wouldn't want them rolling into the grass and becoming lost, Ling He cautioned. Oh, Hamburger responded affirmatively, then leaned forward, deftly absorbing all the coins into its body. As the coins vanished, the remaining balance on Hamburger's panel surged to 1,000 gold. So much wealth Hamburger blinked at its panel. Astonished, it was the first time a 4-digit number appeared there. However, Hamburger refrained from immediate expenditure. It remembered the gentlemanly agreement with Ling He. These funds were to be spent at the discretion of friends. Hamburger, please display the details of the recruitment interface for me. Ling He commanded. Hamburger complied, revealing the details of its recruitable units. Ling He cast a cursory glance. Flame slime. Era. Birth era. Dynastic path. Description. We arrived in this world filled with innocence and longing, unsure if we were prepared to face the perils and challenges ahead. Recruitment price. 1 gold, 1 population. The era classification of slimes seemed to differ somewhat from that of humans, yet Ling He merely skimmed over it. His focus primarily on the recruitment prices. Among them, the ice and fire single attribute slimes, serving as basic subjects, had recruitment prices identical to Ling He's contract lumberjack. Meanwhile, the lightning and poison attribute slimes commanded prices of 3 gold and 5 gold, respectively. As for the mutated slimes, the 10 gold official unit remained unchanged. However, Ling He did note an important detail. Recruiting these slimes required not only the stipulated recruitment price for each unit, but also the corresponding population cap, meaning accommodations for these units. This requirement had not arisen when he recruited contract lumberjacks and cattle. He pondered whether this was related to the species, the path, or perhaps simply due to the uniqueness of his subjects. After some contemplation, in order to better understand the war game, Ling He resolved to seek clarification from someone. He opened the private chat interface. Conscientious merchant. Greetings, brother Zhang Kuang. What do you fare? At that moment, the sun was high in the sky, and Zhang Kuang, who had nearly dozed off after a long night, became instantly alert upon seeing the private chat interface. Call me Zhang Kuang. If you have matters to discuss, please proceed. Merchant brother, I noticed you stayed up all night listing timber. Do take care of your health. Conscientious merchant. Haha, it's no trouble at all. I serve my family, after all. It's not tiring. There exists a minor query that I wish to present to the esteemed Zhang Kuang. It appears that there are numerous lords in Zhang Kuang's domain, and I am curious whether there exists any population limitation when recruiting subjects. Zhang Kuang, addressing my inquiry, remarked that this is not a matter shrouded in secrecy. Shortly thereafter, he conveyed pertinent information regarding population limits through a private chat interface. Upon examination, it became evident that the current population constraints are intricately linked to the chosen developmental path. Different paths exhibit varying attitudes toward subjects, a distinction that is reflected in the recruitment requirements. The dynasty path, which is not particularly obscure, was duly mentioned by Zhang Kuang. Within this framework, lords are vassals of the king, and subjects are vassals of both the lord and the king. According to the principles of the dynasty path, it is the duty of the ruler to provide shelter and protection for the subjects, thus establishing the population requirements for recruitment. After absorbing this detailed explanation, I couldn't help but express my disdain for the feudal remnants of the past. The notion that one must provide accommodations for subjects during recruitment strikes me as a relic of medieval feudalism. Why not take a cue from the thousands of livestock under my command, who toil for 17 to 18 hours a day and simply collapse to rest when fatigued? Clearly, the lumberyard serves as their lifelong abode, devoid of any need for additional housing. Regrettably, the growth path for Hamburg adheres to these outdated principles, and mere criticism will not alleviate the population constraints. Unless the population cap is augmented, Hamburg's basic population limit remains a meager one. Even with an abundance of gold coins, Hamburg is capable of recruiting but a single subject. This poses a significant hindrance to my plan for the increased production of slime gel. Thus, I expressed my gratitude to Zhang Kuang and redirected my focus to the construction interface of Hamburg. The options for construction were limited, making it relatively easy to identify the population-related structures. Slime nest, era, dawn era, dynasty path, effect, population limit 1, construction requirement, 5 sets of timber. To my perspective, the requirement of 5 sets of timber for each nest is quite modest. Currently, the lumberjack contracts with the demon warrior have not been terminated. And considering the output of 600 livestock, the daily timber production has surged to an astonishing 300 sets. To ensure Hamburg can recruit the basic subjects, my investment of 1,000 gold coins would suffice to recruit 1,000 units, necessitating a population cap of 1,000. Yet even under these circumstances, only 5,000 sets of timber would be required. Zhang Kuang's earlier words resonated within me. After a night spent in tense contemplation, the dawn has arrived, and most human lords likely require rest. The 5,000 sets of timber, when converted to gold, amounts to 500 coins, which I shall include in my additional investments. Muttering the intricate phrases of Hamburg that seemed elusive, I gently patted Hamburg's form and instructed it to construct 1,000 slime nests outside the lumberyard, a distance away from the location of the council hall. According to Ling He's instructions, the construction of the slime nests commenced. Thousands of slime nests were scattered across the vast grasslands. However, as these structures were not of his own design, Ling He could not enlist the help of the cattle and horses for their construction. His only recourse was to direct the cattle and horses to transport timber as close as possible to the construction sites. The remaining work would then fall to Hamburg, who would recruit a fire slime to gradually undertake the task. Fortunately, unlike the council hall, the slime nest did not require an extensive amount of labor to complete. In Ling He's view, the process merely involved excavating a small pit in the ground, supporting it with timber, and finally covering it with soil or other debris. Thus, a slime nest could be declared finished. Provided there was sufficient timber, even a single slime could construct a nest within a mere 10 minutes. Once the nests were completed, the surplus population would be available to recruit more slimes. This process of doubling would continue, leading to exponential growth. Ling He estimated that after about 9 or 10 rounds, all the nests could be completed, leaving only the passage of time as a determining factor. After organizing the investment matters, Ling He reluctantly dismounted from Hamburg. Gulu. Hamburg looked at Ling He in confusion, unable to comprehend why the bipedal creature had suddenly distanced itself. Ling He smiled and gently patted Hamburg's body, apologizing that he might be delayed in returning to keep him company. He then pointed towards a tower not far from the lumberyard. Although Hamburg was quite comfortable to be around, Ling He had a crucial task to attend to while it was still daylight. The spirit clan, this neighbor, who resided alarmingly close, needed to be curbed to limit their audacity. Otherwise, despite having weathered the previous night safely, Ling He would struggle with the prospect of daily assaults in the future. As the saying goes, while there may be 1,000 days of thievery, there cannot be 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. Ling He, though laid back and fond of leisure, knew that when it came to matters that could jeopardize his continued tranquility, he had to act decisively. Hey, you lot. Ling He gestured towards the hundreds of cattle and horses he had left behind. The leading cattle approached with a sheepish grin. Boss, just give the word. Ling He nodded slightly, instructing, "Each of you should carry the maximum amount of timber you can manage, and then summon 50 contracted ghost warriors to accompany me." As he spoke, Ling He turned his gaze towards the tower in the distance, his destination becoming evident. The cattle and horses did not inquire further. The moment Ling He issued his command, they sprang into action. Soon, each beast was shouldering a load of timber, while the 50 contracted ghost warriors gathered around Ling He, serving as his guard. Gulu. Hamburg nudged against Ling He, seemingly wishing to accompany him, yet ultimately remained behind as Ling He decided it was best. After all, it was not a journey to a distant place. After a brief walk of around 10 minutes, Ling He and his entourage arrived at the base of the tower. What appeared to be an unremarkable structure from afar revealed itself to be utterly awe-inspiring up close. At this moment, the oxen and horses, who were relatively close to Ling He, quietly inquired while moving timber, "Boss, are you planning to go in?" These creatures possessed far superior intellect compared to the contracted lumberjacks. Thus, upon arriving at the foot of the towering structure, they quickly sensed that something was amiss. Externally, the tower exuded an overwhelming aura of decay, yet it emanated an eerie stillness from within. The oxen and horses were not particularly fearful of death. However, if their boss were to perish, their future wages would be in jeopardy. In response to their concerned gazes, Ling He gently shook his head. "No, of course, I shall not enter." Given his current strength, he lacked the confidence to directly invade the lair of the Ghost Spirit clan. Nevertheless, this did not imply that he was entirely powerless against that group. "Open the door." With a powerful shout from Ling He, the accompanying contracted ghost warriors surged forward, pressing against the heavy doors of the tower. Their muscular arms strained as they exerted all their might to push the imposing entrance ajar. "Place the timber at the threshold," Ling He commanded once more. Soon, the oxen and horses had piled hundreds of bundles of timber before the tower's entrance. At this juncture, Ling He produced a fire slime gel and deftly applied it to the massive bonfire formed by the timber. With a whoosh, flames erupted skyward, sealing the only exit of the tower. Simultaneously, a gentle breeze swept across the prairie, carrying the thick smoke from the inferno directly into the tower. Whether it was merely Ling He's imagination, he felt an inexplicable sensation of being watched, as if a pair of eyes were observing him from behind the flames. However, as he concentrated on searching for the source, that unsettling feeling of being scrutinized swiftly dissipated with a flicker of the firelight. Was it an illusion? Deep down, he understood that the sensation might not have been entirely fictitious. Perhaps the monsters of the Ghost Spirit clan were lurking within the tower's blind spots, keeping a vigilant watch on him. Nevertheless, Ling He did not expect that the smoke from the bonfire would suffocate the Ghost Spirit clan completely within the tower. As it stood, he had already achieved his objective. "You," Ling He pointed towards the oxen and horses, "you few will now be responsible for tending to this bonfire. If the timber runs short, head directly to the lumberyard for more supplies. I have but one requirement. The flames beneath this tower must never extinguish." Indeed, this was Ling He's strategy. Since those monsters were far more flammable than timber and harbored an intense fear of fire, by using flames to block the tower, he could effectively entrap the Ghost Spirit clan within. Even if it meant consuming hundreds of bundles of timber daily, it was of little concern. A few hundred bundles of timber amounted to merely 100 gold. After last night's encounter with those two creatures, he had incurred nearly 3,000 gold in expenses. The disparity in strength was already abundantly clear. This losing venture, was not one he intended to engage in. Murmuring to himself, Ling He stretched toward the sky. In that instant, countless thoughts flooded his mind. In the current region, the human lords had firmly established their confrontation with the Ghost Spirit clan. With the intelligence he disclosed last night, it is evident that, at least for the immediate future, the human lords will not face utter defeat. Indeed, in certain circumstances, they may even hold a slight advantage. Those lords who participated in the battle and survived will consequently reap a substantial reward. Indeed, a considerable fortune awaits them. Ling narrowed his eyes, swiftly calculating in his mind. Just as bank robbers seldom accumulate as much wealth as those who launder it, no matter how fiercely one fights, the income garnered is merely a fraction of the collective sum. By leveraging his monopoly on timber within the trading hall, he amassed an astonishing 5,000 gold coins overnight. Yet, to convince him that this represents the entirety of the earnings for other human lords in the region from the previous night is something Ling would never accept. Although over 2,000 perished, nearly 8,000 lords survived, and they must still possess considerable wealth. If he could absorb this collective income entirely, the resulting figure would be extraordinarily daunting. It would also be enough to elevate Ling's growth trajectory significantly. However, relying solely on his current goods. Particularly timber and fire slime gel makes it somewhat challenging to seize this fortune. Unless Ling can present something that he can monopolize, something that no one can refuse. And he has already discerned what that something is during his journey, life itself. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Ling cast a sidelong glance at the flames beneath the tower before beckoning the contract ghost warrior and departing without a second thought. To realize this ambition, he requires Hamburger's assistance. Gurgle. Ha! How long has it been since we parted? And you already miss me so much, Hamburger? Ling chuckled as he affectionately patted Hamburger's body. Hamburger, while gurgling happily, wrapped his small, round arms tightly around Ling, nuzzling against him. In the earlier days, when Hamburger was smaller, Ling relished these close encounters, as they provided him with a delightful cat-petting experience. However, after Hamburger reached level 10, his size surpassed even Ling's. For a moment, Ling found it hard to discern whether he was petting Hamburger or if Hamburger was petting him. Following Ling's proposed recruitment ratio of 91, Hamburger has gathered over 50 fire slimes alone. Yet, compared to Hamburger, these recruited subjects are relatively small, averaging around half a meter in height. Thus, the gel production per individual is not particularly high. Under extreme circumstances, a single fire slime can produce only 10 units of fire slime gel per day. Nevertheless, this output is quite sufficient. Ling estimated that once Hamburger exhausts his investments, the daily production of fire slime gel could reach nearly 10,000 units. This output, while not necessarily sufficient to dominate the market, would certainly exceed expectations. Although fire slime gel has a specific audience, it has yet to reach the level of being a hot commodity, unless it can be linked to the essence of life. This is also something Ling He wishes to accomplish in his mind. He patted Hamburger's body and asked, Hamburger, may I ask you something? Gulu, what is it? Hamburger responded with a tone of curiosity. Indeed, they could communicate, making transactions quite convenient. With a sigh of contemplation, Ling He promptly voiced his inquiry. Can you have your subjects produce that gel you used when you attacked me? Upon hearing the word attack, Hamburger wilted like a squished persimmon. It should not have resorted to violence against a friend, even if they were not friends at that time. Hamburger? Ling He expressed his confusion as if his soft bed had suddenly shrunk. Yes, came Hamburger's quiet response. Then, a fire slime was summoned forth by Hamburger. The highly unstable slime gel Ling He had previously encountered was extracted by this flame slime. Observing this, Ling He refrained from directly testing it. Instead, he lay on Hamburger and found a twig nearby to poke at it. Whoosh! A small flame immediately burst forth, dissipating into the air. It had nearly ignited the twig. Despite its seemingly large appearance, its potency was even less than that of stable fire slime gel. Ling He muttered while experimenting. No wonder Vera offered such a low price for this gel. Unstable, difficult to store, and less powerful. Vera's judgment is indeed accurate. Chapter 45. Special Weapons Against the Spirit Clan. Hive Gel. However, this does not imply that this unstable gel lacks value. Ling He rested his chin on Hamburger, pondering. What does the old saying go? To mine gold from dung. Ahem, it should be, gold will shine no matter where it is. A qualified merchant often discovers the potential value in seemingly worthless items, which is the essence of commercial acumen. Hamburger, can you make this gel even more unstable? Ideally to the point where a gust of wind could cause it to explode. Gulu Gulu? Hamburger found it hard to understand why Ling He would desire such a thing. While the unstable slime gel in its regular state could serve as a weak throwing weapon, Ling He's modified version would likely cause even the slime itself to explode upon handling. Nevertheless, despite the absurdity of the idea, it was relatively simple for the slime to produce such gel. Under the guidance of Hamburger, the Slime King, a fire slime soon manufactured the desired gel. As a gentle breeze blew, the gel spontaneously ignited. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. Watching the feeble flame dance in the wind, Ling He's thoughts began to align with reality. This inspiration stemmed from last night's attack by Hamburger that had swiftly dispatched a monster of the Spirit Clan. What Ling He aspires to achieve is to incorporate such an attack into the human trading market as a cunning strategy against the Spectre race. Despite having disseminated the information that these monsters fear fire, exploiting this weakness proves to be quite challenging. The Spectre creatures hover above the ground, boasting remarkable agility, making their lethal assaults as effortless as mowing grass. Even the most prepared human lords find it difficult to strike these Spectre monsters with torches. In Ling He's case, had it not been for the contractual ghost warrior restricting the creature's movements, coupled with Vera drawing the enemy's attention, Hamburger's attacks would not have been so effortlessly successful. However, the trading market presents a different scenario. A super unstable fire slime gel, upon purchase, detonates spontaneously, representing an unpredictable assault. No matter how agile the specter monsters may be, they could easily fall prey to such an unexpected attack. What does it mean to sell life? It signifies that from the moment of purchase, those who were destined to never see the sun again are granted a glimmer of hope for a new dawn. This embodies the essence of selling life. Naturally, before listing such unstable fire slime gel, Ling He must continue to collaborate with Hamburger to refine it further. Firstly, potency is of little consequence. The specter creatures possess complete negative resistance to flames, thus igniting them does not necessitate substantial power. Secondly, the coverage must be extensive, although the slime gel is diminutive. Ling He aspires for it to envelop a person's entire body upon ignition. Achieving this is no small feat, fortunately, after dedicating considerable time and extracting from several fire slimes. Ling He and Hamburger discovered an alternative approach, dispersion. Ordinary slime gel, whether prior to or after ignition, remains relatively cohesive. However, the improved unstable slime gel resembles a composite formed from countless minuscule gel molecules. Upon encountering external forces, be it a gentle breeze on the grass, the force of a punch during an attack, or a slight airflow from a weapon swing, this unstable slime gel would erupt, scattering into numerous embers. While the embers lack significant power, in Ling He's tests, they could not ignite trees or weeds, but they might cause a slight burn upon contact with skin. Nevertheless, even this should suffice to obliterate the specter creatures. At last, it is finally completed. Upon hearing Ling He's satisfied exclamation, Hamburger secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Engaging in research is indeed ill-suited for a slime. After a day of toil alongside the bipedal creatures, not only had the subjects been drained of their energy, but Hamburger itself felt utterly exhausted. Yet, the day's endeavors were not without merit. At the very least, on a technology tree interface that Hamburger had unlocked an unknown time, a new branch line appeared, seemingly veering off in an unexpected direction. Honeycomb Gel Fire. Introduction. A product resulting from the collaborative research of a certain slime king and a human, aimed at expanding the attack range while reducing its potency. Effect. After experiencing slight turbulence, it expands the conventional attack range to a diffusion area 500 times larger, inflicting 3 times damage. Just as Ling was about to celebrate with some happy water and a hamburger, Vera's ethereal voice drifted in from behind them. "Isn't that just fireworks?" Ling paused, realizing that her observation indeed held merit. Having just awakened, Vera rolled her eyes and pointed at the sky. "You foolhardy lord, don't you even check the time? You lose track of it when you're immersed in play, don't you?" Following Vera's gesture, the remnants of the setting sun hung low in the sky. It was not only Vera. As the sun gradually descended, the previously quiet regional channel began to buzz with activity, likely due to the looming threat of the Spectre clan, which had prompted most human lords to swiftly adapt to a nocturnal lifestyle. "So this is the product of your day's research, you scoundrel lord?" Vera approached a fire slime. Observing the honeycomb gel it was extracting from its body. However, the wind generated by her movement exceeded the gel's threshold, causing it to explode into a shower of sparks right before Vera's eyes, leaving her covered in residue. After a moment of silence, Vera couldn't help but offer her appraisal. "This has completely lost its ignition properties and is utterly incapable of storage. 10 copper? No, I wouldn't spend even a single copper on this if it were mine." With that, she turned to Ling. "What do you intend to price this utterly wasteful toy at, you scoundrel lord?" This amount, Ling held up 3 fingers. 3 copper pieces? 3 gold coins. Vera's eyes widened, her mouth agape. "What on earth transpired today? Have you finally buried your last shred of conscience, you scoundrel lord?" Chapter 46. Without several million gold. What conscience can a petty vendor claim? Hey, my conscience as your lord is quite substantial," Ling retorted, somewhat dissatisfied. This was the fruit of his arduous day's labor, soon to be listed in the trading hall as a formidable weapon against the specters. Even if it held no inherent value, the costs of labor and research certainly mattered, did they not? Vera crossed her arms, regarding him skeptically. "Even if you say that, I doubt anyone would be willing to pay for it." Ling shook his head, a confident smile gracing his lips. "That has yet to be determined." With that, he shifted his gaze from Vera to the plains outside the lumberyard. Unbeknownst to him, thousands of slime nests had been constructed, and a multitude of adorably vibrant ice and fire slimes frolicked across the grass. It was time to replenish the trading hall with some goods. Hamburger Ling patted the creature's body, his smile growing warmer. "Let us calculate our total accounts." Meanwhile, in the hidden cavern, Lin Xiao was jolted awake from his terror by the chilling sensation pressed against his neck. The chill emanated from blade. Unlike the stone dagger that Lin Xiao had painstakingly crafted himself, this was a genuine weapon forged from high-quality steel. Who are you? Lin Xiao could hardly fathom that after merely a few hours of daytime slumber, he had unwittingly surrendered his life to strangers. He was certain he had ordered his subjects to remain vigilant. With this thought, Lin Xiao cast a fleeting glance to the side. The few subjects who had been on guard for him now lay lifeless in a pool of blood, having had no time even to sound a warning. Is this the brutal reality of war games? A mocking voice whispered in Lin Xiao's ear. The speaker was a bald man, his forehead adorned with numerous obscure tattoos that evoked an unsettling sense of madness at first glance. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Strength prevailed over will. And despite the tempest of anger and resentment brewing within him, he could only suppress it deep inside. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao endeavored to calm his racing mind, rapidly attempting to comprehend his dire predicament. Firstly, a weapon forged from steel was certainly beyond the reach of an ordinary human lord. It was only the second day since they had entered the war game to acquire such steel weaponry. There was but a single avenue, periodically refreshed limited-time items within the trading market. However, purchasing such items required a substantial sum of money, a staggering amount that could crush even the wealthiest of human lords under its weight. Suddenly, Lin Xiao managed to stammer, suppressing the tremor in his voice. You are from the benevolent merchant, aren't you? You are that benevolent merchant. Though reluctant to admit it, Lin Xiao believed that the only individuals wealthy enough to procure limited-time items were indeed the benevolent merchants. Heaven help him. Had he merely revealed his nickname in a private chat with the benevolent merchant, only to be discovered and tracked down the very next evening? The benevolent merchant. What a ridiculous notion. The man pressing the knife against Lin Xiao's neck frowned slightly. He brandished the steel blade, hoping to elicit an amusingly different expression from this newcomer. To his astonishment, the fellow displayed no surprise at all and instead uttered a name that baffled him. You are not from the benevolent merchant? Observing the genuine confusion in the other's expression, Lin Xiao's taut nerves began to relax. Perhaps due to his recent setbacks with the benevolent merchant, Lin Xiao's mindset had shifted. He had transformed from viewing everyone but himself as insignificant insects to now perceiving only two types of beings, the benevolent merchant and the foul insects lurking in the sewers. In silence, a flicker of disdain escaped Lin Xiao's gaze, yet went unnoticed by his captor. The bald man exchanged a glance with the one holding the knife, who, understanding the cue, slightly withdrew the blade and stepped aside. We have no connection to the benevolent merchant you speak of. As the bald man spoke, he moved closer to Lin Xiao, his calloused hand brushing through Lin Xiao's short hair before he leaned in to inhale the scent near his scalp. The repugnant scene sent shivers down Lin Xiao's spine. Were it not for the cold blade pressing against his neck, he believed he would have annihilated everyone present. The bald man advanced, leaning closer to Lin Xiao, whose senses were assaulted by the nauseating breath that wafted from him. I can sense it. You and I are of the same ilk, the bald man whispered into Lin Xiao's ear. From you, I detect hatred, confusion, and a loathing for humanity coupled with a desire for its destruction. It is precisely this that allows you to remain alive, to behold us. With that, the bald man extended his tongue, licking the perspiring skin of Lin Xiao's neck. Clenching his teeth, Lin Xiao's fists tightened, nails digging painfully into his flesh. Fortunately, the man refrained from further repulsive actions. At that moment, the bald man continued. As for that so-called conscientious vendor you mentioned, believe me, we are 1,000-fold stronger than he. Can you casually produce a few million gold coins? Lin Xiao instinctively inquired. No. The bald man was momentarily taken aback. Stepping away from Lin Xiao, he could perceive that at the instant he uttered no, Lin Xiao's fear of him diminished significantly. How perplexing it was that this individual equated strength with wealth. After a brief pause, the bald man spoke again, his tone grave. You have mentioned this conscientious vendor repeatedly. I find myself curious about this figure who seems to hold more significance for you than your own safety. A derisive laugh escaped Lin Xiao as the fear receded. Who this conscientious vendor is will become apparent if you observe the regional channel long enough. If you can even access it, he retorted. In the span of a few exchanged words, Lin Xiao began to form conjectures regarding his captors. Perhaps, like the young girl he had slain the previous night, they were disguised members of the ghostly tribe. Alternatively, they might be humans who entered the war game in a different batch, arriving here through some unknown means. However, even in the latter case, their presence could not have been long, otherwise they would have heard of the conscientious vendor. The bald man frowned at Lin Xiao's words, choosing silence as he accessed an invisible personal panel before him. Chapter 47. My enemies will reckon with my enemies. He felt an inexplicable urge to refrain from further conversation, fearing that he might inadvertently reveal their identities before the boy could deduce them. Yet, there was a certain amusement in this, was there not? As the bald man entered the regional channel through his personal panel, he licked his lips, intrigued by Lin Xiao. Thus, his curiosity about the conscientious vendor, frequently mentioned by Lin Xiao, grew. Perhaps this vendor was a potential asset to be courted? Just then, a message flashed in the regional channel from a user named Conscientious Vendor. Conscientious Vendor, greetings, dear friends. Good evening. Eastern Dark Punishment. Has the vendor risen so early? I noticed he has been tirelessly stocking wood since last night until noon today. I hope he is not exhausting himself. Personification. Nonsense. What absurdity is being spouted upstairs? Should we not wish for the vendor's well-being? Heavenly path. Indeed, our survival is largely thanks to the vendor's information. I see many who were previously clamoring against him have now vanished without a trace. Witnessing his reputation flourish within the regional channel, Ling He couldn't help but smile. It was indeed puzzling why those who criticized him or doubted his integrity had fallen silent. This was precisely why he refrained from engaging in disputes. Whether or not they believed in him mattered little. His dear neighbors of the Ghost Spirit clan would naturally step in to assist him, dealing with those who doubted him. All who held a negative impression of Ling He had met their demise. Thus, could his reputation possibly suffer? Of course, these thoughts were kept to himself. Ling He had not forgotten his primary duties. Conscientious vendor. I am truly humbled by the affection shown by my friends. However, despite providing strategies promptly, last night saw over 2,000 souls perish in this land. Who were they? They were our beloved kin. They were our brothers. They were indeed my family. With such slaughter by the Ghost Spirit clan, can we endure this, my friends? A few words stirred the emotions of all within the regional channel. As Ling He repeatedly referred to them as family, many unconsciously identified with the notion of death, envisioning their own demise at the hands of the Ghost Spirit clan in the not-so-distant future. Suddenly, cries for vengeance and retaliation against the Ghost Spirit clan erupted. Fearless brother, damn it, death comes to all, yet we endure for millennia. Vendor, give us a rendezvous point. We shall accompany you to confront those wildlings. Black Dragon, indeed. I have slain men. Why fear those wretched spirits? Just tell me where to gather, and I shall bring my followers to support you. The fervent calls for an all-out war against the Ghost Spirit clan left the burly man astonished. Such terrifying persuasive power. If they could ensnare their adversaries before they fully matured, the future benefits would be unimaginable. Yet, Lin Xiao, observing the messages in the regional channel, furrowed his brow slightly. Given his perception of the conscientious vendor, the sudden emotional incitement likely served a purpose beyond merely instigating war. His intuition was correct. For Ling, he had no intention of igniting a greater conflict between humans and the Ghost Spirit clan, nor did he desire to be the instigator of war. Everyone understood that waging war incurs expenses. To squander hard-earned resources on unnecessary endeavors, rather than for one's own enjoyment, was, in Ling He's view, an exceedingly disgraceful act. As the emotional atmosphere reached a crescendo, Ling He continued to engage in the chat channel. Dear friends, I have fully grasped your intentions. Rest assured, I could never bear to place you in harm's way. Thus, he proclaimed, today I dedicated the entirety of my daylight hours to painstaking research, and at last, I have developed a formidable weapon capable of vanquishing the most ferocious creatures of the Ghost Spirit clan. Act now for a limited time offer. The Hive Gel, originally priced at 10 gold coins, is now available for a mere 3 gold coins. Just 3 gold coins. He continued, 3 gold coins won't lead to losses or deceit, but rather, they can purchase the promise of tomorrow's sunlight and the continuation of life. Ling He also disseminated information regarding the application of the Hive Gel and the types of Ghost Spirit monsters it was effective against in the regional channel. However, sales remained stagnant. Firstly, as per Ling He's assertions, this Hive Gel would detonate upon purchase, making preservation impossible, and since no one was currently facing danger, there was little demand. Secondly, the product's description boasted a mere 0.03 times power, which deterred many potential buyers. The moniker Conscientious Merchant resonated positively within the regional channel. Yet confronted with the terrifying monsters described, could a mere 0.03 times power truly suffice? Distinct from the majority, upon learning about the Hive Gel's effects, the burly man felt a moment of trepidation before promptly purchasing one. Upon confirming his purchase, a multitude of fiery particles erupted around him. My lord, are you unharmed? Concerned voices echoed from all directions. I am fine, the burly man reassured his companions, giving a gentle pat on his shoulder. These feeble flames could not even ignite his body hair. Yet, within his eyes, a shadow of seriousness loomed. The radius of effect was approximately 3 meters and could last around 2 seconds. Based on his understanding of the Ghost Spirit Clan at this time, any of their denizens entering the fiery particles' range within those 2 seconds would undoubtedly meet their demise, regardless of their combat prowess. The conscientious merchant was indeed correct. However, this also meant that his own life was forfeit. The burly man turned to Lin Xiao. You harbor a deep animosity toward that individual known as the conscientious merchant. Do you not? No, not at all. Lin Xiao shook his head. Rather than hatred, I find his actions somewhat disagreeable. Would you like to know who we truly are? Lin Xiao, observing the sinister grin of the burly man, recognized the murderous intent directed at the conscientious merchant. In the next moment, he disregarded the blade, poised at his throat, and burst into laughter. Ha ha, how amusing! Just as the last batch of foul fish has perished, another swarm of pests arrives at our doorstep. I am indeed curious to know your identities. Then, with a serious tone, Lin Xiao declared, "Permit me to join your ranks." As these words fell, the blade pressed against Lin Xiao's neck was withdrawn. Lin Xiao could distinctly perceive that the gazes of those surrounding him, while still far from friendly, were no longer as harsh as they had been moments earlier. If you wish to join us, you must first utilize this item. The burly man casually tossed a small iron card before Lin Xiao. Identity, iron plate. Era, imperial era, dynastipat. Effect, change your nickname. Usable once per era. What should I change my nickname to? Lin Xiao inquired. Anything you desire, the burly man replied, leaning closer to Lin Xiao and patting him on the shoulder with a solemn expression. We are indifferent to what you choose to call yourself. We merely wish for you to bid farewell to your past. Lin Xiao understood. After using this identity iron plate, both his current name and his relationships within the regional channel would become relics of the past. Noticing the impatience of those around him, Lin Xiao no longer hesitated. Use. Please confirm your nickname. From Entropy, I shall henceforth be known as From Entropy. As his words fell, the nickname in his personal interface changed, and a pop-up appeared before him. The Lord of Weeping Walls has used a special ability on you. Oath of Rebellion. You are invited to join the secret party. Do you agree? Note. After joining the secret party, no abilities can be used to initiate or accept friend requests without the consent of the party leader. Agree. You have joined the secret party. You have unlocked a new panel, Friends Panel. You will automatically add all members within the secret party as friends. Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing Lin Xiao's perceptiveness, Weeping Walls erupted in laughter, patting Lin Xiao's shoulder once more. They held no fixed allies. They would become the blade in the hands of whoever engaged in large-scale warfare against humanity. In summary, it could be encapsulated in one phrase. We welcome all. As Weeping Walls shared this information, he scrutinized Lin Xiao's expression. Seeing no change in Lin Xiao's demeanor, he felt even more pleased with this newcomer. Do you have any questions? Weeping Walls inquired. After a moment's hesitation and a glance around, Lin Xiao asked, Is our party leader not here? After joining the secret party, he realized that this Weeping Walls was merely a member, while the party leader was someone else entirely. Weeping Walls' expression shifted at Lin Xiao's question. You certainly know how to ask, he remarked. If it's a secret, please disregard my inquiry, Lin Xiao quickly added. However, Weeping Walls grinned menacingly and replied, How can something once spoken be forgotten? It is no harm to share this with you. However, should you wish to disseminate our intelligence, I trust you understand the consequences. Lin Xiao nodded. After changing his nickname and joining the secret party, he recognized that he was now tethered to this vessel. From the friends list, he noted that there were over 50 members of the secret party in the current region, all of whom were aware of his new nickname. Once he utters anything inappropriate under this moniker on the regional channel, it is likely that the next moment will be drenched in blood. I shall never divulge a single word of what I have overheard. Noticing Lin Xiao's continued prudence, Ku Chong turned away, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze reflecting a hint of profundity. Our omnipotent party leader. He encountered a minor mishap upon awakening. A mishap? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Given the current situation, the strength of the secret party should not be underestimated. The leader should be formidable indeed. Who could possibly bring about such an incident? Indeed, it is an unexpected event that remains beyond our comprehension. Ku Chong scratched his bald head. The leader claimed he was roused by the suffocating smoke and, upon awakening, found himself ensnared by flames. It seems he even sought assistance from outside at that moment. Although Ku Chong refrained from sharing this detail with Lin Xiao, it likely wasn't a significant matter. In this place teeming with newcomers, how could a mere blaze pose a threat to such a powerful leader? No matter how fierce the fire, surely the esteemed leader would have had an escape route. I see. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. Thus, the leader of the secret party has only just awakened to find himself immediately unreachable, with the instigator still unknown. Truly, this region is a hidden trove of talent. Achoo! Achoo! Ling He sneezed several times, forcefully blowing his nose. Who has the leisure to gossip behind my back? Muttering under his breath, Ling He casually purchased a piece of fabric at the trading post to wipe his nose. Hey, you scoundrel lord. At that moment, Vela climbed onto Hamburger's back, leaning against Ling He's shoulder, her gaze fixated on the trading post data. You've only sold one of those hive gels so far. Is it really necessary to stock so much? Vela pointed at the trading interface. The quantity of hive gels Ling He had listed was a staggering 2,000. It is worth noting that this revamped slime gel, though deemed of little value by Vela, could only be produced at a rate of 5 per day by each fire slime, which is half the yield of the conventional gel. These 2,000 hive gels consumed nearly 4/5 of the slime farm's production capacity. Relax, relax, Ling He said, handing a chilled soda to Vela. This was precisely why he had instructed Hamburger to recruit 100 ice slimes. The ice-type slime gel could generate a faint frost on its surface, and a substantial accumulation of ice slime gel was just right for chilling the soda. Spendthrift. Vela rolled her eyes, accepting the soda from Ling He. Given that one cannot bite the hand that feeds them, she chose not to voice any further complaints. As for the term spendthrift, Ling He merely smiled nonchalantly. If one cannot enjoy the wealth they have earned, then what is the point of acquiring it? Chapter 49, Christmas Eve. Furthermore, due to his investment in the slime farm, Ling He insisted that Hamburger continue to offer him a 10% discount on future orders. Thus, the conversion rate has reached 1 gold coin for the purchase of 10 fire slime gels or 5 honeycomb gels. Apart from Ling He, no one else has established trade relations with the slimes. Therefore, Ling He merely needs to successfully sell these gels at the human trading post to effortlessly obtain a post-tax profit of 850. And that is merely the profit margin from the ordinary gels. Should they be exchanged for honeycomb gels, this profit would soar to an astonishing post-tax 1275. This is still under the premise that Ling He adheres to conscientious trading. Monopolizing the market is indeed a most delightful affair. Ling He couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, the prerequisite is that they must sell. Ling He glanced at the night sky above and said to Vera, "Tonight, I shall keep you company a little longer." Regarding the matter of staying up late, Ling He had his own considerations. The council hall has been under construction since noon, taking 12 hours to complete, and it would not be finished until midnight. Ling He intended to observe the functionality of the council hall before retiring for the night, while also gauging the forthcoming sales of the honeycomb gels. Vera? Ling He turned curiously, only to find Vera captivated by something in the distance. In the direction of her gaze, the tower was engulfed in a roaring blaze. The flames had not ceased since daybreak, and even now, in the dead of night, they illuminated the surroundings as brightly as day. Ling He reached out, playfully pinching Vera's cheek and tugging her towards him. "No, if you're going to keep me company, then do so without resorting to such antics, you rogue lord." After taking a sip of the chilled drink, Vera spoke earnestly. "I have a premonition that tonight shall be a peaceful night." Needless to say, Ling He pointed towards the tower ablaze with fierce flames. "I too have a premonition that every day henceforth will be a peaceful night. Is that so?" Vera smiled faintly. "In that case, I can only pray to the great god of wealth that all your words come to fruition, you rogue lord." Meanwhile, in the snow-covered plains, Ling Yuzong lay concealed beneath a thick layer of snow, covering her mouth, her gaze fixed intently on the outside world. A severed bear head, cruelly discarded, lay before her, its unblinking eyes still locked in a gaze with hers. The ghoulish tribe. Although Ling He had previously mentioned the terrifying appearance of the ghoulish tribe monsters in the regional channel, tonight was the first time Ling Yuzong witnessed their true form. Their withered, twig-like figures glided silently across the snow, leaving no trace behind. Yet, their combat prowess far surpassed that of any humanoid forms. The bear before her was a target Ling Yuzong had begun hunting at dusk, its flesh intended to be sustenance for herself and her 3 subjects. As anticipated, it lay dead, but contrary to expectation, it did not perish at Ling Yuzong's hands. For just as she confronted the bear with her subjects, the monsters of the ghoulish tribe had appeared without a sound. It emerged without any forewarning. The only solace being that its primary target was the most formidable unit present, the bear hunted by Ling Yug. The bear's formidable combat prowess bought Ling Yug a few precious seconds. During those fleeting moments, she and her loyal subjects stealthily retreated into a trap originally designed for capturing bears, covering themselves with a thick layer of snow. Thus, when the ghostly creature severed the bear's head, it did not immediately discern the whereabouts of Ling Yug and her companions. However, as she felt her physical capabilities waning, Ling Yug understood that she could not remain concealed in the snow for long. As long as the ghostly tribe persisted, they would inevitably uncover her hiding place. Even if they failed to find her, the heavy snow could very well claim her life. Realizing this, she seized the opportunity while the creature turned away, decisively gesturing to her subjects. This was a signal they had agreed upon before the bear hunt, yet now it was employed against the ghostly tribe. In the next moment, the subjects, prompted by Ling He's signal, sprang up from the snow and dashed away from the monster. This sudden movement instantly captured the attention of the ghostly creature. Without hesitation, it pivoted and pursued them. What a chance! With the creature's focus diverted, Ling He rose from the snow, grasped a wooden stick, and smeared it with deep crimson gel. A small spark flickered, and the slime gel ignited successfully, yet it failed to catch the wooden stick aflame. Instantly, her expression stiffened. It was her oversight. The stick had been buried in the snow for so long that, in its damp state, it was improbable to ignite easily. However, there was no time for regret now. Because of her earlier actions, the ghostly creature had now set its sights on her. Could she not flee? Would she have to resort to a confrontation with the scant which she could procure? Ling He's mind raced with thoughts. Thanks to the conscientious merchant, acquiring wood in the trading post had become quite simple. But just as she began to act, her peripheral vision caught sight of the ghostly creature rapidly approaching her. It was clear that its menacing arm was poised to pierce her chest. Even if she managed to buy some wood, she would have no chance to ignite it. Time was slipping away. What could she do? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her as she recalled the merchant's mention of honeycomb gel in the regional channel. The honeycomb gel required merely 3 gold coins, a sum easily afforded by anyone who had slain such mimic monsters. The only concern was the product's claim of 3-fold potency, which left one questioning its efficacy. Nevertheless, he was a good man, even if she were deceived this once. In the final second before her chest was pierced, Ling He's fingers moved slightly, and she purchased a honeycomb gel from the trading post. With a burst, the newly acquired honeycomb gel exploded before her. The beautiful particles of flame offered a glimmer of warmth in the frigid, snow-laden landscape. Isn't that merely fireworks? At the moment when Ling He was lost in thought, a colossal flame suddenly erupted before her. Harmless particles of fire igniting a monstrous creature of the Ghost Spirit clan in an instant. Survived? Chapter 50. The Varied Faces of Humanity, the Merchant of War. Ling He patted her chest, her eyes still reflecting a hint of lingering shock. After a brief pause, she turned her gaze to the side, where she sensed the location of the conscientious merchant through the hunter's pact. Had he saved her once more? Ling He's eyes flickered, her thoughts shrouded in mystery. In truth, she was not the sole victim of the attack. As night descended and the cold wind swept in, the opportunity created by the obstruction of human vision allowed numerous areas to be besieged by the monstrous entities of the Ghost Spirit clan to varying degrees. It was only on this night that the Ghost Spirit clan revealed their true fangs to humanity, with the ground littered with shape-shifting monsters. The genuine terrifying might of the Ghost Spirit clan began to roam the surface on a grand scale. They wielded no external weapons, effortlessly tearing apart humanity's strongest forces. In the darkness of the night, flesh and corpses fell to the ground. One human lord after another was driven to desperation by the Ghost Spirit clan, turning their gaze towards the trading house and the formidable weapon that Ling He had on display. This inadvertently served to affirm the authenticity and practicality of Ling He's merchandise. Crackle and pop. Before the berserker, a creature of the Ghost Spirit clan was engulfed in flames, while several individuals continued to toss wood into the pyre, fearful that their opponent might not perish thoroughly enough. The merchant did not deceive. This item truly possesses the power to annihilate ghost spirits, the berserker muttered to himself. Unlike the others who were compelled to make purchases, the berserker opted to take the initiative. Seeking out the monsters referenced by Ling, he to test the efficacy of the hive gel. Such matters concerning life are no trifling matter. Even if the conscientious merchant had a stellar reputation within the regional channel, the berserker could not simply take the seller's word at face value. Thus, he positioned himself as bait, laying an ambush around him to lure the monstrous entities of the Ghost Spirit clan. If the hive gel failed to prove as effective as the conscientious merchant claimed, the human lords hidden nearby would ignite the grove where the berserker stood, granting him a chance to escape. At that moment, even at the risk of offending the conscientious merchant, the berserker would expose the seller's true nature within the regional channel. Fortunately, the outcome did not disappoint the berserker. The hive gel indeed possessed the lethal power to obliterate the monsters of the Ghost Spirit clan, just as the conscientious merchant had asserted. Berserker, he shifted his gaze from the flames to the group of individuals emerging from the shadows behind him. Most of them were lords who had recently sought refuge with him. not particularly bold individuals, drawn to him for warmth and camaraderie. However, at that moment, the berserker discerned a profound battle intent in their eyes, accompanied by a faint glimmer of greed. Brother Zhang Kuang. Since the wares of Brother Xiao Fan are genuine and of high quality, why don't we take the initiative starting tonight? Someone half suggested, half encouraged. Indeed, Brother Zhang Kuang. With your leadership and our collective effort, the threat posed by the Spirit Clan will be but a trifling matter. Make your decision, Brother Zhang Kuang. This is a golden opportunity, and whether we can surpass others hinges entirely on it. Amidst the fervent voices, Zhang Kuang nearly forgot the timid demeanor of these individuals when they first approached him. Yet, he understood well what had catalyzed such a significant shift in the Lord's attitudes. It was the merchandise offered by the conscientious merchant. With the assistance of the hive gel, the menace of the Spirit Clan to humanity had plummeted to an all-time low. Additionally, vanquishing the Spirit Clan would yield bountiful rewards. The mimicry monsters released coins that were measured in gold, far exceeding the meager copper coins dropped by slaying wild creatures. While the withered, twig-like monsters already defeated would not drop gold coins, they would grant substantial experience points. Zhang Kuang glanced at his personal panel. He had chosen the path of the war god, which leaned towards the conventional MMORPG model of gaining experience through combat. The higher the combat power of the beings he defeated relative to himself, the greater the experience points he would earn. Typically, to acquire more experience, one must engage in more formidable battles. However, this theory did not apply here, for the Spirit Clan monsters that could be dispatched with a single blow had elevated his growth trajectory by a full 2 levels. In other words, the financial and experiential rewards offered by the Spirit Clan were now grossly disproportionate to the threats they posed. Such excessive rewards coupled with minimal risk were sufficient to transform even the most timid souls into the fiercest warriors. The multitude of human lords before Zhang Kuang were precisely in this state. Brother Zhang Kuang, make your decision. Make your decision. The crowd continued to urge him, their voices resonating in his ears. Observing the fervent expressions of those before him, Zhang Kuang was reminded of the early pioneers who first set foot on the American continent. The risks were minimal, and the potential rewards loomed large before them. Would he choose to turn a blind eye, or would he dive into the revelry? Biting his lip, Zhang Kuang ultimately acquiesced to the exuberant gaze of the crowd and embraced the impending celebration. Very well, from tonight onward, we shall take the initiative. Oberty! Long live Brother Zhang Kuang. The surroundings erupted in jubilant cheers, each person rejoicing at Zhang Kuang's prudent choice. However, their minds were preoccupied with thoughts of how much they could plunder from the Spirit Clan in the forthcoming hunts. Is this truly the right path? Zhang Kuang pondered, shaking his head as he refrained from joining in the euphoria. Opening the trading post, he observed the dwindling supply of hive gel and fell into a contemplative silence, akin to a weapons merchant selling firelock guns to the American pioneers. Conscientious vendors, are you not trafficking in warfare? Low risk does not equate to no risk. Many who would otherwise remain unscathed may perish due to a misjudgment of their own capabilities. Yet, what can be done in the face of such overwhelming currents? Those who swim against the tide will inevitably be engulfed. Even the most fervent of warriors cannot escape this fate. Moreover, the terrifying profits are indeed too alluring to resist. A wry smile graced the lips of the fervent warrior as he shook his head. What he initially perceived as a mere impetuous youth now revealed itself to be far more formidable than many others. Chapter 51. The core structure, the council hall. Is it true? Have we truly sold out? And in significant quantities as well. Within the lumberyard, Vera gazed wide-eyed at the transaction panel displayed on Hamburg's form. The sales figures for timber remained consistently high, necessitating Vera to replenish stock continuously to ensure the marketplace was never devoid of goods. The fire slime gel, a swift ignition tool, has seen commendable sales, especially with the appearance of the specters, rendering traditional fire-starting methods impractical. This is hardly surprising. In fact, as time progresses, the sales velocity seems to be accelerating. 2,000 units of hive gel, if sold at this rate, could see half of it dispensed by the end of the night. My lord, how have you accomplished this? Is this even feasible? What is impossible about it? Ling shook his head. Firstly, I have not exaggerated the efficacy of the goods. Secondly, I have set a fair price. And thirdly, I have considered the safety of everyone involved. It would be peculiar for someone as benevolent as I am to struggle with sales, would it not? My lord, does this not resemble the old woman selling melons, boasting about her own wares? Vera remarked with a hint of irony. What nonsense is this? Ling shot Vera a glance, playfully flattening her hat before continuing. Those who require hive gel have typically faced mimicry monsters, making them targets for subsequent entities. Based on my assessment, such individuals generally possess around 6 gold coins. Perhaps even a dozen. Do you know why I priced the hive gel at 3 gold instead of 6? It is because I have graciously afforded them an opportunity for error. Enough, it is futile to converse with someone of your antiquated capitalist mindset. You wretched lord. In your lengthy discourse just now, you failed to mention why the hive gel is selling. No, no, no. Ling raised a finger and waved it before Vera. I have already explained why the hive gel is selling. It is not the hive gel itself that I am peddling, but rather life. Selling life? Vera tilted her head in curiosity. Indeed, although she feigned a lack of words, Ling elaborated on his thoughts and reasoning to Vera. After all, she is currently the one who understands him best and can engage him in conversation to alleviate his boredom. He could hardly seek counsel from a contract-bound warrior who repeats himself incessantly. Could he? I see. As Vera gradually grasped Ling's line of reasoning, her gaze towards him transformed with newfound understanding. Originally, her gaze resembled that of a disdainful lord. Yet, after listening to Ling He's thoughts, it bore a closer resemblance to that of a chaotic demon. How shall I put this? Vela, somewhat troubled, rubbed her chin as a spark of inspiration flickered in her mind. Disdainful lord. Do you realize that if the weapon merchants from my homeland could adopt your moral standards and way of conducting affairs, they would all be destined for paradise? It's not as splendid as you suggest. Ling He chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. I'm not praising you, you know. Vela sighed, shaking her head. This disdainful lord is lacking in many respects, save for an overly buoyant mental state. Had it not been for her insistence on purchasing the lumberyard with Ling He, Vela felt certain that he might still be lying lifeless on the grass. At that moment, a voice reminiscent of cattle and horses echoed from below the hamburger structure. Boss, the council hall you instructed us to construct is complete. Would you like to inspect it? Oh, has midnight arrived so swiftly? Ling He remarked, casting a glance at the distant tower. Perhaps due to the incessant flames consuming that tower, not a single spirit unit had been seen near the lumberyard tonight. Just as Vela had mentioned, it was indeed a peaceful night. By the way, the council hall is a core building. Ling He nudged Vela's shoulder and presented the death curse of the spirit race before her, inquiring, this item that ushers in the pseudo-era, should it be usable now? It could be. Vela nodded. As a secretary, it is not only her duty to alleviate the Lord's burdens, but also to provide answers and clarity to his inquiries to a certain extent. Come, my dear lady, Vela declared, rising and leaping down from the hamburger. Ling He, not to be outdone, hastily followed, gesturing for the hamburger to accompany them. The trio, along with the slime, soon arrived at the newly constructed council hall. It was indeed a structure befitting the Stone Age. To Ling He's eyes, the completed council hall resembled little more than a rather shabby wooden hut. However, despite its modest appearance, it was certainly an improvement over sleeping outdoors. The cattle horse creature instinctively stepped forward, awkwardly opening the door for Ling He and Vela. How thoughtful. Vela nodded appreciatively, then took Ling He, who was also somewhat eager, into the council hall. Just as the exterior suggested, the interior was equally austere. The entrance hall contained merely a round table, where the unique functions of the core building could be utilized. Beyond that, there were a few small rooms, each furnished simply with wooden beds and small tables, devoid of even a mattress. Ling He and Vela strode directly to the round table in the hall. A core building panel materialized before Ling He. Council hall, core building. Currently unlocked functions. Declare war, justify war reasons, diplomatic improvement, alliance, disbanded, era evolution, deliberation, not yet opened. Apart from the alliance mechanism supplanted by the agent mechanism, there exists a legislative mechanism that remains shrouded in uncertainty regarding its activation. Ling He, amidst the remaining functionalities, was immediately drawn to the era of transformation. Indeed, if you, the rogue lord, wish to enter the pseudo-era, this option suffices. Vela elucidated, stating that she would provide further explanations later, while the final decision lay squarely in the hands of the rogue lord. With a nod of understanding, Ling He activated the era of transformation on the panel. Instantly, the surroundings transformed. Though he found himself within a modest wooden cabin, a magnificent scene unfolded before him. Molten bronze cascaded like a waterfall, and war chariots raced across the plains. A deep, resonant horn emerged from the roaring furnace. A plume of smoke wafted by, and a parchment slowly unfurled. Pseudo-era, the Age of Bronze. Introduction. This is our era. Expand details. Chapter 52. The Pseudo-era. Expand details. Introduction. This is our era. Long buried within the depths of our wisdom, deeply rooted. When our ancestors glimpsed the dance of flames in the furnace, when we forged our first covenant with the earth. The liquid star river of copper and tin solidified within the mold. Humanity would henceforth break free from the shackles of the Stone Age. Behold, the swordsmith imbues the blade with starlight. Divine totems rise upon sacrificial vessels. Wheels traverse the ridges of the wasteland, and caravans laden with wealth pass through city-states. This is not merely the awakening of arms, but the crucible of civilization. Arise, for the gods still gaze upon the mortal realm from behind bronze masks. And humanity now wields the power to alter the essence of matter. Will this azure golden radiance illuminate the long night of the ages? After absorbing the details of the Age of Bronze, Ling He quietly closed the information interface. Upon reading this introduction, he felt an overwhelming urge to immediately enter this pseudo-era. Alas, although the Age of Bronze presented itself as a selectable pseudo-era, its entry option remained inactive. To access this pseudo-era, Ling He needed to fulfill a prerequisite. Entry requirement: craft a bronze weapon or tool. As of now, Ling He had not encountered any information regarding bronze or copper mines in the regional channel. This meant that the possibility of entering the Age of Bronze in the near future hinged entirely on fortune. While contemplating this, Vela approached his side, gliding her hand across the panel while beginning to expound on further details about the era. The term era is divided into the overarching era, which encompasses all human lords within the region, and the individual era, which is the pseudo-era currently under Ling He's scrutiny. The former is not yet relevant to Ling He's current needs, so it shall remain unmentioned for now. Vela focused on elaborating the latter. The pseudo-era can typically only be entered by pioneers who meet specific conditions. Based on the foundational overall era of the initial region, the pseudo-era can elevate at most one tier beyond this foundation, and once selected, it cannot be altered. Upon entering the pseudo-era, numerous attributes characteristic of this age will be conferred, yet they will also, to a certain extent, influence the developmental trajectory of individual lords and the unique abilities of certain units. Take Ling He in the present time as an example. Once the pseudo-era is reached, the era level will be calculated as level 2, meaning that when recruiting secretary units, characters from the Stone Age will no longer be available. Furthermore, the rewards for upgrading the growth path will likely include elements that resonate with the characteristics of the era. Ultimately, we must consider the cattle and horses. The level 2 enhancement brought about by the pseudo-era will be factored into the special abilities of these creatures. The cap on combat power enhancement for the cattle and horses, arising from self-improvement, will shift from 3 points in the level 1 era to 6 points in the level 2 era. After listening to Vera's lengthy introduction, Ling He rubbed his temples and remarked, "It seems that the benefits are nearly all favorable, with hardly any drawbacks. As it stands, there appear to be no significant disadvantages." Vera did not contest Ling He's statement, but proceeded to add, "Even so, I must caution you, you impertinent lord, to approach the choice of the pseudo-era with due deliberation. Firstly, the emphasis of each era varies, and the enhancements differ accordingly." As she spoke, Vera halted her movements on the panel and pointed to several lines of text before Ling He. These lines detailed the additional benefits conferred by entering the Bronze Age. Old Road Reunited. Era Progression Speed 100, Materialist Inclination 10. Copper Smelting Craze, Bronze Smelting Rate 20, or Smelting Efficiency 10, or Output Rate 50. When using bronze equipment, the combat power of subjects increases by an additional 3. The Way of Non-Action. All subjects possess a mysterious resistance of 20. When battling against mystical creatures, the rate of morale decline increases by 100. The Bronze Age will bestow 3 era attributes upon Ling He in total, 2 of which are advantageous while 1 is detrimental. The Copper Smelting Craze particularly captured Ling He's interest as it augments both efficiency and speed, should Ling He wish to venture into the mining industry. These enhancements cannot be overlooked. Additionally, the extra 3 points of combat power for subjects using bronze equipment, when coupled with the special abilities of the cattle and horses, would effectively result in a remarkable increase in productivity of 45. In contrast, the negative attribute that detract from Ling He's capabilities is nearly inconsequential. After all, whether it be the contract axe warriors in a fully funded state or the berserkers and ghost warriors further enhanced by Vera, their morale is astonishingly high. As long as Ling He can afford sufficient funds, it would be difficult for the morale of his subjects to falter. While Ling He pondered this, Vera continued, "Secondly, and most importantly, once the starting area transitions into a new era, all lords will simultaneously enter this new age. At that time, regardless of the pseudo-era you choose, the regional era will impose its characteristics upon you." "Ah, I see." After reflecting on Vera's words, Ling He nodded thoughtfully. This implies that one cannot indiscriminately select enhancements in the pseudo-era without due consideration. Once a misguided choice leads one down a path that starkly contradicts the regional era, all efforts expended in that false epoch will be rendered futile upon the region's transition to a new age. Reflecting upon the notion of choice, Ling He suddenly realized he had unwittingly been ensnared by the Bronze Age for an extended duration, to the extent that the cursed artifact of the Ghost Spirit clan had yet to make its appearance. With this thought, Ling He hesitated no further and promptly retrieved the death curse. In that instant, what had initially been a mere panel of the Bronze Age's false era evolved into an entirely new domain. False era, spirit transformation era. Introduction. In our adversaries, we discern a path previously unimagined. The ancient tree willingly splits its rings to yield branches. The rock wall guides miners to seize the dreams that have settled in the earth for millennia. Mycelium spreads and flourishes beneath the decaying soil. We have come to understand that which lies beyond our cognition, to feel the continent's joys and sorrows, to learn how to extract existence from the world, and to weave everything with spirit as our guiding threads. The century-long growth of wheat is compressed into a single moment of ripeness. This is not the prelude to conquering nature, but rather a rhapsody of dancing with all spirits. In contrast to the Bronze Age, the entry conditions for the spirit transformation era have been met. This signifies that Ling He can now, at his discretion, consume the death curse in his possession to transition into the spirit transformation era. However, before making a decision between the Bronze Age and the spirit transformation era, Ling He must first examine the attribute enhancements offered by the latter. Chapter 53. Choice, Spirit Transformation Era. Uncertain path ahead. Era progression rate 30. Idealistic inclination 20. And subsequent eras will be incompatible with a purely materialistic age. All things and spirits. Spirit will become a hidden attribute of the region. When the concentration of spirit within the area is moderate, high, or extremely high, it will respectively increase crop growth rates by 15, 45, and 100. 3 feet of spirit. All subjects will possess a mysterious resistance of 10. The Lord's luck will be 1. When upgrading the growth path, the inclination towards spirit transformation rewards will be 30. Compared to the enhancements of the Bronze Age, the spirit transformation era appears somewhat enigmatic. The clearest expression among these is the increase in crop growth rates. Yet, regardless of whether the concentration is moderate, high, or extremely high, the advantages seem less competitive when juxtaposed with the fervor of copper smelting. The subsequent attribute of 3 feet of spirit is similarly perplexing. Ling He was uncertain about the meaning of the spirit transformation reward inclination. If there is merely a 30 probability, does the absence of its activation imply that this attribute enhancement is non-existent? Have you formulated any thoughts, you wretched lord? Veda inquired. Or will you choose neither? Ling He closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before offering an unexpected response. Let us select the spirit transformation era. Really? Will you not reconsider? Vera pointed to the Bronze Age, which, as humanity's ancestral era, held a significant likelihood of being the preferred choice for the next age. Should the Bronze Age subsequently become the dominant era, all costs incurred in the spirit transformation era would be rendered meaningless. Even so, my lord, do you wish to embark on a new path? Certainly. Ling He nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Vera stated, the Bronze Age, etched in the very bones of humanity, is undoubtedly the most likely era to be chosen as the preferred age for mankind in this region. Furthermore, the bonuses of the Bronze Age appear significantly stronger than those of the spiritual era at the same level. However, the spiritual era grants a fortunate point to oneself. There's a saying that goes, those with good fortune seldom face misfortune. For the sake of this single point of luck, Ling He had a premonition that perhaps the spiritual era would bestow upon him surprises that the Bronze Age could not offer. Therefore, he chose the spiritual era. Well then, Vera shrugged, spreading her hands. The decision lies in the hands of you, the scoundrel lord. You shall decide. With Vera no longer opposing, Ling He placed his hand upon the panel before him. Pseudo-era, spiritual era. Select. The death curse of the Ghost Spirit clan was consumed. Congratulations. You have successfully entered the pseudo-era, spiritual era. Will you explore on your own? Ling He did not dwell on it further. Instead, he raised his hands and yawned. Unknowingly, he had stayed up past midnight, and having made his choice regarding the pseudo-era, it marked the conclusion of his final concern for the day. What remained was to await the market's continued evolution. Only through the growth route's upgrade could the rewards of the spiritual era manifest their potential. Vera, good night. After bidding her good night, Ling He beckoned Hamburger to follow him inside. Wait, scoundrel lord, where are you going? Vera hurriedly kept pace with Ling He as he entered the room, only to witness the weary Ling He placing hamburger on the wooden bed. He then flattened it out, arranging it to resemble a mattress, and finally lay upon it. So comfortable Ling He sank into the embrace of the hamburger, emitting a soft groan of contentment. With his mind at ease, he was on the verge of drifting into slumber. Vera puffed her cheeks and swiftly pulled Ling He down from the hamburger. Scoundrel lord, how can I replenish the trading post if you sleep here? If you must sleep, come out and sleep. With that, she half-dragged Ling He out of the council chamber. The night air outside was somewhat chilly, prompting Vera to instruct the working oxen to kindle a fire in the open area. Then, as she had done the previous night, she allowed Ling He to rest his head upon her lap. Perhaps owing to genuine fatigue, Ling He soon fell into a deep slumber. Observing that Ling He had succumbed to sleep, Vera ceased her chatter, silently opening the trading post interface and monitoring each transaction within. However, the latter half of the night was destined to be anything but tranquil. A diminutive man collapsed to the ground, clutching his broken fingers and emitting a piercing scream of agony. His gaze was fixated on the figure approaching him step by step, his eyes brimming with terror. I am human. I am truly human. What must I do for you to believe me? Of course, I believe you. Lin Zhao's voice echoed before the man. Upon hearing this, the man's expression brightened, but just as he was about to speak, an excruciating pain surged from his palm. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that his left hand had been brutally pierced by a stone dagger. What do you want me to do? What must I do? The man cried out in agony, and as he looked up, he found himself confronted by Lin Zhao's icy gaze. Hand over all the coins you have left. The man hesitated for but a moment, and Lin Zhao, without a hint of hesitation, severed one of his fingers. Instantly, the man dared not bargain any further. I will give them. With a series of dull thuds, a dozen gold coins fell to the muddy ground. Lin Zhao bent down to collect the coins and then turned to the individual behind him, expressing his gratitude. This person was none other than the one who had previously held a knife to his throat. Lin Zhao had just discovered that the other possessed a particularly useful special skill: ambush. Effect: when you successfully ambush a lord unit, temporarily disable their chat panel and recruitment panel. It was precisely the effect of this ambush that rendered the plundering among kin lords a tangible reality. No need to be courteous. In response to Lin Zhao's words, the newcomer smiled faintly, remarking that he was far superior to his former self. Back then, I was foolish. The allegiance I offered was nowhere near as valuable as what you present now. By the way, if you have no use for this man, may I have a turn with him? He gestured towards the incapacitated figure on the ground. Lin Zhao merely cast a casual glance and, with a dismissive utterance, departed swiftly. Finding a quiet corner, Lin Zhao gazed at the handful of gold coins in his possession, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. Strong? Yet these blood-stained coins, acquired through plunder, are worth less than the effortless earnings of others in mere minutes. Chapter 54. The Guild Mechanism. After his soliloquy, a private message from a friend appeared before him. Lin Zhao furrowed his brow at the sight of the chat. From Entropy. Are we not continuing the hunt tonight? But this is an opportunity. We could gain substantial rewards from them, and if we allow others to grow. Crying Wall. Entropy. This is an order. I did not come here to have you question me. There have been too many unforeseen events tonight. The remaining elite units of the Ghost Spirit clan are dwindling rapidly, and the leader has yet to make an appearance. We cannot afford to act recklessly. If we expose ourselves before the leader issues a task, neither you nor I, nor anyone else, will fare well. Gazing at the message from Crying Wall, Lin Zhao's expression darkened. Despite the commanding and threatening tone, he perceived only noise and cowardice. Having chosen the path of villainy, he found himself constrained, unable to plunder and develop freely. In such a predicament, what set him apart from the virtuous? He was, in fact, even less admirable than the good. His initial thoughts proved to be correct. They were merely a group of sewer bugs, incapable of achieving anything significant. However, regardless of Lin Zhao's inner musings, he could not alter the prevailing circumstances that favored others. The secret faction's operations concluded hastily that evening. A few hours later, dawn broke. Damn lord, damn lord. Ling He was roused from his slumber by Vera's persistent shaking. The sun had already risen. Veda, still in a daze, Ling He groggily waved a hand at Vera. Just buy something for breakfast if you want to eat. We can afford that meal. Let me sleep for another 5 minutes. Wake me up in the afternoon, he murmured, burying his face in Vera's lap, on the verge of drifting back into slumber. Damn lord. Ultimately, it was Vera's bellowing in his ear that shattered Ling He's dream. Who is it? He shifted his head from Vera's lap and sat up halfway, instinctively scanning his surroundings. Which fool dared to attack? Vera was nearly driven to laughter by Ling He's reaction. Arms crossed in front of her, a real injustice for the Lord to be roused by me calling him. Verily, he rubbed the corners of his eyes, rousing himself a bit more before glancing at the sky. Judging by the sun's position, it was not yet noon, likely around 9 or 10 in the morning. Instantly, Ling He's expression soured. Who understands? It's only 9 in the morning, and the secretary has already called me up. He recalled the days when he ran a small shop near the elementary school. He never opened before 11:30. All right. Vera observed Ling He's downcast demeanor and shook her head. I don't want to wake you, but someone you know is looking for you. I thought it would be best for you to be informed. As she spoke, Vera opened a private chat window before him. Ling He glanced briefly. It was that battle maniac, messaging him at such an early hour. What? Just because I asked him a question yesterday morning. Seeking revenge? He silently scoffed, but he was now fully alert. Given his understanding of the battle maniac, a private chat could not be trivial. With that thought, he scrutinized the chat interface. Call me battle maniac. Hey, vendor bro, I'm planning to establish a guild. Establish a guild? That was no trivial matter. Suddenly, Ling He realized something, narrowing his eyes. In typical online games, forming a guild was commonplace. However, in a war game, it represented an entirely new mechanism he had never encountered before. His gaze first darted to the corner of the regional channel. Remaining players, 77-19. Last night, the human side had only suffered a loss of over 200 players, which, compared to the first night, could be deemed a peaceful night. This also indicated that the human faction's gains would not be insignificant. Among the latest discoveries lies the vulnerability of the Phantom tribe. For instance, those shape-shifting creatures exhibit a peculiar spatial distortion when approached by flames. This revelation was made by a human lord known as Mr. Unrefined, a name that felt vaguely familiar to Ling He, yet he could not recall any specifics. Thus, he redirected his attention to matters of greater significance currently being discussed in the regional channel. The first guild of the entire region, the Hall of War Gods, has publicly announced its recruitment. The news was disseminated by the War Frenzy, who did not hold back and thoroughly explained the guild mechanism in the regional channel. The guild mechanism resembles a variant of the alliance system, albeit with a greater emphasis on the relationships between individual lords rather than the collective. Once established, the guild must pay a sufficient daily fee to avoid dissolution. In return, guild members can reap considerable benefits, such as basic architectural blueprints that can be submitted for guild research. Once the research is completed, all members may freely replicate the dungeon blueprints, which they can utilize until the guild disbands or they exit. This single advantage is enough to attract many whose financial resources are limited. However, according to War Frenzy, the benefits of joining a guild extend beyond this. Ling He quickly scrolled through the regional channel and discovered the growth route and upgrade rewards shared by War Frenzy. 910, Random Guild Aura, Path of the War Gods. The item he randomly obtained was War Saint's Edict. Description: our allies are the trustworthy support upon which we can rely, allowing us to confidently entrust our backs to our comrades and engage wholeheartedly in the wars of the future. Effect: disables friendly fire among all members within the guild. Ling He clicked his tongue in admiration upon reading the effect. The ability to disable friendly fire in a war game sparked numerous unconventional strategies in his mind. One could only say that War Frenzy was indeed fortunate. Chapter 55. The generous War Frenzy having grasped the situation. Ling He typed a message in the private chat interface. Conscientious merchant. Is War Frenzy yes inquiry an invitation for me to join the guild you are establishing? Call me War Frenzy. Merchant, please don't flatter me. I wouldn't dare. I merely wanted to ask if you have any intentions of establishing a guild yourself. Surely you understand, merchant, that the first guild established can gain considerable influence in the region. I was able to unlock the guild mechanism today, largely thanks to the intelligence and goods you provided. I'm not one to forget my roots. If you have any plans to establish a guild, I shall not compete for the first position. After reading this lengthy message, only one thought occupied Ling He's mind. War Frenzy was indeed a generous soul. It stands to reason, for a person who readily extends a helping hand to strangers is unlikely to possess any ill intentions. As Ling contemplated this, new messages were dispatched by Zhang Quan. Of course, if the vendor wishes to join the Temple of War, I wholeheartedly support it, he stated. However, I'm uncertain about the vendor's growth path. My guild's mechanism requires that recruits must have a growth path related to warriors. To prevent any misunderstandings, Zhang Quan elaborated. Due to the nature of his guild's mechanism, which is derived from the path of the war god, all members must possess a growth path somewhat connected to warriors, such as berserkers, shield warriors, paladins, or dragon knights, to be eligible for membership. Conversely, paths like those of certain deities, emperors, priests, or rogues would not meet the criteria. And even if Zhang Kuang had the intention to invite, the individual would ultimately be unable to join. I see, replied the conscientious vendor, somewhat disappointed. He had briefly entertained the thought of leveraging Zhang Kuang's guild's prestige, but alas, that notion was dashed before it could even take root. Regrettably, my growth path seems destined to remain at odds with Brother Zhang Kuang's guild. Nonetheless, he wished Zhang Kuang's guild great success, adding for now, I have no plans to establish my own guild. Feel free to claim the title of the premier guild, and I hope you will kindly support my business in the future. Currently, the conscientious vendor was gaining considerable attention in the regional channel for establishing the first guild in the area, which was why he sought to communicate with Zhang Kuang. Although it was not a significant matter, even brothers can fall out over trivial gains, and Zhang Kuang did not wish to provoke animosity from the region's most prominent merchant. Meanwhile, after addressing the matters with Zhang Kuang, Ling promptly closed the private chat interface. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of his personal panel. Remaining assets, 619, 251 gold. Coughing slightly, he straightened his posture. After a single night, his assets had soared to nearly 30,000 gold, although he had anticipated this figure. Witnessing the staggering amount of his remaining assets left him momentarily speechless. Ah, has the scoundrel lord finally taken notice? Vela raised her head proudly. The 7,000 units of wood produced yesterday had all been sold, yielding approximately 17,000 to 18,000 gold in profit, excluding what had been utilized by the lord. Additionally, sales of fire slime gel and honeycomb gel were also promising, generating nearly 6,000 gold in revenue, despite not being completely sold out. Considering the unspent funds from yesterday, this is the current figure. Very well, Ling said with a smile, affectionately ruffling Vela's hat. He was truly grateful for her assistance in managing the store. At that moment, Vela was in high spirits and paid no mind to Ling's playful gesture. Oh, there is one more point I forgot to mention. Vera suddenly extended a finger, her tone growing somewhat serious. Currently, the number of subjects exceeds 1,000, necessitating the disbursement of over 200 gold coins daily in full wages. The incompetent lord must exercise better control over labor costs. Indeed, Ling He nodded in agreement. Spending wisely is essential. Although daily income is considerable, the labor costs of over 200 gold coins are undeniably substantial. As it stands, within the entire region, only Ling He can muster the required 200 gold coins, and even if there are others, they are exceedingly rare. Fortunately, 2 days have passed, and the first batch of recruited workers has already accumulated over 24 hours of labor. The enhanced 2 points of combat power have augmented the resource output rate of the workers to 30, without reallocating the contracted ghost warriors. The lumber mill under Ling He's command has already surpassed an impressive daily output of 80,000 units. This is not even the limit of the workers. Due to Ling He having entered the second-level era, the upper limit for the workers' combat power increase has risen to 6 points. As long as the workers continue to toil diligently, the efficiency of the lumber mill will surely reach new heights, making it entirely feasible to break the 100,000 unit barrier without incurring additional labor costs. With the advent of the second-level era, the workers have indeed become increasingly effective. Under full wages and optimal conditions, their base combat power even exceeds that of contracted lumber workers. Coupled with their low labor costs, they appear to be an excellent alternative for not only production units, but also as a substitute for the low-tier combat power of contracted lumber workers. Having made this decision in his mind, Ling He shifted his attention to his personal interface. This time, he focused on the growth route level. Although timber is nearly monopolized and offers limited experience for Ling He to extract, the highly sought-after fire slime gel and honeycomb gel have nonetheless provided him with a substantial amount of growth experience. Consequently, Ling He's level has surged to 7, leaving him only a hair's breadth away from level 8, with an expected upgrade today or tomorrow. Upgrading, of course, comes with upgrade rewards. 56. Random Building Blueprint Final Producer Path. 67. Exceptional Secretary Recruitment Card. Casually utilizing the random building blueprint, Ling He did not rush to examine what he had acquired, but rather turned his gaze toward the Exceptional Secretary Recruitment Card. Exceptional Secretary Recruitment Card. Description: to acquire a fine steed, one must first forge a golden platform. Only by planting a phoenix tree can one attract a phoenix. Effect: consumes 10,000 gold coins to recruit a secretary that meets the current era's upper limit, with a maximum of 1 secretary recruitment. Chapter 56 New Secretary. By MO. Only by planting a phoenix tree can one attract a phoenix? Ling He muttered, casting a sidelong glance at Vera. Vera can see her own panel, so she must also have observed the effects of the Exceptional Secretary Recruitment Card. To recruit the next secretary at the cost of 10,000 gold coins seems somewhat unfair for Vera, who is free of charge. Why are you staring at me, you incompetent lord? Vera rolled her eyes, thinking if one wishes to use it, then so be it. Being overly concerned about the feelings of others will never lead one to the ultimate realm of true creators. So that is how you perceive it, Vera. But is it truly so? Ling He observed Vera's expression, detecting no hint of deception. Contemplatively, he nodded, realizing he had perhaps overestimated Vera's humanity. With a swift and decisive motion, he seized the high-top hat, a symbol of the capitalist's sin, and placed it upon his own head. In an instant, Ling He felt as though he had been possessed by Vera's capitalistic spirit, his gaze turning notably colder. Dastardly lord! Vera's sharp, anguished cry pierced the air. How many times must I say it? Do not disturb a lady's hat. Yet, Ling He had already restrained her head, leaving her to seethe in impotent fury. Amused, Ling He chuckled at Vera's puffed-up indignation. You still dare to laugh? Vera glared at him. No more laughter, no more laughter. Yet, Vera, you remain utterly charming. The scene recalled to him their first encounter, when Vera had boldly proclaimed, I am quite adorable. Please give me money. Humph. Vera adjusted her hat with a haughty snort. Of course, this lady is charming. I beg to differ, Ling He replied, shaking his head. You are nothing more than a petty capitalist from the Victorian era. Hardly a lady at all. Nevertheless, he continued, pinching Vera's cheek playfully. I require a heartless capitalist like you. Thus, whether now or in the future, Vera shall remain my chief secretary. That will not change. I always have been. Vera rolled her eyes, appearing unappreciative. So, are you going to recruit new personnel or not? At this, Vera stifled a yawn, covering her mouth. I'm quite tired, you know. I long to sleep, and having you, dastardly lord, resting your head on my legs every night has left me quite sore. If you could find someone to help share my workload, I would be overjoyed. It's not as if I wish to rest my head there. You're the one who insists on dragging me out of bed, Ling He muttered instinctively. Did you just say something, dastardly lord? Nothing of consequence, Ling He replied, shaking his head and returning his gaze to the exquisite secretary recruitment card. Beyond Vera's feelings, Ling He had reservations about using the recruitment card immediately. This card differed from the one used to recruit Vera. It was bound by temporal restrictions. If he were to use it now, he would only summon a secretary from the Enlightenment era. Perhaps waiting for a future epoch might yield even greater benefits. Should he hold on to it? Or perhaps, is it truly worthwhile to reserve this exquisite secretary recruitment card for the future? Ultimately, after weighing his options, Ling He shrugged. He was no protagonist from a novel, possessing neither the patience to hold onto a prized item for a decade, nor the inclination to do so, regardless of its value. An item's worth is only meaningful when put to use. As long as it is held tightly in one's grasp without being utilized, its value remains perpetually at zero. Ling He perceives this quite clearly. Thus, a sum of 10,000 gold coins is deducted from Ling He's account, representing a significant one-third of his current funds. After all, even the previous promise of salaries for nearly 200 contract ghost warriors amounted to merely 3,000 gold coins. Congratulations! You have successfully used Premium Secretary Recruitment Card. Your secretary limit is 1. As your current era is Spiritual Transformation Era, you have acquired a Premium Secretary unit suitable for the current era by MO. In the next moment, a stunning woman clad in a blue robe, with long hair cascading down to her waist, materializes before Ling He and Vera. If Vera's charm lies in a blend of cuteness with a hint of sophistication, then this lady embodies a captivating elegance interwoven with an ethereal quality. While her appeal may fall slightly short of Vera's in terms of adorability, her commanding presence elevates her beauty beyond comparison. Just as Ling He becomes entranced. Bai Mo's eyebrows gently flutter, and she opens her eyes, clasping her hands in a gesture of respect towards Ling He. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Goodness and virtue are my guiding principles. I pride myself on possessing a modicum of unique skills, having perused a few literary works, and I am willing to serve your ambitions. Such eloquent speech crosses Ling He's mind when suddenly a notification window appears before him. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained a recognition of Secretary by Mo. You may now view Bai Mo's personal interface. Immediately, Ling He assists the bowing Bai Mo to her feet and begins to examine her personal interface. I want to see too. Vera swiftly leans beside Ling He, her head peeking over his shoulder, her curious eyes sparkling as she gazes at Bai Mo's interface. Secretary Bai Mo. Combat power 20. Mental victory. When our actions align with propriety, the combat readiness of all subjects within this secretary's domain increases by 2. Spring and autumn penmanship. When we trigger a region-wide announcement, Any text may be added, modified, or deleted. Zhao Lu enters the fray. When this secretary wields the ancient zither as her primary weapon, her combat power reaches 500, and she gains musical assistant skills. 8. Galloping Shadows. When the secretary's mount is a war chariot, her combat power is 500, and if in a spiritual transformation area, she enters a special state, as if walking on level ground. River Diagram and Luo Book. In this secretary's domain, when we defeat neutral beings, the drop rate increases by 20, and the amount of gold coins dropped also increases by 20. Ling He gasps in astonishment after reviewing the information. What impressive array of skills. Such a gentleman's 6 arts. With Vera as a comparison, Bai Mo's attributes seem exceedingly extravagant. Vera, Ling He murmurs. Is there any chance I could retract my previous statements? Huh. Chapter 57. Adhering to Propriety. Joking, of course. Noticing Vera's wide-eyed gaze, filled with a look of disbelief, Ling He hastily assures her that he was merely jesting. He must have been influenced by Vera's demeanor to unwittingly utter such heartfelt yet insincere words. Bai Mo glanced at Vera and then at Ling He, stifling a chuckle. Their rapport appeared quite amiable, devoid of any hierarchical undertones. A good relationship? Vera tilted her head, 3 question marks seemingly popping above her forehead. Are you suggesting that my bond with this scoundrel, who doesn't even provide food, is commendable? As she spoke, Vera pointed at Ling He, designating her target. Ahem. Ling He coughed heavily, having reiterated this countless times. You heartless capitalists have no right to speak of my virtues. Although he vehemently disagreed with Vera's remarks, her words triggered a sudden realization within him. Given the current state of his subjects, it was evident that they were far from adhering to the principles of propriety. In light of this, Bai Mo's unique ability, the spiritual victory, seemed to him an unusable skill on his part. Just as Ling He pondered this, Bai Mo's light laughter resounded once more. Hee, my judgment was indeed correct. The two of you share a remarkable bond. Moreover, this young lady. Bai Mo glanced at Vera, blinking her eyes, and suddenly grasped something. Although Vera had seen her personal panel, she had not viewed Vera's own, thus remaining oblivious to her name. Fortunately, her good manners prompted Bai Mo to promptly amend her phrasing, averting any potential awkwardness. Well, this young capitalist lady, one cannot solely blame our esteemed lord, can we? As the sage says, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it must first torment their mind, labor their muscles, starve their body, and expose them to hardship. Clearly, our Lord is generously offering everyone an opportunity for growth, an act consistent with propriety and a great kindness. Ahem, ahem. Ling He, overhearing this, coughed repeatedly. Bai Mo's lavish praise left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Had Bai Mo not pointed out, he would have remained unaware of being such a benevolent figure. Ding. Congratulations on meeting the condition, adherence to propriety. Secretary Bai Mo's special skill, spiritual victory, has been activated. Within the current area, the combativeness of all your subjects is now at 2. My goodness. This marked the second time since Bai Mo's arrival at Ling. He inhaled sharply in surprise. So this was the essence of the so-called spiritual victory? Initially, Ling He had been contemplating how to fulfill the condition of propriety. But who could have anticipated that it was defined solely by Bai Mo herself? I deem myself compliant with propriety, thus I am compliant. As for what constitutes propriety, others need not concern themselves. Observing Bai Mo's cheerful demeanor, Ling He suddenly felt inclined to explore her other traits. Within the trading post, a limited-time item remained unsold. Iron frame bow. Price, 50 gold. Limited time purchase, 2 days, 12 hours, and 39 minutes. A mere 50 gold, equivalent to a day's worth of meals for him and Vera. Ordinarily, he would not bother with such purchases. However, given the current circumstances, Ling He was not one to be stingy. He acquired the iron frame bow, and a finely crafted wooden bow now rested in his hands. Unlike conventional bows, this particular bow is equipped with sharp iron tips at both ends, appearing capable of effortlessly piercing several transparent holes in unarmored targets. Bai Mo, give this bow a try, Ling He said, presenting the iron-framed bow to Bai Mo. She accepted the bow, her fingers gliding over the string before she plucked it lightly. A fine bow indeed. To receive such a grand gift upon our first meeting leaves me quite flustered. Though Bai Mo spoke with humility, Ling He could discern no inclination from her to relinquish the bow. Clearly, she was enamored with this expensive acquisition. As the bow rested in her hands, Bai Mo's personal panel underwent a remarkable transformation. Secretary, Bai Mo. Combat power, 100. Attack skills, White Arrow, Somnian, Shanjizu, Xiangqijing. Her combat power had surged past 100 in an instant. This made her the first unit under Ling He's command to surpass this threshold. Even the previously deceased contract Ghost Warrior only possessed a mere 30 combat power. "Mo, could you demonstrate your shooting skills?" Ling He inquired. "Of course, my lord," she replied without hesitation, nocking an arrow and aiming at a distant giant tree. Sanlian, an arrow shot forth like lightning, embedding itself deep into the trunk with a resounding thud. But that was not the end. In the next moment, 3 additional arrows followed in rapid succession, each striking the fletching of the preceding arrow. With the force of 3 arrows combined, the initial projectile pierced through the entire trunk and continued on, firmly embedding itself into another massive tree behind it. Ling He smacked his lips in awe. If Vera represented a logistics secretary with a penchant for accounting, then the newly recruited by Mo was akin to a secretary and bodyguard rolled into one. Even ordinary firearms would hesitate to claim they could easily penetrate a tree trunk. Yet, by Mo, single-handedly, had effortlessly shot through a tree, showcasing a rather formidable display of power. Ling He sensed that by Mo's combat prowess had yet to reach its zenith. Moreover, the 8 steeds shadow escape ability required riding a war chariot, which did not conflict with her previous skills, yet still conferred a 5-fold increase in combat power. Consequently, her combat strength could potentially reach a staggering 500 points. One could only commend her as an exceptional secretary. To recruit an individual unit with 500 points of combat power for a mere fortune during the 2nd level was, for Ling He, a tremendous bargain. After all, he was currently destitute, with little left but his wealth. Regrettably, Ling He had no means to validate this thought at that moment. He experienced firsthand the sentiment that money, while powerful, was not omnipotent. After some contemplation, Ling He sent a message in the regional channel. Conscientious merchant, seeking to purchase Guqin, war chariot, or mineral locations at high prices. Those willing to sell may privately message the merchant. Fair prices guaranteed, no deception towards young or old alike. Once the message was dispatched, a considerable time passed without anyone reaching out to him. This was partly due to the hour, as most individuals had just fallen asleep, and partly because the items Ling He sought were far from commonplace in the current region. Chapter 58, Plans and Greed. Little did they know, this news had caught the attention of those with ulterior motives. The Guqin, war chariots, or mineral locations? Lin Xiao silently contemplated, casting a furtive glance around him. Under the summons of the Weeping Wall, nearly 10 lords of the secret party had already gathered. Several more lords were en route. Yet a single night was insufficient for their complete assembly. Moreover, these lords were accompanied by varying numbers of subjects, whose caliber was far superior to the primitive newcomers of the current region. This implies that Lin Xiao's strength at present was exceptionally formidable. An opportunity had arisen. With his astute mind, Lin Xiao quickly recognized the remarkable potential of the situation, setting aside the Guqin and war chariots for the moment. The benevolent merchant's desire to acquire minerals indicated that he would certainly be present on site. After all, minerals, deeply buried beneath the earth, cannot be traded through conventional marketplaces. Following this line of reasoning, this could very well be his prime opportunity to witness the true nature of the benevolent merchant early in the war game. Perhaps even his only chance. Backed by the formidable military power of the secret party, he had enough strength to curtail, or even surpass, the merchant's efforts to widen the gap through market manipulation. Realizing this, Lin Xiao rose swiftly and approached the Weeping Wall. "Can we have a proper discussion?" Upon seeing Lin Xiao reappear before him, the Weeping Wall sighed and rubbed his bald head. "What is it you wish to say now?" At this juncture, he felt somewhat helpless, uncertain whether accepting Lin Xiao into the secret party was a wise decision. It was not that Lin Xiao was insincere, on the contrary. His eagerness for the party's endeavors was somewhat overwhelming, to the point where the Weeping Wall sometimes questioned who among them was the more seasoned member of the secret party. "I have a splendid plan," Lin Xiao began. "Soon, we shall possess an abundance of wealth to fuel our undertakings." As his words fell, Lin Xiao sensed several gazes fixate upon him. Indeed, while the secret party would seize the wealth of fellow human lords, this did not imply they were exceedingly affluent themselves. Most of a typical lord's funds were invested in their own development, rendering it improbable for them to amass substantial savings. Thus, even if the secret party engaged in plunder, slaughter, or even a full spectrum of deceit, extortion, and kidnapping, the net income after expenses would be meager. Consequently, Lin Xiao's mention of boundless wealth stirred the interest of many. "Haha, I seem to have heard something extraordinary." A man with a serpentine visage approached Lin Xiao and sat beside him, casting a glance towards the Weeping Wall. "I hope you don't mind if I partake in this, old friend." This man, known as the Shadow Wolf, was one of the lords summoned by the Weeping Wall the previous night. In response to Shadow Wolf's inquiry, the Weeping Wall remained silent. His silence did not imply acquiescence to Shadow Wolf's intentions. Rather, he was acutely aware that many within the secret party possessed their own distinctive personalities. He could not command Shadow Wolf's actions. Even so, were it not for the face of that party leader, the Spectre Wolf would not be seated here. Observing the silent wall's silence, a smirk crept upon the corners of the Spectre Wolf's mouth. It appears that the esteemed silent wall has tacitly accepted my presence. Young one, do share that splendid plan of yours with everyone. However, before you proceed, allow me to offer a word of caution. The tone of the Spectre Wolf grew increasingly ominous as several intimidating subjects appear behind him. My time is exceedingly precious, and unlike the silent wall, I do not tolerate foolishness. Should I discover that your so-called plan is mere trickery, I may find myself compelled to personally apologize to the party leader. Apologize? For what offense? The members of the secret party, listening intently, were already well aware of the Spectre Wolf's veiled insinuation. Yet, Lin Xiao did not exhibit any signs of trepidation. He appeared remarkably composed, even displaying an expression of assured triumph. Trust me, my lord, this plan will not disappoint you. For just moments ago, I encountered news from the Conscience Vendor on the regional channel. The Conscience Vendor? Upon hearing this name, the silent wall immediately rose to his feet. Another mention of the Conscience Vendor? Indeed, the Conscience Vendor, Lin Xiao nodded. Being new to this environment, he was unaware of the significance of the name and had no understanding of the silent riddle exchanged between the two. Ignoring the Spectre Wolf's confusion, the silent wall resolutely declared, absolutely not. I disapprove of this plan, but I haven't even revealed what the plan entails. Lin Xiao exclaimed in a moment of urgency. He had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet he never anticipated that the silent wall would outright reject his plan solely based on the name of the Conscience Vendor, without even granting him the opportunity to articulate it. Enough said. The silent wall glared fiercely at Lin Xiao, stating from the outset, I believe I have made it abundantly clear that until we contact the party leader, we must remain concealed from all prying eyes. That Conscience Vendor is akin to a star on this very stage. Do you truly believe we can maintain our secrecy if we provoke him? Suddenly, the Spectre Wolf burst into laughter. He still failed to grasp the riddle between Lin Xiao and the silent wall. Yet he noted the wariness etched on the silent wall's face, which only heightened his curiosity. A pale, slender arm then draped over Lin Xiao's shoulder as the Spectre Wolf leaned in closer. Speak, I'm quite intrigued by your plan. Elaborate on it. Along with your mention of that Conscience Vendor. What the silent wall cannot achieve, perhaps I can. With that, the Spectre Wolf nudged Lin Xiao's back, signaling him to step aside for a private conversation. Sensing support from within the secret party, Lin Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, he was genuinely unwilling to miss this opportunity to ensnare the Conscience Vendor. My Lord Spectre Wolf, please follow me. Walking alongside the Spectre Wolf, Lin Xiao gradually unveiled his thoughts. At present, the Conscience Vendor commands the largest share of the trading market. I once calculated that the daily revenue of the conscientious vendor would never fall below 5 figures. Copper coins? No, gold coins. As the words fell, Lin Xiao could distinctly feel the grip on his shoulder tighten considerably. Yet that force soon relaxed. Simultaneously, a slightly gentler voice from the Phantom Wolf whispered in his ear, urging him to continue. Chapter 59. Ling He is liberated. Indeed, Lin Xiao nodded slightly. I just saw a message in the regional channel stating that the conscientious vendor is seeking to purchase ancient zither, war chariots, and mineral coordinates at a high price. A flicker of doubt crossed the Phantom Wolf's eyes. He did not quite grasp how a procurement message could be of significance. Nevertheless, he refrained from interrupting Lin Xiao. Thus, Lin Xiao pressed on. This is our opportunity. What do you think? If we feign an interest in the mineral coordinates to lure the conscientious vendor, we could seize him in one fell swoop. Wouldn't that daily revenue of 5 figures then fall into our hands? The Phantom Wolf responded non-committally, neither affirming nor denying. Yet, the glimmer of greed in his gaze betrayed his stance. An income of several 100,000 gold coins each month was something he had never encountered since joining the secret society. If Lin Xiao's words held true, then the conscientious vendor would indeed be akin to a walking gold mine. With control over such a treasure, the position of the party leader might soon be claimed by another. Shall we act now? The Phantom Wolf inquired. No, Lin Xiao shook his head. I suspect the conscientious vendor is not a fool. If we wish to deceive him, we must at least speak the truth. This means that before we act, we must genuinely possess a mineral resource. As Lin Xiao and the Phantom Wolf's figures gradually receded, their voices dwindled. A few lords of the secret society exchanged glances and swiftly rose to follow. Like the phantom wolf, they were far more intrigued by the boundless wealth Lin Xiao spoke of than by the hidden threats of the crying wall. As for the party leader, they certainly respected the leader, but only if it was the leader who issued the command, rather than being intimidated by the crying wall's hollow authority. In an instant, nearly half the personnel had departed the scene. Among those who remained, some anxiously turned to the crying wall and asked, "My lord, are we truly not going to stop them?" Ideologically, they lean a bit more towards the side of the crying wall. Why should we impede their progress? Is it because of Entropy's falsehoods, or do they lack the potential for success? I have tasted the truth in Entropy's words. None have deceived us. My lord, do you imply that the young man's plan has a chance of success? One seemed to grasp a hint of the crying wall's meaning. However, this was soon followed by greater confusion. If that is the case, why do you not wish to accompany them? Is it truly because of the party leader? The speaker's voice faltered, for the crying wall had approached him, placing a finger to his lips. Hush, I have yet to finish my words. The crying wall inhaled the lingering scent left by Lin Zhao's departure, a peculiar smile gracing his face. It is the scent of hatred. The young lad buried his animosity beneath a facade of authenticity, deluding himself into believing he had deceived everyone. However, I am not the foolish shadow wolf. His emotions cannot ensnare me. Observe closely. This is a plan destined for failure, and the conscience-stricken merchant will ultimately meet his demise. No one shall derive any benefit from this scheme. Wow, is there such a remarkable creation? Exclaimed Vela, standing beside Ling He, her voice filled with astonishment. Before them, a colossal cylindrical wooden statue ascended majestically. This was the structure that Ling He had randomly drawn from the architectural blueprints. Heavenly Pillar. Era, Spirit Transformation Era. Path of the Final Producer. Description: one day, we suddenly realized that by infusing spirit into fragile structures, we could create functionalities that ought not to exist. Construction requirement: 300 sets of timber. Note: at the time of construction, the area must possess a core building, and this structure can only be erected on land owned by us. This was Ling He's first time drawing a blueprint related to the growth path. He had not anticipated that his initial draw would trigger the spirit transformation reward tendency associated with the era. Nevertheless, Ling He did not attribute this fortunate turn of events solely to an increase in luck. A person as cheerful as he generally does not suffer from poor fortune, does he? Conveniently, he had already fulfilled the construction requirements. After sending out a procurement message, Ling He gathered his team and constructed the heavenly pillar beside the council hall. Upon completion, he observed the construction interface of the heavenly pillar. Heavenly pillar. Effect: list goods in the trading hall. Efficiency depends on the productivity of the populace. Current engaged populace, 0-10. The effect was succinctly described, yet it was sufficient to elicit a gasp of wonder from Vela. In previous trade encounters, while Vela could swiftly list items using her Picio wallet, it required Ling He's presence nearby. This allowed her to monitor the trading hall and regional channel simultaneously while listing items. However, with the establishment of the heavenly pillar, everything changed dramatically. The goods produced by the lumberyard and slime farm adjacent to the council hall could now be directly listed by the heavenly pillar. This resolved the challenge of item listing, allowing Ling He to manage most remaining tasks remotely through the interface, even in his absence. In essence, Ling He was finally liberated from the confines of the lumberyard. Consequently, Vela too was freed, no longer needing to maintain a schedule that was entirely inverted from Ling He's. The mere thought of this made Vela feel drowsy, especially after having stayed up all night. Ah, the insufferable lord, if there's nothing else. I shall take my leave for a brief rest. Ling He nodded, his gaze shifting to by Mo smiled knowingly, patting his chest. You both rest easy, my lord and the heartless capitalist lady. I shall take care of things here. I am Vela Burin. She quietly introduced herself from the side, though no one paid her any heed. Mo continued her previous discourse, stating, from a young age, I have immersed myself in the teachings of the sages, considering myself a disciple of their utmost wisdom. Should any outsiders dare to intrude, I shall surely guide them towards enlightenment through the words of the sages. That certainly places the burden upon you, Mo. Ling He replied, stifling a yawn. Having been roused by Wayla since shortly after 9, it was a rather agonizing ordeal for one who typically slumbered until noon. With that, Ling He turned to lead Wayla into the council chamber. At that moment, Han Bao was blissfully asleep on the wooden bed, showing no signs of awakening. Observing the peacefully slumbering Han Bao, Ling He could not help but chuckle softly. This fellow seemed to enjoy a deeper sleep than himself. Chapter 60, The Wheel. This was undoubtedly far more comfortable than resting upon Wayla's lap. Such a soft and cozy mattress would likely be a rarity for ages to come. Damn Lord. I shall sleep for now. Naturally, Wayla was unwilling to endure the discomfort of the hard wooden bed, so she unceremoniously lay down beside Ling He, quickly drifting off into a delightful slumber. Before long, the sound of 2 snores emanated from the council chamber. My lord? The door to the chamber was gently pushed open. Bai Mo cautiously peeked her head inside, her gaze lingering momentarily on the intertwined forms of Ling He and Wayla. In the next instant, a subtle smile graced Bai Mo's lips. You two truly make a lovely pair. My lord, it is already afternoon. Bai Mo's voice whispered softly in Ling He's ear. Upon realizing the time, Ling He slowly began to awaken. Is it already afternoon? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Ling He looked up to the sky. The sky? It suddenly dawned on him that he was no longer within the council chamber. Just then, Han Bao bounced up a couple of times, and Ling He realized that it was Han Bao who had awakened him. Previously, he had been resting on Han Bao, and with the latter's awakening, he too was brought back to consciousness. Good morning, bipedal beast. Han Bao's voice came from beneath Ling He. Good morning, Han Bao. Ling He instinctively replied, then glanced around, puzzled. Where's Wayla? Why is she not here? He distinctly remembered that Wayla had been lying beside him. Shoo. Bai Mo gestured for silence, then pointed towards the interior of the council chamber. Ling He nodded in understanding and shot Bai Mo an approving glance. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that Bai Mo was holding a wooden basin of water. What is this? Oh, this, Bai Mo replied, presenting the basin to Ling He. I thought, my lord, that you might wish to refresh your face upon awakening. How considerate of you. Ling He dipped his hands into the basin, splashing water onto his face, feeling thoroughly revitalized. It was evident that she truly was an exceptional secretary. Although her special abilities were not explicitly stated, Bai Mo clearly exhibited a greater knack for caring for others than Wayla did. Any unusual occurrences? Bai Mo shook her head. It is quite tranquil nearby. I conducted a thorough inspection and have confirmed that there are no threats surrounding the lumberyard and the slime ranch. That is a relief. Ling nodded slightly and casually opened his personal interface. His personal level remained stagnant at level 7, likely due to the fact that most individuals were asleep during the day, resulting in a lack of market activity. With no new rewards to acquire, Ling rubbed his chin, adopting a contemplative expression. Vera was still asleep. What should he engage in now? Money was abundant for him, a fact that was unavoidable. The ancient zither was rare, the war chariot advanced, and the minerals were scarce. The 3 items Ling sought to procure were simply beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Even if one could obtain them, they would likely hesitate long before parting with such valuable assets. This was especially true for a lord, as both the war chariot and minerals were of utmost importance, representing the very foundation of a lord's development. Thus, it was not easy for Ling to acquire these items. Perhaps he should not place all his hopes on others? Suddenly, he recalled the hive gel that he had previously researched with Hamburger. Instantly, a bright idea sparked in his mind. Indeed, a war game was not so inconvenient. As long as he could conceive of it and bring it to fruition, what did it matter if he lacked blueprints? Could he not construct a war chariot without a blueprint? With this thought, Ling's gaze drifted downward, ultimately landing on Hamburger. Ah, my dear partner, I must trouble you once again. Gur? Hamburger shivered. It had now learned to understand the speech of bipeds, and thus felt an ominous premonition upon hearing Ling's words. However, unlike during their research on the hive gel, Ling did not overly trouble Hamburger this time. His first action was to enter the trading hall and fervently purchase the blueprints listed for sale by others. Wheels, fishhooks, bone needles. Most of these blueprints were not architectural plans and were nearly devoid of utility at this juncture. Consequently, many who discovered them opted to sell them directly within the trading hall. The prices were relatively modest, typically ranging from 3 to 5 gold coins, with a few being offered as cheaply as 1 gold coin, while others were listed at a price of several dozen gold coins. Yet, in comparison to Ling's financial resources, these prices appeared rather insignificant. Ling diligently swept through all the blueprints he did not possess, significantly enriching his technology tree, all for less than 3,000 gold coins. Of course, a substantial portion of these purchases consisted of miscellaneous items. The blueprint he valued most was, indeed, that of the wheel. Primitive wheel. Era. Stone Age basic pathway. Description. Behold, the rolling circle bears the weight of civilization. It crushes the barriers of mountains, alters the course of fate, and connects deserts with oases through its spokes. With this blueprint in hand, Ling could directly manufacture individual wheels, which were among the most crucial components of a war chariot. Due to the lack of mineral materials at his disposal, Ling opted to conduct this experiment using pure wood. Both the wheel and spokes were crafted from timber, and once polished to perfection, several oxen approached to install them into a hollow wooden frame. Suddenly, a rudimentary, human-powered two-wheeled cart came into being. While this creation was not particularly challenging, it was still far from deserving the title of a war chariot. Thus, Ling and once again turned his gaze towards Hamburger, letting a handful of gold coins slip from his fingers. My dear agent and supplier, it is once again time for our collaborative efforts. Chapter 61. On the feasibility of slime-driven war chariots. Gurgle. Hamburger, though puzzled, drew upon the experience from their previous collaborative research and deftly opened its various panels. Ling, choosing not to waste time with idle chatter, began to direct Hamburger. His fingers gestured 3 times in the air before Hamburger's recruitment panel. Recruit this one, and this one. The units Ling indicated were the 2 previously unselected electric slime units, along with the officer unit. Initially, Ling had hesitated to allow Hamburger access to heavy troops for fear of unforeseen repercussions. However, as their communication improved and Ling grew increasingly familiar with Hamburger, his wariness diminished significantly. Soon, after a brief span of 10 minutes, Hamburger completed the construction of a new slime nest and summoned all the units Ling had pointed out. Ling's gaze swept over the newly recruited units with scrutiny. He dismissed the poison slime first, not for any particular reason other than its diminutive size. Ling reached out to compare. The poison slime, as a combat unit, was almost the size of his palm. He felt he could easily grasp one entirely in a single hand. What he saw was not such a miniature pet. What Ling required now was another core component of the chariot, aside from the wheels: power. According to Ling's worldview and understanding, this component would typically be provided by tamed horses. However, he had yet to encounter a horse, let alone consider taming one. Thus, he pondered that since it was feasible to use biological entities to pull a cart, if horses could manage it, then surely slimes could too. This was precisely the focus of his current collaborative project with Hamburger, and he had even formulated the title, On the Feasibility of Slime-Driven War Chariots. Were it not for the context of a war game, Ling mused that this project could easily earn him a graduate degree. With the dismissal of the poison slime, Ling was left with only the electric slime and a mutated slime to choose from. Both, serving as combat and officer units respectively, were not particularly small. However, this did not imply that they could be directly employed to pull a cart. Ling soon realized that the body of the electric slime was far too smooth. Any coarse rope tied to it would easily slip off, rendering it impossible to secure. The mutated slime, on the other hand, had a surface that was excessively sharp. Binding a coarse rope to it was akin to fastening it to a serrated edge. With the slightest movement, the rope would be severed. Consequently, due to their destructive tendencies, both the mutated slime and the poison slime were entirely dismissed by Ling. Thus, the only option left for Ling He is the thunder slime. Observing the thunder slime rolling playfully before the Hamburger, Ling He stroked his chin, pondering how to enable this slime to successfully harness a chariot. At the very least, the thick rope connecting the chariot must not slip away. As he contemplated, his peripheral gaze inadvertently drifted towards the Hamburger. He recalled that the Hamburger possessed a skill allowing it to transform into a young girl. If that were the case, could it mean that this skill might also enable the thunder slime to morph into a steed? Ling He shared his thoughts with the Hamburger. Much like how it and its companions refer to humans as bipeds, it was unaware of how humans designated animals. Consequently, Ling He found himself explaining what a steed entailed. Well, perhaps it can be done? The Hamburger's tone was laden with uncertainty, yet complied with Ling He's instructions and summoned another thunder slime. Subsequently, 2 transformation skill books were procured from the trading post, which were then bestowed upon the 2 thunder slimes. Having learned the transformation skill, the thunder slimes swiftly morphed into impressively majestic warhorses, as described by Ling He. These steeds donned luminescent armor, surrounded by faint arcs of electricity, exuding an aura that seemed far beyond the capabilities of the current era. However, Ling He understood that regardless of appearances, it was merely a fade. The warhorses, derived from the thunder slimes, bore what appeared to be iron armor, but a strike from a blade would reveal its softness. A mere visual spectacle, lacking in true utility. Fortunately, Ling He did not anticipate utilizing the slimes as actual steeds in battle. His sole desire was to ensure the thick ropes tied to these thunder slimes would not slip off. He diligently resecured the thick rope connecting the 2 wheels of the chariot. Due to their transformation into warhorses, although the rope still exhibited some slippage over the slimes, there was now a secure point to tether them. Thus, this trial proved to be remarkably successful. As the 2 thunder slimes moved forward with the grace of steeds, the chariot behind them was also urged onward. Instantly, Ling He turned to by Mo, give it a try. Can this chariot be used? All right. By Mo nodded enthusiastically, then rose on her tiptoes, gracefully mounting the chariot specially crafted for her by Ling He. Ling He observed with a tinge of anxiety, uncertain whether his creation could genuinely serve as a chariot. Should it fail, he would have to resort to his backup plan of replacing the thunder slimes with oxen or horses, testing the feasibility of a human-powered chariot. If that too were unsuccessful, he would have no choice but to temporarily abandon the endeavor and await limited-time offerings from the trading post, or see if he could procure one from others for a price. However, just as Ling He was lost in thought, a notification window appeared before him. Secretary by Mo's special skill, 8-Steed Shadow Escape, has been activated. Current area, Spirit Zone, by Mo has entered a special state, as if walking on level ground, as if traversing level ground. This unit shall not be impeded or slowed by peculiar terrains, such as lakes or slopes. Can it be that the state of traversing level ground has been triggered? This entirely home-crafted war vehicle, devoid of any blueprint, has indeed received acknowledgement? Ling and Meng suddenly extended their hands, summoning by Mo's personal interface. Indeed, with the activation of both the main weapon and mount enhancement skills, by Mo's panel values have escalated to an exceptionally formidable level. Secretary, by Mo. Combat power, 500. Ling remains oblivious to the combat power of the spirit tribe monster that previously attacked him. However, it stands to reason that the now inflated values of by Mo would make tearing apart a monster a trivial task. Ding! Suddenly, a private chat message appeared before Ling. Yulang, I have the coordinates of an open copper mine. Interested? Chapter 62, Turtle Divination. Conscientious Merchant. Of course, am interested. Ling instinctively pinched his own cheek, confirming that he was not dreaming. Was today an auspicious day? In a swift turn of events, he was graced with double fortune. Or perhaps it was the result of washing his face today, enhancing the already fair complexion of his luck. If the copper mine coordinates are authentic, I can assure you that, depending on the quantity of the ore, the minimum reward will be 3,000 gold coins, with no upper limit. 3,000 gold coins! Near an exposed open copper mine, Yulang let out a sharp, explosive sound. If memory serves, this area is merely a novice zone. The entire region remains entrenched in the primitive Stone Age. Yet, in such a barren and savage region, someone dares to proclaim a guaranteed minimum reward of 3,000 gold coins. With no cap, what does 3,000 gold coins signify? Yulang has traversed from Era 1 to Era 3, yet has never held such wealth in his grasp. Truly, a damned affluent individual. Yulang has always harbored a general disdain for humanity. He has never felt such animosity towards a single human as he does today. However, this also signifies that he has, perhaps, found the right target. Yulang unabashedly revealed his avaricious gaze and turned to Lin Xiao. That fellow has taken the bait. Meeting Yulang's gaze, Lin Xiao offered an awkward smile, knowing that with the esteemed presence of the master, ensnaring a mere merchant would be effortless. Enough with the pleasantries. Yulang clearly was not swayed by Lin Xiao's rhetoric, urging him to quickly outline the subsequent steps. What we are about to do is actually quite simple for you. My lord, as Lin Xiao spoke, he gestured towards the ground beneath them. With this resource, we merely need to continue feigning trade with that conscientious merchant. We shall lure him here, and with the mineral at our disposal, the merchant will harbor no suspicion towards us. At that time, we will simply need to ambush him from the shadows, and when he approaches, we can swiftly subdue him, thus achieving our grand objective. The sole difficulty lies in how we should convey the coordinates of this location to that conscientious vendor. Upon hearing Lin Xiao articulate the challenge, Yulang let out a cold chuckle. Is this truly a conundrum? Whatever knowledge we possess of this place, let him possess it too. With that, Yulang gestured towards the rear. From the ranks of a secret party, several lightly armored warriors forcefully brought forth a man whose expression was fraught with terror, presenting him before Yulang. Thud! A warrior raised his leg and delivered a vicious kick, sending the man crashing to his knees. You! The man, disheveled and unkempt, now knelt on the ground, too terrified to rise, stammering incoherently. Oh! Yulang slowly crouched down, a smile glinting with malevolence. What shall we do? Speak, for we are all ears. You! The man, locking eyes with Yulang, gradually trembled into silence. He understood that those before him were nothing short of ruffians. Merciless demons who would slay without a second thought. Previously, he had allied with several human lords, managing to survive during the recent rampage of the Ghost Spirit clan. Though not thriving, he had at least scraped by. However, with the sudden appearance of Yulang and his ilk, everything had changed. The subjects he had painstakingly recruited were scattered and slaughtered in an instant by these individuals. The lords who had once stood with him were dispatched to join their fallen subjects due to insufficient benefits for the crowd. Only he remained, clinging to life by the slender thread of usefulness to Yulang. Realizing this, the man could only weakly inquire, "I have done everything you asked of me. You have found the minerals. When will you release me? You wish to depart?" Slap, slap. Yulang extended his pale hand and gently patted the face of the man whose name he did not even know. "I appreciate your forthrightness." Thus, leaving is not out of the question. As he spoke, Yulang tossed a turtle shell before the man. "As for our current copper mine, perform another divination, and once completed, you may leave." "What?" The man's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you mad?" Indeed, the reason he had managed to survive in the clutches of Yulang and the other lords of the secret party was due to a unique skill acquired along his path: turtle divination. Turtle divination. Effect: sacrifices 10 years of lifespan to conduct a predictive calculation, limited to the area in which one resides, with results inscribed upon a turtle shell, creating a one-time consumable item. This skill had already been forced from him twice under Yolang's coercion. The first time was to predict the location of the conscientious vendor. That divination had been successful, yet Lin Xiao intervened, believing that approaching the vendor without cause would only alert them. If the vendor were startled, any future attempts to engage them would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, the second turtle divination was employed to calculate the nearest mineral location. This is precisely why, in a mere half-day, the group led by Yulang was able to locate the precious minerals. After 2 consecutive divinations, the man had already expended 20 years of his lifespan. Yet now, Yulang demanded a third divination, specifying that it must pertain to the very mine beneath his feet. Was this not a blatant squandering of his life? Anger surged within him, yet faced with Yolang's icy, twisted gaze, he could only seethe in silence. Ultimately, he acquiesced, but insisted on one final condition: they must release him afterward. Of course, Yulang nodded in acknowledgement. Taking a deep breath, the man picked up the tortoise shell that Yulang had tossed before him and resumed the divination technique. As 10 years of his life slipped away, vivid images flooded his mind, materializing in complex characters upon the shell. The one-time use item was now complete. Yulang observed the shell, inscribed with intricate symbols, which had guided them to this open copper mine. Regrettably, being a consumable, the shell would age and vanish once the divination was fully realized. Otherwise, it would have served as a reliable guide to a fixed location. "Here," the man said, extending the shell toward Yulang. "May I leave now? We had an agreement. After assisting you once more, you would set me free." Chapter 63. The Eve of Departure. "Leave?" Yulang took the shell, directing his gaze at the man kneeling on the ground. Due to the relentless draining of 30 years from his lifespan, the man's skin had begun to wrinkle, and strands of gray had marred his once dark hair. Under Yolang's intense scrutiny, he instinctively tightened his grip on his heart. Only when Yulang finally uttered, "Of course, you may go," did the man exhale a heavy sigh of relief. "I will depart at once." He steadied his trembling body, preparing to rise from the ground. Yet, the next moment, Yolang's voice pierced through the air once more. "Come on, see him out." Before the man could comprehend, a searing pain shot through his skull. Unbeknownst to him, a cold iron gauntlet had already clasped his head. No, no, no. He attempted to struggle, but the grip was too powerful, rendering any resistance futile. The sound of cracking bones echoed as crimson blood streamed down his scalp like a brook. How had it come to this? They had promised that if he aided them, they would release him. Gradually, he ceased his struggles, realizing that his skull was fractured with fissures. Even if he managed to escape, his time was surely limited. Confronted with the inevitability of death, the man found that he was no longer intimidated by Yulang or the lords of the secret society. In a final moment before consciousness faded, he summoned the last remnants of his life to perform the divination once more. This time he smiled. "I see it now. Most of you shall perish. Your doom is not far off. I await your descent in the depths of hell." Before the words could escape his lips, a tremendous force severed the man's head from his neck. In an instant, a towering spire of blood erupted, splattering the faces of those surrounding him. The lords of the secret faction had grown accustomed to such spectacles. The pale wolf wiped the blood from his face, savoring the metallic taste on his lips, before revealing a morbid smile. "Ha ha ha. I have not gone back on my word. I have not gone back on my word. The worthless shall meet such a fate." Lin Xiao, observing the sickly grin of the pale wolf, took 2 steps back, discreetly wiping the blood from his face. It was evident that within this secret faction, there was not a single sane individual. Lin Xiao resolved to temporarily utilize the secret faction to eliminate the conscience merchant, after which he would swiftly seek an escape from their clutches. For if he lingered too long among them, He feared he too would meet a grim end. This realization struck him only after he had made his offer. The pressing question arose. Without a map in the current region, how could others convey the coordinates of the minerals to him? Should he resort to the method used in the previous regional channel, deciphering coordinates and directions through certain markers? This was hardly a viable solution. If the distances between parties were not close, relying on markers could lead to confusion. One might claim to head east while the other ventured west, ultimately resulting in a futile pursuit. It was likely that the Pale Wolf had contemplated this very issue, which explained his sudden silence. Just as Lin Xiao pondered this, a new message arrived in the private chat from the Pale Wolf. Pale Wolf, I have prepared the coordinates. If you're willing to trust me, proceed to the trading hall and purchase an item called the turtle shell. I have marked the selling price at 100 gold, considered as a deposit. As for the remaining amount, we shall exchange payment and goods upon reaching the copper mine. At first glance, the Pale Wolf's words seemed reasonable. Upon opening the trading hall, Lin Xiao indeed found the turtle shell as described. Turtle shell. Description: a commonly used tool in ancient divination, inscribed with an unknown coordinate address. Listing price: 100 gold, including a transaction tax of 15. If Lin Xiao's conjecture was accurate, this so-called unknown coordinate should correspond to the location of the copper mine, as mentioned by the Pale Wolf. Thus, he placed the order without hesitation. A mere 100 gold coins paled in comparison to the substantial profits the copper mine could yield in the future. With the expenditure of 100 gold coins, a turtle shell materialized in Lin Xiao's hands. The moment he grasped the shell, he felt as though he had entered an enigmatic state. Although he remained quite distant from the coordinates, holding the turtle shell instinctively guided him on the path he should take, revealing the mountains he needed to traverse and the rivers he had to cross. Bai Mo, Lin Xiao called out, preparing to show the turtle shell to Bai Mo. However, in the blink of an eye, Bai Mo had already descended from the war chariot and stood beside him. She was intently gazing at him. More precisely, Ling He felt her gaze was fixed upon the tortoise shell in his hand. Ling He waved the tortoise shell in front of Bai Mo, and her eyes followed suit. Confirming that Bai Mo was indeed looking at the tortoise shell, Ling He promptly inquired, "Is there a problem with this item?" Bai Mo frowned slightly. After weighing her words, she replied, "It carries a hint of blood." Yet, she quickly shook her head, adding, "No, perhaps I am overthinking it." Faced with Bai Mo's current demeanor, Ling He appeared somewhat perplexed. The tortoise shell, derived from a slain turtle, shouldn't pose a significant issue given its somewhat sanguine essence. With this thought in mind, Ling He swiftly extended his hand, placing the tortoise shell into Bai Mo's grasp. "Could you estimate how long it will take us to reach this location?" Upon receiving Ling He's directive, Bai Mo refrained from revisiting the previous topic. Instead, holding the tortoise shell, she closed her eyes to begin her assessment. 3 days. If I were to travel at full speed, I could arrive in 3 days. And what if we include the others? Ling He gestured towards the oxen and the contracted demon warriors within the lumberyard. Given the extended journey, Ling He knew he must take the contracted demon warriors along, as they were essential for ensuring his safety. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Mo provided a new estimate. If we account for the others, a rapid march would take 7 days at least. My conservative estimate suggests that the actual time required may be even longer. The anticipated duration had suddenly surged. Nonetheless, Ling He nodded in agreement. Very well. Once Vera has rested adequately, we shall officially set forth tomorrow morning. Chapter 64, The Ailing Vera. In the blink of an eye, it was already the dawn of the second day. Vera stood upon the war chariot, her staff pointed forward, exclaiming with excitement, "Woohoo! Let us depart." She had awakened at midnight, but was compelled by Ling He to indulge in a brief slumber, leaving her remarkably invigorated. "Miss Blackhearted, you seem exceptionally spirited today," Bai Mo remarked with a light chuckle. Indeed, Vera lifted her head high. "Since aligning with that scoundrel lord, I've been alternating shifts daily, and I have eagerly awaited our outing. Heaven help her. If this continued, she, as the chief secretary, would soon become as laborious as the oxen." At this moment, Vera suddenly sensed that Bai Mo's address toward her seemed somewhat amiss. "Black-hearted miss?" With wide eyes, she gazed incredulously at Bai Mo. "You dare to use that moniker for a supremely adorable lady?" Reflecting on the previous day's address of black-hearted capitalist miss, she now found herself reduced to merely black-hearted Mississippi. Was she deemed insufficiently capitalistic? As this thought crossed her mind, Vera pouted in indignation. All right, let us not bicker. Vera, please step aside." Ling He's voice called from beside them, directing the contracted demon warriors to transport the refreshments onto the war chariot. These were his lifeblood, even during travel. They could not be overlooked. Certainly, in addition to this, Ling He has increased the number of cattle and horses at the lumberyard to 1,000. compensating for the loss of productivity caused by the withdrawal of the contracted ghost warriors. Ling He has calculated this. Although the output efficiency will temporarily decrease from over 80,000 sets to more than 70,000 sets daily, the fully fed cattle and horses will reach their peak combat strength of 7 points in approximately 4 days. At that time, the daily output of resources from the lumberyard will rise to 130,000 sets, a significant increase compared to the current figures. Furthermore, these cattle and horses possess a remarkable degree of initiative. With the emergence of the Qitian pillar, even in the absence of Ling He and his other secretaries on site to direct operations, the lumberyard can autonomously manage the production, transportation, and shelving of resources, eliminating any concerns. Contemplating this, Ling He silently gestured a sign of encouragement towards the lumberyard. It is through the diligent efforts of these cattle and horses that his future life can only improve. At that moment, a small figure leaped onto Ling He. "Are we leaving here? Take me with you, please." It was Han Bao. Ling He furrowed his brow in exasperation, lifting Han Bao by the scruff of her neck. Why be transformed into this form again? The sight of Han Bao in her youthful guise was undeniably charming, but alas, she was not human and was too petite to be comfortable to lie upon. Seeing this, Ling He nodded in satisfaction and placed Han Bao onto the war chariot. He had brought along some joyful beverages, and how could he neglect to have Han Bao, his beloved companion, alongside him? After all, it is commonly said that joyful drinks and hamburgers are a perfect match. Ling He could never bear to separate them. As preparations for their outing were nearing completion, Vera suddenly cast a sidelong glance at Bai Mo, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Well, my lord." Upon hearing this title, Ling He looked at Vera with suspicion. Typically, she only used this address when significant profits had been made. The suddenness of her calling him this way raised his eyebrows. Could it be? Ling He quickly approached and placed his hand on Vera's forehead. It was cool to the touch, indicating she was not ill. "Huh?" Vera's voice nearly faltered. However, Ling He's antics prompted her to speak candidly. "You foolish lord. Aren't you worried about the lumberyard facing any dangers if we all leave?" "Danger?" Ling He reached out once more to gently pat Vera's forehead. It seems you may indeed be unwell. You're starting to babble." The most significant threat at present, his neighbor, the ghostly tower, was still under the relentless blaze of fire. Even if the ghostly beings emerged from the tower, the thousands of slime nests on the plains would suffice to keep them occupied. If the ghostly beings were already facing such challenges, the human lords in the area need not be mentioned. Despite the fact that the cattle and horses under Ling He's command are merely basic units, upon entering the second-level pseudo-era, these cattle and horses would possess peak combat capabilities of 7 points. In the Stone Age, certain foundational military units possessed individual combat strength barely reaching 7 points. This implies that within this region, Ling He posed the singular threat. It would be rather unfortunate for anyone to approach the lumberyard with a handful of units whose combat capabilities barely graze single digits. Especially considering the thousands of cattle and horses present, Ling He found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to pray for their safety or simply offer a few more incense sticks in the coming year. Your little thoughts are not lost on me," he mused as he playfully pressed down on Vera's tall hat. Seizing the moment when Vera's vision was obstructed, he yanked her off the battle chariot and pulled her to the side. Leaning closer to her ear, Ling He whispered, "Do you wish to stay behind to guard the home?" "What? Absolutely not," Vera exclaimed, her eyes glistening with mock tears. "Have you forgotten the old in favor of the new? You truly are a scoundrel of a lord." "Stop pretending," Ling He interrupted, grasping her cheek to break her theatrical display. He continued to whisper, "Do you want Bai Mo to stay behind to watch over things?" So, how much combat strength do we possess combined?" Ling He inquired, leaning in closer. Vera's expression froze momentarily. The combined strength of the scoundrel lord and herself might barely reach a point, if at all. In that fleeting instant, doubt crept into Vera regarding her own capabilities. She quickly covered her face. "Ouch, scoundrel lord, be gentler." However, by then, Ling had already settled back onto the chariot, comfortably nestled in Han Bao's embrace, beckoning her. "Vera, if you don't hurry, you might just be left behind to guard the home." Coming. On the chariot, Bai Mo observed Vera sprinting toward them, a faint smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. "Miss Vera seems to have some grievances against me. Perhaps she feels a sense of imbalance." Ling He understood Vera's feelings. Though unspoken, the disparity in recruitment value between secretaries was undeniably palpable. Only after nurturing the phoenix tree could one attract the phoenix. Within the elite secretary recruitment card, Bai Mo was regarded as a phoenix. Had their roles been reversed, Ling He could only imagine the difficulty in coming to terms with Bai Mo's presence. Nevertheless, Vera harbored no ill will. I understand, Bai Mo interjected with a gentle smile, interrupting Ling He mid-sentence. As the sage says, a gentleman is modest, yet does not contend, and further states, be lenient with oneself while being less critical of others. I shall endeavor to get along with Miss Vera. After all, we are destined to work together for a lifetime. Moreover, Miss Vera is rather charming. Isn't she? What are you two whispering about? Nothing of consequence, dear Miss Blackheart, Bai Mo replied, shaking his head slightly. He then retrieved the tortoise shell that Ling He had previously purchased with one hand while gripping the thick rope of the chariot with the other. Now that everyone is present, buckle up, everyone, we shall set forth. As his words concluded, the chariot, propelled by two thunder slimes, surged forward into the distance. In the ensuing 7 days, the entire region remained remarkably tranquil, with the proactive offensives launched by numerous human lords. The Spectre tribe's assaults on this territory diminished day by day. Gradually, many began to harbor a deceptive sense of peace reminiscent of the early days of the war games. Of course, this did not include Ling and his companions. Little did he expect that Bai Mo, a seemingly demure girl, harbored a penchant for reckless driving. Due to varying travel speeds during these days, Bai Mo meticulously mapped out the journey for the contracted ghost warriors each day, dedicating the remainder of her time to exploring the scenic landscapes with Ling and the others. Wait, water, aw. Cliff, stop. Ling and Vera huddled in Hamburg's embrace, shrieking in terror. Indeed, this jaunt was quite exhilarating, akin to a roller coaster ride. Ling once again witnessed the extraordinary nature of Bai Mo's unique abilities. Given the current ethereal state of the area, with the ground appearing as solid as earth, Bai Mo effortlessly drove across the surface of an expansive lake. The steep 80-degree incline was even less of a challenge. She ascended it with ease. Throughout their adventures, Ling often felt as though he might soon reunite with his long-lost great-grandmother. This occasion was no exception. The war chariot surged up the steep slope, reaching the summit just as it came to a halt. Atop the mountain, a human lord was dining with his subjects when he suddenly beheld a war chariot approaching at a right angle. His mind momentarily blanked, and a piece of wild grass fell from his mouth with a soft thud. Goodness! Ling regarded the unfamiliar lord with an awkward yet polite smile. Hello. However, in the next instant, he leaned over the side of the chariot, retching violently. After several heaves, he managed to suppress the tumultuous gastric fluids within. Vera, seated nearby, fared no better. Yet, in contrast to Ling, she found herself captivated by other interests, allowing her discomfort to momentarily fade. She leapt from the war chariot, scouring the surrounding underbrush for treasures. This has some edible value, but not much. Let's say 5 copper. This one's promising, grows quickly, and is nutritious, aside from its taste. It has no drawbacks. 20 copper sounds fair. Oh, spices. As Vera busily foraged, she muttered incessantly, 2 gold, 3 copper, 12 copper. This had become her daily ritual since venturing out. Under the discerning gaze of her value deconstruction eye, Vera skillfully identified valuable seedlings amidst the wild weeds. These seedlings would be collected together, as Ling planned to consider agriculture once the mining tasks were completed. At that time, these varied seedlings would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial. Damn Lord, I've gathered everything. Although only a brief moment had passed, when Vera returned to the carriage, she was already holding a bulging sack. Thanks to the eye of value deconstruction, she did not need to meticulously distinguish each weed. All she needed to do was approach and collect everything of worth, nothing more. Suddenly, a faint voice emerged from beside her. The overlooked human lord weakly raised his hand and murmured, "Is it possible that what you are stealing is my sustenance for the coming days?" Upon hearing the voice, Vera finally noticed a few individuals nearby, her eyebrows slightly raised. "You were watching me take these just now. Can it be called theft when I took them so openly? Moreover, these seeds were clearly among the weeds. You didn't even attempt to harvest them." Ling He interjected, casting a scrutinizing glance at the few people in front of the war cart. Aside from a few subjects resembling wild men, the leading lord was clad in tattered garments, his face smeared with dirt, hiding atop the hill while gnawing on wild grass. It seemed he was evading battle. However, it was also understandable. There were many in this world averse to conflict, Ling He being one of them. With this thought, Ling He suddenly tossed several gold coins at the feet of the unfamiliar lord. "Spend this on bread instead of gnawing on grass," he suggested. With that, Ling He exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Mo, understanding his intent. Bai Mo flicked the coarse rope in his hand, and the war cart began to move once more. The lord had yet to bend down to pick up the gold coins when he beheld 2 magnificent steeds adorned in luminous armor, crackling with electric arcs, pulling the cart forward. With every step the horses took, Sparks erupted where their hooves met the ground. In the chat, a user named Little Evil Lord inquired about the monetization channels for a war game. Another user remarked on witnessing a lavishly equipped mount speeding past, expressing a desire to give up trying. Chapter 66. I once did not believe until I witnessed it myself. However, Little Evil Lord's message quickly drew a wave of merciless ridicule in the channel. Shallow Song quipped, 666, I think someone has lost their mind. Who would think of spending money on skins in a war game? Violent Puppy added, do storytellers today lack sincerity? Even the Ghostly Clan doesn't have flashy effects like that. Justice and Law commented, rather, if the Ghostly Clan had any special visual effects, it would be more believable. Claiming a human mount is just too far-fetched. Looking around, nearly everyone in the channel who had seen Little Evil Lord's message considered him to be joking. Of course, when it came to humor, there were always those eager to stoke the flames. Troublemaker chimed in, I can attest that what Little Evil Lord said is true. For my distant cousin, on his first recharge of 999, obtained a legendary dragon-slaying sword. Heroic essence. Here it is, the protagonist has been reborn and, at the outset, has invested billions into a war game. Now, the number of his subordinate officers is as numerous as the stars, with a trading post offering him 50 copper coins, unlocking subsequent chapters of his revenge story. These people are utterly despicable. The Little Wicked Lord, witnessing the barrage of mockery directed at him in the regional channel, couldn't help but stomp his feet in frustration. However, his stomach soon grumbled audibly, a reminder of his hunger. How famished he felt. The Little Wicked Lord rubbed his belly and glanced sorrowfully at the foraged vegetables trampled underfoot. The sudden arrival of the war chariot had interrupted the softening of his precious greens, necessitating a restart of his cooking. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a few gold coins abandoned by Ling. Upon collecting the coins and successfully adding them to his personal interface, he realized this was no cruel jest. That unfamiliar human lord was indeed extraordinarily wealthy. Anyone capable of producing such an abundance of gold must have invested heavily. Reflecting on Ling and the magnificent warhorse pulling his chariot, a flicker of envy crossed the Little Wicked Lord's eyes. Before entering the war game, he was the type who relished filling his wings, pets, and mounts to the brim in online games. He sought no attribute enhancements, merely the allure of beauty and style. Therefore, he yearned for it. He truly desired it. Resolved, he raised his hand to rally his spirits. This time, he would venture forth to seek out the lord driving the war chariot, firstly to inquire about the acquisition of that splendid steed, and secondly to clear his name. He had not fabricated a tale to deceive anyone. However, despite his silence in the regional channel thereafter, discussions regarding the special effect mounts continued to surface as lighthearted banter in the current dearth of entertainment. As these discussions proliferated, even the leader of the secret faction at the open copper mine, the Shadow Wolf, took note of the rumors. Initially, Shadow Wolf had dismissed these claims as fanciful. After all, even he, who had traversed from Era 1 to Era 3, had never encountered the extraordinary occurrences described by the Little Wicked Lord. That was until he beheld, with his own eyes, the war chariot emanating arcs of electricity appearing within his line of sight. Vera stood up on the war chariot, waving at Shadow Wolf from a distance. Having previously seen the private chat interface with Shadow Wolf that Ling had shown her, she deduced that the figure near the open copper mine must indeed be the lord who had sold coordinates to Ling. As Vera initiated the greeting, Shadow Wolf mirrored her gesture, waving towards Ling and the others. Yet, from another perspective, he was issuing commands to the surrounding members of the secret faction. Hold your position. Given the nature of the mine, the artificially carved caves nestled here appeared entirely appropriate. All that was required henceforth was to conceal individuals within the caves, achieving perfect concealment. At that moment, Mo had already maneuvered the war chariot to stand before Shadow Wolf. Observing the pallid complexion of the Shadow Wolf, along with the subtle aura of enigma emanating from him, Mo slightly furrowed her brows. Nevertheless, considering the matter of politeness, she ultimately refrained from saying much. At that moment, the Shadow Wolf's gaze flickered. As the chariot approached him, he had already deduced the identities of the individuals on board based on their attire. Firstly, the young woman driving the vehicle donned a vintage robe, which did not quite align with the appearance of a lord. Rather, she seemed more akin to a bureaucrat from a bygone era, perhaps the Bronze Age. Secondly, there was the young man reclining atop a slime. Why was there slime? The Shadow Wolf was momentarily taken aback. However, compared to the striking warhorse pulling the chariot and the electric arcs shimmering around it, the presence of a mere slime seemed rather inconsequential. After all, a single slime would hardly stir any significant commotion. so the shadow wolf chose to disregard it. In any case, the young man dressed plainly, bearing no semblance of a lord. Even if he were one, he might merely be a subordinate of little consequence. With two erroneous assumptions dismissed, only one individual remained on the chariot. The shadow wolf's gaze settled on Vera. Clad in a black suit, a white shirt, a dark patterned top hat, and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses that accentuated her presence, along with the scepter she held aloft. Her attire and demeanor suggested that even in the pseudo-age, it was improbable for such a bureaucrat to be recruited from the second-tier era. Thus, Vera's identity became quite evident to the shadow wolf. Clearing his throat, he lightly coughed twice, then turned his attention to Vera, presenting a deliberately crafted smile as he initiated conversation. I presume this young lady is the very conscience of the marketplace? Indeed. Initially, Vera did not grasp the shadow wolf's intent and thought he was merely flattering her. It was only after he spoke that she realized something was amiss. Huh? Upon comprehending, Vera pointed to herself. Are you referring to me? Yes, Ms. Merchant. The shadow wolf's eyes gleamed with a barely perceptible sharpness, although Vera quickly corrected herself. Her instinctive reaction had inadvertently revealed her identity. Thus, it became evident whom he intended to subdue first in the forthcoming ambush. However, lost in thoughts of how to exploit the treasures after capturing Vera, the shadow wolf failed to notice a gaze behind him. One that was even more wolfish than his own. A girl, a female merchant of conscience? Lin Zhao's teeth ground together in frustration. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he could not have anticipated that the merchant who had thwarted his initial advantage and played him at the trading post was, in fact, a woman. Chapter 67. The Generous Merchant Sister. At that moment, Ling He suddenly burst into laughter. I say, merchant sister, are we not here to conduct business? Let us discuss the matter at hand. As he spoke, Ling He reached out and poked Vera in the lower back, signaling her to continue conversing under this guise. After all, Ling He's intention in bringing Vera along was to assess the value of the minerals and, in turn, negotiate the pricing scheme with the shadow wolf. This is where the role of a secretary becomes apparent, does it not? Which good master would personally discuss plans? That would be quite exhausting. As for the identity of a conscientious vendor, Ling He was not particularly concerned. If necessary, he would gladly relinquish this trivial identity to Vera. After all, earning money effortlessly is quite appealing. With this thought, Ling He opened a bottle of soda, leaned to the side, and began sipping leisurely. Noticing the bewildered look from Yulang, Ling He waved his hand dismissively, encouraging them to continue their conversation without regard for him. In his perspective, Ling He, as a vassal under the conscientious vendor, was being somewhat audacious with his actions. If he were to join the secret faction and remain by Ling He's side, that earlier jab at the back would certainly not go unpunished. Just a stray I picked up on the road. No need to concern yourself with him, Vera remarked with a roll of her eyes. At the mention of a stray, Ling He suddenly squeezed the soda can in his hand, distorting it, while his expression softened. He regretted allowing Vera to masquerade as his identity. Seeing this, Vera could hardly contain her amusement. If not for the presence of others, she might have burst into laughter. Engaging in a verbal spar with the arrogant lord, she had often found herself on the losing end. Now that Ling He wanted her to pretend to be a conscientious vendor, she felt entitled to indulge in a bit of banter. Nevertheless, she did not forget the serious matter at hand regarding finances. Her gaze shifted to the open copper mine behind Yulang, and she slightly parted her lips to present a proposition that astonished Ling He. If you genuinely wish to sell this mine, we can offer you 8,000 gold. 8,000? Ling He sat up slightly, his demeanor becoming more serious. Although the figure sounded daunting, he refrained from interrupting Vera. One reason was that he had not yet depleted the income from recent days. Despite the fluctuating demands in the trading post due to the waning offensive of the ghostly tribe, he could still secure an average daily profit of around 20,000 gold. With the accumulation over the past few days, after setting aside various expenses, Ling He currently possessed over 130,000 gold coins. For him, 8,000 gold was merely a trifling sum. Another reason was his trust in Vera. He knew that when it came to finances, Vera never made frivolous claims. For instance, the mineral content of this open copper mine was astonishingly high. Yulang fell into silence. Although he had witnessed many grand events, the casual mention of several thousand gold left him genuinely astounded. Lin Xiao had previously mentioned more than once how wealthy the conscientious vendor was. Yet Lin Xiao was not the source. The figures of tens of thousands of gold, spoken by him, were merely casual numbers to Yulang. However, the 8,000 gold Vera spoke of was tangible, an amount that could be immediately transacted. In this novice area, he would have to kill 100 lords to earn that 8,000 gold. In an instant, Ling even entertained the thought of simply taking the money and leaving. The spectral wolf was momentarily paralyzed by the staggering figure, rendered speechless. Vera broke the silence, inquiring, "So, do you agree?" The spectral wolf slightly parted his lips. Yet the word of consent had not yet escaped when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a message from his friend in a private chat. "From Entropy, my lord, do not forget our plan. The funds they possess are far greater than this. Indeed, how much wealth could one who casually produces 8,000 gold truly hold? It is likely that the sum would be counted in the tens of thousands." A glimmer of avarice flickered in the spectral wolf's eyes, dispelling any earlier hesitations. Of course I agree. I must express my gratitude for your generosity. This sum will greatly ease my future days." While the spectral wolf uttered words of reassurance to Vera, his actions did not hasten to accept the money. He understood that once he accepted the coin, he would lose any legitimate reason to approach the few individuals near the war chariot. This moment, poised for the acceptance of funds, was a perfect opportunity for the spectral wolf to exploit. As he relaxed the vigilance of the group, he strolled casually to the chariot and, in a tone of idle conversation, inquired, "Given the rampant threat of the ghostly tribe, I find solace in this concealed location. Yet, considering your solitary appearance, venturing out without some followers is rather perilous. The journey here must have been quite challenging. No? Perilous?" Ling shot the spectral wolf a peculiar glance. He was not Vera, so why should he concern himself with the safety of their party? Nevertheless, as they were engaged in conversation, Ling was not averse to a casual exchange. And thus he scoffed, "What danger could there possibly be? Even if there were, do you believe that with the financial backing of the merchant's sister, we would be incapable of handling it?" Upon hearing this, the spectral wolf smiled wryly and tapped his forehead. Indeed, with the merchant's sister's financial prowess, summoning thousands in an instant is hardly a challenge. How could I have overlooked such a fact? Observing this, Ling subtly shook his head. In truth, considering the timing, the 100-strong contract ghost warriors were merely minutes away from their location. It was only because the spectral wolf was alone that Ling refrained from allowing the contract ghost warriors to reveal themselves. After all, Ling had no intention of resorting to forceful robbery. The acquisition news had been disseminated by him personally. The goods posed no issues, and the funds for the acquisition were trivial to him. There was no need to sacrifice his dignity for a mere pittance by orchestrating some farcical display. The primary purpose of bringing forth the contract ghost warriors was to ensure vigilance against the ghostly tribe's monsters during the night. Additionally, once the mineral acquisition was complete, they would be tasked with guarding the copper mine. Indeed, as the cost-effectiveness of livestock continued to rise, Ling had thoroughly resolved to phase out the contract lumberjacks from his production system. The remaining ghost warrior units would be entirely transitioned to security duties. Yet, just as Ling was contemplating this, a notification window appeared before him. "You have entered a state of ambush. Your chat panel and recruitment panel will be temporarily disabled." Chapter 68, Armored Knight. The events transpired with alarming rapidity. In the fleeting moment when the pop-up appeared, before Ling could react, the Phantom Wolf had already shed all pretense, reaching out to seize Vera. Victory was within his grasp. A flicker of triumph danced in the Phantom Wolf's eyes. This so-called conscientious vendor was no different from the foolish victims he had dispatched in the past. However, just as his hand descended, poised to grasp Vera's collar, a sudden sharp pain erupted in his fingers. When he regained his composure, he discovered that a small wallet had latched onto his hand. What on earth? In this day and age, even wallets could bite? A sense of absurdity surged within the Phantom Wolf. At that moment, his attention was entirely diverted by the wallet, causing him to momentarily forget his intent to assault Vera. It was by Mo who first reacted, maneuvering the war chariot to increase the distance between them and the Phantom Wolf. After creating some space, she did not immediately counterattack. Instead, like a protective hen, she extended an arm to shield Ling and Vera, guarding against potential hidden threats. What do you mean? If it weren't for the proactive attack of the wallet, she might have truly been dragged off the chariot by the Phantom Wolf due to her momentary lapse in vigilance. What do I mean? In response to Vera's inquiry, the now unmasked Phantom Wolf chose to abandon all pretense, emitting a sickly laugh. "Ha. My meaning is quite simple, dear vendor sister." As he spoke, the Phantom Wolf seized the wallet, yanking it forcefully from his fingers. Even as a piece of flesh was torn away by the wallet's bite, he remained unfazed, directing his attention toward Ling and the others. "I have a grand undertaking that requires the assistance of the vendor sister. I wonder if you all would be willing to accompany me?" As his words fell, the sound of heavy objects colliding echoed from the ground as cloaked figures, interspersed with fully armed warriors, emerged from the openings of the open pit copper mine. Shadows surrounded them, and Ling and the others found themselves encircled at the center of it all. After the ambush of the secret party's soldiers surged forth from underground, the Phantom Wolf did not hasten to issue further commands. In his view, this so-called conscientious vendor had now become fish on his chopping block, ripe for slaughter. His confidence stemmed not only from the inept members of the secret party, but more so from the officials he had meticulously cultivated. Khan, come forth and meet our future new friends. With a command, a formidable figure emerged from the throng of the secret party, clad in full heavy armor. Each step he took resonated with a dull thud. Khan, a knight from the Third Era, would have exceeded a combat power of 150 had it not been for an unfortunate incident that claimed his steed. Nevertheless, Khan's current combat prowess was still above 100. The Phantom Wolf was certain that with Khan present, alongside the numerous lords of the secret party and their respective forces, leaving behind merely 3 individuals in the war chariot would be an effortless task. Thus, he waited, as a seemingly unapproachable conscience vendor displayed an expression of sheer terror and despair. One could not help but feel a sense of delight at the sight of such a noble figure exhibiting vulnerability. However, it appeared that the spectral wolf would soon be disappointed. Noticing that the members of the secret party refrained from launching further attacks, Ling and his companions huddled together, whispering amongst themselves atop their war chariot. Indeed, it did not seem plausible. Vera nodded in agreement. In the present era, which resembled the Stone Age, even those like Ling who had advanced to the second level of the Pseudo-Era would only have attained the Bronze Age at best. The ambushers targeting Ling and his companions were clearly equipped with units characteristic of a far more advanced epoch. This left one to ponder the true identities of these individuals. Were they genuinely lords of humanity? At that moment, Vera appeared to recall something, suddenly stamping her foot in frustration. I had already made a very reasonable offer. These insatiable scoundrels. To Vera, it seemed highly probable that the attack from the spectral wolf and his ilk stemmed from an unresolved negotiation over mutual benefits. However, Ling held a differing perspective. The ambush was indisputable, and there was no denying it. Yet, given the size and scale of their adversaries, it was evident that they had been preparing for this encounter for quite some time. This incident must have been premeditated. As for their motives, sometimes the malice directed towards one's own kind may not require excessive justification or excuses. A mere whisper of jealousy could encapsulate a multitude of grievances. Bai Mo. Ling suddenly turned to Bai Mo and inquired, if it were you, what would be our chances of breaking through? Although Bai Mo's combat power of 500 seemed considerable, Ling had yet to witness the attributes of high-tier combatants. Thus, he was unaware of how this 500 combat power measured against the forces of a more advanced era. My lord, if you're asking about our chances of escape, Bai Mo hesitated, casting a sidelong glance at the members of the secret party before affirmatively stating, 10 out of 10. However, I do not recommend that we attempt to break through at this moment. Oh, Ling emitted a curious sound. Then what do you suggest we do? Instead of responding immediately, Bai Mo posed a question to Ling. Do you trust me, as you do Miss Vera? Finally, you got my name right, Vera interjected with a dry remark. In response, Ling playfully flattened Vera's high hat with a swift slap. Is this really the time for such comments? Having dealt with Vera, Ling offered Bai Mo a reassuring nod. To employ a person is to trust them. If you are willing to believe in me, then I shall certainly place my faith in you. At Ling's words, Bai Mo smiled warmly. Mo shall not disappoint you. With that, Bai Mo flicked the course rope in his hand, and the war chariot began to move slowly towards the spectral wolf. However, the pace was far from swift. It was not the manner of a charge. The spectral wolf raised his hand to halt the movements of the surrounding members of the secret party. With Khan by his side, he felt little fear towards the trio approaching them. Instead, he was more intrigued to see what tricks this conscience vendor could conjure, even when the recruitment interface was ostensibly barred. Cough, cough. The sage once said, to punish without teaching is cruelty. Therefore, my esteemed colleagues, I believe we can continue our discourse. Chapter 69, I have spoken plainly. If, as Miss Vera has suggested, is the quotation that has displeased you then. Before Bai Mo could finish her thought, a coarse voice interrupted her. Who do you think you are? Is your lord mute, that you presume to speak? Upon hearing this, Bai Mo retained her smile, yet her gaze bypassed the speaker and fixed upon the individual who had just spoken, swiftly drawing her bow and knocking an arrow in one fluid motion. In an instant, a streak of light flashed, and before the words had fully escaped his lips, the arrow pierced through the forehead of the insolent speaker. Thud! A lifeless body collapsed heavily to the ground. Consequently, several notifications appeared before Ling He. Congratulations on your first kill of a fellow lord. You have gained experience, 0. You have obtained loot, none. This marked Ling He's inaugural act of slaying a human lord of his own kind, albeit through Bai Mo's hand. Yet, confronted with the life that had just vanished in an instant, a curious absence of turmoil stirred within him. Was it not said that one's first act of killing would invoke nausea? Indeed, novels can be deceiving, Ling He muttered quietly to himself. On the other side, the members of the secret party instinctively scattered away from the corpse. Once they regained their senses, they glared furiously at Bai Mo. In this moment, she was the prey, and yet she dared to strike first? Nevertheless, Bai Mo remained unfazed, greeting the ire of the secret party members with her unwavering smile, and calmly uttered. The sage also said, "Teach and do not regret, punish." Such actions are indeed in accordance with the rites. What a fine adherence to the rites. A mocking voice echoed from afar. No sooner had the words been spoken than another streak of light shot forth from Bai Mo's hand, resulting in yet another body crumpling to the ground. Bai Mo gently lowered her longbow and, observing the cold sweat streaming down the faces of those around her, inquired with a smile, "May I now have your undivided attention?" Following the rapid demise of two lords, none could ascertain whether their own words might render them the next victim of Bai Mo's arrows. Even Lin Xiao, inconspicuous in the crowd, felt a surge of trepidation. The speed of those two shots had been such that he had scarcely seen the preparatory movement before the men had become corpses at his feet. Had those two lords not spoken before him, perhaps he too would have been among the fallen. Noting the silence that enveloped the gathering, Bai Mo nodded slightly. Let's engage in reasoned discourse. Surely, no matter the issue, it can be resolved through dialogue, cannot it? If it is indeed the quotation that is unsatisfactory, I can take it upon myself to raise the offer by 10% on Miss Vera's initial proposal, bringing it to 800 gold coins. Subsequently, I shall round it up to 9,000, with the excess serving as compensation for the two brothers. What do you think? At this, a faint smirk crept upon the pallid visage of the dark wolf. A life is worth 100 gold coins. Must he also commend the politeness of his adversary? Indeed, 9,000 gold coins is no trifling sum. Had it not been for Lin Zhao's prior remarks, the spectral wolf might have considered retreating at this moment. After all, locating this open copper mine has only cost a few lives, a venture that could be deemed virtually costless, yielding a profit of 9,000 gold without any loss. However, Lin Zhao's words have added a layer of intrigue to the situation. If the opponent can present 8,000 gold, they can certainly muster 9,000, which implies that conquering them would yield a fortune far exceeding that amount. Is it any wonder that money is the true devil? Presently, the spectral wolf finds himself enticed by the potential gains, his appetite far exceeding the mere 9,000 gold. Thus, his response to Bai Mo's proposition is resolute. "I refuse." As he spoke, the spectral wolf licked the wound on his finger and sneered. "Now that you have finished speaking, allow me to offer you a path forward. Surrender and lay down your weapons, and you may yet preserve your lives. Otherwise, with so many of us charging at you, your solitary war chariot cannot possibly shield you." At that moment, the spectral wolf pointed at Vera, declaring, "None shall survive but her." "Ami?" Vera blinked in bewilderment, pointing at herself. The spectral wolf's intention was to sow discord between the lord and the officer, and he had even employed his special verbal prowess when uttering those words. Under ordinary circumstances, should such a situation arise, loyalty would wane, provided the officer was not unwaveringly devoted. Yet, unfortunately for him, he had misidentified his target. Moreover, loyalty was a concept non-existent in Ling and their ranks. Bai Mo chuckled, not sure whether to be angered or amused by the spectral wolf's audacity. Taking a deep breath, he readied his bow, aiming the arrow at the spectral wolf. To put it plainly, why must a simple matter be resolved with lives? With hardly a moment for the spectral wolf to react, Bai Mo released the arrow. However, unlike the two who had previously perished, the spectral wolf demonstrated a swifter and more ruthless response. He seized a nearby subject from behind to shield himself. The arrow pierced through, and the spectral wolf's eyes widened in rage. The unfortunate soul he had instinctively pulled in front of him was one of his own, a foot soldier squire. Any unit associated with a knight would command a hefty recruitment price. Yet, the spectral wolf's concern lay not with the squire, but with the costly chainmail adorning him, which seemed impervious to the primitive arrows of the Stone Age. However, Bai Mo's bow was evidently not a relic of that era. The arrow rendered the chainmail useless, and the squire appeared gravely wounded. "Damn it," he exclaimed, tossing aside the increasingly feeble squire. The shadow wolf pointed towards the chariot and commanded, "Khan, eliminate them, and you lot as well, convert upon them. Spare no one except for that conscientious vendor." It was evident that the members of the secret society had been eagerly anticipating this directive. Thus, the moment the command was issued, the encircling ranks swiftly closed in towards the center. Many among them wielded iron spears, perfectly suited for halting the chariot's advance. With a smirk, Bayamo calmly released a soft chuckle, drawing forth 4 arrows and knocking them onto her bowstring. As the sage proclaimed, the departed flow like this, unceasing day and night. The implication was clear. The bodies of our foes should incessantly drift in the waters, indifferent to time. It seems, then, that we must become enemies. Chapter 70. The freest is the most costly. The preceding conversation had been by Mo's final offer to the Shadow Wolf and his cohorts. For the sage once stated that to punish without teaching is cruelty. Yet, the lords of the secret society exhibited no signs of remorse or desire for redemption. Teaching without repentance left by Mo with no choice but to show no mercy. Merely a few hundred souls, after all. Jingy. Mo relaxed her grip on the bowstring, and 4 streaks of light shot forth, piercing the hearts of 4 distinct, lightly armored units. This was merely the beginning. As she reached for the quiver atop the chariot, more arrows flew from her hands. Every draw of her longbow heralded the imminent extinguishing of lives. The scene resembled an unfeeling harvester of souls, leaving the lords of the secret society in stunned silence. Is this right? Had they not been informed of the era they inhabited, they might have believed they were the ones crushed by the passage of time. However, the ensuing moment revealed that as the arrows in the quiver diminished, Mo grew dissatisfied with mere archery. She flung the course rope in her hand and steered the chariot forward. A splendid opportunity. As the chariot drew ever closer, a spearman tightened his grip on his iron spear. That damned woman had slain so many of their brethren in such a brief span. If he could halt the chariot, the remaining forces could surge forth and tear the driver, Mo, to shreds. Almost there. Closer, just a little closer. Suddenly, as the chariot was within arm's reach, the spearman seized his moment and thrust his spear forward. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated, accompanied by the spearman's astonished expression. The woman controlling the chariot had deflected his spear with just the edge of her longbow. The spearman intended to utter something, but a wave of sweet iron flooded his throat, and his vitality swiftly ebbed away. It turned out that after deflecting the spear with her iron bow, Mo had driven the edge of it into the heart of the spearman. With his demise, a breach was instantaneously created in their line, and those surrounding him had no time to seal the gap. Seizing the opportunity, Mo deftly maneuvered the chariot, breaking free from the encirclement of the secret society. Now, the tides of battle shift in an instant. The war chariots encircle the perimeter of the secret faction, occasionally claiming a few lives, relentlessly constricting the survival space of the masses. The transformation of the situation is truly swift. The lords of the secret faction could scarcely imagine that what they had just perceived as fish on a chopping board would, in a matter of minutes, metamorphose into ravenous wolves. Mo, is he truly this formidable? Ling He muttered quietly. Although his voice was barely a whisper, it reached Mo's ears. In response, Mo, amidst the fray, turned to Ling He with a subtle smile. I sentee it worth every penny, my lord. Oof. Observing Mo's prowess on the battlefield, Vera puffed her cheeks in discontent. After all, she had arrived first. At that moment, as if sensing something, Vera's gaze abruptly shifted to another direction beside the war chariot. In the distance, on the horizon, 100 contract warriors wielding stone axes were charging towards Ling He. Calculating the time, it had indeed been over 10 minutes. They had finally arrived. A spark of inspiration flickered in Vera's mind, and an excited smile graced her lips. She then struck her staff forcefully against the chariot, pointing towards the distance. 1,000. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Ling He swiftly covered her mouth. My lady, such words ought not to be spoken. Should Vera trigger exponential stimulation, promising 1,000 days of full wages, it would result in a fixed expenditure of tens of thousands of gold coins. Recruiting by Mo wouldn't even require such an extravagant sum. The prior acquisition of this open copper mine only cost Vera a mere 8,000 gold. Vera struggled to pry Ling He's hand away from her mouth. First, ensure you don't make reckless promises. Seeing Vera nod, Ling He finally released his grip. Vera inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, and shot a disgruntled glare at Ling He. You scoundrel lord, do you wish to murder your extraordinarily charming chief secretary? Ahem. Ling He cleared his throat, his gaze instinctively drifting aside. Once he noted that Vera was no longer poised to unleash her skills, he breathed a sigh of relief. A sage once said, what is free is the most expensive. and this wisdom holds true, despite the fact that recruiting by MO necessitated a hefty sum of 10,000 gold. His subsequent skills cost a mere trifle. In contrast, with Vera, although recruitment was free, should she be allowed to unleash her full capabilities, Ling He's modest fortune could be obliterated in an instant. At this juncture, the members of the secret faction, belatedly aware of the contract warrior's presence, realized they had indeed brought reinforcements. Their appearance elicited no surprise among the lords of the secret faction. Rather, it was the absence of any subjects accompanying the benevolent merchant that seemed truly remarkable. It appears that the so-called benevolent merchant is merely a competent clerk. In a stagnant era, his subordinates are still a motley crew. Attack, attack! Block their advance. A lord from the secret faction pointed towards the horizon. Although they had yet to devise a strategy to deal with the charioteer by MO slaughtering a group of bare-chested, poorly armed savages wielding nothing but crude stone axes posed no challenge. After all, the combat units of Era 3 boasted a minimum combat strength of 30, with armored units surpassing 60. This would undoubtedly culminate in a massacre, as a cadre of lords descended to command. Some of the secret society's troops dispersed from the main force, no longer fixated on by MO and his chariot, but instead charged towards the contracted ghost warriors. The clash of iron against stone reverberated through the air, and in an instant, the sounds of countless weapons piercing flesh filled the battlefield. As the lords of the secret society had anticipated, iron could easily vanquish these unarmored ancient units, while stone weapons were rendered ineffective against iron armor. I did it, murmured an inconspicuous spearman. Previously, they could only watch helplessly as by MO reaped the lives of their comrades, their morale nearly at its nadir. However now, the spear in his hand had pierced the heart of a contracted ghost warrior. Everything seemed to signify that their enemy was far less formidable than they had believed. Their foes were flesh and blood. Just then, a large hand suddenly grasped the spear that the spearman had thrust forward. Chapter 71. Fear, Total Collapse. Everything for profit. A chilling voice, reminiscent of a sound from the depths of hell, emanated from before the spearman. What? The spearman froze, gazing at the contracted ghost warrior he had just impaled. It was he who had reached out and seized the spear. The spearman attempted to yank it free, but the spear was lodged firmly within the ghost warrior's body, refusing to budge. Yet, the contracted ghost warrior, despite having lost his heart, showed no signs of weakness. For profit, he murmured in incomprehensible words, then, astonishingly, began to advance step by step toward the spearman, the spear still piercing his heart. And no, witnessing such a horrifying scene, the spearman collapsed to the ground in terror. You are not human. It is impossible for you to be human. The contracted ghost warrior, however, uttered no further words, merely whispering about profit as he raised his stone axe high. Thud! The axe came crashing down, striking the spearman's head. Thanks to the protection of his iron helmet, the spearman merely experienced dizziness, narrowly avoiding the grim fate of a shattered skull. Yet, the contracted ghost warrior showed no signs of relenting. The stone axe was lifted repeatedly, crashing down again and again. Thud! 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 With each strike, the iron helmet on the spearman's head became increasingly deformed. It wasn't long before a mixture of red and white liquid began to seep from the seams of the helmet, which had been utterly contorted beyond recognition. Finally, the contracted ghost warrior ceased his assault, leaving the spear embedded in his own heart as he sprinted towards his next target. Similar scenes were unfolding throughout the battlefield. Some attempted to bisect the contracted demon warrior, while others sought to cleave from the neck diagonally down to the abdomen. Yet, they remained oblivious to the inexplicable truth. No matter their efforts, the contracted demon warrior would not succumb. Even when reduced to but half a body, it would stagger to its feet, continuing the fight until the final moment. Ultimately, one soldier, unable to bear the mounting pressure, descended into utter madness. No. Were we truly battling? They are not human. They are demons, malevolent specters risen from the depths of hell to claim souls. Weapons clattered to the ground as the soldier, in a state of despair, wept and turned to flee from the demon warrior. Fear, after all, is contagious. The morale of your spear-wielding troops has decreased by 10 points. The morale of your infantry knights has decreased by 10 points. The morale of your spear-wielding troops has collapsed, reducing their loyalty by 50 points. Your spear-wielding troops have routed. Your sword and shield bearers have fled. Your infantry knights have retreated. With the first deserter's appearance, the soldiers tasked with confronting the contracted demon warrior disintegrated in disarray. Khan, what on earth are you doing? Echoed the furious voice of the shadow wolf across the battlefield. Do not concern yourself with their lives any longer. If you cannot manage to kill 2 and leave 1, then eliminate them all. Initially, the Shadow Wolf had intended to spare the Merchant of Conscience, hoping to use their wealth as a stepping stone to ascend to greater heights. However, as the merchant unveiled more of their hidden cards, the Shadow Wolf became increasingly hesitant to allow them to survive. The line had already fractured. If he hesitated further, the entire force might collapse, and the Shadow Wolf himself could meet his end here. This was not lost on him. He possessed enough sense to recognize the gravity of the situation. Upon receiving the Shadow Wolf's command, Khan, who had been mingling among the crowd, finally sprang into action. Previously, he had refrained from seeking to ambush by Mo and Ling He, preserving his strength while waiting for the opportune moment. However, with the order to kill indiscriminately, he no longer needed to conserve his energy. As the chariot charged once more toward the front lines, claiming several lives in its wake, Khan seized the moment, thrusting his long spear downward with force. Spear formation. By Mo's voice rang out, followed by an arrow that struck Khan squarely in the face. The arrow found its mark, penetrating the gap in Khan's helmet. Fortunately, the Shadow Wolf had invested in Khan's equipment, which was of exceptional quality, preventing an instant demise from the shot. Yet almost immediately, 3 more arrows followed, each striking precisely at the fletching of the preceding arrow. With compounded force, the initial arrow pierced through Khan's helmet, emerging from the back of his head. Thud! A lifeless body fell, mercilessly crushed by the chariot. Previously, Khan had been surrounded by armored infantry knights, and for Bai Mo to eliminate him, he would first need to peel away the layers of flesh shields, much like one would peel an onion. Yet Khan leaped up, finding himself utterly alone amidst the chaos, devoid of any allies to shield him. The specter of despair loomed over the shadowy wolf, who collapsed instinctively to the ground, unable to fathom that a member of the elite bureaucratic cadre, considered formidable even in the annals of the era, could perish so effortlessly. It was not merely the bond with Khan that stirred sorrow within him. Rather, it was the grim realization of his own impending doom. A leader felled in battle is the most devastating blow to morale. With Khan's demise, those few soldiers who had not yet fled began to waver in their resolve. Furthermore, the magnitude of their losses implied that even if he were to survive this day, his standing within the clandestine faction would plummet to unprecedented lows. The architect of this calamity was none other than Song Entropy. The shadowy wolf's eyes widened in shock as he scanned the tumultuous battlefield. Corpses littered the ground. Scattered deserters fled, and the faction's lords endeavored to regroup in a bid to continue their resistance. Yet conspicuously absent was the figure of Song Entropy. Cursed be it! The shadowy wolf bellowed in frustration. He had been outmaneuvered by a mere newcomer to the organization. The prowess of this morally ambiguous merchant far surpassed what any fledgling lord could possess. Her capabilities as a bureaucrat exceeded those of even the first and second eras. Were it not for Song Entropy, he would never have entertained the notion of targeting the morally ambiguous merchant. No, had it not been for Song Entropy, he would have resolved to depart the moment she proposed the price of 8,000 gold coins. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, followed by 2 arrows that pierced the shadowy wolf's abdomen. On the other side, atop a war chariot, Mo gradually lowered her bow, giving a thumbs up to Ling He beside her. Well done, my lord. Splendid archery. Chapter 72. The marketplace resembles a battlefield. Not all strife is marked by bloodshed. Ha! It isn't quite so simple. Ling He scratched the back of his head, feeling slightly bashful. He had merely acted on a whim, picking up a small wooden bow without any ulterior motives. Given his strength, the arrows he loosed would likely veer off course and land after a few paces. Who would have thought that Mo would seamlessly draw her bow, and, in an astonishing display, her arrow would merge with Ling He's, piercing the shadowy wolf's abdomen with uncanny precision? One might ask if this was one of Mo's skills. Ling He seized the opportunity to glance at Mo's status panel. Xiangqi. It was evident that she was indeed a secretary worth her weight in gold. The utility of this skill aside, it undoubtedly elevated Ling He's emotional satisfaction to new heights. Nevertheless, this scene left a profound impact on the tender heart of Vela, who gazed wide-eyed and leaned closer to Mo, whispering, "Doesn't your conscience ache for uttering such words?" "Not at all," Mo replied softly in Vela's ear, adding, "In truth, my lord's archery is truly exceptional." "Really?" Vela's gaze drifted sideways, her thoughts reserved. Perhaps the fervor of Mo's emotions had struck a chord, or perhaps they were simply caught up in the moment. Ling He once more grasped the small wooden bow, straining to pull back the string. This time, he set his sights on a distant secretive lord attempting to reorganize his faction. Whoosh! The arrow slipped from Ling He's hand, tracing a graceful parabolic arc before plummeting to the ground, barely traveling 10 meters. At that moment, before Vera could even react, Mo swiftly drew back her hand and released another arrow. A flash of light surged forth, entwining with Ling He's feeble arrow as it soared into the distance. A piercing scream echoed as the secretive lord, striving to rally his troops, was pierced by 2 arrows in the chest. Another commander fell, plunging the battlefield into further chaos. The contracted ghost warriors soon closed in, their bodies adorned with various weapons. Yet they persisted, embodying a terrifying scene that relentlessly eroded the morale of the secretive faction. Mo, however, paid them no mind. Silently, she lowered her bow, turned to Ling He, and gave him a thumbs up, then smiled at Vera. It was indeed genuine. Leaning closer to Vera, Mo whispered, "The sage proclaimed that the marketplace is a battlefield, thus we can infer that the battlefield is a marketplace." She lightly tapped Vera's hi-hat twice. The battlefield is not solely about combat. It is also steeped in human relationships and social nuances. Dear Miss Blackheart, there is much more for you to learn. Vera puffed out her cheeks, perhaps grasping Mo's meaning, yet still feeling a profound shock. However, before that, smack. Vera casually swatted Mo away, as it was rather unbecoming to touch a lady's hat. Mo bore no resentment, merely chuckling lightly, then flicked the coarse rope in her hand. "My lord, brace yourself. We shall confront the mastermind behind this scheme." Upon hearing this, Ling He also sheathed his small wooden bow. Playful as it was, there remained serious business to attend to. The war chariot swiftly maneuvered past the disarrayed ranks of the secretive faction, halting before the Wraith Wolf. At that moment, the Wraith Wolf had just extracted 2 arrows from his abdomen, laboriously crawling while clutching his wound. Fortunately, the arrows had merely pierced his small intestine, not inflicting a fatal injury. As long as he could escape the battlefield before succumbing to blood loss, he had his ways to save himself. Alas! A chilling voice resonated from behind him. "My dear Seller, where do you think you're going?" The Wraith Wolf stiffened, slowly turning his head. He beheld the war chariot and the 3 unscathed figures atop it. Not long ago, they had engaged in conversation in this very manner, with the Wraith Wolf standing alone against Ling He and his companions. At that time, he felt no fear, for he was aware of the formidable forces lurking beneath his feet. But now, not much time had elapsed, and despite the scene remaining unchanged, the Wraith Wolf found himself utterly isolated. "Please don't kill me," he mumbled, retreating step by step. "I agree to the trade. I will consent to whatever you propose." Blood trailed behind him as he moved. In response, Mo merely raised the iron bow in his hand and spoke with an air of indifference. "The sage says, the petty man fears authority but lacks virtue. Is it not too late to utter these words now? We have granted you more than one opportunity. Even if you disagreed with the transaction, we could have parted amicably. Yet you," as Mo spoke, he drew the bowstring taut, "behold the deeds you have wrought. The sage says, to repay malice with virtue. What then shall one offer in return for virtue? Even if a sage were to grace us with their presence today, I fear you would find no mercy. And no, please." The shadowy wolf trembled as he raised his arms defensively, his voice stuttering. "I do not want anything. Take it all. It is yours. Spare me, I beg you." In that moment, the shadowy wolf had shed the frenzied demeanor he had displayed mere moments ago. He had believed himself distinct from others. Yet in the face of impending death, he realized that humanity shares a common thread. The primal instinct for survival compelled him to utter the same words as those he had once slain. "Wait, I am of use, I still hold value." Clinging to a glimmer of hope, the shadowy wolf lifted his head, his gaze fervent as it turned towards Vela. His hands gestured toward his own chest. "I know many things. Whatever you wish to learn, I can divulge." "Oh," Ling He suddenly interjected. Mo caught a glimpse of Ling He's expression, seeing a smile spread across his face, and he instinctively lowered his bow. The ability to read emotions is a remarkable skill, and she, well versed in the 6 arts of gentlemen, was no stranger to it. The chariot, driven by Mo, inched closer to the shadowy wolf. Now, the shadowy wolf was akin to a fish upon the chopping block. Gravely injured, he found himself with no escape from Mo's advancing chariot. With a bitter smile, he ceased any attempts to retreat, resigning himself to the judgment of fate. Ling He stood upon the chariot, slightly leaning forward to address the shadowy wolf. "So, you were saying that you can tell us anything?" Chapter 73, "You have done well." "Yes," the shadowy wolf nodded. "For instance, this open copper mine was discovered after we ambushed a group of lords, utilizing one of their unique abilities. And—" "Stop," Ling He interrupted, halting the shadowy wolf mid-sentence. The shadowy wolf looked up in confusion, only to find Ling He yawning in boredom. "To be honest, I am not interested in how you found this resource, whether through theft, robbery, or murder. What I do know is that after you discovered this mine, the first person you thought of was me, and the first person you found was also me. That is quite commendable. As he spoke, Ling He, under by Mo's concerned gaze, stepped down from the chariot and patted the shadowy wolf on the shoulder. Do you know? Before you launch your attack against us, I thought we could become friends. Friends? The shadowy wolf smiled bitterly. Who would befriend an inconspicuous sycophant under the thumb of a conscience dealer? Yet now, even such words escape his lips without the requisite authority or means. He has suffered a crushing defeat, leaving him bitter and resentful. However, the phantom wolf bears no intent to assault or seize Ling He. In his view, it is Vera who stands as the well-known moral merchant within the channel. Thus, abducting Ling He holds no tangible significance for him. Ling He continues to pat the shoulder of the phantom wolf. Indeed, my friend, we could have been allies. Alas. He shakes his head with a sigh, and when their gazes meet once more, Ling He's expression has shifted, now adorned with a benevolent smile. Now, I shall pose a question, and you will respond. The phantom wolf nods. He refrains from asking the foolish question of whether he would survive after divulging the information. He has encountered similar scenarios too often to be unaware that such promises amount to less than mere toilet paper. By not inquiring, he harbors a flicker of hope and fantasy for the future. To ask, however, may lead only to despair. At this juncture, Ling He poses his first question. You do not appear to belong to this era, do you? Who are you truly? We, despite his trepidation. A faint smile graces the phantom wolf's lips as he broaches the topic of his identity. Though he holds a notable position within the secret society, betraying humanity as a whole renders him unburdened by the prospect of betraying the society once more. The phantom wolf pauses momentarily. It can be interpreted thus, but not entirely. Interesting, Ling He responds with a slight smile. Is it indeed interesting? Most certainly, Ling He nods, sensing an opportunity. Without terrorists, to whom would the guns be sold? To whom would the bullets be delivered? And if missiles were not soaring through the skies, what value would an air defense system possess? A necessary evil serves as the finest catalyst for the market. Lowering his gaze, Ling He examines the phantom wolf's wound before turning to extend his hand toward Vera. Did you not gather some herbs on the way here? Is there anything to staunch the bleeding? There are indeed, Vera replies somewhat reluctantly, rummaging through a sack on the armored vehicle before producing a jar of herbal concoction. I prepared some of those herbs into an ointment during my leisure time. Mind you, Lord Mischief, use it sparingly, for once it's gone, it's gone. The remaining herbs must be preserved for cultivation, as you yourself once stated. I understand. Ling He takes the jar from Vera's hand and presents it before the phantom wolf. I trust you don't require my assistance in applying the ointment? The phantom wolf remains silent, eventually pouring the ointment from the jar and applying it to the wound on his abdomen. It is not the lethal poison he had anticipated. The herbal remedy provided by Vera proves effective, immediately halting the bleeding from his injury. Why do you choose to save me? The phantom wolf's voice is somewhat hoarse. Ling He's actions evoke a glimmer of hope for survival within him. Yet he fears that the other may share his penchant for toying with prey before their final breath. He feared that what he believed to be an oasis in the desert was merely a mirage. The sensation of plummeting from paradise to hell was the most excruciating of all. Observing the blood on the abdominal wound of the spectral wolf had ceased to flow, Ling He swiftly posed a second inquiry. From your previous statement, it is evident that you do not hail from this region. Thus, how did you arrive here? It was through the tower of the Ghost Spirit Clan, replied the spectral wolf. A fortnight ago, we were within the Ghost Spirit Clan's tower, assisting them in repelling an invasion from the human lords. It was at that moment that the Ghost Spirit Clan abruptly resolved to sever ties with their original territory. We were unable to evacuate from the tower in time, and consequently found ourselves transported to this new realm alongside the Ghost Spirit Clan. So that is how it transpired. Ling He nodded to himself. However, he soon furrowed his brow. While the origins of the secret party had been clarified, a new dilemma regarding the Ghost Spirit Clan emerged. It appeared that the Ghost Spirit Clan was not an indigenous race of this region, and their adversaries included the human lords of the Third Era, indicating that their own era was not as strong as presumed. Ling He inquired about this matter with the spectral wolf, yet the latter remained equally oblivious. Upon hearing the spectral wolf's words, Ling He and his companions could not suppress their laughter. Is this not the epitome of unrequited affection? Vera remarked, chuckling. Although Mo promptly covered his mouth, he too smiled in agreement with Vera's observation. The devoted heart met with indifference. Why should one suffer the plight of a mere servant? A warm face pressed against a cold heart. True feelings exchanged for disdainful glances. Chapter 74. The rules protect you. Not me. You all. The spectral wolf opened its mouth, seemingly ready to retort. Enough. Noticing that the spectral wolf was not particularly well versed in the affairs of the ghost spirit clan, Ling He immediately clapped his hands. Thus, I shall conclude my inquiries here. I harbor no interest in the misdeeds you have committed, nor in whom you have slain or plundered. As for now, Ling He suddenly elongated his tone, causing the spectral wolf's heart to tighten. This scene was all too familiar to him. Each time he was about to take a life, he would adopt such a stance. Was it now his turn? A myriad of thoughts flashed through the spectral wolf's mind, and a bitter smirk began to form at the corners of his mouth, rendering Ling He's subsequent words inaudible as they went in one ear and out the other. Suddenly, Ling He's hand landed on the spectral wolf's shoulder, startling him into a jolt. Were you listening to what I just said? Ling He scrutinized the spectral wolf with suspicion. Perhaps it was his imagination, but he felt that the spectral wolf had just momentarily spaced out. In this day and age, capturing a prisoner seemed akin to apprehending a university student. Yes, of course I was listening, the spectral wolf instinctively explained. He then witnessed Ling He extend his hand before him, making a beckoning gesture. Since you were indeed listening, then it is good to converse. Besides this mineral resource, you must have other items you wish to trade with me, correct? Observing Ling He's outstretched hand, the spectral wolf's mouth twisted into an even more bitter expression, for not long ago, he had performed a similar gesture towards Ling He. I understand now. In an instant, under Ling He's peculiar gaze, the spectral wolf seemed to age considerably. He extended his hand, and two blueprints materialized out of thin air. I have heard of your circumstances and am aware of the vast wealth you possess, a quantity beyond my imagination. I am at a loss as to what I might possess that would catch your eye. If anything, perhaps it is these two outdated blueprints. Before the shadow wolf could finish speaking, Ling had already reached out to grasp the blueprints, lowering his gaze to examine them. Subterranean smelting furnace. Era: Bronze Age basic pathway. Description: the earth burns fiercely, and the copper and gold begin to resonate. The furnace, buried deep within the earth's veins, transforms or into a flowing river of metal, forging the brilliance of civilization. Production rate: 300 ingots of any or within 7 days. Construction requirements: 200 units of stone, 20 units of wood. Clay mold casting workshop. Era: Bronze Age basic pathway. Description: a handful of clay is refined at 1,000 degrees, with 3 parts copper and 7 parts skill. Only by adhering to established patterns can one forge weapons like a forest of spears. Construction requirements: 150 units of clay, 50 units of bone powder, 20 units of resin. These two blueprints represent structures of level 2, which hold little value for the Shadow Wolf, who has already entered the third era. This is precisely why he has held on to them until now, as he believes they are the most likely possessions to pique Ling He's interest. This is all I have, the Shadow Wolf remarked with a bitter smile. I do not seek anything extravagant, merely a swift end. After all, if death is inevitable, the Shadow Wolf yearns for it to be devoid of suffering. Indeed, a swift end. Ling He nodded in agreement. However, not at this moment. What? You? The Shadow Wolf abruptly lifted his head, shadows of despair and determination flashing in his eyes. Yet before he could act in rage, he witnessed Ling He turn and present the blueprints to Vera. Vera, could you assess the value of these blueprints? What does this mean? The Shadow Wolf was momentarily perplexed by Ling He's actions. Was his statement about timing not an indication of his intent to torment himself? At that moment, Vera had already taken the blueprints, glancing at them briefly before providing her appraisal. Considerable value. The smelting furnace blueprint is worth around 50 gold, while the casting workshop is even more valuable, approximately 100 gold. Of course, Vera's assertion of high value was not directed toward Ling He, but rather in comparison to other blueprints from the Bronze Age. These two blueprints were already of above-average worth. Most importantly, for someone like Ling He, who had yet to develop the mining industry, these blueprints possessed immense additional value. I understand. After hearing Vera's assessment, Ling He nodded and then turned to grasp the Shadow Wolf's hand. You. The Shadow Wolf found himself increasingly bewildered by Ling He's intentions. Yet soon, he felt a heaviness in his hand. Looking down, a large handful of gold coins appeared in his grasp. The transaction was delightful. Ling He's voice whispered in the Shadow Wolf's ear. So, this was merely a transaction? Just an ordinary exchange? The Spectral Wolf instinctively deposited the gold coins into his personal interface. Gazing at the additional 150 coins, he nearly believed he was ensnared in an illusion. See, engaging in commerce is quite simple, is it not? Ling He patted the wolf's shoulder. A fair exchange, with neither party indebted to the other. Observing the wolf still in a daze, Ling, he shook his head with a smile, then leaned closer to whisper into the wolf's ear. As for the profits from the minerals, I shall not grant you any. You likely understand the reason behind this. Should there be future opportunities for trade, remember one crucial point. The rules protect you, not me. With that, Ling He gave the wolf's shoulder a firm pat twice before rising to return to his war chariot. He then gazed down upon the wolf and remarked with a smile, Since our transaction is complete, I shall not keep you here for a meal. You may leave at your pleasure. He spared his life, but could he truly depart? The wolf, swaying unsteadily, managed to rise to his feet, still feeling incredulous. Turning to Ling He, he hesitated for a moment before finally articulating the thought that lingered in his mind. So, you are the conscientious merchant? From a moment Vera referred to Ling He as a lord, the wolf had harbored some suspicions. Thus, when he spoke, though framed as a question, it bore the weight of a statement. Ling He merely chuckled and nodded, acknowledging this truth. This expression of gratitude was tinged with genuine appreciation. Yet it was predominantly a self-deprecating reflection from the wolf. He could never have imagined that a man who once trampled the rules could one day find himself in such a dire predicament, bereft of the protection those rules afforded. The so-called fair trade stemmed from Ling He's mercy, which the wolf had callously spurned. The laughter ceased. The wolf clutched his wound and turned away, departing into the distance. This time, he did not reject Ling He's kindness anew. As he walked through the blood-stained earth, the once mad Wolf King had transformed into a pitiable lone wolf. Chapter 75. There is still a couple of tails of oil to be extracted from bones. Once the wolf had ventured far, Bayamo suddenly drew her bow, executing the motion of drawing the string. Must I do this? Bayamo inquired. She did not explicitly state her intent, but Ling He understood her meaning. I'll let it be. Ling He shook his head, gently pressing down on Bayamo's longbow. After all, one should not be offended by politeness. Politeness? Vera voiced her confusion. Is that fellow truly courteous? I hardly perceive it that way. She still recalled the moment the wolf had reached for her. How could someone who would dare lay hands on a lady possess any semblance of manners? Indeed, how could one who would act so toward a lady be deemed polite? Why do you look at me like that? What have I done? Ling He innocently shrugged his shoulders, then pointed a finger towards the open copper mine beneath them. Look at this. This is the grand gift he has bestowed upon us. Ling He perceived the situation with keen clarity. Without someone like the spectral wolf, it was unlikely, absolutely improbable, that anyone would respond to his mineral procurement request in such a short time. Even if such a person existed, they would be unable to furnish Ling He with the necessary tools to guide them to the coordinates. It is precisely due to the ruthlessness and malevolence of the shadow wolf that the conditions have been met, allowing Ling He to be directed to the location of this mineral deposit in the shortest possible time. Killing the shadow wolf would merely provide a fleeting sense of satisfaction. However, keeping the shadow wolf alive and providing some funds for a resurgence might yield further advantages from this individual. Nevertheless, Vera's perspective diverged significantly from Ling He's. She glanced at the spot Ling He was pointing to and, belatedly realizing something, nodded. Indeed, we haven't paid yet. Vera calculated that even considering the casualties among the contract warriors, the expenditure was merely a few hundred gold coins. Yet the agreed acquisition fee for the copper mine was 8,000 gold, and they had contributed not a single coin. Contemplating this, Vera's view of the shadow wolf improved considerably. She even mused that having more such rogues might be beneficial. Suddenly, Bayamo stifled a laugh. Vera raised an eyebrow, questioning, Are you laughing at me? No, not at all, Bayamo replied with a smile, shaking his head and setting aside his longbow. He candidly expressed his thoughts. I merely believe that the Lord exhibits a benevolent heart, and his actions are always in accordance with propriety, truly embodying the virtues of a wise ruler. Benevolent heart? Ling He's ears perked up. Bayamo's words resonated deeply within him. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, Had I not intervened earlier, what would your impression of me have been? Bayamo's eyes twinkled as he chuckled softly. The Lord's strategies are astute, eradicating malevolence from the world. Such actions align with propriety, and naturally, I hold great admiration. Ahem. Ling He coughed awkwardly. It appeared that in Bayamo's eyes, whether he had slain or spared the shadow wolf, both actions were deemed proper. By the way, Ling He suddenly recalled the secretive organization mentioned by the shadow wolf. The lord accompanying the shadow wolf was merely a small faction within the organization, with many others dispersed throughout the area. By Montauk, what do you think would happen if we launched a surprise attack to eliminate that secretive organization? Bayamo, understanding his intent, replied directly. The sage said sufficient food, sufficient troops, and sufficient trust are essential. If one must act, first eliminate their forces, This implies that in order to dismantle an organization with ample resources and cohesion, one must first vanquish their military might. If the Lord were to strike, it would not only serve as a precautionary measure, but also align with the sage's teachings, thus adhering to propriety. And what if I were to do nothing? Ling He queried. If you were to do nothing, it would merely demonstrate your vast capacity for tolerance and your open-mindedness, placing the welfare of the people before your own, which is, of course, in accordance with propriety. I believe I understand now, Vera interjected, blinking as she absorbed the essence of the dialogue between Mo and Ling He. So all roads lead to propriety? By the way, what exactly is propriety? It is naturally a most sacred concept. Ling He reached out to pat Vera's hat, saying, those who understand will grasp it. Those who do not will remain in ignorance, even if explained. Vera pouted, choosing not to inquire further, and it seemed she was indifferent to the matter. Observing her demeanor, Ling He chuckled and shook his head, his spirits evidently high. Is this the essence of adhering to propriety in one's actions? One can only commend Mo, the exceptional secretary recruited with immense resources. Initially, Ling He presumed that Mo was merely a bodyguard-type secretary, skilled only in martial arts. However, it has now become apparent that, alongside his combat prowess, public relations are also among Mo's strengths. Henceforth, Ling He can pursue his endeavors freely, knowing that a learned scholar will later provide him with sound arguments. Enough of such discussions. He retrieved a bottle of joy-inducing beverage to amuse Vera and, with a swift hand, utilized the 2 blueprints presented by the Phantom Wolf. Adjusting his playful mindset, Ling He began to attend to serious matters. Foremost, he needed to firmly secure control over the mining site. Coincidentally, with the collapse of the secret faction, the ambush status had long been lifted. Ling He promptly recruited 2,000 workers and purchased matching stone tools from the trading post, incurring an expenditure of merely 4,000 gold. This single action nearly monopolized the entire stock of stone tools within the trading post. The incident stirred a moderate sensation in the regional channel. As stone tools are generally considered lacking in value, most individuals would opt to craft them rather than purchase directly from the trading post. The sudden depletion of stone tools in the trading post was indeed a curious occurrence. However, Ling He paid little heed to the ongoing discussions in the regional channel. He was busy assigning tasks to the newly recruited workforce. The assembly hall, as the core structure, along with the celestial pillar for displaying goods, were his primary construction priorities. Constructing these 2 edifices would require a substantial amount of timber. Thus, when Ling He attempted to retrieve his own timber from the trading post, he encountered a peculiar issue. You have exceeded the maximum range for the shelving location. Strangely, the timber he had placed at the open copper mine could not be removed. It seemed that the trading post functioned merely as a local insurance repository. Attempting to utilize the trading post as a zero-loss remote storage solution was evidently unfeasible. This avenue had been preemptively blocked. Fortunately, timber was not particularly rare. After assigning a group to gather wood, Ling He turned his attention to the 2 blueprints from the Phantom Wolf, dating back to the Bronze Age. The construction requirements for these blueprints, clay, bone powder, and resin, seemed somewhat too specialized for the present context. Among these, bone powder was likely the easiest to procure. Following a recent battle, although many had fled due to the rapid collapse of the secret faction, numerous corpses remained. Ling He estimated that by removing the flesh and burning the remains, he could produce a considerable amount of bone powder. Well then, this task shall be entrusted to Vera Ling. He pointed towards Vera, hesitating for a moment before turning to Mo. It would indeed be somewhat sinister to assign such a task to Vera, but entrusting it to Mo would certainly align with the principles of propriety. Mo nodded slightly, without any refusal. And what about me? As Mo rose to exit the vehicle, Vera leaned closer to Ling He, pointing at herself. Cursed Lord, must you forget me so swiftly? Surely you have matters to attend to as well. Ling He reached out to pat Vera on the head, but the hat obstructed him. He ultimately settled for a gentle tap upon her hat instead. Preventing Vera from incinerating the bodies was merely Ling He's way of safeguarding his own conscience. As for idleness, it was inconceivable that Vera would ever find herself at leisure. With this thought in mind, Ling He once again sent out a purchasing request in the regional channel. Conscience merchant, seeking large quantities of clay and resin. Clay at 1 gold per set. Resin at 3 gold per set can be directly listed on the trading post by a pawn site. No need for private chats. After dispatching the purchase notice, Ling He directed the trading panel closer to Vera. Please keep an eye on the trading post for me, Vera. Regarding clay and resin, Ling He had no intention of searching for them himself. In his estimation, these materials were not particularly rare or precious within the entire region. It would be far more efficient to procure them directly rather than scouring the world for the sake of constructing a smelting workshop. After all, there's an old saying, time is money, and every moment saved can be converted into gold. As long as the time saved allows Ling He to earn more coins. Every single coin he spends is, in fact, a profit. For this reason, Ling He did not mind temporarily elevating the prices of clay and resin, which were not truly representative of their worth. Having earned over 100,000 gold coins, it was only reasonable to spend a little, was it not? Naturally, this very thought of Ling He ignited a glimmer of greed in the eyes of many in the regional channel. Extremely bored. 3 gold for a set of resin. 1 gold for a set of clay. This must be more profitable than battling the Ghost Spirit clan, right? For many, Ling He's purchasing request was even more shocking than the last. Whether it was the Guqin, war chariots, or minerals, these were all intangible concepts for most. However, clay and resin were far more accessible. In truth, the absence of these materials in the trading post was not due to their rarity, but rather the lack of demand for them in the early stages of survival. Yet now, Ling He had single-handedly created a demand. Sasa, oh my, there happens to be a patch of clay right by the river near my arrival point. Has this clay now turned into a gold mine? Let you 3 fists. Don't move, you can't keep this treasure. Let uncle help you hold on to it. Sword dance in the sky. I happened upon a moderately dense pine forest during my exploration. Since the merchant requires resin, I shall reside here from now on. The purchasing plan progressed even more smoothly than Ling He had anticipated. Perhaps the good reputation Ling He had cultivated, intentionally or not, played a significant role. Most people's initial reaction to his purchasing request was belief rather than skepticism. In less than half a day's time, Vela had procured all the materials necessary for constructing a foundry from the trading post. A considerable amount of clay and partially solidified resin lay before Ling He. Aside from the damaged equipment that could not yet be reforged, approximately 30 sets of usable armor remained. What do you intend to do with these armors? By Montauk in Kvilet. Seeking Ling He's opinion, Ling He stroked his chin and suggested, perhaps we should distribute them among the contracted ghost warriors. Having traversed 2 eras of warfare, the contracted ghost warriors, despite their ability to demoralize the enemy through their death resistance and intimidation, had suffered significant casualties themselves. 30 sets of armor could nearly provide each remaining warrior with a suit. Bayamon nodded slightly, expressing no dissent regarding Ling He's decision, and continued her report. Setting aside the equipment, including the bodies of the contracted ghost warriors, there were nearly 200 corpses, which yielded 400 units of bone powder. This was largely due to the robust physiques of the contracted ghost warriors, resulting in a greater yield than that of the soldiers from the secret faction. Thus, what seemed to be a cumbersome collection of materials for the furnace and foundry was, under Ling He's substantial manpower and financial resources, gathered in an exceedingly short span of time. Ling He, naturally, did not hesitate. He promptly opened the construction panel and ordered 10 subterranean smelting furnaces and a ceramic mold foundry near the copper mine. Thanks to the abundant workforce, these structures would be completed in less than 10 hours. Meanwhile, Ling He did not halt the procurement efforts on Vela's end. While a single foundry might gradually meet the needs of all his subjects, Ling He's ambitions extended far beyond that. As the saying goes, with greater ability comes greater power and wealth. The opportunity to monopolize the next era was being handed to Ling He on a silver platter by the Spectral Wolf. Faced with such a tempting prospect, how could Ling He refrain from seizing it? Moreover, the construction cost of a foundry was merely a few hundred gold coins. While this sum could represent a windfall for many, it was but a trifling amount to Ling He. Hamburg showed no reaction, having evidently fallen asleep. Ling He found this amusing, as Hamburg's assets had soared to several thousand gold coins due to their collaboration on the slime gel project during the journey to this mineral site. Is this what they call the disparity between the poor, who might suddenly become wealthy, and the affluent, who sit comfortably on their riches? In summary, with substantial financial investments, Ling He had firmly established himself at the copper mine. All initial challenges had been resolved by Ling He's vast capital. What remained was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, the Spectral Wolf, clutching his wounded abdomen, distanced himself from the copper mine, not in haste to rendezvous with the fleeing lords of the secret faction. Rather than concerning himself with those retreating figures, his thoughts were predominantly occupied with Ling He. At this moment, the Spectral Wolf's perception of Ling He had become somewhat ambivalent. On one hand, he felt a modicum of gratitude, for his adversary had indeed chosen to let him be, rather than pursuing him with the intent to annihilate. Yet, on the other hand, everything he held dear had been irrevocably lost at the hands of Ling He, rendering it impossible for him to harbor even the slightest sentiment of hatred. He chuckled, pressing a hand against his wound as he leaned against a venerable tree. the sickly laughter of the wolf of shadows escaping his lips. The coexistence of gratitude and hatred within a single soul, a testament to the inherent contradictions of humanity. Reflecting on the nature of humankind, the wolf of shadows was reminded of the derision he had faced from Ling He and his companions not long ago. Indeed, he was but a mere human. Gradually, the morbid smile faded from his visage, replaced by a flicker of inscrutable darkness in his gaze. By virtue of his humanity alone, he would never earn the complete trust of the ghostly spirit clan or any other foreign entity. Was it a quest for strength in this world, with a strong prey upon the weak? When had he forsaken his original ideals, transforming into a madman whose thoughts were consumed solely by enmity towards humanity? With a heavy exhale, the wolf of shadows found himself adrift in confusion, a vulnerability surfacing within him, exacerbated by the laughter of Ling He and his ilk. For the first time, he began to contemplate what direction he should take after vanquishing the human lords. After a moment's reflection, he slowly shook his head, unable to conjure an answer. Perhaps this conundrum was one only the leader of a secret society could resolve. The weeping wall had been right. He should not have acted independently, but rather remained alongside it, awaiting the return of the leader. At that moment, a quavering voice pierced the air behind him. Lord Wolf? Upon recognizing the familiar voice, a surge of anger welled within him, and he cast a fierce glare towards the source. Indeed, Lin Xiao stood before him. You dare to show your face in front of me again, Zong Chong. At the accusation, Lin Xiao trembled slightly, replying, I apologize, Lord Wolf. I was simply overwhelmed with fear. I did not intend to flee. The wolf of shadows regarded him coldly. Were it not for their prior encounter with Ling He, he would have ensured that Lin Xiao, despite his survival, would not escape unscathed. However, having interacted with Ling He, his heart had softened considerably. Observing Lin Xiao's timid demeanor, it was evident he would not dare to scheme against him. As for fleeing, given the state he was in, it was understandable that Lin Xiao, with his meager fighting prowess, would choose to escape. Lord, is there anything you require my assistance with? Lin Xiao inquired, his voice trembling. Hearing this, the remnants of the wolf of shadows' ire gradually subsided. Contemplating this, he extended a hand toward Lin Xiao with a hint of exasperation. What are you dawdling for? Come on, help me up. Yes. Lin Xiao nodded vigorously, cautiously stepping forward to assist the wolf of shadows in rising. Noticing Lin Xiao's attentive demeanor, the wolf of shadows felt a sense of relief. Then you shall accompany me from now on. Keep your distance from the weeping wall. It is not as benign as it appears. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden stab of pain pierced his chest, and he coughed forth a mouthful of blood. Stunned, he glanced down to find a stone dagger embedded in his heart. Aye, we are indeed comrades. The shadow wolf's vision gradually blurred. However, this phrase was met with Lin Xiao ruthlessly extracting the dagger from his heart. A torrent of blood gushed forth, and the shadow wolf's vision dimmed bit by bit. In his final moments, a singular thought consumed his mind. It was the first time in his life that he had softened his heart. When one's heart softens, the knife can easily pierce through. Lin Xiao casually flicked the blood from the stone dagger, a faint smile gracing his lips. Having tricked the shadow wolf once, he had no desire to encounter him again. Yet, unexpectedly crossing paths allowed him to witness such a moment of weakness in his adversary. A glance at the ground revealed a glimmering pile beneath the shadow wolf's corpse. Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly sparkled. Gold coins? All added to his personal interface. And to his astonishment, there were more than 30. Such a sum typically required the defeat of 2 ordinary lords to accumulate. Furthermore, eliminating the shadow wolf brought benefits that extended far beyond mere coin. Lin Xiao's gaze swept across the growth trajectory, and his body trembled, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Growth path, the false creator god. Current level, 11. Even when compared to the morally scrupulous merchant, Lin Xiao's smile faded entirely, and his mood darkened. In contrast to that frugal developmental fanatic, he felt utterly insignificant at present. No, not just now. The more he focused on his rival, the deeper the sense of helplessness within him grew. In the marketplace, the growth of the morally scrupulous merchant was nearly equivalent to the cumulative development of all the human lords in the region. The mountain of gold elevated him higher, and the more Lin Xiao yearned to pursue and ascend, the more suffocating the sensation became. Simultaneously, in the initial stone cavern, before a gathering of secret party lords, the weeping wall emitted a sound that was both mournful and mirthful. The shadow wolf has perished. His warriors were meant to play a greater role. Upon hearing this, the surrounding secret party lords did not display much astonishment, for upon joining the secret party, all members were automatically added as friends. The removal of the Shadow Wolf and several other lore from the friends list spoke volumes. Yet the weeping wall shook its head. Those who noticed his countenance would see that he was smiling at that moment. A night of bloodshed. The dawn has arrived. So, can we refine copper now? Chapter 78. I may not understand alloys, but I certainly comprehend commerce. Of course we can. Of course we cannot. The voices of Bai Mo and Wei La resounded almost simultaneously. Why not? Ling He and Bai Mo exchanged glances directed at Wei La. Surely you aren't thinking of something inappropriate, are you? Ling He asked hesitantly. What inappropriate thing? A question mark appeared above Wei La's head, but she soon shook it off, pointing a finger at Ling He. You rogue lord, do you intend to smelt red copper? Red copper? ISNT at bronze? As Ling He spoke, he cast a pleading glance towards Bai Mo. Copper is categorized into various hues such as red, yellow, orange, green, blue, and purple. In response, Whiting shook his head apologetically. My apologies, my lord. The sage stated, to know is to know, to not know is to not know. Indeed, regarding the red copper mentioned by the unscrupulous young lady, Ink had no prior knowledge. Observing this, Vera slapped her forehead in exasperation, making a gesture of disbelief. All right, my mistake. This is certainly not common knowledge. However, a smirk soon graced Vera's lips. It appears that even the esteemed secretary, White Ink, is not omniscient. Allow me, a lady of refinement, to elucidate this matter for you. With that, Vera turned her gaze toward Ling He. Rascal lord, do you know how many types of copper exist? Spare us the banter. Speak quickly. Ling He casually tossed the malachite in his hand, then stepped forward to flatten Vera's high hat, roughly tousling it in the process. Ugh. Vera puffed out her cheeks. See, I was merely speaking, and you resort to violence. With Ling He's interruption, Vera lost her inclination to boast. After a couple of light coughs, she earnestly began to introduce the varieties of copper to White Ink on behalf of Ling He. There are numerous types of copper, notably yellow copper, bronze, white copper, and red copper. Yellow copper requires the smelting of zinc or alongside copper ore, thus forming a copper-zinc alloy, often utilized in crafting musical instruments. White copper, on the other hand, is a copper-nickel alloy known for its corrosion resistance. Many who lack wealth yet desire to maintain appearances opt for white copper utensils as substitutes for silver, affording them both affordability and dignity. Should one, like the reckless lord, neglect all else and merely refine copper, the resultant product would be pure copper or red copper, as I previously mentioned. Red copper possesses exceptional conductivity, yet its hardness is a meager 35. At this juncture, Vera paused, observing the expressions of Ling He and White Ink. Their bewilderment was palpable. Ling He felt as though long-forgotten chemistry knowledge was invading his mind, while White Ink was utterly perplexed by the various terminologies used by Vera. It became evident that Vera had an advantage over White Ink, particularly in the context of their respective eras, where Vera completely eclipsed White Ink. What a bronze! White Ink inquired directly. The sage proclaimed, it is not disgraceful to seek knowledge. Thus White Ink did not perceive any shame in his lack of understanding. Bronze. Vera lifted one finger, contemplated, then switched to two. Bronze can be broadly divided into two types, one of which epitomized the brilliance of the Bronze Age, necessitating the addition of tin or to copper, thereby creating a copper-tin alloy. As she spoke, Vera's gaze shifted to Ling He. However, this time she had learned her lesson. After a brief glance at Ling He, she redirected her attention to White Ink. Do you know the hardness of copper-tin alloy or bronze? As anticipated, White Ink was quite accommodating. After a moment of hesitation, he ventured a guess. 50? Although he did not fully comprehend the specifics of Vera's discourse. He reasoned that since bronze is harder than red copper, this should be a reasonably conservative estimate. However, Vera smiled wryly. Incorrect. The answer is 100. The hardness of bronze, an alloy of copper and tin, is nearly 3 times that of pure copper. To have an era named after it, the might of bronze surpasses the imagination of ordinary mortals. Yet upon hearing this, Ling He shook his head in distress. Are you suggesting that aside from copper mines, I also need to seek out zinc and nickel mines, and, most importantly, another tin mine? Alternatively, you could consider a different bronze solution. Oh, dear lord. Vera smiled again and continued. Arsenical bronze, typically derived from the smelting of arsenical copper ores, boasts a straightforward process and can achieve a hardness of 80. While it may possess lower hardness and greater brittleness compared to copper-tin alloys, it exhibits a remarkable trait when fashioned into equipment. Vera slightly parted her lips and uttered a single word. Poison. The byproduct of smelting arsenical copper, or is arsenic frost, or as you may know it, arsenic. The bronze equipment produced from arsenical copper alloys has a significantly higher lethality rate when it successfully wounds a conventional life form compared to that made from copper tin alloys. And stop. As Vera continued her lengthy exposition, Ling He interrupted her. Before we delve further into bronze, could you tell me how red copper equipment compares to stone tools? Naturally, it surpasses them. Although Vera had been emphasizing the shortcomings of red copper equipment, it ultimately depends on the comparison. When compared to stone tools, while red copper may be slightly lacking in hardness, it perfectly compensates for the brittleness of stone. Once polished, sharpened stone becomes exceedingly prone to chipping and even shattering during attacks. Red copper, however, is entirely different. It possesses remarkable toughness. Even if it becomes dulled from chopping, it can be easily restored to usability with a simple polishing. However, Vera continued to emphasize if one engages in battle using red copper equipment, depending on the intensity of the fight, it must be polished every 1 to 4 hours to maintain its sharpness. Should bronze be employed instead, both the drawbacks of red copper and stone tools would vanish. Wait. Suddenly, Ling He caught several keywords from Vera's lengthy discourse. Vera tilted her head in confusion. That's about right. Is there a problem? A significant one. Ling He placed his hands on Vera's shoulders. Isn't this the low-end product of our next era? He might not understand alloys, but he certainly excelled in business. If equipment crafted from red copper is indeed as Vera described, then in the forthcoming era, no one would surpass Ling He in reaching for the copper market. Chapter 79, The Gatekeeper of the Bronze Age. What do you mean? Vera blinked in bewilderment. Wasn't I discussing the shortcomings of red copper equipment? Seeing Vera's dazed expression, Ling He chuckled softly. Have you forgotten how the world's most durable light bulb manufacturing company went bankrupt? What on earth are you talking about, dear Lord? I can't comprehend. Ling He suddenly recalled that during Vera's era, capital had yet to recognize its own fatal flaw. Thus, among the three present, he alone possessed the knowledge of this matter. Before Ling He entered the war game, there existed a company renowned for producing the most durable light bulbs in the world, which could last for decades, even a century, without faltering. However, the market became entirely saturated, devoid of any excess demand, leading to the dismal downfall of a giant company that once spearheaded an era. Stepping upon the remains of their predecessors, the successors established the Solar Alliance, which henceforth dictated that the lifespan of light bulbs be limited to 1,000 hours. Anyone daring to breach this rule would face the market's disdain and expulsion, while the United Merchants profited immensely as a result. Noticing that the hour was still early, Ling He briefly recounted this story to Vera and Mo. Is it truly so? Vera gasped, covering her mouth. It was her first time hearing that merchants could perish in the market due to the excessive quality of their goods. Ah, such as the market, Ling He chuckled lightly. It is complex, ruthless, seemingly orderly yet devoid of logic. That is the essence of the market. Could you elaborate further on your plan? Mo inquired. Certainly, Ling He replied, snapping his fingers and gesturing toward the furnace before them. Consider this. A furnace that can only produce 300 metal ingots every 7 days, alongside the losses incurred during the smelting process. Ling He's gaze shifted to Mo. Indeed, he nodded, acknowledging the substantial costs involved. The rapid development of the copper mines relied almost entirely on Ling He's financial investment. Apart from the immense initial costs, the subsequent maintenance expenses would also amount to a staggering figure. If we were to produce robust and durable bronze equipment, how would you suggest we price it? Ling He asked. I have an idea. Vera raised her hand enthusiastically. Based on the initial investment, along with the material and labor costs during production, pricing each bronze ingot at 10 gold seems reasonable. Ling He did not refute her, yet he posed several more questions. If we release bronze ingots at 10 gold each, how many can actually afford them? Moreover, if there is a genuine need for bronze equipment, wouldn't they be better off banding together to mine for it themselves? Vera fell deep in thought. Every question Ling He posed struck at the heart of the matter. Being a forerunner does not necessarily guarantee immense profits or a carefree existence. Those unable to purchase bronze ingots might seek alternative routes, such as selling their labor to gradually gather the resources they require. This could even give rise to a new breed of merchants specializing in selling unrefined or thereby encroaching upon Ling He's market. In such a cycle, the direst outcome might mirror that of the light bulb company in Ling He's tale, crushed beneath the relentless wheels of the market. Thus, we require red copper, Ling He declared. Inferior to bronze, yet superior to stone. Being consumable in nature, it serves as a transitional product without encroaching upon the future bronze market. Is there a more flawless entry-level commodity? As for the pricing of red copper, we could even reduce it to 3 gold. 3 gold. Upon hearing this astonishing offer, Vera was abruptly awakened from a reverie. Is such a low price feasible? If we consider the price of wood that Ling He has listed in the trading post, the cost of smelting a single red copper ingot would require 90 copper solely for the wood. This accounts only for the wood's consumption. There are also labor costs for mining the ores, smelting the ores, and constructing the furnace. At nearly every step, expenses are incurred. After the trading tax of 15, the 3 gold offer would leave us with merely 2 gold and 55 copper. This means that a single red copper ingot would yield Ling He just over 1 gold in profit, and if we were to deduct the materials for furnace construction, the profit would likely diminish even further. Vera simply could not fathom how such pricing could yield any profit. No, the calculations do not work that way. Ling He chuckled and shook his head, correcting Vera's miscalculations. Do not forget, we control the wood market. We are the primary sellers, not the buyers. The wood market is currently saturated, and should we increase productivity further, the excess cannot be sold directly, resulting in zero profit. And therein lies the utility of red copper. At this point, Vera comprehended fully. Your implication is that under the guise of red copper, we are essentially selling wood. Precisely. A glimmer of insight flashed in Ling He's eyes. The game of capital operates in such a manner. Immense capital constructs an impenetrable wall, obstructing the paths of all who follow. With this thought, Ling He casually entered the construction interface, purchasing several subterranean smelting furnaces, then opened his arms wide, proclaiming, "Now we need to focus on a singular task, refining copper, more copper refining. Let red copper stand as the sentinel of the Bronze Age, guarding against any who would dare to seize the minerals." As he spoke, Ling He tossed 2 cans of happy water to Vera and her companion, then raised one for himself in celebration. Here's to our impending venture into new markets. Cheers! Cheers! Bimo, ever unperturbed, raised his can in acknowledgement towards Ling He. Meanwhile, Vera gazed at the can in her hand, her expression shrinking with realization, for she finally understood one critical point. Damn it, Lord, this is tin. Chapter 80. Not impossible, but learnable. Upon hearing Vera's words, Ling He sprayed the happy water he had just sipped. Wiping his mouth, he raised his can of happy water, exclaiming, "Are you saying this is tin?" Yes, Vera nodded. "My judgment is infallible. But didn't you previously assert that this substance holds no value?" Ling He recalled the first time he presented Vera with happy water, her excited demeanor, not in a positive light, but as if she regarded him as a spendthrift. Vera was acutely aware of her performance at that time and did not deny it. In my eyes, it indeed seemed worthless. However, Vera swiftly provided her explanation. Although the can of this delightful beverage contained tin, the quantity was rather minimal. As she spoke, Vera pulled the tab of the can in her hand and tilted her head back, guzzling every last drop of the delightful drink. After letting out a burp, she brought the now empty can close to Ling He, showcasing the inner wall of the can before him. "Look here, you scoundrel lord." Vera pointed to the interior of the can from its opening. The so-called tin was merely a thin layer on the can's inner surface. "This is hardly significant," Ling He instinctively remarked, quickly realizing what Vera meant by worthless. One must not merely consider price without regard to quantity. While tin's value is not negligible, if it is merely a thin coating, it indeed holds little worth. At present, all the delightful beverages in the region were in Ling He's possession. Even the cart retained numerous cans of the delightful drink. With so many cans combined, wouldn't the quantity of tin increase? Even Ling He himself did not anticipate that a trivial act done to satisfy his cravings could yield such a pleasant surprise. He scratched his face and chuckled. "I suppose I have quite good fortune, don't I?" "Fortune is an understatement." Vera rolled her eyes. The requirements for tin and bronze alloys are not particularly stringent. A tin content ranging from 5 to 20 can produce acceptable bronze, even with a minimum standard of 510. The hardness of the bronze would exceed that of red copper by more than double. This means that if we utilize these cans wisely, we could fully equip a group of individuals with bronze weaponry, were it not for prior knowledge of the situation. "I would have thought this was all part of your cunning plan, scoundrel lord." At this point, Vera suddenly paused, casting a suspicious glance at Ling He. "Scoundrel lord, this isn't truly your scheme, is it?" Ling He laughed, scratching the back of his head and then shaking it emphatically. "It's merely an unintentional windfall for a wealthy person." How could he have orchestrated something so long ago for the present? It was indeed a chilling thought. If Ling He could manipulate every aspect of life, it would be quite terrifying. However, there was one crucial point to remember, scoundrel lord. Vera raised a finger, emphasizing that during the smelting process, only the tin coating from the cans could be introduced into the copper ore. The primary material of these delightful beverage cans is aluminum. And if excessive aluminum is mixed during the copper smelting, the entire batch of metal would be rendered utterly useless. This is a simple task. Ling He did not perceive what Vera said as particularly challenging. He casually summoned 2 oxen from the nearby furnace and handed the empty can to them. Smash this can open and carefully grind down the coating inside. Let me know if it's feasible. The 2 oxen cautiously accepted the can from Ling He's hands, hesitating for a moment. Finally, with unwavering determination, he proclaimed, "No, but it can be learned." Well said. Ling He stepped forward and patted the shoulders of the 2 individuals, stating, "What we truly require is your ambitious spirit." Clearing his throat, he clarified, "I meant the manpower." He then pointed at the 2 individuals in succession. "From this day forth, you shall be the captain and vice captain of the pottery group. I will assign a few more individuals to assist you." As he spoke, Ling He summoned several more individuals from the crowd and handed them the empty jars from the chariot, which had been drained of their contents. Without waiting for the 2 to express their gratitude, he waved them off, saying, "All right, what are you standing around for? Get to work." Once the individuals were a distance away, picking up stones to begin polishing the interior of the jars, Ling He turned to Vera, extending his hand. "See? The problem has been resolved." Vera blinked, albeit hesitantly. "But when did we ever have a position for a captain of the pottery group?" Ling He chuckled and shook his head. Outside of her expertise, Vera can indeed be rather naive. With a dismissive wave, he reassured her, "There's no need for additional wages. Why concern ourselves with such trivialities?" Vera nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are a rogue lord, but I accept your rogue nature. Just don't acknowledge non-existent things every day." Ling He muttered under his breath, his gaze shifting to by Mo slightly inclined his body, remarking, "My lord, your wisdom in recognizing and utilizing talent adheres to the principles of propriety." See, despite Vera's daily jibes at him, he has always been a good person. Shifting topics, Ling He's thoughts wandered to the lumberyard. In his hasty departure, most of his supplies of joy water and the empty jars remained behind. With the realization that the trading post could not serve as a long-distance spatial conduit, the question of how to transport the numerous jars had arisen. Yet, perhaps the trading post was not entirely useless. With his keen commercial acumen, Ling He quickly discerned another function of the trading post: delivery. By paying sufficient transaction fees, goods could be swiftly exchanged between 2 allied lords. The solitary drawback was that if the pricing were set too low, other lords in the vicinity might seize the opportunity. However, for the empty jars, even a price of 1 copper might be too tempting to resist. Ling He shook his head internally. Human behavior was unpredictable. And who could say if there were clever individuals in the area, always on the lookout for low-priced refuse? Nevertheless, setting the price at around 20 or 30 coppers would likely deter anyone from spending such a sum on a mere empty jar. Now that a method for transporting the jars had been established, the question remained: where would he find the manpower? Pondering this, Ling He turned and scratched Hamburg's body, sighing. "How wonderful it would be if you were a person." Grumble? Hamburg responded with a sound of confusion. After a moment of comprehension, it seemed that he grasped the meaning of bipedal creature. Suddenly, Ling He felt his comfortable sofa vanish, and he found himself seated directly atop a little girl. "Hamburger!" Ling He exclaimed, his face darkening. That was merely a metaphor, a metaphor. Moreover, he understood that even if the hamburger transformed into a human form, it would still be unable to engage in the racial trading market of humans. Given that it could not access the trading post, it would naturally be impossible for it to conduct remote transactions with Ling He. Vera stifled a giggle nearby. The mischievous lord has revealed his true nature, hasn't he? Clearly reluctant, yet showing no inclination to rise. At this, Vera cast a sidelong glance at Bai Mo, curious about what he might say next. However, under Vera's gaze, Bai Mo merely turned his head slightly and spoke softly. The sage said, "Observe the means, discern the origins, and ascertain the resting places." Thus, we ought to regard an individual from multiple perspectives and dimensions, employing a dynamic viewpoint for dialectical analysis. Therefore, from a higher dimensional and lateral dialectical perspective, it is evident that the esteemed lord is indeed adhering to proper decorum. Vera slightly parted her lips in astonishment. Is that even permissible? Since when did Bai Mo's rhetoric become so advanced? Each word was comprehensible, yet together they yielded a notion of propriety. However, with Vera's earlier remark, Ling He felt a bit embarrassed to remain seated on the hamburger for long, and quickly stood up. What had he intended to do? All right, he needed to find a representative of his kind. Upon this realization, Ling He felt a pang of regret. He had released the shadow wolf too early. Had he known he would need it now, he would have kept it a while longer. At the very least, he could have utilized one of those inexplicable secret party lords behind the shadow wolf. Now that the shadow wolf had vanished, so too had those secret party lords. He found himself needing to capture a human lord nearby to proceed with his plans. Alas, solitary human lords were not easily encountered. Given the population density in the area, he might even brush past one without noticing. Otherwise, Ling He wouldn't have gone from the lumberyard to the open copper mine without encountering a single soul over the course of a week. Just then, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice rang in Ling He's ears. It wasn't Vera, nor by Mo, and certainly not one of those mining beasts. The voice emanated from a distance. Ling He sharply raised his head and spotted, at the horizon, several figures he vaguely recognized sprinting toward him. For a moment, he couldn't recall who they were. However, they were rare human lords. Ling He suddenly extended his hand, pointing toward the distant figures, and shouted, "Catch him! Don't let him escape!" Suddenly receiving an order, by Mo reacted instantly, his eyes narrowing as he drew his bow to aim at the distance. A shot to the leg would surely incapacitate the target. Yet, with quick reflexes, Ling He grasped by Mo's bowstring, preventing such an extreme action. As Bai Mo was compelled to halt his actions, Vera seized the opportunity to strike her staff forcefully upon the ground. To me, in an instant, a battalion clad in iron armor and wielding great swords surged forth. Following a transformation, Ling and the remaining contracted ghost warriors had significantly enhanced their combat prowess. Contracted ghost warriors. Combat power, 1540. With the fortifying effect of their armor, these warriors, in a non-death state, boasted a combat power of 55 points, far exceeding their previous capabilities in death. Tasked as the security force for the mining area, they would undoubtedly shred any Stone Age troops that dared to confront them. Meanwhile, the diminutive evil monarch, accompanied by a few of his subjects, continued to sprint toward Ling's direction, waving eagerly. "At last I found you." Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when he collided head-on with the approaching contracted ghost warriors. Faced with these ironclad behemoths, the evil monarch's subjects exchanged glances, seemingly steeling themselves for what lay ahead. "Ding! Your subject, the Wasteland Tracker, has experienced a decline in loyalty of 100 points. Your subject, the Beast Whisperer, has experienced a decline in loyalty of 100 points. Your subject's loyalty has entered negative values. Your subjects have fled." Fled? The evil monarch abruptly halted, turning in bewilderment to find himself utterly alone behind him. Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed the emptiness. What? His astonishment grew. In the next moment, he felt a heavy weight slam onto him, pinning him to the ground. Half a minute later, the contracted ghost warriors, having ensured the absence of threats, stood down as Ling, aboard the war chariot driven by Mo, leisurely arrived at the scene. Help! Beneath the weight of the warriors, the evil monarch trembled, extending a hand in desperation, his breath seemingly on the verge of escape. "Release him," Ling commanded, and the warrior atop the evil monarch finally rose. As the oppressive weight lifted, the evil monarch gasped for fresh air. Moments earlier, he had been nearly suffocated under 60 pounds of armor and nearly 200 pounds of solid muscle. "Hey, it's just our second meeting. Must you be so exuberant?" he remarked, wiping away the tears that had sprung from his near suffocation. "Second meeting? Who are you?" Ling pondered, then suddenly snapped his fingers. You are the beggar who grazed atop the mountain." "Beggar?" The evil monarch chuckled bitterly, clutching his heart. "Come now, that cuts deep. I have a name, Li Zian. Wait, I have no interest in knowing that." Ling interrupted the speech of the diminutive evil monarch, speaking candidly. "Regarding your presence here, I shall inquire later. Would you care for an opportunity? Ding! The Lord's Conscience Merchant has sent you an agent invitation. Should you not decline, acceptance will be assumed after a 10-second countdown." 1098. The diminutive evil monarch cast a glance at the surrounding contract ghost warriors, whose predatory gazes were intimidating. Could he afford to refuse? Chapter 82. I assure you, every coin has been earned through toil and sweat. 10 seconds is neither long nor short. As fleeting thoughts flitted through his mind, a new window appeared before him. "You have been designated as the human agent in this area by the Lord's Conscience Merchant." At this moment, Ling finally revealed a smile, waving to the contract ghost warriors around him. "Disperse, now we are allies." Upon receiving Ling's command, the contract ghost warriors ceased their oppressive demeanor, allowing the diminutive evil monarch to exhale in relief. However, before he could savor this respite, he noticed Ling descending from the striking war chariot and standing before him. Instantly, his heart tightened, and a whirlwind of topics raced through his mind. Ultimately, he managed to force a rather unflattering smile. "Ah, esteemed one, so you are the merchant brother. You do not know?" Ling was momentarily taken aback. "You do not know who I am, yet you pursue me?" The mountaintop where they had previously encountered was not close to this open copper mine, and Ling had initially assumed the other was aware of his identity, hence the pursuit. Haha well. The diminutive, evil monarch scratched the back of his head awkwardly. I simply wish to inquire where you acquired your steed. Do you believe me? The steed? Ling mused, noting that the peculiar contraption he had cobbled together indeed looked rather impressive. Are you suggesting you desire this? Yes, indeed. The diminutive, evil monarch's eyes sparkled at the mention, and he nodded decisively. For one so obsessed with aesthetics, the notion of being handsome was paramount. Combat prowess could be lacking, but a pleasing appearance was non-negotiable. Esteemed one, could you divulge where this mount skin was procured? I have yet to encounter such a thing in the trading hall. Is there perhaps a hidden shop? One that unlocks through substantial investment, perhaps a super-duper shop? I see. The diminutive evil monarch's excitement escalated, his conjectures growing increasingly bizarre. Are you perhaps a reincarnate, having foreseen the emergence of the war game, and invested every asset in preparation to teach those who once looked down upon you a lesson? As he drew closer, nearly pressing his face against Ling's, one could almost sense the tension in the air. Were it not for the absence of weaponry, Mo would have been tempted to shoot an arrow through his forehead. Ling's brow furrowed slightly, his smile waning. Due to the agent mechanism, the diminutive evil monarch had now appeared on his friend list. Yet, this diminutive figure seemed to lack a certain cleverness. Seeing the little wicked lord's eagerness to advance further, Ling He promptly extended his hand, disdainfully pushing the other's head away. Observing the current situation, Ling He felt that if he did not intervene soon, the other might conjure an entire million-word novel in his mind. Thus, Ling He cleared his throat twice. Ahem, it is not as outrageous as you imagine. Nor am I a money-spending reincarnator, although I possess considerable wealth. I can unequivocally assert that every single coin and every copper piece in my possession has been earned through hard work and sweat. Upon hearing Ling He's resolute denial of being a spendthrift or a reincarnator, the little wicked lord was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? Indeed it is. Ling He decisively nodded, expressing his disdain for those who seek rewards without labor. In the midst of their conversation, an idea struck Ling He, and he chuckled lightly as he pointed towards the war chariot behind him. Isn't this what you desire? If you genuinely wish to acquire this chariot, it is not unfeasible. However, the price is 1,000 gold. 1,000 gold. The little wicked lord swayed at the mention of Ling He's price, appearing as if he might shatter. Although he had mentally prepared himself, knowing that attractive appearances command a high price, the quote of 1,000 gold still seemed exceedingly absurd. Could the richest lord in the entire region afford such a sum? No, wait. The little wicked lord stole a glance at Ling He. Well, the richest lord in the region could indeed muster 1,000 gold. But what about the second richest lord in the region? Can they produce 1,000 gold? The answer was a resounding no. Noticing the little wicked lord's reluctant expression, Ling He couldn't help but smirk. The offer of 1,000 gold was not intended to mock the little wicked lord or to indicate that he had no intention of selling the chariot. Rather, such a chariot could not be mass-produced. As the saying goes, rarity increases value. Although the combat power of this aesthetically pleasing wooden chariot was not particularly high, its creation required the cooperation of Hamburg. However, a truly critical issue lay ahead: the skill books. A chariot necessitated at least 2 books of unique skills. While the drop rate for such skill books was not low, human lords could not obtain them. Even if a human lord were to acquire a skill book, it would only be a different skill with the same name. Only slime lords could drop skill books imbued with the unique characteristics of their slime race. Yet, the skill books produced by the slime trading post were wholly inadequate to support Ling He's endeavor to mass-produce such chariots, as the number of slime lords was tragically scarce. Indeed, tragically scarce. During the week of travel, Ling He, seizing moments of leisure, had examined most of Hamburg's panels. Through the regional channel, he discovered that the number of slime lords in this area was still fewer than 1,000. Initially, Ling He thought it was due to the weakness of the slime race that their numbers had dwindled to such account. However, through Hamburg's explanation, he learned that the initial population of the slime race in this region had only been a little over 1,000, compared to the human race. This was evidently an unfair disparity. Yet, in the realm of war games, fairness was a mere illusion. The elderly, children, the vast grasslands, and the snowy fields, winning at the starting line is not merely a saying. Those who leave this world prematurely for various reasons should grasp this sentiment most profoundly. Moreover, if the war game truly existed within the bounds of fairness, formidable entities akin to the ghostly clan of the Age of 3 should not emerge. Nor should the unscrupulous vendors. Gazing at his hands, Ling He smiled faintly, inadvertently allowing his thoughts to wander. He approached the diminutive evil lord and inquired, "Do you consider 1,000 gold pieces to be a substantial sum?" "Not much." The small evil lord instinctively retorted. "Certainly not." Ling He raised his gaze, locking eyes with the small evil lord. "Do you recall what I just mentioned about granting you an opportunity? Becoming my agent entails merely 1,000 gold pieces, which is hardly significant." Chapter 83. There will be skin, and there will be pancakes. Extend your hand. Upon hearing Ling He's words, although the small evil lord was perplexed, he instinctively raised his hands. He then witnessed Ling He placing his palm above the small evil lord's hands, followed by a cascade of gold coins tumbling down. So many, so many. In mere seconds, the small evil lord's hands brimmed with coins, with the excess spilling from his grasp and falling to the ground. "Big shot. What are you doing?" Ling He ceased his act of scattering coins and smiled at the small evil lord. "Try to collect these coins into your personal panel." "Is that possible?" The small evil lord murmured, yet his hands moved swiftly. Soon, he had gathered all the coins in his hands, as well as those scattered on the ground, into his personal panel. Not one less, precisely 1,000. Before the small evil lord could utter a word, Ling He's coaxing voice once again resonated in his ears. "Try purchasing something at the trading market, something expensive." Under Ling He's persuasion, the small evil lord opened the trading panel. After all, it wasn't his own money, so he wouldn't feel remorse even if he spent it. With this thought, he had a skill book labeled Whirlwind Slash in the trading market and reached out to select it. Whirlwind Slash. Listed price, 15 gold, including transaction tax of 20. "Would you like to purchase?" "Yes." Transaction failed. Transaction failed. The small evil lord gazed incredulously at the sudden pop-up window, then glanced at the currency balance displayed on his personal panel. Though the gold was ample, why did the transaction fail? Is this a feature of the wargame as well? Ling He observed this scene keenly. Previously, while collaborating with Hamburger on the Slime Ranch, he had harbored a suspicion, but Hamburger's docility prevented him from substantiating his doubts. Now, experimenting with the small evil lord confirmed his thoughts. The agent mechanism delineates a hidden rule regarding the handling of money that is not documented. Your money is your money, and my money is my money. The agent mechanism clearly distinguishes the ownership of funds, imposing no restrictions on the portion that belongs to the agent. However, should the funds from Ling and GU enter the agent's account, they would be subjected to restrictions akin to a secretarial mechanism. Without explicit permission from Ling and GU, the agent has no authority to arbitrarily access the funds that rightfully belong to Ling and GU. For instance, when Ling casually suggested that Xiao Xie Jun purchase an item within the trading hall, he did not specify what the item was nor grant permission for the use of his finances. Consequently, when faced with the 15 gold prize for the Whirlwind Slash, Xiao Xie Jun found his own balance insufficient to complete the transaction, resulting in a failed attempt. "Why not try purchasing a Whirlwind Slash again?" Ling remarked with a smile. "Oh." Xiao Xie Jun held no expectations as he clicked without hesitation. Transaction successful. A Whirlwind Slash skill book unexpectedly dropped at Xiao Xie Jun's feet. How did that succeed again? A question mark hovered above him. In response, Ling merely smiled and provided a brief overview of the agent mechanism to Xiao Xie Jun. This included his logistical ideas and the role Xiao Xie Jun was expected to play within it. The details were not particularly complex, and Xiao Xie Jun grasped them with ease. Simultaneously, he began to understand the true meaning behind Ling's mention of opportunity. Although it may not seem substantial at first glance, the volume of goods Ling managed was indeed formidable. Merely the small portion leaking through Ling's fingers could yield him a profit of 1,000 gold coins or more within a mere month or two. This far surpassed the meager earnings from perilous battles. So, does this mean that in a month or two, I can purchase a mount skin? Siu Yun pundled. Cough cough. Ling He anticipated that Xiao Xie Jun was still fixated on the skin he had mentioned. Nonetheless, this was a positive sign. A demand would undoubtedly enhance his enthusiasm for work. With this in mind, Ling cast a glance at Xiao Xie Jun and entrusted him with this arduous task, asking if he could manage it. Xiao Xie Jun instinctively stood at attention, assuring his commitment to complete the task. "Ha, no need to be so formal." Seeing that Xiao Xie Jun had fully comprehended his role, Ling chuckled and patted him on the shoulder, as Ling's voice faded into the distance. He had long since slipped from Xiao Xie Jun's line of sight. Alone, Xiao Xie Jun was escorted by the contract ghost warriors deep into the furnace area of the mine. Gulp. Siu Yun instinctively swallowed hot. Would he be able to leave? With this thought, he cautiously glanced at the contract ghost warriors and then tentatively began to step towards the exit of the mine. The contract ghost warrior turned its head emitting a puzzled grunt. Xiao Xiao Xiejun immediately lowered his head, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and spoke rapidly. I just had a cramp in my leg and wanted to stretch. I apologize for any inconvenience. Meanwhile, the war chariot driven by Mo had already embarked on its journey back. Thanks to the secret party, Ling had now confirmed by Mo's battle prowess, recognizing just how extraordinary it was in this region. Thus, he no longer needed to mobilize a large number of contract ghost warriors for escort during his travels. Setting aside those contract-bound warriors, Ling and his return journey was significantly swifter than his arrival. As the cool breeze rushed past, Vera suddenly turned her head while reclining on Hamburg. Although she hesitated to ask, she inquired, "Do you truly place such faith in that individual, even after just 2 brief encounters lasting no more than 30 minutes? Trust?" Ling replied, resting his hands beneath his head and chuckling lightly. "I have faith in every single one of my subordinates. If someone proves unsuitable, I can simply dismiss them and find a replacement." Indeed, Vera nodded in agreement. The agent mechanism dictated that within the same region, only one agent of a particular race could exist at any given time, and direct replacements were not permitted. The method of dismissal, however, was an unspoken understanding among them. "More than that, I am curious about another matter," Ling said, displaying his personal panel in front of Vera. "It has been several days, yet I remain stuck at level 7. Chapter 84. What determines potential is not the name of the growth path." Ling recalled that he had been at level 7 a week ago, despite the passage of time and accumulating gold amounting to over 100,000. His experience had not increased at all. He was still at the same level he was when he left the lumberyard. "Do you desire to level up?" Ling pondered for a moment before shrugging nonchalantly. "I do not yearn for it that much. Level does not equate to combat power, at least not from the perspective of the end producers." The rewards for his current level 7 were significant. Not only was the amount required to recruit by Mo astronomical, but even the 300 sets of wood needed to construct the Pillar of Prayer would be considered an astronomical figure for an ordinary lord at this stage. Had Ling not completed the initial accumulation of capital early on, he might not even have had the opportunity to utilize the rewards from his level. Yet, despite his nonchalance, it was impossible not to care. After all, the regional channel was buzzing with news of others breaking through to level 15. Ling was about to express his thoughts when Vera's mischievous laughter rang in his ears. A hand reached out, tugging at his face. "I initially thought you were indifferent, but if you do care, then you should turn over and develop new products, you lazy lord. The growth path clearly states that experience can only be gained through monopolization. Do you intend to survive solely on lumber for the rest of your life? Monopolization, rather than trade or income." Did that imply he could only gain experience from each type of commodity in limited amounts? This thought briefly flashed through Ling's mind, only to be quickly dismissed due to Vera's antics. While they chatted, Ling certainly could not indulge Vera's actions. He reached out and playfully pulled Vera's cheeks, stretching them to the sides. "Haven't I mentioned this more than once? What kind of good secretary pulls their boss around?" Chaos Lord," Vera mumbled, her words muffled. "Gurgle, gurgle." As Ling and Vera wrestled atop him, Hamburg blinked his big, watery eyes, extending his small, round hands, unsure of what to do. Driving the war chariot, Mo casually picked a leaf and brought it to his lips, playing a gentle tune, seemingly oblivious to any peculiarities around him. Fortunately, the ruckus was swift to arrive and just as quick to dissipate. It was Vera who first released her grip, and Ling He showed no intention of pursuing the matter further, maintaining his languid demeanor. After a while, noticing Ling He's continued inaction, Vera finally tilted her head towards the sky and softly spoke. "There is something I have long wished to express." "Oh." Ling He turned his head, intrigued by Vera's insights. "I am not a competent secretary, and you are not a proficient lord, or rather, a true producer." "Ah, I was wondering what was on your mind." Ling He chuckled, patting Vera's hat. "It's free, so we might as well muddle through together." "Did you only catch the first half of that?" Vera replied, somewhat exasperated. How could such a straightforward statement sound so peculiar when uttered by Ling He? What else could it be? Ling He glanced at Vera. "Why don't you tell me where I fall short?" "Well, there are quite a few." Vera began to enumerate with her fingers, pressing each one down. Being overly emotional, acting without logic at times, claiming to monopolize yet treating interests as mere jest, being too affable, and even when offended, remaining unperturbed just like me. That is not so terrible, is it? Before Vera could finish her sentence, Ling He seized her mouth, and she found herself meeting his half-smiling expression. "What do you think a true producer should be like? Someone who cannot even indulge in jest, whose mind is solely occupied with schemes and profits, clutching tightly to their wealth until they grow old and lonely?" Vera's eyes flickered as her mouth was restrained, producing only muffled sounds. No, I cannot speak for others who have chosen a similar path of growth, but I am evidently not one of them. As they spoke, Ling He released his grip on Vera's mouth, poking at the area over his heart with his thumb. If the goal of a producer is to monopolize everything, does that everything merely consist of visible riches? I cherish a particular saying: private property is sacred and inviolable. For me, my emotions, whether joy, admiration, sympathy, contentment, or even pain, sorrow, embarrassment, and confusion, are my private possessions. A producer should be the master of wealth, not its slave. I shall not relinquish what I have monopolized for a handful of coins. Why lower oneself to chase after gold and jade, causing me to lose my joy? At that moment, Bai Mo's voice drifted from the front, encapsulating the essence of Ling He's words. Vera's gaze flickered slightly as she turned her head aside. Is it that in your eyes, a producer is defined this way? Suddenly, Ling He noticed Vera stifling a laugh. Umph. You truly are becoming increasingly intriguing. You rogue lord. By the way, did you know? Vera turned her face, her amber eyes locking onto Ling He's. Many believe that the moment one chooses their path of growth, their potential is already determined. Yet, the reality is far more nuanced. What truly determines an individual's potential for growth is the essence of their inner self and the path they have traversed through the annals of time. A weaker individual, even at 100 levels, pales in comparison to a stronger one at a single level, under the same conditions of effort and challenge. A swift ascent in levels serves only to underscore the insignificance of a person. The arduous nature of leveling up may well signify that the self within you is, in fact, quite formidable. Thus, Ling raised a hand to interrupt Vera, stating that the philosophical discourse must cease at this juncture. Let me be clear. Despite any flattery directed at me, the tasks of the past few days remain your obligation. Vera's expression stiffened instantly, realizing the predicament she was in. Once again, the rogue lord was turning the tables on her. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The region remained remarkably tranquil, at least from Ling's perspective. For instance, no two growth paths are entirely identical, even if their names are the same. They yield entirely different rewards based on the Lord's aspirations and the disparities of the era in which they exist. In essence, it is akin to a game of chance. Ling rolled his eyes and then glanced at his personal panel, rubbing his hands together. Chapter 85. The Lens of Remaining Value. Ever since Vera learned where to acquire experience for leveling, she had been incessantly occupied over the past 3 days. With no immediate prospects for monopolizing a new commodity, Ling had no choice but to send Vera to exploit the herbal market. After all, this was an entirely unharvested market for him. Even if Vera could only capture a minuscule share of it, it was still preferable to the stagnant experience gained from lumber and fire slime gel. After 3 days of diligent effort, Vera selected easily obtainable herbs that required no seeds to be left behind and sold them in the marketplace. Vera stifled a yawn. So, what is your leveling reward this time? She inched closer to Ling, peering at his personal panel. It displayed 78 Lens of Remaining Value. Vera abruptly choked on her drink, prompting Ling to recoil in disdain. Why such excitement over merely looking? No, it's not that. Vera pointed at Ling's panel, struggling to articulate her thoughts. I wanted to voice my thoughts on this for some time. What sort of luck is this, you rogue lord? Huh? Ling was puzzled by her remark. What is wrong with my luck? He glanced at his leveling reward, which was still an item-type reward, and felt a tinge of disappointment. Remaining value lens, consumable item. Description: observe the remaining value. Effect: select any category. If there exists a high-value target within this area, a random location will be marked. From the effect, it appeared somewhat akin to the tortoise shell previously sold to him by the ghost wolf, as both were consumable items. At that time, the ghost wolf had only listed the tortoise shell for 100 gold. Thus, when Ling He first glanced over, he did not perceive this item as particularly valuable. For the tin ore. Suddenly, Ling He recalled that in recent days he had been preoccupied with exploiting Weila, nearly forgetting the pressing matter at hand. He swiftly descended from the war vehicle to shelve all the consumed soda cans in the lumber yard, and then, through his friend panel, reminded the little evil lord not to neglect his duties. Weila, did you have something to say just now? To this, Weila sighed and pressed her forehead, exclaiming, You insufferable lord, could you not allow me to finish my words? What I intended to convey was that, when calculated by rarity, tin ore is indeed a high-value target. Wait, does that mean? Ling He instinctively turned his gaze towards his personal panel. Immediately, Weila's voice came from beside him. Yes. If my understanding of high-value targets is not mistaken, Utilizing this item to search for high-value minerals significantly increases the likelihood of discovering tin ore. Moreover, it is highly probable that it lies buried within rich mineral layers beneath the surface. Upon saying this, Wayla's gaze towards Ling He grew increasingly peculiar. She had long sensed something amiss. Typically, when it comes to upgrades, the reward should be rather capricious. Given Ling He's relatively low level, how is it that he consistently received precisely what he needed or rewards that greatly aided his subsequent advancement? Could it be due to the lucky trait associated with the spiritual transformation era? No, that did not seem plausible. After a moment's contemplation, Wayla dismissed this thought. For in her view, Ling He had already enjoyed considerable fortune before he chose to enter the pseudo-age of spiritual transformation. Could it truly be as Ling He claimed, that those who smile tend to have better luck? That seems far-fetched. Ling He chuckled, scratching the back of his head by Wayla's assertion. His recent luck had indeed been quite favorable. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Ling He half-jokingly remarked, "Could it be because I still owe 100,000 gold coins?" Although he had the means to repay the 100,000 gold coins borrowed to purchase the spiritual lumber yard, Ling He had no immediate intention of doing so. After all, a year is a long time, and there was no rush to settle the debt. Perhaps, within this year, he might perish entirely, rendering the initial loan of 100,000 gold coins unnecessary. Using debt as leverage in a war game, indeed. Wayla clapped her hands in realization. I see now. Insufferable Lord, you have a means yet choose not to repay. When it comes to being ungrateful, you certainly have your methods. I already stated it's not as sinister as that, Ling He replied with a hint of exasperation. Moreover, this residual value lens might not even lead us to the tin or we desire most at present. As he spoke, Ling He withdrew the item, holding it in his palm. The residual value lens appeared as a transparent diamond-shaped crystal. Just as Ling He extracted the lens, a prompt window appeared before him. Please select the item you wish to search for. Note, if there are no qualifying high-value targets in the area, usage will still consume a charge. In other words, regardless of the pursuit of success, can the lens of surplus value be employed only once? Ling He pondered for a moment and chose not to store the artifact away. Instead, he directly selected the item he wished to seek, minerals. He was eager to discover what high-value minerals he could unearth in this region. Success marked. A prompt from the system flashed before him. Then, Ling He beheld the lens of surplus value in his hand, under the refraction of light. An image resembling an arrow formed within it, pointing to a position slightly below him. From this angle perspective, the indicated mineral deposit was not far away. Could it be that a high-value mineral lay hidden beneath his very feet? With this thought, Ling He immediately stood up and called out to Wayla, "Let's go take a look." Following the guidance of the lens, he made his way to the base of the burning spirit tower of the ghost tribe. The cattle and horses tending the fire approached him, greeting him warmly. At this moment, the arrow pointed directly downwards, confirming Wayla's assertion. It indeed marked a deep mineral vein beneath the surface. Chapter 86, The Buried Dead Volcano. Without the lens of surplus value, this vein might have remained undiscovered for an indeterminate time, only to be excavated when mining technology matured. However, that was of no consequence now. Ling He gestured to the ground beneath his feet and issued a command to the cattle and horses surrounding the fire. Dig. Although it seemed somewhat unethical to directly excavate the foundation of the Ghost Tribe's tower, the cattle and horses exchanged glances and promptly set to work without hesitation. The soft turf was swiftly removed, followed by the incessant sound of chiseling stone. After a quarter of an hour, one of the cattle struck the stone pickaxe down heavily, revealing an incredibly deep hole before Ling He. Has it broken through? Ling He stepped forward to examine it, then turned to exchange glances with Wayla. Suddenly, a pungent odor surged from the hole, invading Ling He's nostrils. Cough, cough, cough. The acrid scent caused him to cough violently. My lord, are you all right? White Mo, who had been standing nearby, rushed forward without hesitation, guiding Ling He a few steps back. He was certainly unharmed, but trouble was imminent. Wayla's voice resonated nearby, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Ling He looked over to see Wayla, crouched at the spot where he had just stood, as if conducting a chemical experiment, covering her nose while sniffing the air emanating from the hole. The stench of marsh gas. What emerged from the hole was hydrogen sulfide. I believe I understand the situation now, she remarked with a slight smile. This area must have once been a dead volcano, covered by plains only after millions of years of geological transformation. Moreover, I think we should escape. Why? Ling He instinctively inquired. As soon as he spoke, he noticed Wayla extend a trembling hand, pointing towards the flickering flames of the bonfire before the Ghost Tribe's tower. When hydrogen sulfide encounters fire, an explosion ensues. What? Just as the war chariot had scarcely traveled a distance, the three individuals heard a thunderous roar resonating behind them. A sound so powerful that it echoed for several kilometers with remarkable clarity. Simultaneously, the ground trembled violently beneath them, giving rise to a terrifying mushroom cloud. Goodness! From a distant hillside far from the tower, several human lords stood in stunned silence, gazing at the mushroom cloud, uttering expressions of awe. Due to the conspicuous nature of the Ghost Spirit Clan's tower, the lords positioned on elevated terrain found it difficult to overlook its presence. Typically, few dared to approach the Ghost Spirit Clan's tower, which also explained why Ling and his lumberyard had remained undetected by other human lords. Yet many had fantasized about ways to eradicate those towering structures that loomed over the region. An explosion was one of the most common ideas. However, as most individuals were still entrenched in the Stone Age, such thoughts were relegated to mere jest confined to their minds. Who could have imagined that the mushroom cloud, which they had never seen in their lifetime, would unexpectedly manifest today, granting them a close encounter within the wargame? As they watched the mushroom cloud ascend into the clouds, darkening the sky, numerous lords swallowed hard. Soon, the regional channel erupted with activity. A cacophony of messages flooded in, overshadowed by the sudden emergence of the colossal mushroom cloud. The racing snail, where did this come from? Is this still the Stone Age? Sweet tea without sugar, a mushroom cloud. My goodness, I think I see my great-grandmother smiling at me. Half-price chips. Was this caused by a human lord? Please, someone important, make a sound. I'm about to wet myself. Allahu Akbar. The great lord declares responsibility for this matter. In the face of the sudden mushroom cloud, some reacted with fear, others approached it with humor, while some declared accountability. The myriad human emotions were unmistakably displayed within the regional channel. However, many lords situated at a considerable distance remained oblivious to the events unfolding. The worst assassin in the village. What mushroom cloud? Am I the only one unaware of what is happening? I suddenly feel isolated from everyone. Old Man Zhang. To the one above, I have no idea. Half-price chips. It's a mushroom cloud, the kind that comes from a bomb. Before I was pulled into the war game, I studied chemistry. A mushroom cloud of this magnitude requires at least a few hundred tons of yield to materialize. As some individuals stepped forward to explain, news of the mushroom cloud explosion spread rapidly through the regional channel like a plague. Many who had not witnessed it firsthand reacted with disbelief upon hearing the news. After all, creating a mushroom cloud in the Stone Age, if true, would be utterly astonishing. Yet, regardless of their skepticism, observing the fervent declarations of countless individuals within the regional channel, many hearts gradually sank, adopting a mindset of cautious belief. Among them was the warrior, known as Zhang Quan. He had chosen a gathering place situated in a relatively low-lying area, surrounded by mountains that provided a natural barrier. Thus he had not witnessed the tumultuous mushroom cloud that had become the talk of the channel. However, if the rumors held any truth, Zhang Quang's heart grew heavier still. An assault of such magnitude was beyond the current capabilities of humankind. Could it be that a force more terrifying than the ghostly spirits had emerged? Attacking the ghostly spirits tower? If his conjecture proved accurate, it would spell doom for all the lords within the region. Preparations were imperative. Zhang Quang opened his personal interface and, after a moment's hesitation, sent a private message to the individual he deemed most reliable. Call me Zhang Quang, brother merchant. Are you aware of the mushroom cloud that has caused such a stir in the region? At that moment, Mo had just emerged from the inky haze in his battle vehicle. Faced with the sudden inquiry from Zhang Quang, whom he had not contacted in quite some time, he responded, "Conscientious merchant, I am aware it was my doing. The 87th chapter is indeed my creation. Call me Zhang Quang. You did this, brother merchant?" After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhang Quang instinctively thought that Ling He was playing a prank on him. It was no surprise, given that even he had initially reacted with disbelief upon hearing about the mushroom cloud. Realizing this, Zhang Quang sent another private message. "Call me Zhang Quang. No, I am not jesting, brother merchant. You should see the regional channel now. Many are claiming to have witnessed the mushroom cloud rise. I am contemplating the implications if this news is true, as it likely signifies the emergence of a force more terrifying than the ghostly spirits. If we do not prepare soon, I fear." Fear of what? Ling He, while observing the continuous stream of private messages from Zhang Quang, glanced towards the location of the tower. Through the thick smoke, a massive pit, over 100 meters in diameter, had formed at the ghostly spirit's tower, which had now completely tilted. It was only due to the resilience of the Earth's crust that the explosion had not shattered the tower into pieces. Yet despite this, The subsequent shockwaves and scalding smoke had left terrifying fissures upon the tower. It seemed that even if some ghostly spirits still survived within, they would be preoccupied and unable to attend to matters outside for the time being. Confirming this, Ling He redirected his gaze back to the private message interface. Call me Zhang Kuang. I fear we may all perish in this catastrophe. After sending the private message, Zhang Kuang let out a sigh. For him, and indeed for the majority of human lords, the sudden onset of this war game could be considered a calamity. He was uncertain of the conscientious merchant's thoughts, yet he felt a sense of gratitude towards him. Ever since the emergence of the ghostly spirits, he had been monitoring the dwindling number of remaining human lords within the region. Aside from the horrifying death toll on the first day, the losses on the human lord side have gradually diminished with a limitless supply of goods from the conscientious vendor. It is precisely for this reason that he has come to trust the conscientious vendor, seeking their counsel when faced with dilemmas. Ding! At that moment, a new message arrived in the private chat interface, prompting the battle maniac to look up. Conscientious vendor. I'm not jesting. It was indeed my doing. While mining, I accidentally struck a magma channel beneath a dead volcano, igniting the campfire and causing the buildup of methane to explode. This seems somewhat plausible. Striking a dead volcano and igniting centuries of accumulated methane to produce a mushroom cloud. How absurd. The corners of the battle maniac's mouth twitched. Why is it that while everyone else is still in the Stone Age, the conscientious vendor has already reached a dead volcano? From a scientific perspective, this defies logic. Conscientious vendor. As for the matter regarding the explosion at the Ghost Spirit Clan's tower mentioned in the regional channel, I can only say it was an accident. Ling He's desire to dismantle the Ghost Spirit Clan's tower was not particularly strong. He had always maintained an appreciative attitude towards the ghost spirits, not only because they stimulated market consumption, but also because, as his sole lucrative venture, he was reluctant to see them eliminated from the game so swiftly. After some contemplation, it dawned on Ling He that the battle maniac, being the first to establish a guild in the entire region, might very well become a significant patron in the future. Leaving him hanging would not be wise. Thus, he sent a few messages in the private chat. Conscientious vendor. That is the general situation. Rest assured, battle maniac. You well know my credibility, and I would not jest about such matters. Call me battle maniac. That is true. After sending this message, the battle maniac stared at the private chat for a long while, ultimately unable to muster the courage to express another thought lingering in his mind. Noticing that no new messages had arrived from the battle maniac, Ling He casually closed the private chat interface and redirected his attention to the site of the recent explosion. Due to the explosion, the earth had been overturned, revealing deep mineral veins previously marked by the value lens, which had now transformed into open pit mines. Meanwhile, the cattle that had remained near the campfire were unable to evacuate in time and were all lost in the cataclysmic blast. Damn Lord, what should we do now? Vela's voice came from the side. After the previous ambush by the ghost spirits, she once again found herself brushing against death alongside Ling He. Exhaling deeply, Vela cast a peculiar glance at Ling He. After experiencing such a terrifying explosion, she felt that her earlier remarks about Ling He's good fortune had been premature. This was no mere gift. It was a matter of life and death. The value lens, which should have pointed towards high-value targets, had inexplicably directed Ling He to this cursed place. Could it be that Ling and his debt of 100,000 gold has caught the attention of some unseen force? Perhaps we should settle the debt, Vera tentatively suggested. Vera, have you been bewitched? With an interest-free loan, when has there been a notion of repayment before the deadline? Compared to this, Ling was far more intrigued by the mineral that had conjured such a grand spectacle. However, gazing at the billowing black smoke before him, it was evidently impractical for Ling to enter the mine with the remaining value lens for the sake of health. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ling's mind. He spent 10 gold coins to summon 10 contract lumberjacks before him. These lumberjacks were robust, and after inhaling a few puffs of toxic smoke, they were unlikely to perish immediately. Though their wits might be somewhat dull, Ling did not expect them to undertake any particularly complex tasks. In response to Ling's command, the 10 contract lumberjacks shouted everything for profit, and without hesitation, charged into the seething smoke. Ling merely placed the ore before Vera, allowing her a glance to identify what it truly was. Granite? Rubbish, keep searching. Mica? Rubbish, keep searching. Tin ore? Wait. Ling observed as one of the lumberjacks presented tin ore, then raised the remaining value lens in his hand. The significant mineral of the Bronze Age had been discovered, yet the mineral indicated by the lens was not tin ore. Chapter 88. The final piece of the new market. Is there something more precious than tin ore? Just as this thought crossed Ling's mind, a lumberjack emerged from the black smoke, cradling a cluster of lead gray ore. Is that argentiferous galena? Vera's voice held a hint of surprise. Simultaneously, the remaining value lens in Ling's hand shattered in response. Clearly, the mineral indicated by the lens was indeed the argentiferous galena presented by the lumberjack. However, before Ling could inquire further, he noticed Vera's expression gradually becoming quite peculiar. This material, I genuinely do not know whether to commend your luck or lament it, you wretched lord. Through Vera's explanation, Ling quickly grasped her meaning. Argentiferous galena, as a blend of silver and sulfur elements, held immense value in Vera's eyes. In terms of worth, among silver or varieties, it was second only to pure silver or an electrum. However, prior to the advent of industrialization, the intrinsic value of silver was nearly confined to its circulation as currency. In the context of the war game, silver was not regarded as a circulating currency. This implies that unless Ling were to reach the era capable of recruiting a secretary of Vera's caliber, the silver ore would be utterly worthless to him. TSK. Ling clicked his tongue. According to the prior words of the Dark Wolf, the secret party was merely from Era 3. Based on this calculation, the era in which Vera resides is likely to be classified as level 4 or 5. The distance indeed feels quite remote. Although the value of the argentite far surpasses that of tin ore, its practical application remains elusive for the time being, rendering the argentite ore a source of frustration. Fortunately, while the most valuable argentite currently lacks utility, the tin stone, as one of the associated ores, has effectively filled the last gap in Ling He's commercial domain of the second era. Now, he finds himself devoid of any deficiencies. Suddenly, Ling He smirked, extending his hand towards the swirling black smoke before him. The dawn of our next era has truly commenced. Vera remained silent, her eyes shimmering with a flicker of light. The last time Ling He displayed such demeanor was on their first night of acquaintance. In that fleeting moment, he had transformed himself from a mere minnow into a colossal whale. He then cheerfully addressed the trading hall, saying, "Everyone, Vera, don't just stand there. There's still much for you to do alongside by M.O." Ling He's voice interrupted Vera's reverie. "Damn lord, can't you survive a day without squeezing me dry?" Vera retorted, though her actions did not falter, and the occasional smile that graced her face was genuine. After all, who would despise the prospect of earning money? Ling He was unaware of Vera's sentiments. He simply entrusted the trading hall interface and chat panel to Vera and by M.O., respectively, before opening the construction panel and embarking on a bold renovation of the lumberyard. Firstly, the initial plan was bound to change. According to Ling He's previous calculations, due to the scarcity of tin ore in his possession, all smelting furnaces would be established in the copper mining area. This approach would significantly reduce the production costs of red copper ingots, requiring only the exchange of joy water canisters and a small amount of timber. However, with the discovery of tin stone, employing a similar production method would prove impractical for cost management. On one hand, tin stone is difficult to price. As a strategic resource that typically has far fewer reserves than copper, or setting the price too low could lead to reckless lords purchasing it without a second thought. Conversely, if priced too high, the 15 transaction tax levied by the trading hall would greatly inflate Ling He's production costs. Given this, a direct division of smelting operations would be more advantageous. Aside from the first batch of bronze ingots, the copper mining area would solely handle the production of red copper ingots, while the smelting area for bronze ingots would be relocated closer to the lumberyard. The benefits of this approach are evident, such as the continuous supply of fuel from a nearby source, eliminating concerns regarding the pricing of tin stone. As for the pricing of copper ore, Ling He had no qualms. In line with his vision, each piece of copper ore would be listed at 1 gold, which essentially translates to a logistical expense of 15 copper. This price would not significantly affect the profits generated from bronze. Even if someone impulsively purchased the copper ore, faced with Ling He's subsequent listing of ready-made red copper ingots, they would find themselves in a state of regret. With this thought, Ling He could not help but chuckle. Coins flowed through Ling He's hands like a ceaseless stream. The demands for manpower, materials, wages, and tools were nearly insatiable, rendering every expenditure a luxury beyond the reach of ordinary lords. Thousands of cattle and horses were summoned, with some tasked to delve into the dust-laden mines for tin ore, while others were dispatched to the lumberyards. Ultimately, the remaining beasts were employed on the plains, where they facilitated the swift erection of subterranean smelting furnaces and foundries. Days slipped by, and many began to notice the peculiarities surrounding copper ore within a trading post. This phenomenon, dubbed the copper phantom of the marketplace, became a topic of fervent discussion among the human community. second only to the astonishing mushroom cloud that had recently captivated attention. Some even speculated whether a war game had triggered this anomaly, attempting to procure it, only to discover that purchases were indeed successful. However, lacking the necessary smelting facilities, those who acquired copper or were left staring blankly at their unprocessed lumps, ultimately relegating them to dusty corners. Ling He, however, remained largely indifferent. The steadily declining income preoccupied him far more than such trivialities. His daily earnings had dwindled to a mere 3,000 to 5,000 gold coins. The root cause of this downturn was none other than the fearsome mushroom cloud that had risen one fateful day. Its terrifying presence spread swiftly, and soon all creatures were aware of its ominous portent. The once dwindling ghost tribe, in response to the mushroom cloud's fright, retreated into a state of withdrawal. With the ghost tribe's retreat, the stimuli vanished, causing the market to languish. The demand for honeycomb gel plummeted, as it was no longer sought after. In the absence of external threats, human lords found themselves with the leisure to ignite fires, yet the sales of fire slime gel continued to decline day by day. Chapter 89. The Request of the Berserk. Although timber remained a significant source of income, sustaining Ling He's daily revenue, the withdrawal of the ghost tribe had extinguished the primary source of gold influx. Many lords, equipped with the means, began to fell trees themselves to lessen their reliance on the trading post for lumber, striving to conserve the remaining gold coins in their possession. The old market dynamics appeared unsustainable. Ling He murmured to himself, having foreseen this predicament from the very first day he commenced timber sales. Despite timber prices being relatively low, ordinary lords could only earn a few copper coins from hunting neutral wildlife, making it difficult to procure even a few bundles of wood. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the ghost tribe, which showered money into the region while simultaneously invigorating the human market with their peril, Ling He could never have achieved daily earnings surpassing 10 or even 20,000 gold coins. If the ghost tribe were to be eliminated, the market system forged under the threat they posed would surely collapse. Nevertheless, this was not a grave concern. Ling He calculated that in just one more day, the first batch of red copper ingots would be ready for casting. A fresh batch of red copper ingots, numbering around 6,000, has emerged, all sourced from Ling He himself. This implies that despite Ling He anticipating a mere price of 3 gold, the entire profit from the industrial chain is absorbed into his own coffers, yielding him far greater earnings than others might imagine. Interestingly, the bronze ingots are set to be produced tomorrow, Ling He mused. Earlier, during his time at the open copper mine, he had utilized the remaining empty canisters on the war chariot to smelt a small quantity of bronze ingots, though it cannot be considered the inaugural batch. As the output peaked at merely 20 or so, it certainly did not reach full production and would hardly make a significant impact in the trading market. Thus, Ling He had no intention of selling these bronze ingots. They would serve as a memento, and additionally, he planned to test the disparity between bronze and red copper equipment. For now, all Ling He needed to do was patiently await the passage of time, thereby solidifying his dominant position in the future market. However, during this period of waiting, an unexpected private message unexpectedly appeared before Ling He. "Call me Battle Maniac. Little merchant, I've given it some thought, and I must address this matter. May I ask you for a favor?" After sending the private message, Battle Maniac clenched his fists in anxiety. He had contemplated this request days earlier, but had hesitated to approach Ling He. Nevertheless, with the offensive of the ghostly spirits waning and seeing the lords under his command growing increasingly confident, he could no longer resist reaching out to Ling He. A request? Ling He raised an eyebrow at the contents of the private chat. In truth, there were many who wished to seek his assistance. Yet most messages were swiftly filtered out by MO before they could reach Ling He. Battle Maniac, however, was an exception. He had inquired about offering help when Ling He was at his weakest, a gesture Ling He had not forgotten. Furthermore, aside from the elusive secret factions, Battle Maniac was arguably the second strongest military force in the entire region. It was hard to fathom that he would find himself in a position of needing to request something from another. Thus, out of both sentiment and reason, Ling He was inclined to discover what Battle Maniac sought from him. Conscientious merchant, speak freely, Battle Maniac. We are all human, and what cannot be discussed. Noting that Ling He did not immediately refuse, Battle Maniac ceased his hesitance and directly conveyed his request through the private chat channel. Call me Battle Maniac. It is rather difficult to broach this topic, but may I ask you, little merchant, to lend us some timber? Timber? Ling He was taken aback. Had Battle Maniac asked to borrow money, he might have been less inclined to comply. However, lending timber was not out of the question. Of course, if you are unwilling, I shall not trouble you further. Seeing this, Ling He hastily replied, Conscientious merchant. Wait, I never said I wouldn't lend it. However, how much timber will be borrowed, and for what purpose? You must provide me with some clarity, Brother Zhang Kuang. Call me Zhang Kuang. That is indeed a fair point. However, Brother Xiao Fan, please do not be overly agitated after hearing this. We will require approximately 3,000 sets of timber. As for the purpose, I presume you have already constructed the council hall, have you not? Are you familiar with the advisory function? Advisory? However, it was written as advisory, not activated, and the entire function remained unusable over time, leading Ling He to disregard it. Conscientious vendor. Is this timber related to the advisory function? Call me Zhang Kuang, precisely. To be frank, I have an individual under my command who unlocked a special ability to activate the advisory function as a level reward at level 10. Soon, Zhang Kuang sent detailed information regarding this capability to Ling He in written form. Ming, advisory mechanism. Era, Stone Age ritual path. Description, in the depths of fate. Bloodlines intertwined, connecting us from all corners of the earth. Effect, send advisory requests to the top 100 clan lords in the area. Invited lords may proceed to the council hall to accept the advisory. When a number of lords accepting the advisory exceeds 50, the advisory is executed. Ling He scrutinized the information sent by Zhang Kuang. He began to comprehend why Zhang Kuang sought to borrow 3,000 sets of timber. To conduct an advisory, 3 conditions must be met. First, the development level must rank within the top 100 of the same clan in the area. Second, the council hall must be constructed. And third, someone must initiate the advisory. It seemed that Zhang Kuang had already fulfilled the first and third conditions. The only missing element was the construction of the council hall. The cost of constructing a council hall, requiring 500 sets of timber, was not insignificant. Not everyone was as affluent as Ling He. Nonetheless, Ling He remained puzzled as to why Zhang Kuang would seek credit for an obscure advisory function. Disliking circumlocution, he directly posed the question. Soon, he received an answer from Zhang Kuang. Call me Zhang Kuang. What if I told you that the advisory function will determine the ultimate strategy we humans will employ in this region? The phrase ultimate strategy momentarily stunned Ling He. He recalled that 2 weeks prior, 2 notifications regarding the ultimate strategy had heralded the arrival of the Ghost Spirit clan in this area. Although his understanding of the ultimate strategy was still limited, the information at hand suggested that it would significantly impact the entire region. If Zhang Kuang's assertion were accurate, the advisory function would indeed dictate the ultimate strategy for the human race in this area. Ling He suddenly chuckled softly. Conscientious vendor. Zhang Kuang, I can gift you 5,000 sets of timber, and I will cover all transaction fees, even without requiring any repayment in gold coins. However, I have one condition. Zhang Kuang stared at the latest private message from Ling He, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. Although he understood that he had a tenuous connection with the conscientious merchant, he was acutely aware that their relationship was certainly not worth such an extravagant sum. The direct exemption of 1,500 gold coins, coupled with the reimbursement of transaction taxes, was solely to exchange for a single condition. In the merchant's mind, this condition must hold significant value. So, what could this condition possibly be? Please, tell me, merchant. He urged. Do not fret. My condition is rather simple and requires little exertion on your part, the conscientious merchant replied. Ling He, no longer teasing, directly stated his own terms. I require that you and your associates provide me with unwavering diplomatic support in future deliberations. In simpler terms, should any matters arise that necessitate a vote, I need your unconditional backing for the options I endorse. Upon reading the term diplomatic support, Zhang Kuang momentarily froze, then felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was not an onerous condition. The merchant's integrity was well known in the region, and any option he chose would naturally be sound. Given this, the merchant's offer was akin to a gift. If this is your condition, I have no objections. Zhang Kuang affirmed. Oh, is it that easy to agree? Ling He smiled slightly, appreciating the promptness of his engagement. Very well, let us prepare for the transaction. The conscientious merchant declared. Vera. Ling He summoned Vera, gesturing towards the private chat interface. Please assist me in processing this transaction. Unlike gold coin exchanges, the transfer of goods required a barter system. In this system, taxes were determined entirely by the trading house, adhering to its own arithmetic principles, and could not be manipulated through price alterations. Thus, at times, tax rates could be higher than those of gold coin transactions. Following the principle that even a mosquito's leg is flesh, this transaction was well suited for Vera to handle, as it was not taxing Ling He's mind. Oh! Vera approached, commencing the transaction with Zhang Kuang. However, she did not forget to murmur, are we really giving this away? The Lord is becoming increasingly extravagant. What are you muttering about? Ling He chided lightly, tapping Vera's hat. He knew she was not opposing him, but was lamenting the small sum that would not be acquired. After all, as a heartless capitalist of the Victorian era, her sentiments were not surprising in an age when one would rather pour milk into a river than sell it cheaply. Nonetheless, Ling He felt compelled to correct Vera's perspective. After all, value is not solely represented by visible currency. Everything in this world, whether tangible or intangible, can be measured by value. Rather than viewing this as a giveaway, it is more accurate to consider it a straightforward transaction, where we exchange surplus tangible goods for the intangible benefits we require. This transaction would not disadvantage Zhang Kuang, and certainly would not disadvantage me. All right, you scoundrel lord. You know I don't understand any of this. Vela shook her head, pointing at Ling He and the panel before them. The transaction had been completed, and it seemed that person still had words to convey to the scoundrel lord. Ling He followed Vela's finger. Call me War Frenzy. Thank you, merchant brother. I will need 3 days at most to complete the construction, after which I will send invitations to all human lords in the region for a council. At that time, humans will become the greatest and sole dominant force in this area, ensuring everyone's safety to a significant extent. So this was War Frenzy's intention. Ling He lingered particularly long on the words victory and safety. This was indeed characteristic of War Frenzy. After all, how could one describe a person who readily extends a helping hand to strangers other than as a good-natured individual? Unfortunately, he would be disappointed. Ling He chuckled softly and sent a few words in the private chat. Conscientious merchant. All right, I will wait for you. Then he casually closed the private chat. The tower of the ghost spirit tribe, riddled with cracks, still stood shrouded in dust and haze. If the true strength and foundation of the ghost spirit tribe were only as exposed, one could not help but wonder how much longer this tower could endure on this land. He and Vela spent the afternoon basking in the cool breeze on the grass. In their dreams, countless cattle and horses toiled diligently. Outside the open copper mine, furnace after furnace of molten copper was poured into molds, giving birth to the first bronze ingot of the region. In a daze, a notification window appeared before Ling He. By Mo and Vela, who stood by Ling, simultaneously took notice of this window. Scoundrel lord, shoo! Just as Vela reached out to awaken Ling He, she was stopped by Mo. Noticing Vela's puzzled expression, Mo raised a finger to her lips and smiled gently. Well, if you don't call, then don't. The sunlight streamed through the wooden windows of the council hall, and Ling He rose from his slumber, stretching languidly. Unbothered by Vela, it was yet another day of indulgent rest. Lord, you are awake? Mo's gentle voice came from directly ahead. Ling He looked up to see. As on every other day, she had prepared warm water and stood by his bedside. Chapter 91. The Art of Spring and Autumn. Wipe your face, my lord. She said this while pulling out a white handkerchief embroidered with golden threads, dampening it with warm water, and gently wiping Ling He's face. Such a handkerchief was certainly not a product of this era, hence Vela had to endure a bit of hardship. After ensuring Ling He's face was clean, Mo smiled lightly. The sage said, a gentleman should straighten his attire and regard his appearance, instilling respect in others. Although conditions were not particularly favorable, it was also my duty as a secretary to help the Lord maintain cleanliness and hygiene. Furthermore, Mo's peripheral vision caught the sight of Vela, who was sleeping beside Ling He. Soft snores emanated from Vela's mouth and nose. She mischievously toyed with the hamburger, her small hands kneading it with an innocent glee, even allowing drool to trickle from the corner of her mouth onto the hamburger's smooth surface. Little Chanchian, hee, she giggled. In an instant, Mo revealed a more amiable smile, and, after thoroughly wetting a handkerchief, began to vigorously wipe Vera's face. Rise and shine, Miss Blackhearted. If you don't get up now, the sun will scorch your backside. Mem. I'm going to die. Vera squirmed desperately beneath Mo's grip, yet even without any enhancements. Mo possessed a combat strength of a solid 20 points, 4 times that of an ordinary contract lumberjack. Given Vera's virtually non-existent combat prowess, she could only submit to Mo's playful assault on her face. After a while, with Vera's face shining as if polished, Mo finally ceased her actions. You survived. Vera lay limply in the embrace of the hamburger, looking as though she had narrowly escaped a calamity. However, she soon realized something was amiss. Hey, why has my handkerchief ended up in your possession again? Who knows? Mo shrugged innocently, noting that such occurrences were curiously absent from the sage's teachings. With that, she placed the handkerchief in the basin outside the council hall, all while under Vera's fierce glare. Hey, you! Vera opened her mouth to protest, but Mo did not grant her the opportunity, instead turning her playful gaze toward Ling He. My lord, there appears to be a rather significant matter awaiting your attention on your panel. Changing the subject, this was undoubtedly an attempt to divert attention. Vera pouted in indignation. Meanwhile, upon hearing by Mo's prompt, Ling He opened his personal panel. What is this? He was momentarily taken aback by the pop-up notification on the screen. Regional announcement triggered. Congratulations. You have smelted the first bronze ingot in this region, becoming a pioneer of human civilization in this area. A regional announcement is about to unfold. Would you like to remain anonymous? This seemed to be Ling He's first encounter with a regional announcement. Prior to this, he had only witnessed the two ultimate strategies of the Ghost Spirit clan. But was this truly a significant matter? Its sole importance appeared to be a reminder that the first batch of red copper and bronze ingots had been produced in the mining area. Ling He shook his head dismissively, instinctively opting for no regarding anonymity. However, he soon realized something and abruptly looked up at Mo. Can you modify this regional announcement? At that moment, he recalled Mo's subtle yet easily overlooked special ability. Spring and autumn style. When our side triggers a regional announcement, any text can be added, modified, or deleted. In response to Ling He's inquiry, Mo did not deny it, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. My lord, do you have anything you would like to convey in the regional announcement? If you wish, even casual chatter would suffice. Casual chatter? No. Ling He certainly would not squander this splendid opportunity on trivial chatter. His gaze flickered momentarily, and a smile unexpectedly graced his lips as he posed a seemingly irrelevant question. Is it morning or noon? Now, Mo pondered for a moment, and judging by the position of the sun outside, it should be considered noon. Noon, you say? Ling He nodded, silently calculating in his mind. As the ghostly clan began to retreat, humanity no longer needed to adhere to their previous nocturnal habits. This indicated that, at this juncture, the vast majority of people should be in a state of wakefulness. Mo, you shall say just that. Ling He leaned closer to Mo, whispering a few words in her ear. Mo's eyes curved slightly as she nodded in understanding. Without further ado, she extended her hand towards Ling He, swiftly marking her choice on the anonymous panel. The path of the pen, known as the spring and autumn annals. Simultaneously, a notification window popped up before every human lord within the region. Regional announcement. The conscientious merchant has unveiled new items. Copper ingots are being sold at a loss. Only 3 gold for one. Just 3 gold. For the price of a honeycomb gel, you could possess your very own copper equipment. What are you waiting for? Action speaks louder than words. Limited quantities available. First come, first served. Miss today, and you'll have to wait a week. Additionally, all lords in the region can avail themselves of affordable forging services. For just an extra 1 gold, you can enjoy the shaping service for copper equipment, with swords, spears, halberds, and more at your disposal. New product preview. Bronze ingots, the best tool for entering the pseudo-era, priced reasonably and available in bulk. For details, please follow the Conscientious Merchant in the regional channel. The Conscientious Merchant, your unparalleled choice for shopping. Overwhelmed by a deluge of information, many people's first reaction was, has the merchant begun to list new goods? However, upon realizing how the message had appeared, the regional channel erupted in chaos. Extreme Marksman, what the hell? The merchant has plastered advertisements all over the regional announcement for the wargame. Zhao Ritian, how much did the Conscientious Merchant invest in the wargame? Zhao Ritian will double it. Account hacked. Brother Ritian, stop messing around. You truly cannot afford even a fraction of the merchant's assets. Backstab, no crit. Honestly, I suspect the merchant is merely a trader from the novice village, casually throwing a heap of advertisements in my face. Doesn't this reveal their lack of discretion? It wasn't just the regional channel. By the stream, in the snowy plains, and across the desert, many lords who had faced life and death crises under the invasion of the ghostly clan fell into a prolonged silence, staring at the advertisement masquerading as a regional announcement. Chapter 92. The Living Saint of Loss-Making Ventures. Suddenly, a message flashed across the regional channel. Little evil ruler, am I seeing things? Did the merchant just say in the regional announcement that a copper ingot costs only 3 gold? However, to smelt a single copper ingot, one requires a copper ore and several bundles of wood. Initially, the attention of the populace was fixated on the intriguing question of how a conscientious vendor could advertise using regional announcements. However, prompted by a reminder from the diminutive yet cunning figure, the citizens began to discern the wealth of information embedded within the advertisement. Could it be that a copper ingot could be procured for merely 3 gold pieces? Many minds were swiftly calculating the implications. Due to previous listings of copper ore at 1 gold piece by Ling He, the prevailing price of copper, or had been firmly established at 1 gold. It seemed that the clever little trickster inadvertently revealed the consumption involved in smelting copper ingots. Several sets of wood were required, though the exact number was uncertain. 1 gold piece was undoubtedly necessary, with copper ore priced at 1 gold, alongside another gold for the wood, and an additional 3 gold for the listing while incurring a 20% transaction tax. The net profit amounted to a mere 40 copper. Yet, this calculation was not so straightforward. The construction of smelting facilities also demanded materials, representing a further expenditure. Recruiting personnel for mining and smelting would entail additional costs. Thus, the prospect of a 3 gold piece copper ingot truly left no room for profit, perhaps even leading to the conclusion that, as the conscientious vendor suggested, it was being sold at a loss. Furthermore, considering the 1 gold piece required for equipment shaping, accounting for the wood and labor costs during production, it seemed to be a complete financial drain. Upon realizing this, many gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. The notion of selling at a loss was a most alien concept. It could be said that while many reveled in exacerbating the struggles within the war game, there was likely only one true benefactor, the conscientious vendor. Oh, the saint! The war maniac sighed as he regarded the regional channel, his fist unconsciously clenching. To be fair, if it meant incurring personal losses to benefit the entire region, he would find it impossible to undertake such an endeavor. Yet, that virtuous vendor had effortlessly accomplished what he could not. Meanwhile, Ling He, who was being lauded as a saint by the war maniac, was engrossed in multiple panels before him. Unable to suppress a smile, he had once again concluded the competition. In fact, he had effectively disqualified all participants even before the contest commenced. For Ling He, the ultimate producer with mastery over the entire supply chain, the profit gained from selling a piece of red copper equipment was far more substantial than what outsiders might envision. Even without considering the value transfer of surplus materials, Ling He had excelled in cost reduction. Take, for instance, the equipment shaping that required merely an additional 1 gold piece. Thus, even after deducting the 15% transaction tax, Ling He could still reap the majority of the proceeds. Such a strategy was beyond the comprehension of those lords who had yet to achieve the rudimentary accumulation of capital. Ling He smiled, whispering to himself, "Those who attempt to emulate me shall perish." Morality is not the dividing line among individuals. Customers are forever allies, while competitors are the true adversaries. In an unregulated capitalist market, a true merchant, as a pioneer, would never leave even a sliver of opportunity for those who follow. Contemplating this, Ling He reached out to send a private message to the clever little trickster in the chat. "Conscientious vendor, well done." Indeed, the guiding rhetoric within the regional channel had been imparted by Ling He to the little trickster. He chuckled. Faced with Ling He's praise, the diminutive evil lord, positioned far away at the open-air copper mine, felt a tinge of bashfulness as he scratched the back of his head. Initially, he had been somewhat resistant to Ling He's control. However, the benefits bestowed upon him by the merchant were simply too substantial to ignore. For every transaction involving copper ore, he garnered a profit of 1. This meant that for every 10,000 pieces of copper were placed on the market, the diminutive evil lord would earn a commission of 100 gold coins. Within just a few days, he had accumulated over 200 gold coins. How long would it take to amass such a fortune through toil and struggle? The diminutive evil lord comprehended the significance of choice surpassing mere effort. Even if he was akin to a dog for the merchant, in a few months he would likely ascend to become the second wealthiest in the entire region. Contemplating this, the diminutive evil lord instinctively sent a message in the private chat. "Diminutive evil lord, it is all thanks to the merchant's excellent guidance. I shall strive even harder in the future, resolutely taking the merchant as my role model for diligent study. Conscientious merchant, perhaps it's best you don't take me as a model. Having known each other, I wouldn't want you to face bankruptcy so soon." Diminutive evil lord. This fellow. Ling He chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. He turned his attention to his personal panel, where the number of gold coins was rapidly soaring. In a brief span, Ling He's earnings had surpassed 10,000. Indeed, customers were like damp sponges. With sufficient pressure, one could always extract some moisture. If this pace of transactions continued, Ling He estimated that the first batch of red copper ore would yield an income of around 20,000 gold coins. Unlike timber, as the era progresses, the demand for copper equipment would not diminish sharply. Rather, it would likely escalate. This would create a monopoly market that could consistently generate substantial revenue, regardless of external stimuli. Ling He stroked his chin, contemplating that the necessity of the ghostly spirit clan might soon ascend to a different level. Though he was not yet inclined to consider their elimination, compared to the past, The market he held was no longer reliant on their existence. Alas, Ling He shook his head. This matter required further contemplation. He would wait for the advisory function from War Frenzy to activate, enabling him to discern the ultimate strategy before making a resolute decision. Meanwhile, within Ling He's panel, the rapidly increasing gold coins were complemented by an astonishing surge in experience along his growth path. Perhaps due to the absence of competition in the copper ore market compared to timber, Ling He had completely dominated the entire market of 100. Thus, the monopoly over red copper ingots resulted in a swifter accumulation of growth experience than Ling He had anticipated. 89. Resolution Taxation. 910. Breakthrough Directional Choice. In just a day, Ling He had ascended 2 levels. Chapter 93. Breakthrough Directional Choice. Resolution Taxation. And to refuse would undoubtedly lead to greater losses. Effect. The levy will serve as your legitimate reason for declaration of war, allowing you to present the blood debt as your ultimate strategic proposal. The ultimate strategic proposal. Vera and Bai Mo had been steadfastly by Ling He's side, and this startling voice drew their immediate attention. Are you all right, you scoundrel lord? Ling He coughed awkwardly a couple of times. His understanding of the ultimate strategy was rather limited, which was why he had instinctively reacted with surprise moments earlier. Thus, to propose the ultimate strategic resolution in the council, one must first unlock the corresponding ultimate strategic proposal within the growth route's upgrade rewards, right? Ling He silently noted this in his mind. Then, in the presence of Vera and Bai Mo, he turned his gaze back to the rewards for reaching level 10. Breakthrough Direction Choice. Now, it is time for us to determine the path we shall tread in the future, irrespective of right or wrong. The essence of good and evil lies solely in our intentions. Effect. Choose a bias. Depending on the choice, it will influence subsequent upgrade rewards to a certain extent. Note, if no bias is chosen before reaching level 11, it will be automatically regarded as a relinquishment, maintaining a path of moderation. After reading the summary in effect, Ling He murmured, choosing the future's bias? Is it akin to class transitions in online games? No, the rules of this war game should not be that simple. With such thoughts, Ling He instinctively clicked to proceed. However, rather than a selection interface, a prompt appeared. You are about to enter the direction choice. During this period, you will temporarily enter a state of slumber. Please ensure your safety. Additionally, you may choose a guiding secretary to accompany you in the direction choice. Suddenly, a soft sensation grasped Ling He's palm. He looked up to see Vera, who had just chided him as a scoundrel lord, now reaching out to hold his hand. Her seemingly calm gaze betraying a hint of caution. Scoundrel lord, will you choose me or Bai Mo as your guiding secretary? Due to Ling He's earlier exclamation, both Vera and Bai Mo had noted the contents of Ling He's panel. The guiding secretary, accompanying Ling He into the direction choice, seemed inconsequential, as it would not directly impact any of Ling He's decisions. However, in reality, as the sole entity privy to Ling He's chosen bias, the choice of guiding secretary would subtly convey much about the situation, who Ling He trusted more, preferred more, and leaned toward more deeply within his heart. The position and authority of the secretary largely stemmed from the Lord himself. The selection had essentially begun the moment Ling He prepared to enter the direction choice. He did not immediately announce his choice of guiding secretary, but instead looked up at Bai Mo. In response, Bai Mo chuckled softly and took a step back. You need not concern yourself with my thoughts. I can ensure your safety more effectively from the outside. Or, if you truly feel burdened, I believe the guiding secretary is not an absolute necessity, correct? Ling He was momentarily taken aback. Bai Mo's reminder indeed made him realize this truth. He could very well choose to enter the realm of decision-making alone, without either Vera or Bai Mo accompanying him. In doing so, he would embody the spirit of the doctrine of moderation. Moreover, any choice he made would remain unknown to anyone but himself. As Ling He fell silent, Vera gently released her grip from his hand. I understand, she murmured. At this juncture, refraining from choosing either individual seemed the wisest course of action. However, just as Vera prepared to step back, Ling He unexpectedly reached out and grasped her wrist. Vera, come with me for a moment. Excuse me? Vera's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Ling He. Do you not comprehend the intentions of that scoundrel Bai Mo? The best choice at this moment is to select no one. The best choice? Ling He chuckled softly. You once told me that the Bronze Age was the optimal path to the pseudo-era. Well, have I ever adhered to conventional wisdom? You. Vera wished to retort, but Ling He did not afford her the opportunity. Do you confirm that you are in a safe zone? Yes. As those words echoed, both Ling He and Vera suddenly felt their vision blur, a wave of drowsiness washing over them. In mere moments, they collapsed to the ground, deep in slumber. It's so filthy to sleep on the ground. By Mo sighed, shaking her head, and then, with one arm around each, lifted Ling He and Vera from the dirt. Her gaze then shifted to Hamburger. You're called Hamburger, right? What a peculiar name. May I ask a favor of you? Gurgle. Hamburger bounced slightly, and since Mo could not understand its response, she assumed it was an agreement. She placed the sleeping Ling He and Vera onto Hamburger's back, watching the two nestle together. Unbeknownst to her, a smile crept across by Mo's face. In poverty, friendship is easily forged. In wealth, how many old friends are remembered? My lord and the black-hearted miss, I find you both delightful. Meanwhile, Ling He shivered, abruptly awakening from his drowsy state. Am I dreaming? He looked around, finding only darkness and two objects suspended on either side. A perfectly balanced scale and a gaping maw. Vera, are you still there? Soon. He heard the sound of his staff falling to the ground, followed by a hand adorned with a tattered white glove resting on his shoulder. Vera emerged from the shadows. Of course I'm still here, you scoundrel lord. Ah! Before Vera could finish her sentence, Ling He pushed her aside with his hand on her face. If you're here, then why the ominous demeanor? Who do you intend to frighten? Ling He replied with irritation. Well, it certainly hasn't frightened you, has it, scoundrel lord? Vera puffed out her cheeks and leaned in closer. You have quite the audacity. Enough of this nonsense. Ling He pointed at the two floating objects. Quickly, help me examine these. Is this what they call a biased choice? Oh. Vera lifted her gaze, scrutinizing the scale and the enormous mouth above them, her eyes narrowing slightly. If I am not mistaken, this should be attributed to the Rogue Lord's entry into the era of spiritual transformation, which has influenced the growth trajectory. As a result, the choices available have become imbued with a touch of mystery. Chapter 94. The Direction of the Heart. Endless Greed. Mysterious elements? Indeed, mysterious elements. Vera nodded, and in truth, the Rogue Lord should have noticed this as well. After entering the era of spiritual transformation, many rewards obtained through leveling up can no longer be comprehended through the lens of reason. Thus, when faced with choices, one must naturally adopt a perspective that transcends conventional understanding. However, it is futile to ask me about such matters. Vera patted her chest, asserting that she was a staunch materialist. Really? Ling He expressed skepticism, remarking, then why were you cursed by the god of commerce? This was because the initial secretary recruitment card that summoned Vera stated that it could recruit secretaries from any era, leaving him uncertain about the exact time period from which Vera originated. The so-called Victorian era was merely a jest in Ling's daily banter. At least, the Victorian era he was acquainted with did not encompass concepts like the god of commerce, which sounded exceedingly idealistic. TSK. Vera let out a slight click of her tongue, feeling a bit disheartened that despite being chosen by the Rogue Lord, he immediately pointed out her shortcomings. Well, with that, Vera casually tossed her scepter aside. She then raised her hands, framing the gaping maw above her head in a gesture akin to taking a picture. Rogue Lord, what comes to mind when you look at this mouth? A mouth? Ling He hesitated before responding. Slap. Turning her head, Vera smacked her own face, her hand sliding down her brow. In moments of utter speechlessness, one truly understands the essence of that phrase. Vera fully grasped its meaning now. What I mean is, could there be a possibility? Vera raised a finger, suggesting that the Rogue Lord might consider this mouth from a more abstract perspective. For instance, envisioning it as a representation of gluttony or greed, or perhaps more concretely, imagining it as a deity from a certain novel. Envision? Ling He raised an eyebrow slightly. He seemed to comprehend Vera's implication. Precisely, envision. Vera nodded, asserting that the so-called choice of direction should not merely entail presenting two options for the Rogue Lord to select from. If that were truly the case, the two options hovering above us should have their respective descriptions. Yet they do not exist. No descriptions, no effects, everything is a blank slate. Thus, I boldly conjecture that what truly determines the path for the future is this. Vera said, placing her outstretched finger gently upon Ling He's heart. It is one's own heart. Ling He understood Vera's meaning. The choice of direction is far from the simplicity suggested in the introduction. A binary choice, or perhaps a trinary choice with a moderate option. No, the directions available to him have always been boundless. The crux lies in how he perceives the two objects above him. Contemplating this, Ling He redirected his gaze towards the plump maw pointed out by Vela, striving to comprehend its significance from an abstract perspective. As his inner turmoil shifted, lines of text began to materialize above that gaping mouth. Endless greed. Synopsis. You are akin to an insatiable abyss, forever unfulfilled and perpetually yearning. The path ahead is merely a cake destined to be devoured. Consume, consume, consume. This is your sole purpose in progression. No need for talons or blades, for your fangs shall shred every barrier attempting to obstruct you, embedding themselves in the flesh of every resistor, draining them of their very essence and marrow. Note, choosing this path necessitates a character inclined towards chaos. Is this truly a reflection of my innermost self? Ling He regarded the flowing lines of text before him, his lips twitching slightly. Prior to entering the wargame, he had engaged in numerous board games during his leisure, thus he could reasonably grasp what it meant to lean towards a chaotic alignment. The alignment grid, self-serving, domineering, autocratic, excluding the other, all encapsulate the traits of a chaotic disposition. Yet, Ling He had always considered himself a good person. So, my lord, are you prepared to embark on this path? Vela's voice chimed in, her eyes sparkling with delight, even inadvertently altering her form of address. Clearly, she was pleased with this manifestation of Ling He's inner self. No. Ling He firmly shook his head and emphatically tapped on the annotation line. It was evident that I could never choose this alignment. How could my character possibly align with chaos? He had received several good person cards prior, and before entering the war game, he would have been enshrined in a temple. The emergence of a path, such as endless greed, could only signify one possibility. Ling He cast a sidelong glance at Vela, recalling her words about perceiving the maw as a representation of greed. Surely, it was her misunderstanding that had led him astray. Yes, it must be so. The malevolent capitalists of the Victorian era were indeed too wicked. Step aside, let me handle this, Ling He declared, pushing Vela behind him, his fists clenched, advancing towards the scales suspended in the air. This time, he would not allow her persuasive words to sway him. Vela pouted, murmuring quietly as she observed Ling He's retreating figure. You came here on your own last time, didn't you? What does it have to do with me? Moments later, Ling He stood directly beneath the scales. Without Vela's interference, he felt an unparalleled clarity within. What path might the scales represent? Would they facilitate a bidding war, swaying in favor of the highest offer? The moment this thought flickered in his mind, he promptly dismissed it. No. Such indecisiveness is precisely the kind of behavior characteristic of a chaotic personality, is it not? What further meanings might the scales convey? Weighty transactions, deceptive measures, and a cacophony of chaos. Ling He gently massaged his temples, pondering why his thoughts had veered so askew. Surely he could conjure something more uplifting. For instance, what associations could the scales evoke? Unfairness? Indeed. Suddenly, Ling He struck his palm with a fist. If unfairness exists, does it not inversely imply fairness? Fairness, of course, is inherently one of the meanings of the scales. How could he have overlooked such a simple truth for so long? Following the thread of fairness, he further contemplated the concept of a balance contract. Just as Ling He's mind surged with these reflections, words began to manifest above the scales. Chapter 95, Axiom descends. At both ends of the scales. Axiom, Oath of Gold. Synopsis. Axiom descends at both ends of the scales. Blood-soaked weights, soul bones binding the heavens. We place gold and silver on one side of the scales, willing to gain everything we desire through the balance of the scales in our contract. When the scales tip, gold becomes the new oracle. Note, choosing this path necessitates a disposition leaning towards neutrality. Upon reading the annotation of the axiom Oath of Gold, Ling He exhaled in relief. Based on the experiences gleaned from insatiable greed, it seemed that the two blank options in this darkness could only be shaped once each. Once a complete understanding was formed, no alterations could be made. Thus, when the description mentioned blood-soaked weights and soul bones binding the heavens, Ling He felt a bead of sweat trickle down. He instinctively feared he had once again been influenced by the nefarious capitalist, Vela, in crafting a chaotic bias. Would two consecutive, unselectable chaotic biases not confine him to the middle path? Thankfully, the required disposition leaned towards neutrality. Ling He felt he conformed to that fairly well. Perhaps not insatiable greed, Vela interjected after a moment of contemplation. No, Ling He shook his head, then playfully tapped Vela's tall hat. No matter how favorable the bias, one must have the choice, mustn't he one? What are you doing? Vela stepped back, shielding her hat, fearing it might become shorter with each tap. And why are you so certain you cannot choose insatiable greed? Just as Vela uttered these words, she witnessed Ling He reach towards the scales above his head with a swift motion. His speed was so remarkable that Vela had no chance to continue her persuasion. In the next instant, the scales seemed to sense something and descended, aligning themselves in Ling He's grasp. Confirming your bias affinity. A message flickered before Ling He. Shortly thereafter, the darkened space began to illuminate, suffused with 5 distinct beams of color. This surreal spectacle, however, was fleeting. In the blink of an eye, All the light surged towards Ling He's body, ultimately resulting in only two colors successfully permeating him. Lines of text began to appear before Ling He and Vela. One by one. Never submit to authority. Never pledge loyalty. Neither the laws of the empire, nor the tenets of faith, nor the judgments of good and evil shall bind you. Freedom is an innate right bestowed upon you, a treasure you cherish. Yet your commitment to safeguarding the liberties of others remains wanting. Within the realm of freedom, your actions often defy prediction. You may plunge into a fierce battle against demons to rescue a stranded kitten, or betray a savior by piercing their heart for a sip of exquisite wine. You do not lean towards either good or evil, for the distinction between the two resides solely within your whims. To act without restraint is to embrace unpredictability. Your disposition leans towards chaotic neutrality. Do you confirm your chosen path, the oath of axioms? Is this not slander? It appears that your character indeed aligns with the chaotic faction. Ling's lips quivered at the thought. Without needing to ponder, he could sense the playful expression on Vera's face beside him. I knew it. Vera raised her head high, implying that the rogue lordess' inner self must reflect this inclination. If he were not of such a nature, how could such an alignment manifest within him? Hey, let me tell you. Vera attempted to continue, but Ling, not granting her the opportunity, decisively pressed down on the scale. Confirmed. Congratulations. You have successfully chosen the path inclined towards the oath of axioms. You have acquired a special ability, the scales of bloodied weights. Influenced by spiritualization, your combat power has been augmented. A flurry of notification windows cascaded before Ling. The two colors that had lingered in the dark space now surged into his being. In an instant, a warm current coursed through him, as if bestowing upon him boundless strength. Is this the sensation of spiritualization? Ling instinctively clenched his fist. Glancing at his personal interface, he beheld that his combat power now stood at 1. Ha! Vera, having momentarily paused in astonishment, burst into laughter, her speech slightly incoherent with mirth. Chaos Lord, on the bright side, at least you're no longer a character with zero presence. TSK. Ling clicked his tongue, feeling the surge of strength within him dissipate entirely. Looking on the bright side, a rise from 0 to 1 in combat power signifies an infinite enhancement through this directional choice. Moreover, with this newfound power, there remains vast potential for further elevation. A simple increase of 100 is entirely feasible. What more could he desire? Ling nodded to himself, finding solace in this perspective. Indeed, such thoughts brought him a sense of ease. One must find joy in contentment. Furthermore, this choice of direction has bestowed upon him two special abilities. Ling's gaze swept across his personal panel. Ling He, nickname, Conscience Peddler. Growth Path, the ultimate producer. Current level, 10, cost control. Attack and defense capabilities, none. Special abilities, scales of bloodied weights. Combat power, evaluation. When someone attempts to hang you from a lamppost, you can proudly inform them that the rope in their hands belongs to you as well. The personal panel has undergone significant changes. Setting aside the malicious critiques, Ling noted that the parentheses following the level had shifted from self-made to cost control. Perhaps this alteration would, to some extent, influence the rewards he might obtain upon leveling up in the future. For now, he would remember this change. Ling then turned his attention to the unique abilities he had acquired through his chosen inclination, the balance of scales. Description: all things possess a spirit. Once spiritualized, the world has begun to acknowledge your existence. Effect: by balancing the scales, you may trade any item, including but not limited to entities, concepts, cognition, thoughts, and emotions with any existence. All transactions conducted through the scales will be guaranteed by a contract with the world. Any entity that violates the agreement shall face severe retribution from the world. Note: within the area of spiritualization, violating the contract incurs a fatal penalty of weakness, which may potentially be exempted by one's own health. A fatal penalty of weakness. What an astonishing skill. Ling had not anticipated that his choice of inclination would grant him such a formidable ability. Had he chosen the path of moderation instead, would he have gained nothing at all? Of course, this might also relate to his choice of spiritualization during the pseudo-era. Ling speculated that had he selected the materialistic bronze pseudo-era, his decision to choose an inclination would likely yield no special abilities akin to the path of moderation. Nevertheless, aside from the fatal penalty, the ability to trade with any existence was enticing. Ling then shifted his focus to the side. Chapter 96, The Bloodstained Weights. He had found his target for experimentation. Raising the scales in his hand, Ling gazed towards the insatiable greed, whispering into the void. Shall we strike a deal? As his words fell, the scales slipped from Ling's grasp, resuspending themselves in midair. Immediately, a gaping maw, emblematic of endless greed, thunderously descended upon one side of the scales, causing them to tilt. "Hey, you wretched lord, what are you doing?" Vera stared blankly at the unfolding scene. It seemed she realized what Ling intended, but was not entirely sure. This was utterly bewildering. Of course, it was a transaction with the wargame. Excitement sparkled in Ling's eyes, for even he had been uncertain if this would succeed. It was proven that the targets described on either end of the scales indeed included the wargame itself. If the wargame were merely a game, Ling could not help but exclaim at the remarkable freedom it offered. Alas, the wargame was reality, and thus, unlike conventional games, it did not adhere strictly to logic, which was not particularly surprising. Based on the two unique abilities granted by the axiom oath, it could be inferred that the endless greed, as another selectable inclination, should also provide him with at least one special ability. Now, he merely needed to raise his stakes and level the scales through this inclination choice. He could simultaneously select two different paths. This also represents Ling He's discovery of a fourth option among the three predetermined choices. He could have them all. Thus, he decided to proceed in this manner. With a flicker of thought, a cascade of gold coins materialized from the ether, clattering down upon one end of the balance scale. As the coins accumulated, the scale appeared to expand, and no matter how many coins were added, not a single one fell outside its bounds. However, after placing a staggering 100,000 gold coins upon the scale, it merely quivered slightly. Clearly, if he wished to barter for the boundless greed from the wargame, a sum of 100,000 gold was far from sufficient. Just how exorbitant could this be? Ling He murmured, casually adding his assets into the mix. The lumber yard shifted the scale slightly, while a multitude of smelting furnaces and equipment workshops contributed their weight as well. Thousands of cattle and horses also nudged the scale. Ling He had no intention of bankrupting himself. He merely sought to ascertain the true worth of this boundless greed. Evidently, even with the golden assets he had already contributed, amounting to several 100,000 gold, it was still insufficient. These assets caused the scale to lean, yet the angle of inclination was nearly negligible. Ultimately, Ling He turned his pleading gaze towards Vera. Her eye of value deconstruction should be capable of appraising the inclination towards boundless greed. 10 million, Vera slowly articulated. She then looked at Ling He, opened her palm, and sighed. "I've already told you, you insolent lord, that this inclination you have chosen pales in comparison to boundless greed. While the abilities offered now may seem indistinguishable, the future support that boundless greed can provide in terms of growth far surpasses what the scale you have chosen can offer." Ling He barely listened to Vera's ensuing words, as his focus fixated solely on the term that captivated his attention. 10 million? The figure Vera uttered could not possibly refer to copper coins. For 10 million copper would only equate to 100,000 gold, and the scale already bore far more than that. In other words, could it be 10 million gold? Faced with this suffocating number, Ling He chuckled ruefully, pressing his forehead. The area felt too limited. If the world were broader, he was confident he could amass 10 million gold. Yet what to do now? The desire for something is an insatiable yearning, and the prospect of obtaining this boundless greed left Ling He reluctant to abandon his pursuit. Speaking of which, hadn't the axiom oath gold bestowed upon him a unique ability? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He opened the information on the bloodstained weight in his personal interface. Bloodstained weight. Description: the weight of compassion is 1,000-fold. Love and hate weigh but a mere few. Effect 1. Upon completing a fair transaction, you will accumulate progress towards reputation points, gaining 1 point for every 100 progress. Maximum of 100. The second effect allows you to expend credibility points to engage in guaranteed transactions that are enforced. The concept of forced trading is quite straightforward. Ling He merely glanced at it and understood its purpose: to compel those unwilling to trade with him. However, an individual's will and emotions are also integral to their value. Employing forced transactions on sentient beings could potentially yield a significant transaction premium. It can only be deemed useful in exceptional circumstances. Yet frequent reliance on such methods is not in Ling He's character. In contrast, Ling He finds himself more intrigued by guaranteed transactions. If I comprehend this correctly, he cast a fleeting gaze at his initial 100 credibility points, and with a mere thought, a rusted weight stained with dark blood fell upon the scales. The scales tipped slightly downward again, and a pop-up appeared before Ling He. Your credibility. 1. Guaranteed transaction. 100,000 gold. Note: the guarantee must be repaid within a year. Otherwise, you will forfeit your alignment with the axiom oath. Ling He widened his eyes in astonishment. It truly aligned with his thoughts. Credibility points could be directly converted into virtual values requiring repayment placed upon the scales. However, this notion of guaranteed transactions seems akin to leveraging. But what of it? Ling He waved his hand in the air, causing all assets previously placed on the scales to vanish, replaced by 100 blood-stained weights. For the sake of these 100 weights, his credibility had now plummeted to 0. Yet, the scales, which could not be balanced even by amount of gold, had now achieved equilibrium with the placement of these small weights. It is often said that a man's word is worth 1,000 gold, yet currently, Ling He's credibility stood in direct contrast, amounting to 10 million gold. Would you like to complete the transaction, guaranteeing 10 million gold in exchange for boundless greed? A prompt appeared before Ling He. Yes, there was no hesitation to be had. Ling He had swiftly calculated the pros and cons in his mind. The so-called 10 million gold, while seemingly secure by his credibility, was, in fact, a different matter entirely. The true collateral was the axiom oath-s alignment. Chapter 97. A momentary pleasure from leveraging leads to perpetual delight. Yet, the insatiable greed would persist. This implies that in the worst-case scenario, Ling He had exchanged the axiom oath for an endless inclination toward greed. Throughout the ensuing year, he could also enjoy the special abilities and upgrade rewards bestowed by the axiom oath at no cost. Thus, the guaranteed transaction involving blood-stained weights under the current circumstances was clearly a risk-free endeavor. Furthermore, the 10 million gold as credibility collateral bore no interest obligations toward Ling He. What is there to fear from a leveraged scenario devoid of interest? Leverage must be embraced. A fleeting thrill from leveraging leads to an everlasting ecstasy. Congratulations! You have successfully chosen the alignment, boundless greed. You have acquired the special ability, devouring greed. Due to the influence of spiritualization, your combat prowess has been enhanced. Once again, encountering the term enhanced combat power, Ling He felt a surge of strength coursing through his body. He was no longer as exhilarated as he had been moments before. Casually glancing at the combat power line on his personal panel, he noted combat power to 100% increase in combat prowess, rather commendable, with ample room for further enhancement. Should he augment it by another 100, he would be capable of matching the strength of the beasts of the Stone Age. Diverting his gaze from the combat power, Ling He turned his attention to the special ability bestowed upon him by his insatiable greed. Devouring greed. Description: the greed in your heart has manifested. On your land, the myriad spirits belonging to you shall dance in tune with your avarice. Effect: within the spiritualized region, should a lord refuse to engage in trade with you, and if they occupy land that you have strongly claimed nearby, hostile spiritualized life forms shall sporadically spawn on that land. Note: all spiritualized beings generated by devouring greed initially maintain a neutral stance towards us. Contemplating this ability, Ling He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. While one might argue its weakness, the effects of devouring greed were far from trivial. It could be said that as long as one remained within the spiritualized region, any lord, be they kin or foreign, who declined to trade with Ling, he would soon find their days fraught with discomfort. However, the restrictions were considerable. After all, this knowledge was gleaned from the spectral tribe, and if Ling He truly wished to grasp the intricacies of spiritualization, negotiations with the spectral tribe would be an unavoidable necessity. Furthermore, beyond the spiritualized region, devouring greed required that the opposing lord be situated near land that Ling He had strongly claimed. At present, the only structure he could offer a strong claim to was the council hall. It would be rather inefficient for Ling He to mobilize a substantial force to someone's doorstep merely to erect a council hall whenever grievances arose. Such an approach would be both costly and labor-intensive. If only there existed a simpler method to secure strong claims to land, Ling He mused while stroking his chin. As it stood, he realized that his current level 10 was merely the inception of a true producer. There remained much to acquire, and the road ahead was undeniably arduous. Closing his personal panel, he was suddenly reminded of Vera. Turning to her, he found that she had ceased her incessant chatter, seemingly entranced in a stupor. Upon noticing Ling He's gaze, Vera opened her mouth, struggling to articulate. Wretched lord, have you accrued another 10 million in debt? If initially, the colossal sum of 100,000 seemed a prudent choice in Vera's estimation, the recent leverage of a staggering 10 million left her momentarily dumbfounded. Could one truly become addicted to debt? One must understand that this was a far cry from the earlier sum. A debt of 10 million gold coins, when divided over the span of a year, equated to nearly 30,000 gold coins owed daily upon awakening. Given the current number of lords in the region, each would need to contribute at least 5 coins daily to enable Ling He to mend this gaping hole. But was this feasible? With the diminishing resources that the spectral tribe could provide, it was evidently an impossible undertaking. Seeing Vera in a flustered state, Ling He chuckled and patted her on the head. It's nothing. If you can't repay it, then don't. After all, this loan was secured through my own credibility, which has already been significantly depleted. Am I not entitled to a little ease? He let out a hissing sound. So, you never intended to repay the 10 million gold from the start, did you? Vera looked at Ling He in disbelief, as if he were a creature from another world. It turned out that borrowing money could be so convoluted. She had learned quite a bit from Ling He. What are you talking about? Ling He shook his head. You make me sound like a deadbeat. I'm merely saying if I can't repay it, I will let the war game take the collateral. If I can repay it later, I certainly will. Isn't that the same? Vera crossed her arms, regarding Ling He as if he were concocting a tale for her. She was no novice regarding assets. She understood the current gold yield situation in the region very well. The combined daily gold output from all the lords might not even reach 50,000 gold. And during poorer times, it could be as low as 30,000. The lords would need to allocate a portion for recruiting citizens and retain some for emergencies. Thus, the amount that could actually circulate in the market would likely be only half or even a third of that. Even if Ling He monopolized the entire market, accumulating 10 million gold to repay his debt within a year was an impossible feat therefore. Vera was quite certain that Ling He would never be able to repay that sum. Ling He clicked his tongue lightly and vigorously ruffled Vera's hat. Have a bit more faith in your boss. It's just 10 million gold. Bread will be there, and so will milk. After saying this, he noticed that the space around them, aside from where he and Vera were, was shrouded in darkness. He decided it was time to leave. Just as Ling He contemplated this, a notification window appeared before him. Would you like to make a directional choice to leave? Yes. A fleeting sensation washed over them as Ling He and Vera both rose from their seats. At that moment, Bai Mo, who had been standing nearby, noticed their movement and smiled gently. Have you both awakened? It must have been a difficult decision for the Lord to ponder for an entire day and night. Ling He was taken aback by Bai Mo's words. Had he truly slept for a full day and night? It hadn't he felt that long. Was it the pitch-black space that distorted his sense of time? While Ling He was lost in thought, a message was sent to the top 100 lords in the region's development ranking. Chapter 98 Council. The master of the retreating drum invites you to enter the council. Do you agree? Note, please enter the council within 1 hour to accept the invitation. Otherwise, it will be considered a refusal. It was an invitation to a council. Ling He calculated the time and realized that the War Frenzy's council hall must have just been completed. With this in mind, he waved goodbye to Bai Mo. Allow Vera to elaborate on the matter of directional choices, as I must take my leave for a while. After instructing Vera to recount the recent events that transpired within the dark space to Bai Mo, Ling He extended his hand towards the personal interface. Agreed. Despite having just awakened, he appeared remarkably alert. Yet, at the very moment Ling He confirmed his agreement, a wave of drowsiness washed over his eyelids. I knew this would be the case. It is such an irksome sensation. His voice diminished to a whisper. As Ling He drifted back in his slumber, the only conscious individuals remaining in the council chamber were Vera and Bai Mo. Bai Mo crossed his arms, smiling as he gazed at Vera. Well, Miss Blackhearted? Vera paused momentarily. Initially, she had no intention of sharing these matters with Bai Mo as per her original desire before entering with Ling He. However, given the abundance of intriguing points in this situation, and Ling He's encouragement for her to discuss it with Bai Mo, she found herself unable to resist. Very well. Vera shrugged her shoulders in resignation. After all, it was the insufferable leader who had instructed her to inform Bai Mo. Allowing her a moment to vent her frustrations seemed reasonable. In the next instant, Vera rose from her seat on a hamburger, tugging at Bai Mo's clothing as she headed towards the door. Let me tell you, on the other side, when Ling He opened his eyes once more, the scene before him had transformed yet again. He now found himself in a completely enclosed wooden cabin. Though the space was confined, it was not dark. Oil lamps illuminated the wooden walls, their flames flickering gently. Ling He surveyed his surroundings, recognizing that the seemingly simple design of the wooden cabin was, in fact, quite intricate. The entire space was circular, divided into 5 distinct areas: north, south, east, west, and center. The central area, the lowest in elevation, was unobstructed by tables or chairs, serving as a natural focal point for discourse. Each of the 4 peripheral areas mirrored one another in design, featuring tiered, semicircular wooden tables arranged in ascending order. However, the corridor separating these 4 zones created a clear distinction among them. Ling He was not the first to arrive in this space. Several lords had already entered the council chamber before him. Some congregated in pairs or small groups, while others sat alone in various corners. Fortunately, The abundance of tables and chairs, well over 100, prevented the space from feeling cramped. In the eastern area, a considerable faction had gathered, comprising a total of 11 individuals. Recalling the supplies he had previously donated to the War Frenzy faction, Ling He surmised their identities and made his way toward the eastern zone. Is War Frenzy here? His voice was not particularly soft, attracting the attention of several individuals within the relatively quiet cabin. The number of human lords in this area was not vast. With a mere guess, they could likely deduce who occupied the eastern section. As the foremost guild, the War God Hall, War Frenzy's reputation was indeed quite illustrious. Thus, it was not surprising that some sought to ingratiate themselves with them. However, the majority of onlookers remained fixated on another individual, the conscientious merchant. The individual who appeared to be a novice merchant. Would he arrive at the Senate today? Many pondered this question in their hearts. While others paid little heed to the circumstances, the Lord of the Eastern District could not afford to overlook Ling He. The one questioned by Ling, he was a youth who seemed barely in his teens. In the prime of his youthful vigor, he was suddenly confronted by a stranger inquiring about his elder brother, causing his brow to furrow tightly. He opened his mouth to utter some harsh words, but a fierce glance from a nearby figure made him instantly temper his tone and inquire, "Who are you?" "I am the merchant," Ling He replied calmly, simultaneously sending a message to Zhang Kuang in a private chat to verify his authenticity. As his words resonated, the previously murmuring wooden cabin fell into a profound silence. All eyes fixated upon Ling He. The young man who had initially spoken underwent a rapid transformation of expression, from disdain to bewilderment, then to shock, fear, and finally admiration, changing as swiftly as the dramatic face-changing art of Sichuan opera. He opened his mouth, stammering, "Why you? Are you the merchant brother?" A hearty laugh erupted from the burly man. "Merchant brother, you have finally arrived. Come inside and take a seat. Everyone has been waiting for you." He enthusiastically ushered Ling He to a central chair in the Eastern District. The unexpected warmth made Ling He feel somewhat embarrassed. It had also confirmed the identity of his enthusiastic host. Such an extroverted individual could only be Zhang Kuang. Realizing this, Ling He graciously accepted the hospitality and followed him to take a seat. Meanwhile, the young man who had asked the question continued to tremble. "Is it truly the merchant brother?" "Hey, stop shaking," his companion nudged him in the ribs. "You only asked 2 words. The merchant brother doesn't seem to hold anything against you. What are you afraid of?" "Who said I was afraid?" The young man lifted his head, a faint blush coloring his cheeks, his gaze filled with defiance. "I'm just excited, all right. Aside from brother Zhang Kuang, the person I admire most is merchant brother. Aren't you excited to see the living merchant brother before your eyes?" His companion, glancing at the young man's flushed cheeks, shifted slightly away. "But he is still a man, you know, blushing like a teapot. The culture of fandom is truly frightening," he muttered under his breath. On another note, Zhang Kuang engaged in casual conversation with Ling He before casually remarking, "My subordinates are indeed young. They have just reached adulthood, and their manner of speaking may not be refined. Please don't take offense, merchant brother." Ling He chuckled and shook his head. "Ah, youth is but a natural phase. I recall in our youth, we may have been even more reckless than the young ones of today." He could discern that Zhang Kuang had done well to protect his followers, resulting in many of them retaining an unrefined mindset. This was also why Ling He had openly proclaimed his identity before everyone. Identity is merely a tool to wield among oneself. There is no need to behave like a protagonist from a novel. It seems one must endure a little disdain upon entering one's own territory to find joy. "Ha ha," as the vendor aptly put it. Seeing that Ling He did not pursue the matter further, Zhang Kuang chuckled lightly. "If only there were wine available now, I would surely indulge in a drunken revelry with you, dear vendor." "Ha ha." Ling He also smiled in response, though he waved his hand dismissively. Oh, how could one not embrace such a situation? Time slipped by gradually as Ling He and Zhang Kuang engaged in their lighthearted banter. The number of lords attending the council steadily increased, with someone emerging from the corners of the wooden cabin nearly every few minutes. In the midst of their conversation, Ling He discerned that Zhang Kuang was not merely a brawny brute. Beneath his seemingly boisterous exterior lay a depth honed by professional experience, which had not diminished his enthusiasm in the slightest. At this juncture, the gathering had exceeded 50 individuals, with less than 10 minutes remaining before the council commenced. Amidst their casual exchange, Ling He's gaze wandered over the lords seated in the 4 designated areas. A familiar face he had anticipated was conspicuously absent, prompting him to furrow his brow imperceptibly. He opened a private chat interface and sent a message. "Conscientious vendor, did you not enter the council?" "Huh?" In the smelting area near the copper mine, the diminutive evil monarch stared at the private message from Ling He, momentarily taken aback. He had indeed received an invitation to the council. Little evil monarch. Boss, I lack the architectural blueprint for the council chamber. No blueprint for the council chamber? Conscientious vendor. Wait, what is your level? Little evil monarch. Level 4. It was evident that he still needed several levels to potentially acquire the blueprint as a reward for leveling up. Ling He, glancing at Zhang Kuang seated beside him, forcefully suppressed the urge to facepalm. It seemed certain that he would not make it. Who could have imagined that a lord capable of reaching the top 100 in development would only be at level 4? Just then, a loud bang echoed before Ling He, startling him from his thoughts. A woman clad in a fur coat and wrapped in strips of cloth had somehow appeared before the tables and chairs in the eastern area. She had just slammed her hand down right in front of Ling He. What do you mean by that? Without needing either Ling He or Zhang Kuang to speak, the members of the War God Hall all stood up in unison, glaring angrily at the woman. The lords seated in the other 3 areas cast scornful glances in her direction. Most of them, despite having been engaged in the war game for over half a month, still wore the fabric garments of a civilized era. In stark contrast, the woman's attire resembled that of a primitive savage. A savage, daring to provoke the War God Hall and the conscientious vendor? Fascinating, utterly fascinating. Yet, the woman seemed entirely oblivious to the tension, her gaze fixed intently on Ling He. Ahem, gazed at intently for several seconds. Ling He could no longer suppress a light cough. Is there something you need? In response to his inquiry, the woman paused for a few moments before promptly uttering, Hello, I am Ling Yuge. Hey, so you approached just to introduce yourself? The young man, initially unable to contain himself, stepped out from behind the table and advanced towards Ling Yuge. Do you think Zhang Kuang and Xiao Fan have nothing better to do than entertain impolite individuals like you? Get lost. Before he could finish his retort, he found himself momentarily choked, for Ling Yuge showed no inclination to acknowledge him and effortlessly vaulted over the wooden table, merging into the throng of individuals within the War God Hall. Hey, what is your deal? The young man was genuinely incensed. He had no qualms about striking a woman, but if this meeting had not called for his physical presence, he might have been inclined to confront her with a few punches. Yet, Ling Yuge remained unperturbed, offering him not even a glance. Extending her hand, she first regarded Zhang Kuang before nudging a lord seated beside Ling He. Could you please make some room? You. The lord, who had initially maintained a good-natured demeanor, felt his patience wearing thin in light of Ling Yuge's tone. What if she was a lord among the top 100 in the region? What right did an ordinary wandering lord have to act so arrogantly in front of the War God Hall, aside from Xiao Fan? However, at that moment, Ling He interjected, Zhang Kuang, why not let her sit next to me? He recalled Ling Yuge's name with some familiarity. After all, she had granted him several favors in the past. Surely her visit was not for the purpose of revenge. If it wasn't revenge, then it could very well be an opportunity for diplomatic support, not one to turn down advantageous alliances. Ling He had no intention of dismissing Ling Yuge, since she is an acquaintance of Xiao Fan. Zhang Kuang remarked, casting an irritated glare at the lord beside Ling He. Under Zhang Kuang's stare, the lord recoiled slightly, reluctantly shifting over to make space. Ling Yuge, without any sense of reservation, took a seat beside Ling He and gently tugged at his sleeve, indicating for him to sit as well. As Ling He settled down, Zhang Kuang raised his hand, commanding the onlookers in the War God Hall. What are you all standing around for? Sit down. Do you want to give others a chance to mock us? A soft murmur of disappointment echoed within the wooden hall. They had initially anticipated a spectacle within the War God Hall, but Ling He's words had swiftly quelled the tension. The abrupt end to the unfolding drama left many curious lords feeling somewhat disheartened. Meanwhile, Ling Yuge rested her chin upon the wooden table, observing Ling He's profile. Unable to restrain himself, Ling He cleared his throat twice. Could you perhaps explain what this is all about? Of course. Ling Yuge replied, a rare smile gracing her features. I simply wish to protect you. Then, her gaze subtly swept over the battle madman. You are indeed a rare good soul. I shall not stand idly by while certain individuals devour you. Chapter 100. The military, the police, and the elderly. The battle madman's expression darkened slightly, not due to concern for Ling Yuge's words, but because he had just detected a hint of murderous intent emanating from her. This woman had witnessed bloodshed. She had taken lives, and for a fleeting moment, she harbored thoughts of killing him. No, perhaps it was not merely a fleeting moment. She concealed it well, much like a seasoned hunter quietly and patiently observing her prey. However, the War God Temple was not a target she possessed the capacity to hunt. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Ling He suddenly leaned forward, obstructing the line of sight between Ling Yuge and the battle madman. Then offered Ling Yuge a faint smile. Thank you. Huh. Ling He's unexpected gratitude caught Ling Yu go off guard, momentarily causing her to forget her hostile intentions toward the battle madman. No need for thanks, she replied, her head feeling warm. Why? Why express gratitude to her? Was it because she claimed she would protect him? Yet, in every conceivable sense, her relationship with Ling He was merely that of strangers. How could a man, who commanded a vast region, place his trust in her based solely on her word? Just then, Ling He continued softly, however, since you are here to protect me, I hope that what transpired earlier will not recur, all right? We are all comrades here. I believe it is far better for us to become friends and foes. Faced with Ling He's gentle words, Ling Yugo instinctively replied with a good. By the time she realized it, the battle madman had extended his hand toward her. Shall we make an acquaintance? Ling Yugo fell silent, turning her head to meet Ling He's encouraging gaze, ultimately deciding to completely suppress her hostility and shook hands with the battle madman. However, in that moment of hand clasp, they exchanged glances and myriad thoughts blossomed within their minds. Ling Yugo, the vendor is too kind-hearted. Mingling with the war god temple, with his trusting nature, he might be sold without even realizing it. Call me battle madman. This woman's origins are unclear. Her hands are stained with blood. I do not know what fortune or misfortune it is for the vendor to be associated with her. Suddenly, a notification window appeared, separating the two who were clasping hands. Countdown has ended. This session's discussion invited 100 individuals, with 68 present, meeting the minimum requirement. The discussion is about to commence. Ling He awkwardly scratched his cheek, feeling akin to a cheese hot dog sandwiched between two slices of bread. How is it that, despite the presence of others beside him moments ago, it felt so much more awkward now? Fortunately, this embarrassment did not linger long, as an unusual occurrence in the arena captured all of Ling He's attention. As the discussion commenced, the nicknames of each lord floated above their respective heads within the wooden house. Taking advantage of the moment, Ling He glanced around the four regions. As the designated time approached, all the lords who could attend gathered. Apart from Ling He and his companions in the Eastern District, the remaining 3 regions were present. In the Northern District, the seats were occupied solely by solitary lords, each spaced 1 or 2 seats apart, appearing to maintain their own boundaries. Conversely, both the Western and Southern Districts saw the convergence of smaller factions. Notably, the Southern District was divided into 2 sides, each comprising 3 to 5 individuals, one led by Eric Zimmer and the other by Antoine Durand. Wait, are those their real names? Ling He paused momentarily, only to realize that the lords seated in the Southern District indeed bore what seemed to be genuine names. Sensing Ling He's astonishment, the voice of Zhang Kuang soon reached his ears. Those seated in the Southern District were likely affiliated with the military and police. Unlike Ling He, who was merely focused on commerce and treated all customers equally, the War God Hall was well informed in this area. Individuals from the military and police inherently possessed formidable combat and reconnaissance skills prior to entering the war game, granting them a substantial advantage over ordinary participants once involved in the game. Were it not for their limited numbers, it is likely that half of the attendees would consist of military and police personnel. However, Zhang Kuang leaned closer to Ling He and whispered a few words. Ling He's expression shifted to one of understanding. According to Zhang Kuang, the military and police had presumably interacted prior, although the nature of their encounters remained unclear, ultimately leading to a rift between the 2 parties. Even within this assembly, they prefer to maintain their distance rather than unite. A soft chuckle escaped Ling He's lips. This division was advantageous. The lack of unity implied that it was unlikely for both sides to simultaneously support or oppose a singular issue. The equilibrium of opposing forces equated to their non-existence, rendering the Southern District's influence on forthcoming strategic proposals virtually negligible. Noticing Ling He's light laughter, Zhang Kuang was taken aback. Brother, were you just laughing? No, you must have misheard, Ling He replied decisively, turning his gaze toward the Western District. Unlike the Southern and Northern Districts, which were fraught with division, the Western District was led by an elder known as Li Zong, accompanied by nearly 10 others. Though fewer in number than those from the War God Hall, they lacked the fragmentation seen in the Southern District. In Ling He's mind, this assembly represented the greatest potential adversary in the discussions. The elder Ling He squinted slightly, silently contemplating. He would never underestimate an elder due to age. Surviving in the brutal environment of the war game and achieving a position among the top 100 in regional development was a testament to the elder's capabilities and the significant threat he posed, far exceeding that of an ordinary strongman. Zhang Kuang, could you elaborate on the situation in the Western District? The Western District? Zhang Kuang followed Ling He's gaze and shook his head. I'm not particularly familiar with the individuals there. The elder at the helm conceals himself well. If it weren't for this assembly invitation, he likely wouldn't have revealed himself so readily. Revealed himself? Ling He detected the deeper implication in Zhang Kuang's words. Yes, revealed himself. Zhang Kuang nodded, recalling the words of the elder who spoke of his origins in the esteemed Academy of Sciences before being abruptly thrust into the war game. Ling He emitted a profound sound. The esteemed Academy of Sciences. Indeed, those possessing sharp intellect are always in demand, regardless of their circumstances. Within this war game, sheer muscle is not the sole path to strength. Ling He, having developed the hive gel and the homemade war chariot, felt this deeply. If even he, a novice, could concoct such devices, what extraordinary feats might true scholars, brimming with knowledge, accomplish? Chapter 101. The way to the mountain, it was becoming increasingly intriguing. A smile crept across Ling He's lips. At that moment, the countdown for the assembly concluded, and a new message appeared before all present. The assembly begins. Please select a proposal for this session. Note, only one proposal may be passed during each assembly. As the message flickered, the wooden cabin fell into an eerie silence. No one dared to speak first. On one hand, they awaited the emergence of a leader, while on the other, the majority of the lords, who had been suddenly invited to the assembly, were largely unfamiliar with its purpose. Ahem. Zhang Kuang cleared his throat emphatically, rising before the assembly. At this juncture, silence prevailed. As the initiator of the assembly, he was expected to address the gathering. Zhang Kuang swept his gaze across the three regions, excluding the Eastern District, and began to speak slowly. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for taking the time from your busy schedules to ensure the smooth conduct of this assembly. I am Zhang Kuang, the founder of the War God Hall. I presume many of you are familiar with me, or have heard of my name, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Let us delve directly into today's topic. The final strategy. The Northern District, the one with the highest number of casual players, was the first to exclaim. The last time they had heard the term final strategy was on the fateful night when the Ghost Clan first emerged. Many lords turned pale at the recollection of that night, a moment marked as humanity's most harrowing time in this realm. Upon entering the war game, many lords had not yet adjusted from a mindset of peace, forced to scuttle like insects, evading the predation of the Ghost Clan. It was only later, with the emergence of a benevolent merchant, that the fortunes of humanity in this region began to improve gradually. Indeed, the final strategy, Zhang Kuang pronounced solemnly, his palm striking the table with force. The Ghost Clan has threatened humanity for far too long. Since the inception of the war game, each one of us here has been under constant threat from the Ghost Clan. If you have been attentive to the regional channels, you would have noticed the dwindling numbers in the corners. Fewer and fewer souls can voice their thoughts in the channel. All of this is the doing of the Ghost Clan. At this point, Zhang Kuang's fervent tone turned somber. Have you noticed? Nearly half of our brethren have forever remained here. The land beneath our feet is not vast. One might even say it is quite small. Too small to accommodate two dominant powers. Unless we are willing to become lambs led to slaughter, there exists no possibility for coexistence between humanity and the Ghost Clan upon this confined land. Listening to the fervent voice of the battle maniac, each lord clenched their fists in silent resolve. No one wishes to become a lamb led to slaughter. The feeling of helplessness is an experience none desire to endure. However, when it comes to eradicating the Spectral Clan, what means do they possess to achieve such an end? The Spectral Clan has established multiple towering structures in this region, and to date, not a single human lord has dared to approach these ominous edifices. To draw near is to invite unknown peril, threats that could very well endanger one's life. Yet, without approaching these towers, the Spectral Clan can never be vanquished. Even if they are pushed back time and again, even if they temporarily retreat, they will eventually resurface, plunging their blades into the hearts of humanity. Thus, this is the purpose of the ultimate strategy. The battle maniac perceived the thoughts of many lords. It was not due to his extraordinary intellect, but because his sentiments mirrored those of the assembly. The ultimate strategy belonging to humanity is our sole hope for eradicating the Spectral Clan. Suddenly, as the atmosphere was charged with fervor, an aged voice emerged from the Western District. All eyes turned toward the source. There stood Li Zong, raising his frail arm high. I have a question, he began. It is said that elders should be prioritized. In the presence of the oldest among us, the battle maniac naturally bestowed upon him the respect he deserved. I wish to inquire, in this battle, how many shall perish? A hushed silence enveloped the gathering, as the adrenaline within many lords swiftly diminished. Just moments ago, Numerous individuals had presented themselves as willing to sacrifice for the cause. Yet when it concerns their own safety, those who have elevated themselves to the upper echelons of the region are far from foolish. A full-scale war undoubtedly entails sacrifices. Might those sacrifices be their own? Instantly, many lords cast scrutinizing glances at the battle maniac, a hint of skepticism coloring their expressions. Although the battle maniac was generally good-natured, the weight of so many doubtful gazes ignited a spark of indignation within him. Academicianly, as I am unfamiliar with you, I shall respectfully address you as such. I, the battle maniac, am but a simpleton. You are far more astute than I. Thus, I would like to inquire, are you not aware of the concept of boiling a frog in warm water? With this, he surveyed the skeptical eyes surrounding him. Currently, the number of human lords continues to dwindle day by day. But do you know how many of the Spectral Clan's lords have perished? 0. Yes, 0. The battle maniac bellowed. Since the Spectral Clan emerged before us, they have not lost a single lord. Can you not see this? In response to the battle maniac's outcry, Lisons Milad Laizureli. What if I told you that I possess a method to reduce the casualties of human lords to 0? What? Gasped several lords, astonished. This cannot be possible. There is nothing impossible, Lizon replied, shaking his head before proposing his own motion. Lord Lizon proposes the ultimate strategic plan, the weight of the mountain. Ultimate strategy, the weight of the mountain. Era, Bronze Age. Introduction. Amidst the resounding clang of the hammer, a nearly mad vision emerges from our minds. To pierce through the mountain's bones, to tame the veins of rock, and to forge the entire mountain range into an immortal fortress. With the mountain as our shield and the peak as our spear. Let the gates and crossbows become our fangs as we ascend the mountains, defying the divine. If heaven and earth are destined to draw the line at perilous peaks, we shall rewrite the rules of the chasm with our bloodied fangs and bronze blades. Throughout, Ling He perceives but a single word, defense. This undoubtedly is what Li Zong intends, to gather the strength of human lords, hollow out a mountain peak, and transform it into a terrifying mechanical city. When all human lords converge within this city, they shall rest easy, assured that for a time, there will be no further casualties. They can elevate their technology to a level equal to, or even surpassing that of the ghostly tribes before emerging to wage war once more. However, this also necessitates relinquishing vast tracts of land to the ghostly tribes. Moreover, there lies a crucial question. Ling He suddenly taps the table lightly and inquires. The implementation of this ultimate strategy requires an immense expenditure of resources. May I ask, who shall provide these resources? Chapter 102. Human Essence, Human Wisdom, the Aged Become Wise. After uttering these words, Ling He keenly observes Li Zong's expression. Naturally, those with wealth will contribute funds, and those with strength will lend their effort. Li Zong responds without hesitation, his demeanor unchanged, as if merely stating an obvious truth. At first glance, this seems unproblematic. Yet, it is at this moment that Ling He catches a glimpse of the requirements for the successful realization of this ultimate strategy. Requirements: 100,000 pieces of bronze, 10,000,000 units of timber. Ah, what a splendid notion of wealth contributing funds and strength lending effort. Currently, within the entire region, only Ling He has explicitly declared the ability to provide bronze ingots. The timber market is entirely monopolized by him, even in terms of labor force. Ling He claims the second place, and no one dares to claim a first. This is blatantly directed at him. Is the implication that he alone is to bear the costs, efforts, and resources to accomplish this ultimate strategy? Ling He slightly lowers his brow, his gaze flickering. If it were merely this, he would naturally be unwilling. However, exceptions exist in all matters. Given this, then the academician, let me ask, after the completion of this ultimate strategy, to whom shall this mechanical city belong? To the lord who contributes the most, or to the proposer of this resolution? Seemingly a casual inquiry from Ling He. Yet Li Zong raises his head, exchanging a meaningful glance with him. The essence of humanity is profound, and the aged grow wise. He is certainly capable of understanding the implications of Ling He's words. In response, Li Zong merely chuckles. Naturally, it shall not belong to the old. Since the purpose of its construction is to shelter all, the ownership upon the completion of this ultimate strategy shall rightfully belong to every human within the region. He presents Li Zong with two options, yet Li Zong offers a third answer. Clearly, he comprehends the implications of Ling He's words, but is unwilling to satisfy the conditions Ling He desires, thus feigning ignorance. However, Ling cast a glance towards the northern district, recognizing the clever ruse at play. Currently, the factions in the eastern, southern, and western districts were largely allied, with the western district comprising fewer than 10 individuals, while both the eastern and southern districts boasted a dozen or so members. The remaining individuals had congregated in the northern district, amounting to over 30 scattered lords. This was a calculated ploy. Once the heavy burden of Mount Pan was established as the ultimate strategy, this council would reach its conclusion. At that juncture, whether Ling was willing to provide resources or not, he would have already lost. If he wished to witness humanity's complete downfall within the next year, or even half a year, he could easily disregard the ultimate strategy entirely. Was this a test of my conscience? Ling murmured softly, chuckling lightly. His conscience could undoubtedly withstand scrutiny. Having rejected his proposal, one could no longer expect to extract even a single copper coin from him. However, if the heavy burden of Mount Pan were to be solidified as the final strategy, regardless of his willingness to supply resources, he would inevitably face defeat. Reputation, market, and wealth. One or two of these would have to be sacrificed, as no perfect solution exists. Ling could even envision the worst-case scenario, losing part of the market while simultaneously incurring the enmity of numerous scattered lords. The human heart cannot endure any trial, especially that of strangers. At this point, Ling could not help but lament that those skilled in politics often possess unclean hearts. His subtly proposed deal had been blatantly rejected by Li Zong, and any reasonable person would have parted ways at this juncture. Yet Li Zong appeared determined to keep Ling under his thumb. Was it simply because he seemed like a good person? Suddenly, Ling turned to Li Zong and posed his final prepared question. Professor Li, on what basis are you so certain that after we fortify the city, our technological advancement will surpass that of the ghost spirits? The moment those words were spoken, many lords within the northern district who had been swayed shifted their stances once again. After some contemplation, one lord furrowed his brow, acknowledging, indeed, the merchant's words hold merit. The ghost spirits are currently significantly stronger than us. To defeat them, we can only exploit their singular weakness, fire. Yet, this vulnerability exists solely in the present. If we voluntarily relinquish a substantial portion of our territory to the ghost spirits, wouldn't we inadvertently accelerate their growth? The thought that one day the ghost spirits might no longer fear fire echoed ominously in the hearts of many. Just the notion of such a consequence stirred feelings of panic. Presently, they had the strength to force the ghost spirits into retreat precisely because the latter feared fire. If the ghost spirits ever ceased to fear flames, would it not be as effortless to eliminate them as it is to cull chicks? Professor Li. Even among the lords seated in the western district, some cast anxious glances at Li Zong. They sensed that the merchant's assertions might indeed hold truth. Achieving the heavy burden of Mount Pan as the final strategy was not an endeavor that could be accomplished overnight. If they have expended such an immense amount of time and resources merely for the sake of defense, it is likely that the advantage does not lie with humanity. At that moment, Li Zong raised his hand to silence the room and spoke slowly in a voice laden with age. It matters not. I can assure you all that humanity's pace of advancement will not be inferior to that of any foreign race. My confidence stems from this. Li Zong pointed to his own head. Within it resides the distilled essence of millennia of human knowledge. If you grant me a little time, everything can be replicated anew. Upon hearing Li Zong's reminder, several lords from the western district felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. Indeed, with this venerable elder from the highest academy at their side, how could humanity's development possibly lag behind that of foreign entities? After all, they were not venturing into the unknown. They were retracing a path once trodden. Every step of this route has been meticulously laid out, making the journey inherently devoid of difficulty. Thus, let us proceed to vote. Observing that the majority had found their resolve, Li Zong immediately spoke up. He had no intention of granting Ling He further opportunities for inquiry. Each of the three questions posed had been laden with subtlety and guidance. Allowing Ling He to continue questioning would likely prove taxing for his aged frame. However, just as the outcome of the deliberation seemed all but decided, Ling Yug, seated beside Ling He, abruptly slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Mr. Li, I must express my dissent regarding this proposal.